Alert! Zombies have breached our national defense line. All citizens, please enter underground shelters immediately. Alert! Countries around the world are falling one after another.
December 31, 2065. Humanity is now extinct.
Donghai City. In a dimly lit bedroom, the man suddenly woke up from a nightmare.
He didn't know what he had dreamed of, but his eyes were filled with fear.
Why am I still alive?
His name was Li Chen, an orphan. After the apocalypse, he became the captain of the Yanxia squad.
Is it June 30th, 2065 now? The next second, Li Chen rushed to the mirror, staring blankly at his own reflection.
Not only had he been reborn, but he had also returned to a week before the apocalypse. Li Chen vividly remembered the horrors of the day the apocalypse arrived.
The global network collapsed in an instant. The ocean surged with waves tens of meters high, and massive cracks split open in city centers, plunging into unfathomable depths.
As the permafrost in the Arctic and Antarctic melted, prehistoric viruses spread with oceanic air currents. All infected organisms turned into low-level zombies. The ruling order established by modern human civilization crumbled with a thunderous crash. In the future, hundreds of large underground shelters became humanity's last refuge.
Although technological civilization is slowly recovering, the zombie virus is evolving even faster.
At first, zombies were only in their primary form, but only Li Chen knew that the mastermind behind this catastrophe was an alien civilization. They were once defeated but have returned with a vengeance. The zombie virus continues to evolve, with more and more advanced zombie species emerging one after another. There are raiders 7 or 8 meters tall, capable of smashing tanks with a single punch, mutants that can emit sound waves from their mouths, and massive zombies emerging from the depths of the ocean. The shelters built by humans were destroyed one after another under the assault of these advanced zombies. Just as Li Chen was immersed in this painful memory, a cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the Noah civilization.
Countdown to Earth's catastrophe, 7 days. The sudden voice made Li Chen instinctively frown and tentatively ask in a low voice, Noah civilization?
Yes, host.
Noah civilization is a level 3 cosmic civilization.
As the words fell, Li Chen fell silent.
Then what level of civilization does Earth belong to? Level 0.5.
The cold mechanical voice sent a chill through his heart. He hadn't expected that such a brilliant modern civilization had not even reached level 1. In his memory, even at the moment of near death, he never understood why alien civilizations wanted to invade Earth, threatening billions of human lives. Thinking of how the human race was wiped out one after another in his past life, Li Chen clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with intense hatred, almost tangible.
I must stop all of this from happening.
After accepting reality, he took a deep breath. If I want to change the future,
what can you help me with?
A star-rated shelter,
100,000 energy cores, and...
As Li Chen listened quietly, the mechanical sound suddenly stuttered, and a piercing electric current noise abruptly erupted, forcing him to cover his ears tightly. Even so, the intense pain was still hard to alleviate. Apologies, the chip is damaged, and 30% of the data is lost. The electric current noise faded, and the mechanical sound resumed. Hearing this, Li Chen vaguely guessed that the so-called Noah civilization should be a race that once existed on Earth. With technological leaps, they gained the ability to leave Earth, leaving behind creations that contained the entirety of their civilization's technology. As time passed, the legacy of this level 3 civilization has already deteriorated.
Though there is regret, it at least gave Li Chen an innate advantage. Only 7 days left until doomsday?
Li Chen murmured to himself. In my memory, the top leaders of various countries learned about the doomsday news as early as half a year ago. They wanted to be able to rebuild the order of human civilization immediately after doomsday.
Unfortunately, it ultimately failed.
Li Chen shook his head and walked toward the balcony. The sun was setting in the west, and the streets were bustling with an endless stream of pedestrians. Everything before his eyes remained vibrant.
In that case, the most important thing for me now is to stay alive. Because only by protecting ourselves first can we save more humans.
Li Chen withdrew his gaze and said in a deep voice, Noah, I want to build a star-level shelter. As soon as the words fell, the scene before him suddenly changed.
A three-dimensional hologram of the entire city immediately appeared, with mountains, rivers, roads, and transportation clearly visible.
Even the remnants of underground shelters left behind decades ago were marked in special colors. The system prompted, the host may choose the location for the star-level shelter. Li Chen nodded and ultimately decided on a location near the river. He understood that in the early days of the apocalypse, low-level zombies would be unable to cross water.
After determining the location, an invisible stream of data code burst forth instantly, causing a brief lag in the global network. All high-level defense systems were completely paralyzed within that 1 second. Rumble.
The ground trembled slightly before quickly returning to calm. Within the 3D projection, a massive steel behemoth emerged from underground. This was Li Chen's first star-level shelter.
Noah, give an overview of the shelter's situation. Understood. The automatic detection program has been initiated.
This will do. The main structure of the shelter shelter is 80% intact. Energy reserves are at 30%. The purification system is 49% damaged. Material reserves are 0. Weapons and ammunition are 0. After listening to Noah's report, Li Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows. With his combat experience from his previous life, he was well aware that this so-called star-rated shelter, despite its technology far surpassing Earth's civilization, was nothing more than an empty shell. Even if it could withstand nuclear attacks, so what? When the apocalypse arrives, resources are the foundation of human survival. The threat posed by zombies goes without saying, but when the laws that bind humanity completely collapse, the darkness of the human heart becomes the true disaster, far surpassing the destructive power of the virus. At any time, Li Chen shook his head and said, "The darkness within a person's heart is the most unfathomable sea of desire in nature." He turned to Noah, his gaze firm. "Noah, help me solve the funding issue. I need to procure a large amount of supplies." As soon as Li Chen finished speaking, Noah's voice echoed in his mind. "If the host only needs funds, I can legally mobilize money from major banks around the world and transfer it to the host's bank card." These words made Li Chen's eyes light up. Although he already had a preliminary understanding of the power of a level 3 cosmic civilization, at this moment, he deeply realized that he had still greatly underestimated Noah's capabilities. The internet technology that this world prides itself on was riddled with flaws in Noah's eyes. How long will it take? This was Li Chen's biggest concern. With only 7 days left until the apocalypse, he had to prepare all the resources necessary for humanity's survival within this time frame. The funds have been credited, totaling 10 billion. Before the words had even faded, the phone on the table began receiving a flood of bank deposit notifications. Your industrial and commercial savings account, ending in 0876, has received an interbank transfer of 4 million. Your industrial and commercial savings account, ending in 0876, has received an interbank transfer of 6,340,000. That night, Li Chen got into a taxi and headed straight for the location of the star-rated shelter. As the city lights began to shine, the night was resplendent, and the city remained immersed in a hedonistic atmosphere. Young men and women frolicked and played on the streets, completely unaware that the apocalypse was about to arrive. 40 minutes later, Li Chen got out of the car in the suburbs, looked around, but saw no sign of the shelter. "Noah, isn't the shelter supposed to be here?" "Host, the shelter is located 50 meters to your east." Following the guidance, Li Chen was surprised to find that the thin mist shrouding the night was dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within a dozen seconds, a massive steel behemoth suddenly appeared. Under the faint moonlight, the special material on the surface of the shelter emitted a soft glow. As Li Chen gradually approached, the long sealed door slowly opened, as if welcoming his return. The next moment, in the dim space, the light suddenly blazed on. Rows of warm white lights illuminated the path ahead of Li Chen. "Star-level shelter, welcome back, host," a mechanical voice echoed in the vast space. On the screen, countless garbled codes finally converged into a human face, staring at Li Chen. Li Chen understood that this was the data manifestation of Noah. Until this moment, he finally saw the interior of this steel giant clearly. Even though he had mentally prepared himself beforehand, he still couldn't help but marvel at the excellence and advancement of Noah's civilization when he witnessed it with his own eyes. The top of the shelter was made of high-strength bulletproof glass, 8 meters thick. Not far ahead stood a bottomless shaft, surrounded by countless densely packed elevators. It was no exaggeration to say that every visible part of this star-class shelter was constructed from special steel. Not only could it withstand earthquakes, but even the pinnacle of modern human weaponry, a nuclear bomb, could not destroy it. With every step Li Chen took, the digitized Noah would appear on a new screen. What shocked him was that, despite the shelter having been dormant for years, it still contained an ample supply of oxygen inside. "Noah, help me introduce this place." "Yes, host." Noah's mechanical voice echoed throughout the shelter. Levels 1 to 3 of the shelter are designated as military training grounds. Levels 4 to 6 serve as a weapons production base, which is currently damaged. Levels 7 to 20 are human residential areas, divided into single rooms, double rooms, and multi-person rooms. Floors 21 to 30 are designated as the research center, divided into departments for biology, virology, and genetic engineering. Floors 31 to 34 house the central processor and the android base. Floors 35 to 37 serve as the command center for the star-level shelter. Each time Noah finished a sentence, the screen in front of him displayed a 3D projection of the corresponding floors, allowing Li Chen to understand intuitively. The entire shelter can accommodate up to 200,000 people at the same time. When Noah finished saying this, Li Chen nodded firmly. Now that he had this cross-civilization shelter, he was full of confidence in changing the outcome of the apocalypse. Soon, Li Chen arrived at the floor where the central processor was located. Looking around, the vast and seemingly endless array of processors made him marvel at the greatness of technology. "Noah, help me devise a plan. I need to repair this shelter in the shortest possible time." Li Chen understood that if the current shelter was not repaired, it would be completely unable to function as it
it should. As the core condensation of a level 3 civilization, Noah took only a few seconds to devise a perfect plan based on Li Chen's actual situation.
Host, you currently have a reserve of 100,000 energy cores.
First, the android base needs to be repaired to cultivate loyal warriors with combat, medical, and repair capabilities.
Secondly, a large amount of supplies should be procured as soon as possible to stock the reserve area, ensuring self-sufficiency before the base is restored. Thirdly, it is recommended to repair the weapons manufacturing base, as only then can we possess the ability to protect ourselves when doomsday arrives.
Immediately after, Noah calculated the number of energy cores required for the repairs.
Li Chen initially thought the number wouldn't be large, but the long string of digits made his heart tighten. A total of 98,382 energy cores are needed, which is estimated to restore the shelter to 68% of its full state.
Host, shall we begin the repair?
Relying on the memories of his previous life, Li Chen naturally understood the value of energy cores. They were the new carriers of the virus.
After the degeneration of zombie hearts, despite the relentless research of top scientists in the previous life, they ultimately failed. Begin the repair.
As Li Chen's command was issued, the original 100,000 energy cores were instantly consumed, leaving only 1,618 remaining. In an instant, the entire shelter began self-repairing. At the same time, Li Chen immediately instructed Noah to use its ability to manipulate the internet to place orders with major supply companies across the country. It is believed that before long, the supplies essential for human survival will fill the storage area. After completing all this, Li Chen looked up and said, "Noah, take me to the android base."
As the apocalypse descends, the legal order that supports humanity is bound to collapse.
In this chaotic world, only by becoming strong can one secure a place.
Understood, host. Under Noah's control, the elevator Li Chen was in continued to descend.
After a dozen seconds, the elevator slowly came to a stop.
As the elevator doors slowly opened, what appeared before Li Chen's eyes was a scene that could testify to the former glory of Noah's civilization. Rows of equipment resembling space escape pods were neatly arranged on this floor. Blue circular lights flickered, exceptionally dazzling and striking. Let's begin. Li Chen issued the order.
According to Noah's suggestion, nearly one-fifth of the previously consumed energy cores were used for this layer.
A total of 200 artificial warriors
were cultivated in the early stages, including 120 combat soldiers, 30 maintenance technicians, 40 medical androids, and 10 management personnel. As Li Chen's words fell, the cultivation pods in front of him began to operate.
In the massive culture fluid not far away, human embryos were being slowly extracted one by one.
These androids are absolutely loyal to Li Chen, so there is no need to worry about them betraying him. It must be admitted that, in the face of the apocalypse, the threat brought by the darkness within human hearts sometimes far exceeds that of zombies. Because Li Chen is an orphan, he soon settled down in the shelter.
Breeding androids takes 7 days.
This period happens to be the time when the apocalypse officially begins. The waiting process always seems dull and tedious, and the brilliance of Noah's civilization is not something Li Chen can fully comprehend in just a few days.
Moreover, an undeniable fact is that the 3/10 of data lost by Noah cannot be restored in a short time. Day after day, time slowly slips away. During this period, the large number of orders placed by Noah were arriving one after another.
Hundreds of tons of rice, grain, oil, vegetables, and various long shelf-life canned foods were delivered.
Li Chen didn't have to worry at all. He only needed to sign the documents with the other party, while the rest was handled by the machinery controlled by Noah, which automatically sorted and stored everything in the warehouse. With each passing day, the star-rated shelter was repaired and improved bit by bit.
Unknowingly, 7 days passed in a flash. At this moment, in the command room at the lowest level of the shelter, Li Chen sat upright in his chair. Behind him, 200 androids stood in neat rows. Their skin tones, genders, and heights varied, but the one thing they all had in common was their piercing, intense eyes. They are utterly loyal to Li Chen, ready to act on a single command, even sacrificing themselves without hesitation. Because in their genes, the command for loyalty has long been deeply ingrained. The massive projection screen in front of them was divided into hundreds of densely packed smaller screens, relying on the network to monitor every detail of the city in real time, while also overseeing the dynamics of each level of the shelter.
Host, all types of crop seeds have now been successfully cultivated without soil.
The first round of crop harvests can be expected within a week at most. The progress of the android cultivation chamber has reached 95%. Top officials worldwide have issued the latest evacuation notices. Thousands of shelters have been completed in advance, though most are located in open outdoor areas.
Every sound from Noah deepened Li Chen's gaze a bit more.
Li Chen had considered informing the leaders of various countries in advance about the severity of the zombie virus, but ultimately did not take action, because he knew that regarding the abnormality of the Earth's core, global high-level officials had already noticed it a year ago and were secretly making various preparations. They did not disclose it to all of humanity, merely out of concern for triggering unpredictable chaos.
Sigh. Li Chen let out a light sigh. Though unwilling to face the arrival of the apocalypse, he was helpless to change it. With the advancement of technology and the melting of the permafrost in the Arctic and Antarctic, more and more prehistoric creature remains have been discovered. Hidden within these remains are uncontrollable prehistoric viruses, yet humanity greedily seeks to dominate them. Apocalypse countdown. 60 seconds remaining. Sure enough, as soon as Noah finished speaking, Li Chen slowly closed his eyes. What was meant to come has finally arrived. In the previous life, the zombie virus wiped out humanity from the earth in just half a year, leading to human extinction. The numbers on the big screen were still counting down. The moment the numbers hit zero, a massive surge of energy erupted from the depths of the Earth's core. At the same time, earthquakes occurred one after another across the globe. Skyscrapers of the past instantly turned into ruins. Countless people were forever buried beneath the rubble. Immediately, countless cities began to shake violently. Humans screamed. The earth cracked with countless dense fissures, so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. In the distance, the sea level was surging wildly. The raging wind howled, and the dark, oppressive clouds vied with humanity for the last glimmer of light. Towering waves dozens of meters high, stirred by the wind, effortlessly shattered a 100,000-ton ship into pieces. Flash floods erupted, the earth cracked, and tsunamis surged in relentless waves. Nations across the globe were instantly plunged into dire straits. Water and power outages, and the complete collapse of network signals. The technology that modern humans have built over hundreds of years was ruthlessly dismantled in an instant. For a time, thanks to the advanced planning of city management teams, more and more citizens were relocated to open-air parks, stadiums, and air raid shelters. At the same time, the supplies prepared a year ago also began to be mobilized. However, only Li Chen knew that the apocalypse had truly begun. The more people there are now, the more dangerous it becomes. Because the zombie virus spreads through ocean air currents, it takes only 2 or 3 days to sweep across the globe. People with weak constitutions will be the first to get infected, leaving humanity no chance to react. Before long, they will turn into bloodthirsty zombies devoid of humanity. At this moment, Li Chen slowly opened his eyes. In his pitch-black pupils, countless screens were reflected. In every screen, countless people die tragically. Host. Suddenly, Noah's voice sounded again. Zombie virus outbreak detected. All virus research institutes worldwide have been destroyed. The first patient zero zombie has appeared within the borders of Moldy Country. Within 1 minute, 16 citizens of Moldy Country have already been infected. Noah's words made Li Chen furrow his brows tightly. He knew that before long, these zombies would infect more people at a terrifying, fission-like speed. Li Chen took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Check the situation in Donghai City. Donghai City has a permanent population of 12 million. Help me formulate a plan. I must, before the zombie virus reaches Donghai City, save some of the researchers." No one understands the cruelty of the apocalypse better than Li Chen. Outside, there are landslides, tsunamis, and zombie invasions. Inside, order is lost and civilization collapses. Ordinary people don't even have the most basic survival skills. Li Chen is not a god and cannot save everyone in Donghai City. He could only choose to keep some of the researchers, not only to study the zombie virus but also to preserve the inheritance of human civilization. The establishment of a knowledge system requires the accumulation of several eras, and once there is a break, it is difficult to recover. Noah projected the map of Donghai City, with several moving red dots appearing at the airport location. An infected individual has appeared at Donghai International Airport, spreading at a rate of 10 people per minute. It is estimated that the infected population will reach the city within an hour. It is recommended that the host immediately lead 20 combat soldiers to the research institute. The available transport is a modified bus. The roadmap is as follows. As Noah finished speaking, a giant screen immediately projected an urban route. The Donghai City International Airport is located in a remote area, 30 kilometers away from the city center, primarily serving international flights. Clearly, it was infected individuals from other countries who brought the virus to Donghai City. The map shows that the infected individuals at the airport are still moving and may not immediately turn into zombies. Those in better physical condition might remain latent for a period, but it will never exceed 24 hours. Li Chen's expression was grim as he gave a solemn order. Deploy the modified buses and notify the combat personnel to gather at the entrance. As soon as the words fell, Li Chen grabbed the railgun and stepped out. About 30 minutes later, Li Chen led 20 combat soldiers to the entrance of the Donghai City Research Institute. Ah, help! Mom, what are you doing? Why are you biting me? Can someone save me? I have money. Help! I've never been in love. I don't want to die. At this moment, the once prosperous human civilization had completely vanished. The streets were filled with wails, and vehicles were crashed and stuck in the middle of the road. People scattered in all directions, and the scene before their eyes was as tragic as in a movie. Those once familiar relatives turned ferocious in the blink of an eye, madly lunging at the nearest person to bite. Even the police trying to maintain order were dispersed. A few kind-hearted
kind-hearted individuals tried to stop the disaster, only to be trampled to death.
The gunshot rang out.
With Li Chen's command, the cyborg's gun barrels spewed fire.
Bullets pierced through the vehicles, striking the zombies directly. Li Chen's dark eyes burned with flames of anger.
Under the cover of firepower, Li Chen turned and entered the research institute.
According to Noah's estimation, it would take at least an hour for the infected to reach the city.
However, a wealthy man who had contracted the virus took a helicopter home, directly advancing the city's fall by half an hour. The research institute was eerily quiet, in stark contrast to the chaos outside. Not a single person was in sight, only empty desks
and chairs scattered along the corridor. 20 combat personnel surrounded Li Chen, step by step closing in on the core laboratory.
Suddenly, teacher, about those people outside. Two voices came from the storage room, causing Li Chen to halt his steps.
Shoo, quiet, he responded softly. He approached the storage room and gently knocked on the wooden door.
Instantly, more than 20 gun barrels were aimed squarely at the doorway.
After a brief silence, a crisp female voice came from inside.
Who? I'm here to save people, Li Chen said slowly. Moments later, the door to the storage room was pushed open. A young woman in a white lab coat stood at the doorway, her face full
of surprise and joy.
Behind her, leaning against a chair, sat a man around 50 years old, wrapped in bandages, clearly injured.
Teacher, we're saved. The woman quickly pulled the door open and said eagerly, my name is Ning Jing. I'm an intern at the institute, and this is my teacher, Dr. Yang.
He's injured and urgently needs bandaging, she added.
What's the situation outside? Are you the military?
Her barrage of questions came like a flood, clearly mistaking Li Chen and his group for a national rescue team.
Li Chen frowned slightly and turned to look at Dr. Yang's arm. How did this injury happen? The zombie virus spreads through saliva and blood. If Dr. Yang was bitten, his heart tightened.
When we entered the storage room, a shell fell on him, Ning Jing quickly explained.
We need to leave immediately. It's no longer safe here.
She just witnessed with her own eyes how the usually kind senior brother suddenly turned ferocious, crazily biting his colleagues. Li Chen nodded and gestured with his hand. Immediately, all combat personnel turned their gun barrels outward, entering a state of alert.
Are there any other survivors in the research institute? Li Chen asked. There should be.
The laboratory has an isolation zone with strict lockdowns. Someone might be hiding there. Dr. Yang, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. Li Chen stopped wasting words, shielding Dr. Yang and Ning Jing as they slowly advanced toward the quarantine zone. As they went deeper, the wails of the zombies grew increasingly distinct. Many zombies were hunched over corpses, gnawing on them, while others staggered to their feet and charged toward Li Chen's group. However, before they could get close, they were taken down by the precise aim of the android's guns. Ning Jing looked at those once familiar faces, her eyes filled with pain, but she said nothing. Beep beep. Using Dr. Yang's card to swipe open the access control, 6 researchers in white lab coats inside the quarantine zone stood up one after another.
Teacher, Dr. Yang, that's great. You're okay?
They were so excited to see Dr. Yang that their eyes filled with tears. Everyone, stay quiet, Dr. Yang softly instructed.
This young man saved me. Rumble. All eyes instantly turned to Li Chen. Whatever you have to say, wait until we leave here.
It's already chaotic outside, and it's even more dangerous after dark, Li Chen said calmly.
Where are you taking us?
A man with a crew cut stood up, his eyes full of suspicion.
Ning Jing had little social experience.
Seeing Li Chen and his group holding firearms, she naturally assumed they were the military.
But the man with the
crew cut immediately saw that they were not soldiers. This group of researchers was completely unguarded here, and if Li Chen harbored ill intentions, he immediately shielded Ning Jing behind him and said righteously, Teacher, junior sister, we should stay here and not go anywhere else.
I believe the chaos outside is only temporary. The country won't abandon us. This kid's background is unclear. What if he wants to harm us? Li Chen couldn't help but laugh, and Dr. Yang's face darkened. What nonsense are you talking about?
If Li Chen really had malicious intentions, he would have acted downstairs already.
What's more, as a senior academician, Dr. Yang possesses far more information than ordinary people.
At this moment, the military is probably in complete chaos.
Waiting for rescue? That would take forever. Flathead widened his eyes and said defiantly, Teacher.
Under Dr. Yang's stern gaze, Flathead's voice gradually trailed off, and he gave Li Chen a resentful glare. Li Chen smiled faintly and said, Let me briefly introduce myself. I am the head of the Noah Shelter, an unofficial organization. My goal is to rescue talent. You have 3 choices. First, stay here and wait for the army to rescue you. Second, come with me. Li Chen wouldn't force anyone, but he didn't tell them that even the army was struggling to take care of itself now. The laboratory had no food at all, and staying here was no different from waiting to die. Dr. Yang adjusted his glasses, looked at the others, and firmly stated, I am willing to go with you.
I am willing too, Ning Jing immediately responded.
The rest of the people were still hesitating. Clearly, Li Chen's shelter belonged to a private organization, while the government had already prepared before the apocalypse, establishing
shelters in various prefecture-level cities.
Everyone in the research institute had been granted a spot in the shelter, but many still preferred to stay put and wait for official rescue.
Time is tight. If you don't want to leave, I won't force you. Li Chen nodded and signaled Dr. Yang and the other person to follow closely behind him.
As Li Chen was about to leave the quarantine room with Dr. Yang, someone couldn't hold back. Teacher, I'll go with you too. When the door of the quarantine room was opened, even the crewcut man joined the group. Among them, some feared death, while others were worried about Dr. Yang and wanted to stay close to protect him. A group of people was surrounded and protected by android warriors as they advanced toward the laboratory.
The zombies, disturbed by the commotion, staggered toward them like drunkards.
From infection to mutation, it took only 20 minutes for these zombies to lose their human form. Their facial blood vessels bulged. Their mouths were smeared with bright red liquid, and chunks of unidentified flesh kept falling from their claws as they moved. Many researchers were so terrified that they stood frozen, unable to move. One of the female researchers was so frightened that her legs went weak, falling to the back of the group.
The trailing zombie finally seized the opportunity and lunged forward.
A piercing scream from the female researcher shattered the air, followed by the sound of a gunshot.
Bang!
The zombie collapsed to the ground, its bluish-purple claws still clutching a piece of the female researcher's clothing, almost tearing through her protective gear. The female researcher, pale-faced, hurriedly caught up with the group. Under the cover of the android warriors, after clearing out the remaining zombies in the laboratory, the group finally reached their target. Dr. Yang and the others immediately began copying the research data, carefully preserving all the materials to take with them.
The bus was parked at the entrance of the research institute. After a few researchers boarded, the bus restarted and headed straight for the second destination. Noah had already sent the locations of all the scientific researchers in Donghai City to Li Chen's phone via signal tracking. Apart from those inside the research institute, there were also a few scattered researchers on vacation in various areas of Donghai City.
At this moment, the entire Donghai City has completely fallen, with the military and police forces almost entirely wiped out.
So far, no absolute authority has emerged to organize order. Ordinary citizens lack the courage to resist and are being taken down by zombies one after another.
The scenes on the streets resemble a living hell, with screams and cries for help echoing incessantly. A pregnant woman, clutching her swollen belly, was running frantically down the street, only to have her ankle bitten by a zombie, causing her to collapse instantly to the ground.
Help! Save me!
The pregnant woman protected her belly, screaming sharply as she kicked the zombie's head with her foot. Countless people hurried past her, not sparing her a glance, and some even accidentally stepped on her foot. Moments later, the pregnant woman's cries for help gradually grew weaker. The people on the bus witnessed this scene and instinctively took a step back, their faces showing expressions of distress. The researchers at these institutes had sensed something was wrong at the early stages of the virus outbreak and hid away, never having witnessed the true brutality of the apocalypse. At this moment, they deeply realized how naive their previous thoughts had been. The devastation on the streets was already so severe, the situation in other places was beyond imagination. The army was already struggling to protect itself and had no capacity to send anyone for rescue.
It's over. Humanity is finished.
Faced with such an apocalyptic scene, everyone fell into silence without prior agreement. On the chaotic streets, a modified bus sped past. The front of the vehicle is equipped with a menacing iron hook directly smashing obstacles on the road, while the side wings push away debris.
Guns are mounted at each window, rat-a-tat-tat.
Dark gun barrels continuously spew fire, with every bullet precisely hitting the zombies attempting to climb the vehicle. The cyborg warriors were stern expressions, having been programmed with combat knowledge in their incubation pods. Each one is an exceptional sharpshooter chosen from thousands. The zombies on the street were shot in the head and killed before they could get close. Such strength left the people in the car dumbfounded.
Who exactly are you? Dr. Yang's expression was complex as he stared intently at Li Chen, full of doubt as he asked.
There is no doubt that this team is well equipped, with extraordinary skills, comparable to special forces.
How could a civilian rescue organization possess such formidable strength?
Moreover, the virus outbreak had only occurred for a mere 10 minutes, yet Li Chen managed to lead his team to the research institute for a
rescue. This clearly indicates that he had prior knowledge. How could a civilian rescue organization know something that even major powers are unaware of? Could it be that Li Chen is backed by some powerful force? Li Chen smiled faintly and said calmly, "Why bother overthinking? All you need to understand is that the rescue organization won't harm you. As for the rest, you'll understand once you get there." He was evidently unwilling to say more.
Although Dr. Yang had his doubts, he could only remain silent. He understood that his life was entirely in Li Chen's hands.
With so many armed personnel around Li Chen. His backing must be extraordinary.
Besides, in such a perilous situation, it was Li Chen who descended from the sky to rescue them.
With such a life-saving grace, everyone naturally had to obey orders.
Just as everyone in the bus was feeling anxious and unsettled, suddenly, more than 30 people appeared beside the bus ahead. Their expressions were filled with terror as they stretched out their arms, blocking the vehicle's path.
"Let us on the bus. Open the door, please, we're begging you,"
they shouted hoarsely, as if treating the bus as their only lifeline.
However,
the bus not only did not slow down but, driven by the driver, accelerated and bypassed those 30 people, heading straight forward.
However, what's going on? Why aren't you saving them?
A burly man roared angrily from behind the bus, while others pursued closely, their curses echoing incessantly.
"Are you crazy? Stop the bus. Damn bastard. How dare you stand by and do nothing? Go to hell, all of you."
Faced with these angry shouts, the androids on the bus remained cold as ice, gradually pulling away until even the harshest curses could no longer be heard. The crewcut man stormed up to Li Chen and shouted, "Stop the car.
Can't you see all these people?"
Li Chen glanced at him indifferently, his tone concise and cold. "Keep going."
"Damn, aren't you here to save people? Watching so many die right in front of you, are you even human? They're all the same kind. Can you really bear to watch them be devoured by zombies?" The crewcut man was furious.
It was clear that Li Chen was the leader of this group, and without his orders, the bus would never stop. The crewcut man stepped forward, trying to stop Li Chen and force him to halt the vehicle. But Li Chen moved even faster, dodging lightly. "Keep messing around, and I'll throw you down too." His tone was icy, as if dozens of air conditioners had been turned on in the scorching heat of June, making people shiver all over, leaving no room for negotiation. A group of zombies was already following behind the bus, and with the corpse tide attracted by these 30 humans, it instantly formed a surging wave. In no time, those 30 people were engulfed by the tide, their limbs and flesh flying, and the air was filled with a strong stench of blood.
Bang!
Two burly men barely managed to keep up behind the bus, their faces pale, clearly on the verge of collapse. It wouldn't be long before the corpse tide caught up with them.
The researchers looked at the tragic scene behind the car and spoke up one after another. "We should stop, they're human too." "Exactly. You're here to save people, so what's the harm in stopping for a moment?" Li Chen's gaze swept over the researchers in the car, and he let out a cold laugh. "Are you sure you want me to stop?" He pointed outside the car, where a massive horde of zombies was densely packed, following closely behind the bus. If it weren't for the suppressive fire from the androids, these zombies would have already climbed onto the vehicle and feasted. "If we really stopped the car." "But you can't just stand by and do nothing. They're all compatriots." The crewcut man no longer even had the courage to look at the zombies, stiffly retorting to Li Chen. Li Chen sneered, I only save people. What's the use of saving that group of useless people? They can't carry or lift, can't farm, and the books they've read might as well have been fed to dogs. Sorry, the resources of my rescue station are limited. I can only save as many talented individuals as possible to ensure the continuation of the nation and even humanity. As for those useless people, they can't be saved, nor is there any need to save them." His voice was as cold as if he were casually discussing what to have for lunch. The crewcut was intimidated by Li Chen's aura and only spoke after a long while. "But can't you stop the car and take them to a safe place? You don't have to take them all back to your shelter." Li Chen immediately laughed in anger, pointing at the relentless zombies behind him and questioning, "Are you sure we can stop? These zombies aren't slow. What if they catch up to us? Do you think this is some kind of game? Guns and ammunition are not inexhaustible." Flathead was left speechless, but his expression remained grim, clearly extremely dissatisfied with Li Chen's refusal to save people. As they passed a corner, Ning Jing suddenly tensed up, clutching tightly at Li Chen's sleeve. That's a kindergarten. Can you stop the car?" The rest of the words Ning Jing didn't dare to say out loud. They saw that the kindergarten was already surrounded by numerous zombies. Two girls, who looked like female teachers, were leaning against the door, desperately fending off the zombies' attacks. The children were all huddled in a corner, their young faces streaked with tears, but their lips were tightly sealed, not daring to make a single sound. Flathead sneered and said, someone like him, how could he possibly stop the bus?" Before Flathead could finish speaking, Li Chen's order had already been given. The bus came to a steady stop at the kindergarten entrance. The android soldiers held their guns, while those behind provided covering fire, forcibly creating a safe passage at the kindergarten entrance. "Are you the rescue team?" Two young female teachers were already exhausted, persevering through sheer willpower. When they saw Li Chen and the others arrive, they immediately collapsed to the ground, crying tears of joy. "That's right, I'm here to save you. Quick, get the children on the bus." Li Chen nodded and immediately helped open the kindergarten gate. The zombies chasing the bus quickly closed in. 20 androids surrounded the bus, continuously shooting the zombies to ensure the safety of those inside. The two female teachers gritted their teeth and did their utmost to organize the children to board the bus quickly. This kindergarten had 2 teachers, 1 principal, and 30 children. When the virus outbreak occurred, the principal fled early, and 16 children were taken away by their parents. The remaining 14 children likely
likely had parents who were too overwhelmed to care for them, or perhaps had already perished. After confirming all the children were on board, Li Chen waved his hand, and the android warriors immediately ceased fire and returned to the bus. Boom! The android driver slammed on the gas pedal, and the bus quickly widened the distance from the zombies. "Didn't you say rescuing useless people was a waste of resources?" the crewcut man asked in astonishment. Li Chen gave him a cold glance and said in a deep voice, "Children are the hope of the future, not waste. They also possess infinite potential for growth." The researchers who initially had objections to Li Chen not saving people now all had reddened eyes. If it had been before the apocalypse, they might have condemned Li Chen, but after experiencing countless tragedies, they chose silence. Even the crewcut man's face showed a thoughtful expression. The journey ahead became much smoother. In the early days of the apocalypse, zombies' movements were limited, and they had yet to form a true horde. The bus was like a lawnmower, cutting down zombies wherever it went. Relying on Noah's real-time positioning, Li Chen quickly picked up the remaining researchers. In addition to the researchers, he also rescued others along the way, including children, teachers, and technical personnel like electricians and plumbers. The originally 60-seat bus was now packed to the brim, so much so that many seats had to accommodate 2 people just to make do. Everyone who got on the bus first felt a sense of relief, only to then sink into endless sorrow. Those without any special skills were all left behind. No matter how they tried to stop the bus, call for help, or curse, Li Chen paid them no attention. When someone on the bus questioned him, Li Chen simply replied, "You can get off and give your spot to them." The people on the bus immediately gained a new understanding of Li Chen's coldness. "Noah, report the battle damage," Li Chen said indifferently. A total of 20 soldiers were deployed, all unharmed. Ammunition consumption reached 67%, which is sufficient to support the return to the rescue base. 18 surviving researchers from Donghai City have been fully rescued. The rescue mission is complete. Noah simultaneously projected the map of Donghai City. The once lush and green city was now covered with red dots, each representing a living human who had turned into a zombie. "How's the situation at the shelter?" Li Chen rubbed his forehead. The cultivation pods had produced 120 artificial soldiers, but this time, Li Chen only brought 20 of them out. The other 90 team members were divided into 3 squads and sent to small towns around Donghai City to carry out rescue operations. The remaining 10 were assigned to guard the rescue base to prevent any attacks. The shelter has encountered the first wave of zombies and is temporarily held up. "Host, please be careful on your way back and prepare for battle." Noah displayed some surveillance footage from the perimeter of the shelter. The 6 screens were completely filled with images of zombies. Some had wandered over, but most were people bitten while fleeing, who then suffered zombie attacks and joined their ranks. 10 android warriors were holding the shelter's entrance firmly, using firepower to block the zombies' advance. However, their numbers were too few to handle the situation. Since they were close to the shelter, they refrained from using highly destructive weapons to avoid collateral damage. Li Chen immediately gave the order. Teams that have completed the rescue mission, return to the shelter at full speed. The shelter was Li Chen's base of operations. Seeing the entrance surrounded by zombies, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Yes, 2 teams have already completed the rescue, and 1 is still carrying out the mission, expected to finish within 5 minutes. 3 teams rescued a total of 682 children, 20 kindergarten teachers, 5,310 technical professionals, and 2 researchers. Listening to Noah's report, Li Chen nodded slightly. The research institute was located within the city, so his team moved more slowly, while the other 3 teams operated in more desolate areas, allowing for frequent trips back and forth. "Is this artificial intelligence?" Dr. Yang asked in surprise. Of course, Noah is an upgraded version of strong artificial intelligence, different from the weak AI developed before the apocalypse. When you return to the shelter, you'll see even more advanced technological products. Li Chen chuckled softly. Dr. Yang and Ning Jing exchanged glances, their eyes filled with doubt. How could this be possible? Theoretically, strong artificial intelligence could even possess a mind capable of handling complex situations. Dr. Yang was half convinced by Li Chen's words, but Li Chen didn't seem to mind. Noah was a product of a level 3 civilization. If he said it out loud, Dr. Yang probably wouldn't believe it. As the apocalypse loomed, Li Chen was absolutely confident that they would eventually serve him. Even if Noah's identity were exposed, it wouldn't matter. The bus gradually left the urban area. Inside, the group, having experienced a harrowing journey, was visibly exhausted, with most of them falling into a deep sleep. When Li Chen arrived at the shelter, 3 other teams arrived simultaneously. The modified bus doors opened, and the android warriors disembarked in an orderly manner, their gun barrels all pointing toward the entrance of the rescue shelter. Zombies, drawn by the sound and scent, rushed over. Heart-wrenching roars echoed through the sky. The people who had been sleeping on the bus instantly woke up, poking their heads out to look outside, cold sweat streaming down their faces. "What's going on? Why are there so many zombies?" someone asked urgently, but the only response was the continuous gunfire from the soldiers. "Close the formation
formation. Exterminate them all. Following Li Chen's orders, the android soldiers slowly tightened the encirclement. Amid the gunfire, waves of zombies fell in front of the shelter's entrance. Quick, there's one over there. Report. Only 2 rounds of ammunition left. Take this explosive egg of mine. The sound of explosions intertwined with the warriors' excited shouts. One grenade after another detonated, instantly taking down a large number of zombies. The heat waves from the explosions even ignited the surrounding zombies. In less than 10 minutes, the battle was nearing its end, and the remaining scattered zombies were no longer a threat. At Li Chen's command, the bus roared through the pile of zombies, swiftly crossing the steel bridge and reaching the outskirts of the shelter. Did you see that? Is this the special forces? So impressive. I've lived in Donghai City for so many years. How come I've never seen this shelter before? Is this all the barbed wire for the shelter? The survivors in the car pressed against the windows, looking outside. Some were shocked by the soldiers' display of strength, but more faces were filled with worry. Back then, Li Chen had set the shelter underground, leaving only barbed wire, generators, and other equipment on the surface, which hardly looked like a place where people lived. Open the door, Li Chen said calmly, and Noah immediately carried out the order. Beep beep beep. Flashes of light flickered on the ground, the surrounding mist slowly dissipated, and then the ground suddenly cracked open. A circular platform was revealed, and the ground where the convoy was located began to descend slowly. The soldiers gripped their firearms tightly, taking down the scattered zombies around them one by one. Before long, the circular platform descended to the 7th level, the human residential area. This is an underground shelter, someone shouted excitedly. In everyone's eyes, it was as magical as a scene from a movie. All the survivors collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they were safe. Looking around, the living quarters were filled with metal compartments, and the corridors were adorned with simple decorations, resembling the space capsules from sci-fi movies. The heavy metal walls instinctively gave people a sense of security. The survivors' gazes all turned to Li Chen. As the person in charge of the shelter, why had he built such a massive underground city? Li Chen did not offer much explanation. He simply turned and gave an order to Noah. Combat team, take a 5-minute break and clear out all the zombies at the entrance. Same here. Logistics personnel, gather up and be ready to clean up zombie corpses and extract crystal cores. Noah quickly relayed Li Chen's orders. Upon entering, most of the zombies at the entrance had already been cleared. The combat team took a brief rest and, within a few minutes, completely swept the area around the shelter. The logistics personnel, well trained, split into 2 teams, one to transport the corpses and the other to extract the crystal cores. Before long, all tasks were completed, and everyone returned to the shelter. Li Chen looked at the management-type android. Number 1, take the logistics team to register the survivors and establish data files. Number 1 respectfully replied, yes. Please line up in an orderly manner to get off the vehicle. Roar. Welcome to the star-rated shelter. Those who don't want to join, leave immediately now. Those who want to join, line up here to register. Under the leadership of Number 1, 9 logistics personnel began guiding the survivors off the vehicles to register. Thousands of people were divided into 8 queues, and the logistics staff, equipped with scanners, checked each person's physical condition one by one. Those suspected of being scratched or bitten were uniformly arranged to wait on the other side. Next came identity verification. Before the apocalypse, Noah had already infiltrated the Dragon Nation's resident information system. Now, the androids only needed to lightly scan with their devices to display the person's detailed information on a holographic projection, including name, address, workplace, and more. What skills are you good at? The same question was patiently repeated to each person. I can repair cars. A dark-skinned man appeared nervous, his rough, large hands instinctively scratching his head. All right, next. The staff member nodded slightly, signaling the man to wait to the side. With Noah's assistance, the registration process was exceptionally fast. The 8 queues quickly neared their end. Just as a logistics staff member raised the scanner to scan a bald man, the device suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. Chen Jigang, 36 years old, male, resident of Dailiu village. Imprisoned for murder, sentence not yet completed, currently on the run. Repeating, Chen Jigang. The cold electronic voice repeated 3 times. In an instant, the android soldiers surrounded the bald man, their dark gun barrels aimed at his head. I'm not. The bald man tensed up in fear, retreating continuously. The cold muzzle of a gun pressed against his back, and he hurriedly turned around. Li Chen noticed the commotion here and walked over. No, I can't be wrong. As soon as the words fell, the crowd immediately burst into an uproar. This person looks so gentle and refined. How could he be a fugitive? There must be a mistake. I saw with my own eyes that he was rescued from the kindergarten. Most people remained silent, but a few chose to believe the bald man. Hearing someone defend him, the bald man was overjoyed and quickly said, yes, I really am a kindergarten teacher. There must be some mistake. Looking at his trembling appearance, he didn't seem like a fugitive at all. However, Li Chen sneered coldly. He knew in his heart that Noah, as a product of a 3rd-level civilization, would never make such a low-level
unforgivable mistake. He immediately ordered, "Combat team, listen up. Execute the fugitive on the spot." No chance was given for anyone to speak in defense. Da-da-da, several gunshots rang out, and a blood hole appeared on the bald man's forehead. His eyes widened as he fell into a pool of blood. All the survivors present involuntarily gasped, stunned into silence by Li Chen's iron-blooded decisiveness. At this moment, they finally realized that Li Chen's ruthlessness far exceeded their imagination. If it had been before the apocalypse, Li Chen would have been condemned by everyone for shooting the bald man without even interrogating him. But now, it was the apocalypse. "Everyone, this bald man is not a teacher at our kindergarten." A young woman stepped forward, trying to explain. She and the bald man had been rescued from the same kindergarten. "Then why was he at your kindergarten?" someone asked in confusion. The female teacher explained, "After the virus outbreak, he suddenly barged in, saying he wanted to borrow the place to hide." When Li Chen heard this, his gaze darkened instantly. It was only the early days of the apocalypse, and the survivors present still retained a trace of kindness. So no one thought the worst. But Li Chen, having lived through the darkest years of his previous life, was well aware of the bald man's true intentions. With the arrival of the apocalypse, resource shortages became the primary issue. The bald man hiding in the kindergarten was very likely planning to take control of all the children there. However, Li Chen did not voice these thoughts. The female teacher's explanation made everyone suddenly realize that the bald man was actually a fugitive. But deep down, everyone still held a sense of awe toward Li Chen. After the bald-headed incident, the remaining registration process went exceptionally smoothly, and no one dared to cause trouble again. Once everyone's information was organized, Li Chen led the group toward the interior of the shelter. Passing through a long corridor, they were met with the sight of a bottomless atrium filled with elevators. Many survivors exclaimed in amazement, "This." From the moment they entered the shelter, it felt like they were dreaming. Everything here resembled scenes that only appeared in science fiction movies, yet now it was all right before their eyes. This steel behemoth is definitely not something ordinary people could have built. When exactly was this shelter constructed? Such a massive structure couldn't have been built without making any noise during construction. "I'm a local of Donghai City, and I've never heard of this place." Countless survivors were amazed by the shelter, while also feeling a sense of solid security. The shelter is deeply buried underground, constructed entirely of heavy metal, making it completely impenetrable to zombies. Moreover, with Li Chen's numerous well-trained combat personnel, it seemed like an indestructible fortress of safety. Just as everyone was feeling emotional, the manager began the introduction. "We are now on the 7th level of the shelter. Levels 7 to 20 are the human residential areas, divided into single rooms, double rooms, and shared rooms. Apart from the residential areas, other floors are off-limits to unauthorized personnel." After listening to the introduction, everyone exchanged glances. One bold person took the lead and asked, "What are the conditions for living in a single room?" The manager did not answer immediately but gestured for everyone to follow him for further exploration. Each residential floor, in addition to bedrooms, has two functional areas, a cafeteria and a recreation room. Right now, we are in the cafeteria on the 7th floor. As soon as the words were spoken, the survivors saw the cafeteria with its highly sci-fi decor and were instantly stunned. As the name suggests, a shelter is built to avoid disasters, and having food and lodging is already considered good. But this star-rated shelter exceeded everyone's imagination. According to Maslow's hierarchy of needs theory, this place not only meets basic human safety and survival needs but even caters to spiritual entertainment needs. "Mom, am I in heaven? Feels like a dream. I need to pinch my thigh to make sure." "Hey, why are you pinching my thigh?" The survivors looked at the shelter's facilities and became excited one after another. The administrator glanced at the crowd, coughed lightly, and slowly began to speak. "All right, now let's talk about the rules. The shelter's supplies are limited, and all items must be exchanged with points." As soon as these words were spoken, the scene instantly fell silent. Most of the facilities in the entertainment area also require points for use. The daily food supply is divided into 3 levels: simple meals, refined meals, and deluxe meals. The cheapest simple meal can only fill your stomach and requires 100 points to redeem. A refined meal costs 1,000 points. A deluxe meal costs 5,000 points. Accommodation is divided into single rooms, double rooms, and shared rooms. Shared rooms require 100 points per day, double rooms 1,000 points, and single rooms 5,000 points. Hearing that both food and accommodation required points for redemption, the previously jubilant survivors were instantly in an uproar. "Why do we have to use points? How can I earn points? Can I buy them with cash? If not, can I use Huabe?" Some quick-witted individuals have already started pondering how to obtain points. The manager calmly observed the crowd and slowly spoke. "Points are the only resource you can use in the star-rated shelter. The paper money outside cannot be exchanged for points." As soon as these words were spoken, those who still had some savings before the apocalypse immediately showed dissatisfaction. They had been planning to exchange the money in their bank accounts for points, hoping to live a superior life in the shelter. "Why can't we exchange it? I have plenty of money. This is so unfair. I I protest. Faced with these complaints, the manager did not back down and directly gestured with his hand. You all saw the situation outside when you returned. All the money has become worthless paper. If anyone is dissatisfied, this is your last chance to leave. If there's any more trouble, the consequence will be immediate execution on the spot. This was the order given by Li Chen. Li Chen indeed wanted to preserve the spark of humanity, but not by collecting all the trash. Boom! Hearing this, the previously noisy and restless crowd instantly fell silent like a chicken. What a joke! The outside world had long become a paradise for monsters. Going out was no different from courting death. Dr. Yang adjusted his glasses and asked with a smile, then how can we earn points? The administrator then slowly explained, points need to be earned by participating in work. There are 5 types of work in total. The first type is service work, mainly the simplest physical tasks, such as in the cafeteria and cleaning, which can earn 500 points per day. The second type is agricultural production personnel, who can earn 700 points per day. The third type is technical personnel, such as teachers, doctors, repair workers, carpenters, etc., who can earn 1,000 points per day. The fourth type is researchers, whose points fluctuate based on research achievements, with a minimum of 3,500 points per day. The fifth type is those with abilities, who can join the combat group to go out and kill zombies, submit crystal cores, or complete tasks. This type does not have a fixed salary. These 5 types of jobs have been summarized by Noah based on current needs. Overall, the shelter does not support idlers. Only by working can one earn points to ensure basic sustenance. The survivors exchanged glances, each starting to calculate in their minds. Service jobs only earn 500 points a day, and after deducting the minimum cost for 3 simple meals, only 200 points remain. Adding the cost of the cheapest shared dormitory, only 100 points are left per day, which is far from enough. Those without special skills began to weigh what kind of work they could do. The smart wristbands distributed earlier are everyone's only form of identification. Access to all areas requires scanning the wristband. If the wristband is lost, you will be treated as an unidentified individual by the combat team and shot on sight. Everyone's work points will be stored in the wristband. When eating, just swipe it and the points will be automatically deducted. You can now click on the wristband to check its functions. After the management finished the introduction, they stood quietly to the side. The message was clear enough. In the apocalypse, once order is lost, there's no need to say much about what to do. When they first registered, everyone thought it was just a rubber band in their hands, but it turned out to be a smart wristband. Hearing this, everyone tentatively touched the wristband, and a holographic screen appeared in front of them, resembling a tablet. The screen displayed 3 options: personal information and points balance, task hall, and communication board. This wristband was practically an upgraded version of a smartphone and tablet. No one had ever seen anything like it before, and they were all stunned. A holographic screen from the Legends. Try clicking on the task hall. At the top are tasks officially released by the shelter. The first one is Crystal Core Exchange. Survivors can also post tasks, such as repairing tables and chairs, which are all allowed. Given that everyone has just entered the shelter, each person will be granted 1,000 points. In the shelter, minors can attend school for free. To provide a good educational environment for children, minors will receive an additional daily subsidy of 500 points. Please choose a job as soon as possible and come here for verification and registration. After saying this, the manager stepped aside with the other logistics staff to wait. Dr. Yang looked at the functions on the wristband and sighed. I never thought such technology could actually exist. Teacher, we should hurry and register for a job. Researchers can earn 3,500 points a day, Ning Jing said anxiously. Dr. Yang nodded, stepped forward, and calmly said, hello, I would like to register for scientific research work. After speaking, he swiped his smart wristband on the machine nearby. Looking at the information on the screen, Li Chen immediately said, Yang Zhong, senior academician of the Longwei Academy of Sciences, highly experienced, with outstanding research achievements. Congratulations on your promotion to A-level researcher, with a daily score of 5,600. From now on, as long as there are new research results, the points will continue to increase. Dr. Yang was already a leading figure in the industry but ended up at the Research Institute in Donghai City due to being framed by a villain. Now, with the shelter's support, he can focus on his research with peace of mind, and his future prospects for advancement are even broader. Ning Jing was overjoyed to hear the news about her teacher, her eyes widening in surprise, and she immediately ran over to register. Ning Jing, research intern, congratulations on becoming a D-level researcher, with a daily point allocation of 3,500. As the voice fell, Ning Jing's personal information interface also changed. Compared to Dr. Yang, she was still a master's student who hadn't graduated yet, just starting her internship at the Research Institute, always following Dr. Yang as an assistant, so her points were naturally low. Ning Jing understood this and returned to Yang Zhong's side with joy. Most people chose their jobs based on their professions before the apocalypse. Regardless of the points, as long as a job was registered, one could have food to eat and a bed to sleep in. If they wanted to earn more points, grades. They could also take on tasks from the task hall. After completing the job registration, the next step was to choose a room. Most people lacked special skills, so they either worked in the service industry or took technical positions, and thus most lived in shared rooms. Dr. Yang and other researchers shared double rooms, as single rooms were simply too expensive. Originally, everyone thought the shared rooms would be like those scattered motels before the apocalypse, possibly large communal sleeping areas packed with people. But when they stepped into the rooms, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The shared rooms were mostly for 8 people, with a few for 6. The layout resembled old-school dormitories, with upper bunks and desks below, along with small wardrobes for storage. It looked orderly and not crowded at all. That scared me. I thought it was a shared sleeping area. Isn't this similar to how it was when we were in school? It's no big deal. It's already the end of the world. Don't set your expectations too high. Everyone felt much better after seeing the room. The current living conditions weren't too bad, and perhaps in the future, they could save up points to move into a double room, or even a single room. Life suddenly felt full of hope and motivation. Everyone here is registering their rooms, while Li Chen has returned to the monitoring room to observe the various conditions of the shelter through the screen. Noah, report the registration status. Yes, host. Currently, 5,688 people have completed work registration, including 30 researchers and 300 combat group members. The remaining ones are naturally those engaged in service or technical positions. Li Chen looked at the data, feeling slightly surprised. He had thought that after today's events, people would be terrified of zombies, but unexpectedly, 300 people had voluntarily joined the combat group. For Li Chen, although there were cultivation pods capable of nurturing artificial warriors, all of these required energy cores. Therefore, directly replenishing forces from the survivors was the most suitable choice. Just as Li Chen was about to arrange the follow-up tasks, his phone suddenly rang. The vast horizon is my love. Looking down, it turned out to be the pre-apocalypse phone ringing. The caller was actually his class monitor, Yang Wei. Li Chen, where are you now? As soon as the call connected, Yang Wei's blunt voice came through. I'm in the shelter, Li Chen replied calmly. I heard there's been a virus outbreak over in Donghai City. My dad and I went on a trip, and we only heard about it after we got back. How are things over there? Yang Wei continued to ask. Yang Wei is a second-generation rich kid whose family is in the real estate business. Before Doomsday, he flaunted his wealth in class, and even the teachers didn't dare to provoke him easily. Li Chen frowned slightly and didn't respond. Seeing Li Chen's silence, Yang Wei said on his own, my dad built a private shelter in Donghai a long time ago. I've already notified everyone in the group that they can come to my place for shelter. You're the only one who didn't reply. Since his rebirth, Li Chen had been preoccupied with stockpiling supplies and helping survivors, barely checking his phone. Hearing Yang Wei's words, he opened the class group chat and saw that shortly after the virus outbreak yesterday, Yang Wei had sent a message. My neighbor has a private shelter. If you want to come, hurry over. Below are many classmates' flattering comments. That's my Wei Gu for you. This is the power of money. Love it, love it. Reporting to Wei Gu, the class beauty has brought us into the shelter. We're waiting for Wei Gu to come back and take charge. Yeah, most of the classmates are here. What about Li Chen and the others? Why haven't we heard anything from them? Could they be dead? Who cares? That guy's just a fool, always making Wei Gu angry. Does he even have the nerve to enter Wei Ji's shelter? Exactly, last time Li Chen even tried to compete with Wei Gu over a woman. He really overestimated himself. Don't talk about Li Chen like that, we're all classmates. It's too dangerous outside now. Can anyone get in touch with him? Let's just hide for now. In the past, there was some animosity between Li Chen and Yang Wei. At that time, Yang Wei had his eyes on the school beauty, but she couldn't stand Yang Wei's behavior and completely ignored him, instead showing great care for Li Chen. As a result, Yang Wei targeted Li Chen in every way and tried to undermine him at every turn. Many classmates, trying to curry favor with Yang Wei, began cursing Li Chen, wishing for his death. Do you think the school beauty can find a place to hide now? The outside is full of man-eating monsters. Heh, what does that have to do with us? That shameless girl didn't know what was good for her. If she hadn't rejected Brother Wei, wouldn't she be living in the same shelter with him now? The people making these sarcastic remarks had, for the most part, already secured a place in Yang Wei's shelter by flattering him before the virus outbreak. They were enjoying good food and drink and had never encountered zombies, so they felt no burden in saying such things. Alright, stop talking. It's normal to have some friction between classmates. Why curse others like this? My parents both died in this disaster. You should be praying now that everyone you know survives. Me too. I'm hiding at home and don't even dare to go out. How can you be so cruel? Some classmates who couldn't make it to the shelter also came forward to dissuade after seeing these messages. Li Chen scrolled through these words, his expression slightly dimmed. Li Chen, why are you so silent? Have you turned mute? I kindly invited you to my shelter. Don't be ungrateful. Yang Wei said this and then hung up the phone. He had no good intentions. The purpose of the call was, first, to test whether Li Chen was still alive, and second, to lure Li Chen into his shelter. Before the apocalypse,
apocalypse. Constrained by laws and regulations, Yang Wei couldn't do anything to Li Chen. But now, as long as he got Li Chen onto his turf, he could do whatever he wanted. Competing with Yang Wei for a woman? That was simply courting death. Yang Wei didn't actually like the campus belle at all. His private life was extremely chaotic, and he had ambiguous relationships with several pretty girls at school. The class beauty was nothing more than his bed warmer. His hatred for Li Chen stemmed entirely from his habit of being domineering and his inability to tolerate anyone defying him. Li Chen looked at the already disconnected phone, the corners of his lips curling into a faint cold smile. Private sanctuary? Ha! He set the phone aside and looked up to continue asking Noah, what's the current global infection status? Noah immediately projected a world map. The green areas indicated uninfected regions, with only a small patch in Iceland remaining. Developing countries were all dark red, indicating the most severe infections. Developed countries were light red, but these colors were gradually deepening. Natural disasters and human calamities. Even if some countries immediately locked down cities to temporarily halt the spread of the virus, it is unlikely to be effective. The virus not only spreads through saliva and blood but may also be transmitted via water sources or even carried by air currents. Locking down an entire city is futile. Who can guarantee that a water source hasn't been contaminated? Once a zombie outbreak occurs, it would be nothing short of a massacre. Humanity's fate is truly worrisome. In the east, a faint gray sun hung wearily in the sky, marking the start of a new day. The streets of Donghai City were desolate and chaotic. Abandoned cars were haphazardly crashed into one another, and the ground was littered with food, papers, and other items left behind by people fleeing for their lives. The sky was heavy with gloom. The survivors, like rats, hid in corners, cold, hungry, and too afraid to make a move, as the streets outside were teeming with zombies. Occasionally, the roars of zombies, the sound of footsteps, and the horrifying noises of flesh being torn and devoured could be heard, sending chills down their spines. And the survivors of the interstellar shelter, after a good night's sleep, had already gotten up to wash and freshen up. Give me a simple meal, a young man said cheerfully. In his previous life, after graduating from college, he went back home to raise pigs. Everyone scolded him for being unambitious. However, in this shelter, he finally found his own value. Due to his expertise in farming and his ability to treat livestock illnesses, this young man was rated as grade A, earning 1,200 points daily. That's a full 500 points more than others engaged in agriculture. The newly appointed cafeteria lady, dressed in a white uniform, cheerfully handed a tray to the young man. This morning's simple meal included steamed buns, soy milk, fried dough sticks, porridge, and tea eggs. As for the refined meal and deluxe meal, they needed to be pre-ordered. The refined meal included items like noodles, dumplings, and cakes, while no one had ordered the deluxe meal yet. For everyone, the options in the simple meal were already plentiful enough. It smells so good. Woo woo woo. Even the simple meal is this sumptuous. I'm already looking forward to lunch. Thankfully, I joined the interstellar shelter. Looking at the situation outside yesterday, I doubt we could even get a hot meal out there. Hurry up and get in line. We still have work to do later. On the first day, everyone chose simple meals. After all, points were hard to come by and might have other uses. Using them all on food and drink would be such a waste. By simply scanning the smart wristband on the nearby machine, one could receive a tray. The dishes on the table were self-serve. As long as the tray could hold it, you could take as much as you wanted and eat to your heart's content. However, a notice hanging nearby strictly prohibited waste. Any leftover food exceeding 50 grams would result in a fine of 100 points. With warm porridge in their stomachs, paired with steaming tea eggs, everyone's faces were filled with happy smiles. Teacher, I never thought that even at the end of the world, we could still eat this. Ning Jing took a sip of soy milk and said contentedly, Ha, young people should eat more. The situation outside is still unclear, and we don't know how long the disaster will last. Eating more now is a gain. Dr. Yang ate his egg noodles, and the warm feeling in his stomach made him say a few more words. Don't worry, teacher. I will definitely work hard. Once we achieve results, life in the shelter will be much better. Ning Jing replied earnestly. Alright, I'm counting on you. Dr. Yang laughed heartily. Perhaps it was his past experience of being framed by petty people that made him particularly satisfied with the shelter's environment. Here, there was no office scheming. Everyone simply focused on doing their part. To be honest, even if the virus were truly contained, Dr. Yang would still want to stay in the shelter for the rest of his life. Nothing could drive him away. Serenity sipped her soy milk and, with nothing else to do, tapped on her smart wristband. Suddenly, teacher, this smart wristband seems to be able to access the internet and make calls. Messages popped up in the contact list just like on WeChat, and it could even open web forums. What? Dr. Yang immediately sat up straight. In the cafeteria, others also heard it and quickly took out their smart wristbands. Before the apocalypse, everyone was glued to their phones, feeling uneasy if they didn't check them for even a minute. Even if there was no news, they would still scroll through and watch short videos from time to time. But after experiencing various natural disasters, all the signal towers on the
ground were destroyed, making it impossible to make phone calls.
Some cables were also severed, rendering internet access impossible, which turned everyone's phones into useless scrap.
Now, things were different. The interstellar shelter not only had internet but also boasted a remarkably wide coverage.
Wife, quickly call our son. He's studying at a university in the neighboring province.
We don't know if the virus has spread there yet.
This is great. I can finally call my parents.
Ha! I'm going to post this breakfast and make those who can't eat jealous.
That's so mean of you. Count me in. Hee.
Many people first called their families, while those without any ties began browsing online to check the situation outside. Some even went as far as taking a photo of their breakfast and posting it on the famous pre-apocalypse social platform Weibo.
Hee. First meal of the apocalypse. Burp ate way too much.
I thought no one would reply, but unexpectedly, with the massive user base on Weibo, the comments quickly reached 1,000.
These
are all from places where the fiber optic cables haven't been damaged yet. Seeing this post, everyone without exception felt envious.
Where are you? How do you still have fried dough sticks to eat? Must be a scam.
This was definitely taken before the apocalypse and is being used now to deceive people.
Say no more, brothers. I haven't slept for a day and a night. I'm exhausted and starving. Does anyone have enoki mushrooms to help me hold on?
The person who posted on Weibo saw someone questioning them and immediately became anxious, quickly recording a video to prove their claim. I'm at the interstellar shelter in Donghai City.
It's very safe here, and there's plenty of food.
As long as you work, you can exchange it for survival supplies. Brothers, if you get the chance, come quickly. As soon as the video was posted, it caused a huge stir online. After the apocalypse began, many people hid in schools and gymnasiums, which were official shelters.
However, when the virus broke out, these densely populated places were the first to fall.
Now, those who managed to escape and still have internet access are mostly struggling
to survive in some hidden corner.
Seeing that the interstellar shelter had such good conditions, many people were tempted. After all, staying in place meant certain death, so why not take a chance and head to Donghai City to check it out?
In the cafeteria, someone even called their family on the spot. Daughter, how are things over there? Everything's fine.
I'm at the shelter in Donghai City, and everything is still okay.
See if you can find a way to come over quickly.
Roar. However, very few people could get through on the phone. The other end was either a busy signal, no signal, or the person had long since perished. As everyone busied themselves, the reputation of the star-rated shelter spread far and wide. Those still fleeing outside began inquiring on major forums and media platforms about the conditions for joining the shelter.
At this moment, Noah brought up the
forum for the star-rated shelter. Both the survivors inside the shelter and those struggling to survive outside flocked to the forum. The pinned, bolded, and highlighted post in the forum was precisely about the application conditions. First, minors, active duty military personnel, and veterans are given priority for admission. Second, individuals with special skills are given priority. Third, women under the age of 28 who have not given birth, are in good health, and have outstanding appearances may apply. Note, adult men may bring 2 family members to join the shelter, while women have no additional slots.
After reading these conditions, everyone was in an uproar. Why can men bring 2 family members, but women can't bring even 1? Isn't this blatant gender discrimination? What kind of ridiculous conditions are these? Is the person who made them out of their mind? Women must be childless and good-looking? It's obvious they just want them as breeding tools. Who would dare enter such a shelter? Trash shelter. I'd rather die outside, starve, freeze, or get eaten by zombies than go into that hellhole. If I don't have any special skills, can you make an exception?
I've always worked at a state-owned enterprise, but I don't know how to do anything else.
Brothers, my application was rejected and I feel terrible. Hey upstairs, don't be upset.
If your application wasn't approved, you can still go kill zombies and exchange crystal cores for supplies at the shelter.
Damn, just because I had 2 abortions and didn't give birth, why can't my application go through? Who hasn't loved a scumbag when they were young?
Those who met the criteria had already started filling out the application forms and pressing the submit button. Those who didn't meet the criteria cursed angrily, as it was their only way to vent their inner anger and fear. In addition to application requirements, the forum also has a section for finding relatives and a survival section. Noah compiled an apocalypse survival guide pinned in the survival section, which includes information on zombie weaknesses, the function of crystal cores, and knowledge about finding water sources and wild flora and fauna. People far from Donghai City have already started carefully reading this guide.
Zombies are a type of virus transmitted through blood and saliva.
From infection to onset, it takes no more than 24 hours. Primary level zombies fear water. Try to seek refuge in places with water sources.
Boom.
During the day, zombies are sluggish due to sunlight. At night, their sense of smell and hearing become acute, so avoid going out. The energy of zombies comes from the crystal nucleus in their heads. To kill a zombie, be sure to decapitate it.
This guide opened the eyes of many people.
Those with sharp eyes immediately asked,
primary zombies? Does that mean the current current zombies are just primary, and intermediate or advanced ones will appear later? No way, right? Zombies can evolve? Regroup, we can't even handle basic zombies. If they really evolve, humanity is doomed for sure. To be honest, this guide is pretty useful. If I had known about it earlier, my comrades wouldn't have sacrificed themselves in vain. I'm just curious, who's behind the star-rated shelters? Not only do they have strong fortifications and so many supplies, but they can also issue guides like this. It's practically godlike. Curiosity won't help. Didn't you see the photos in the shelter? Heavy metal is everywhere. Whoever built these shelters must have been either rich or powerful before the apocalypse. Although most people do not meet the application criteria for the shelter, this survival guide, combined with the ability to exchange zombie crystal cores for supplies, has undoubtedly reignited everyone's hope. As for the chaotic comments on the forum, they were quickly discovered and muted by Noah. While everyone was engaged in a heated discussion, in the underground shelter of the Villa district in Donghai City, actually just a deep-dug cellar, about 200 square meters in size, Yang Wei was sitting in a circle with about 20 classmates, eating compressed biscuits. Although the compressed biscuits didn't taste bad, for convenience, Yang Wei's shelter had only stocked a small amount of fruit and vegetable rice, with the majority being compressed biscuits. Worse still, they hadn't even prepared water. In the middle of the group were the only 2 bottles of mineral water in the cellar, and once they were gone, there would be no more. Eating the compressed biscuits left everyone's throats feeling as if they were on fire, but no one dared to ask for water. Everyone understood that the 2 bottles of mineral water in front of them were their lifeline. Sigh, my throat feels like it's been scorched by fire. The class beauty struggled to swallow the compressed biscuit in her mouth, complaining with a hint of suggestion. Given her relationship with Yang Wei, she had assumed he would hand her the mineral water directly, but to her disappointment, he didn't. Alright, whose throat isn't dry? Yang Wei showed no mercy, holding no sentiment for old ties. The others, eager to please him, chimed in with criticism. Brother Wei is kind enough to take us in, and you're still being picky here. It's the apocalypse, just make do. If it weren't for Brother Wei's agreement, who knows what kind of state you'd be in after being gnawed on by zombies. Exactly. Those people outside don't even have a bite to eat. They're too busy hiding from zombies to relax like us. You should be grateful. One comment after another, the class beauty immediately dared not say anything more. At this moment, someone brought up Li Chen. Who knows how that kid Li Chen is doing now? Sigh, yesterday Brother Wei kindly called him, but he didn't even bother to respond. Brother Wei was willing to let go of past grievances and let him in, but if he insists on courting disaster, who can stop him? Hee, I guess Li Chen has probably been torn apart by zombies by now. Serves him right for daring to oppose Weiga. He brought it on himself. No matter what they thought of Li Chen in the past, everyone now instinctively mocked him to curry favor with Yang Wei. Before the apocalypse, Yang Wei was a typical second-generation rich kid. His family was in real estate and incredibly wealthy, which is why they had the resources to build a basement and establish a shelter. Everyone knew that if it weren't for their former classmate connection, Yang Wei wouldn't have let them join him in seeking refuge. Although the shelter was made of concrete, it at least looked quite secure, and Yang Wei's family had even hired bodyguards to guard the area, which gave everyone peace of mind. While the group was discussing, the school beauty sat silently with her head down. She had been rescued by Yang Wei's bodyguards just yesterday. She originally intended to go to an official shelter, but after a grueling journey to get there, she discovered that the official refuge had already fallen, overrun with zombies and devoid of any survivors. Left with no other choice, she followed Yang Wei's bodyguards here. Hearing everyone talk about Li Chen, the school beauty's face showed a trace of concern. How about I send Li Chen another message? The school beauty softly suggested. Heh, the signal is completely down now. Even if you send it to Li Chen, he won't receive it, someone sneered. Master Wei has plenty of resources, but I still think it's not appropriate for Li Chen to come over. Other classmates immediately objected. Yang Wei listened to everyone's words and smiled faintly. Alright, stop talking about Arual. We're all classmates. If we can really get in touch with Li Chen and have him come here to take refuge, it's only right. Arual, after eating so many compressed biscuits, you must be thirsty, right? Have some water to soothe your throat. As he spoke, he handed a bottle of mineral water to the school beauty. The surrounding classmates looked at the 2 bottles of mineral water, involuntarily licking their parched lips, but no one dared to question it. In school, almost all the girls had been pursued by Yang Wei, except for the school beauty, who had always been indifferent to him. Even a fool could see that Yang Wei's actions were clearly an attempt to win her favor. Viagra is the most passionate in the world. At a time like this, giving precious water to Xiao Rua to drink, if it were me, I would definitely agree. The school beauty Xiao Rua looked at the bottled water, slowly shook her head, and took out her phone. I'll send a message to Li Chen. As soon as she finished speaking, her gaze locked onto the phone screen and couldn't look away. Clearly, the phone was supposed to have no signal at all. But now, in the top right corner, it actually showed full signal bars. And there was even an indicator for a smooth internet connection. Xiao Rua exclaimed excitedly, There's internet. The
other classmates all rolled their eyes, completely unconvinced.
You're imagining things, right? We all checked this morning, there's no internet at all. Stop shouting nonsense. Wei-gu already said the signal base stations were destroyed. It's impossible to have internet. Xiaorua edited a text message and sent it to Li Chen. Afterward, she opened Douyin and started scrolling through posts from other classmates. What's going on? There's actually internet now. Yes, I want to check it out too.
These kids, who usually have everything handed to them, now find themselves huddled in a dark, damp cellar as the apocalypse unfolds, gnawing on compressed biscuits without even a drop of water to drink. Although they can barely endure it, the lack of internet signal, making it impossible to scroll through Douyin, is what they find hardest to bear, as they've lost their source of entertainment.
As soon as they heard there was internet access, everyone immediately opened Douyin and started watching happily. Some opened various forums, hoping to learn about the situation outside. Look quickly, this seems to be a forum for a shelter in Donghai City. Wow, look at their breakfast. Are we sure this wasn't taken before the apocalypse? I'm drooling. Where is the shelter in Donghai City? I want to join too.
Since the first person discovered the forum of the Star Shelter, others quickly clicked in to check it out. Most of the posts in the forum were made by residents of the Star
Shelter, showcasing their breakfasts, their rooms. If it weren't for the cold, sturdy steel walls, people would have thought this was everyday life before the apocalypse.
Those present couldn't quite describe the feelings in their hearts: envy, jealousy, and longing intertwined, driving them to scroll through post after post, unable to stop. Everyone had only one thought in their minds: to join the Star Shelter.
Xiaorua sent a text message but had not received a reply from Li Chen for a long time.
She then opened the forum's family seeking section and was about to post when a thread suddenly caught her eye.
Watching the big shot.
The post was made by a resident of the shelter, who had clearly posted in the wrong section.
Xiaorua clicked on it,
and Li Chen's figure appeared right before her eyes.
Li Chen? He's in the star-rated shelter? Xiaorua murmured softly.
The classmate busy posting nearby immediately started mocking.
To be honest, are you hallucinating?
Li Chen died outside a long time ago. Xiaorua shook her head vigorously and held up her phone to show the person next to her. I really saw Li Chen. The post contains more than a dozen photos, mostly depicting the scenes of Li Chen leading the team in a battle against zombies yesterday.
There are also a few photos
of residents registering, with Li Chen standing nearby observing. It's not hard to see that Li Chen is always at the center, acting as the leader of these people. This left the other classmates stunned, and they all rushed to find the post and examine it carefully.
Could it be that the person in charge of the Xingqian shelter is Li Chen? How is that possible?
This shelter looks incredibly valuable. Where would Li Chen get the resources to build it? Looking at these photos, even if Li Chen isn't the person in charge, he's at least a small leader.
Am I the only one who thinks this is photoshopped? It's already the apocalypse. Who would be so bored to Photoshop and make jokes? Everyone fell silent, exchanging glances.
Through numerous posts, they learned that the interstellar shelter is located in Donghai City, and since Li Chen appeared in the photo, it at least indicates that he has joined the interstellar shelter.
Even if Li Chen is just an ordinary resident, it's enough to make everyone jealous to the core. Why?
Li Chen, that useless guy, doesn't even know how to behave and managed to anger Wega. They're still gnawing on dry compressed biscuits in the cellar, so why does Li Chen get to enjoy steaming hot soup and noodles in the interstellar shelter? Jealousy distorts people, and someone couldn't help but grit their teeth. Well, we're all classmates, yet we're suffering here while Li Chen goes off to enjoy himself.
Exactly.
He's already at the interstellar shelter. He should at least inform us.
Now it's good. This kid is off enjoying himself.
Those classmates who originally had no ill will toward Li Chen also began to voice some complaints. At this moment, someone came across the application requirements for the star-level shelter and excitedly clicked to view them.
Minors can join with priority.
Great, I still have 3 months before I turn 18. I want to give it a try.
Bah, you are truly ungrateful. Brother Wei kindly took you in, and now you want to run away? Exactly, a bunch of ingrates.
Among the students, some had started studying early and were still a few months away from turning 18.
Each of them eagerly submitted their application forms.
Those students who did not meet the requirements gathered around Yang Wei, expressing extreme disdain for the behavior of these ingrates.
Don't say that.
People always strive for higher places, just as water flows to lower ones.
The conditions at the star-rated shelter are so good, it's understandable that everyone wants to go.
Yang Wei felt a surge of anger in his chest, almost spitting blood, but to maintain his image, he could only wear a fake smile to comfort everyone.
Upon hearing his words, those who submitted applications became even more self-assured. The application form requires filling in basic information and uploading an ID photo, all of which are reviewed by Noah. So the process is extremely fast, and you can get the result almost within minutes after submission. What? They say I don't meet the requirements, and my application was rejected? I'm clearly just a few months away from turning 18, so why was I denied?
This so-called star-rated shelter sounds impressive, but there must be some shady dealings going on.
Not a single person present had their application approved. Noah's only reason for rejection was failure failure to meet the requirements.
Just moments ago, the classmates who were brimming with confidence, thinking they could escape their misery, were instantly dumbfounded.
What on earth is going on? Does this star-rated shelter even accept people or not? A classmate couldn't help but post on the forum, and a helpful resident immediately replied.
The age in our shelter is calculated based on nominal age. Although your actual age is still a few months short, according to nominal age, you are already an adult this year.
Naturally, your application won't be approved. After getting the answer, the classmates were completely dumbfounded. What kind of ridiculous rule is this?
Yang Wei saw this, his eyes flickered, and he stood up, saying, I have something to take care of.
Since everyone's application was not approved, just stay here with me for now.
After speaking, Yang Wei walked up the narrow staircase. Above the cellar was the Yang family's villa, with several black-clad bodyguards standing by the outer wall. Yang Wei went straight up to the second floor of the villa, where a middle-aged man in a deep purple suit was standing by the window, with a table of just-finished dishes in front of him.
This man is Yang Wei's father, Yang Qingyi. As a real estate tycoon, how could Yang Qingyi settle for just preparing compressed biscuits?
There were also some fruits and vegetables on the table, though not in large quantities. In his eyes, the refugees in the cellar who depended on the Yang family were not worthy of eating such good things. The best was reserved for his own family to enjoy.
Yang Wei ate compressed biscuits with that group of people merely to maintain his image. Dad, take a look at this.
Yang Wei handed over the phone, and the screen prominently displayed a forum post about the star-rated shelter.
SSS. At first, Yang Qingyi was indifferent, but after flipping through a few pages of posts, his expression gradually turned serious. Dad, which faction do you think this shelter belongs to? Yang Wei was full of worry.
The star-rated shelter had excellent conditions, entirely built with heavy metals.
Photos showed the shelter
was massive in scale, and ordinary residents could even casually enjoy hot meals, indicating that supplies were undoubtedly abundant.
When did Donghai City build such a large shelter?
Yang Qingyi tapped his fingers on the table, his brows tightly furrowed.
Ah Wei, go gather some people. We'll head over shortly to investigate.
After learning that the apocalypse was imminent, Yang Qingyi made extensive preparations. As a top figure in the industry, his ambitions were not small. He was not content with merely building a shelter. Originally, everything was under his control, but now the emergence of the star shelter has made him feel an unprecedented sense of crisis.
Dad, do you really have to go? Yang Wei's face was full of worry.
Monsters were rampant outside, and he didn't want to risk his life by venturing out recklessly. What's more, Li Chen was someone from the star shelter, possibly even part of the management. A former classmate who once looked down on him was now thriving and living a better life than he was.
Yang Qingyi glanced at him and said calmly, isn't there an apocalypse guide on the forum?
Zombies move slowly during the day. As long as we're careful not to get surrounded, we should be fine. With such a large shelter nearby, we won't sleep well at night without checking it out. But Dad, one of my classmates works as a manager at the star shelter.
Yang Wei finally voiced what was on his mind.
After hearing this, Yang Qingyi laughed and patted him on the shoulder. That's even better. Water resources are scarce here, and with this connection, we might be able to get some supplies.
Oh Wei, don't forget what I taught you. Those who achieve great things don't fuss over minor details. Yang Wei's face darkened as he nodded heavily, his fists clenched. Asking him to borrow supplies from Li Chen?
Just the thought of it felt extremely
humiliating, but he didn't dare defy his father.
Besides, he also wanted to see the situation for himself. Perhaps Li Chen wasn't really the so-called manager.
In less than 10 minutes, the bodyguards downstairs had assembled.
In addition to Yang Zhongyi and his son, they brought along 10 strong and sturdy bodyguards and 2 classmates who wanted to join in the excitement.
These 10 bodyguards were Yang Zhongyi's trusted men, recruited before the apocalypse, fully equipped with rifles and grenades.
The off-road vehicle slowly drove out of the garage, and the group boarded, heading toward the address posted on the forum.
Encountered quite a few zombies on the road. Some stood dumbly by the roadside, and upon hearing any noise, they would charge at the off-road vehicle with emotionless steps. During the day, the movements of low-level zombies were sluggish, making it impossible for them to catch up with the modified off-road vehicle. Even if 1 or 2 zombies occasionally climbed onto the vehicle, they would be shot in the head by the Yang family bodyguards. Stop the car. Get out and check if there are crystal cores in these zombies' heads.
Yang Qingyi's gaze was icy as he stared at the zombies that had been shot in the head, issuing the order coldly. Creak. 2 off-road vehicles came to a sudden stop. Several bodyguards got out of the cars, took out Swiss Army knives, and pried open the heads of the zombies that had been killed. Before long, a transparent crystal stained with blood was placed in the palms of their hands. The crystal seemed to be hollow inside, with an oily substance swaying within. Although the surface of the crystal was covered in blood, the blood couldn't adhere to it. With a gentle shake, the crystal became clean and crystal clear again.
Mr. Yang, this should be the crystal core you mentioned.
Every zombie has one, hidden in the back of the head,
but the colors seem to be a bit different.
The leading bodyguard respectfully handed over the cleaned crystal core.
Really?
Yang Qingyi's pupils contracted as he dug out all the zombies on the ground, revealing 6 crystal cores placed before him.
Most were transparent, while a few had a faint red hue floating within.
As he examined the crystal cores, his mind raced. The announcement from the star-level shelter only mentioned that crystal cores could be exchanged for supplies and weapons, but it did not explain their true purpose. Clearly, the value of the crystal cores was extraordinary, otherwise, the star-level shelter wouldn't use the most precious resource of the apocalypse for trade. At this moment, Yang Qingyi's sense of crisis surged. Although he didn't understand the specific use of the crystal cores, the star-level shelter had already
begun acquiring them in large quantities.
Coupled with the survival guides on the forum, it was evident that the person in charge of the star-level shelter had an in-depth understanding of the disaster.
Thinking of this, Yang Qingyi couldn't help but glance at Yang Wei.
Since the star-level shelter had a connection with Wei's classmates, perhaps through this relationship he could uncover the method of using the crystal cores, which would undoubtedly be great news.
Dad, why are you looking at me like that? Yang Wei felt his father's gaze, sending a chill down his spine. Everyone, assemble.
Head to the star-level shelter at full speed immediately.
Unless necessary, ignore the zombies on the road.
Yang Qingyi had just finished speaking when 2 off-road vehicles roared away once again at high speed. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Yang Qingyi and his son arrived at the outskirts of the star-rated shelter.
What came into view was a towering electric fence tightly enclosing an open area. Inside the
open space were facilities such as solar panels and generators, but no buildings were visible.
Outside the electric fence, a moat-like river channel encircled the area, reminiscent of ancient city defenses.
The outskirts of the star-rated shelter were already packed with vehicles, layer upon layer. Some belonged to people who hadn't been approved for entry and were trying their luck. Others were zombie hunters, bringing crystal nuclei to trade for supplies, and even more were scouts in various groups gathering information from all directions.
Overall, the star-rated shelter appeared exceptionally lively. Last night, Li Chen had already ordered the android warriors to clear the surrounding area to ensure absolute safety. Yang Qingyi instructed
his men to park the car to the side and surveyed the open space thoughtfully. Clearly, the star-rated shelter must have been built
underground.
2 months ago, Yang Qingyi's company had planned to develop this area and sent people with equipment to survey it, worried that
construction might uncover mineral deposits or underground rivers.
At the time, the detectors showed that the underground was entirely soil. From the photos posted by forum residents, the star-rated shelter appears to be massive in scale. What kind of people could build such a steel giant in just 2 short months? Before Yang Qingyi could come up with an answer, his gaze fell on a few old acquaintances.
He immediately walked over with a smile on his face. Oh, old Chen, you guys are here too? How long have you been here? How much do you know about the star-rated shelter?
Old Chen and his group were all big bosses who had close business ties with the Yang family before the apocalypse. Some were in construction materials, others in furniture, and each was immensely wealthy.
The materials
used for the Yang family shelter were almost all procured from Old Chen. No need to beat around the bush. Old Chen and his group showing up here was clearly an attempt to gather information about the shelter.
Ha, I only arrived 10 minutes earlier than you. How would I know anything?
On the other hand, Mr. Liu arrived in the morning, so he should know more.
If we have any information, let's not keep it to ourselves.
Sharing it is the way to mutual benefit and win-win. Old Chen touched his few sparse strands of hair and cheerfully spoke in a formal tone. Mr. Liu, who was mentioned, was not offended and began to share what he had seen.
This star-rated shelter is no joke.
When I arrived this morning, I saw their people heading out on a mission with my own eyes. Those soldiers, each wearing steel armor, equipped with guns and cannons, their gear is extremely advanced.
Old Chen immediately said after hearing this, could this be something built by the government?
In Dragon Country, firearms are prohibited. These tycoons went through a lot of trouble to obtain guns for self-defense. As for RPGs and the like, they wouldn't even dare to imagine it. Mr. Liu slowly shook his head. No, look over there. His gaze fell not far away, where a stunning ice-cold beauty, about 1.7 meters tall, was standing.
What? Secretary Chang is here too. Yang Qingyi's pupils contracted. The background of this ice-cold beauty was anything but simple.
Before the apocalypse, she was a top figure in the province, with an extremely influential family background.
Unfortunately,
when the apocalypse came, all of that became meaningless.
If the star-level shelter was truly built by the authorities, Secretary Chang would undoubtedly be in charge.
But now, Secretary Chang still had to wait outside.
Just as everyone was exchanging information, suddenly,
the ground in the middle of the electric grid split open abruptly, and a platform with 7 off-road vehicles slowly rose.
Boom! As soon as the platform leveled with the ground, the 7 off-road vehicles roared out of the electric grid like ferocious beasts.
This was the combat team of the star-rated shelter.
Li Chen had mixed the newly joined 30 residents with the android
warriors into 10 teams, leaving only 1 team in the shelter to guard against unexpected incidents, while the rest were sent out to hunt zombies. Of course, the combat team would also pick up those whose applications had been approved along the way. The team departing this time had just completed an escort mission and continued their journey to hunt zombies. This is the third batch today, huh? It seems the star-rated shelter has had quite a harvest. By estimation, nearly 1,000 people have already been sent inside. Just how many can this star shelter accommodate? I imagine the star shelter will soon become the dominant force in Donghai City. Look at their people, each one is strong and capable. The star shelter is still recruiting newcomers. Just how much supplies have they stockpiled? Old Chen, President Liu, and the others watched the scene before them, their eyes red with envy. Who hasn't dreamed of being a ruler? Before the apocalypse, they were at least local tycoons. Building a shelter was not only for self-preservation but, naturally, for other ambitions as well. Unfortunately, their aspirations exceeded their capabilities. They didn't have a territory as vast as the star shelter, nor could they accommodate so many people. Not to mention, they lacked sufficient supplies. Watching the combat team of the star-rated shelter take people inside again and again, old Liu and the others felt a mix of emotions. After the combat team left, a man in uniform walked down from the platform. He was a managerial android. He looked down at his smart wristband. Those who have already passed the application, please line up here. After registration, you can enter the shelter. He was the only person on the entire platform. Logically speaking, those with ill intentions only needed to rush through the open electric gate, overwhelm the shelter, and they could enter directly. But in reality, no one dared to act recklessly. Watching the combat teams of the star-rated shelter go on missions time and again, they had long developed a deep fear of the shelter. Even if they managed to take control, they wouldn't know how to lower the platform. Taking it a step further, even if they were lucky enough to figure out the method, given the strength displayed by the star-rated shelter, entering would undoubtedly be a death sentence, as they would surely be surrounded. Those who had their applications approved were all beaming with joy, some carrying large bags, others holding hands with their families, all lining up obediently to wait for registration. Mom, Dad, don't be afraid, I've already been approved. The star-rated shelter regulations allow me to bring 2 relatives inside. Let's go in together and enjoy the good life. Dear, the star-rated shelter regulations state that women can only go in alone. I'm sorry, I really don't want to stay outside in fear. Hurry, hurry, everyone move quickly. I'm starving, I haven't eaten anything all day. Soon, a long line formed in front of the electric grid. Everyone's faces looked unusually haggard. After a night of fear and anxiety, they also had to endure hunger and exhaustion. Otherwise, they wouldn't have risked rushing over as soon as they received the notification of their application being approved. The staff calmly and swiftly registered each person in line using a scanner. Those who completed registration stood quietly behind Noah, waiting. At this moment, the faces of those waiting are unable to hide their excitement. The massive underground shelter behind them is about to become their future home. Having enough to eat and wear, a life that was once the most ordinary, has now become a luxury in the days leading up to the apocalypse. But now, the star-rated shelter has approved their applications, and they no longer have to live in fear. Every person standing behind the number 1 administrator has eyes filled with hope. Among those present are not only the people whose applications were successful but also many who submitted applications and were rejected. They followed the address left on the forum, hoping to try their luck. At this moment, those who do not meet the criteria for the star-rated shelter are gathered outside the electric grid, staring intently at the lucky survivors. Some faces show envy, while others are furrowed with brows, their expressions twisted. Why do they get to go in? I can cut hair, doesn't that count as a skilled worker? This star-rated shelter must have some shady dealings. I'm only 29 years old, why can't I go in? Bah! I think this shelter just wants to find free slaves to go in. I must go in and expose their true colors. After the first person took the lead, those who failed their applications began to stir up trouble. Insults flew back and forth, and some even climbed onto the electric fence, attempting to break in. Since the fence was not electrified at the moment to receive survivors, it swayed precariously under the crowds pushing and shoving. Stop it, all of you. What are you doing? Manager number 1 frowned deeply and shouted sternly. However, these irrational people paid no heed and instead became even more frenzied, pushing their way forward. Some even picked up stones and rotten leaves from the ground and hurled them inside. Several survivors standing behind Noah were struck on the head by the flying stones, and blood immediately streamed down their foreheads. Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, the lift platform slowly rose. Immediately afterward, 20 combat personnel led by Li Chan, armed with thermal weapons, crouched beside him, their dark gun barrels aimed outside the electric fence. What are you doing? Li Chen's expression was icy as he cast a glance at the troublemakers. His cold and imposing aura instantly sent a chill down everyone's necks, a wave of coldness washing over them. Manager 1. Li Chen's appearance made Manager 1 respectfully take a step back. Outside the electric grid, the sound of gasps rose one after another, especially Yang Wei, whose eyes widened in disbelief, his face full of shock. 2 classmates who had come along to watch the commotion were equally stunned, as if they had seen a ghost. Is that really Li Chen? One of the classmates murmured softly. No one could believe that Li Chen, who was once looked down upon, turned out to be the commander of the shelter. No,
No, this is impossible. Yang Wei's eyes turned red with jealousy. He had thought Li Chen was just a minor manager of the star-level shelter, but now it seemed he was the commander of the entire shelter. This fact was something Yang Wei simply couldn't accept. Among Yang Wei's group, only Yang Qingyi's eyes lit up as he smiled and patted his son Yang Wei on the shoulder. Good, good. I never expected the commander of the star-level shelter to be Yang Wei's classmate. With this connection, there's naturally much more room for maneuver in the future. The survivors clinging to the electric grid were initially intimidated by Li Chen's imposing presence when he came out, but soon they started clamoring again. The commander of the star-level shelter is just a young brat. No wonder he doesn't know anything. Why not let me be the commander? Li Chen is so young. What does he know? He's still wet behind the ears. Let us in right now. Everyone is born equal. Why should only some people enjoy privileges? Because Li Chen's face still appeared youthful, these people instinctively thought he was easy to bully. Li Chen coldly observed the noisy crowd, the corners of his lips curling into a frosty arc. Activate the electric grid. As the words fell, zzzzz. No, don't. The person lying on the electric grid was instantly electrocuted and thrown off. Their screams pierced through the skies of the star-rated shelter. However, more people couldn't even make a sound, collapsing to the ground with foam at their mouths, convulsing uncontrollably. Some others, who kept their distance, saw the scene and angrily shouted, "Murder! The star-rated shelter is killing people. They don't care about human lives at all." The ones shouting had intended to stir up the anger of the crowd outside, hoping to take advantage of the chaos to rush in and fish in troubled waters. But who would have thought? Bang! A bullet precisely pierced through the forehead of the first person who shouted, leaving a black hole. He fell straight to the ground. Li Chen blew the heat off the gun barrel, then handed the gun back to the android soldier beside him. Anyone else causing trouble will be killed without mercy. Li Chen's gaze was as cold as an ice puck, emitting a sharp brilliance. To be honest, Li Chen had already been lenient enough with these people. Although they didn't meet the application criteria for a star-level shelter, as long as they had the courage to pick up weapons and hunt zombies, they could still exchange crystal cores for shelter supplies. After all, the zombies roaming everywhere now were only at the initial stage. Despite their terrifying appearance, their movements were extremely slow. As long as one was brave enough, anyone could kill them. Unfortunately, greed knows no bounds. They were unwilling to work hard to earn survival supplies and instead sought to gain without effort. Li Chen is not a saint and would never tolerate this group of people. After the first person was shot, everyone else who wanted to cause trouble fell silent, because they understood that although Li Chen was young, his marksmanship was precise. No one is invincible. A single bullet can take a life. Very well, since no one objects, let's continue with the registration work. Li Chen casually tossed out this remark and was about to turn and leave. At that moment, a voice suppressing anger rang out. Wait, is this how you treat unarmed civilians? Who gave you the authority? Secretary Chang's face turned bright red, and his eyes seemed ready to shoot fire. Li Chen turned his head, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Do you know why Xiaoming's grandfather can live a long life? What? Secretary Chang didn't react for a moment. Because he never meddles in other people's business. Li Chen chuckled lightly. These words made Secretary Chang furious with embarrassment, her eyes instantly resembling two small volcanic craters, surrounded by a fiery red glow. Shut up! Who am I? You should have seen me in the news. Now I order you to stop all acts of violence. Secretary Chang spoke righteously, his narrow phoenix eyes sweeping over the android warriors behind Li Chen. Alright, as long as they don't cause trouble, I won't take action. Li Chen nodded slightly. No matter what, this bit of face still had to be given. Li Chen originally thought he could leave, but Secretary Chang, speaking in an official tone, continued, now that disaster has struck, resources are scarce. In this critical moment, every citizen has the duty to contribute their strength to rebuild our homeland. Li Chen looked at Secretary Chang and continued nodding. Yes, it's worth it. Seeing this, Secretary Chang's expression softened considerably. She looked at Li Chen sincerely, since Mr. Li agrees with my point of view. Currently, the survivors in Donghai City are barely clothed and starving, struggling with hunger and cold every day. Our team is also running low on ammunition. I hope the star-level shelter can lend a helping hand. Although she spoke of hope, her tone was unusually firm. Li Chen nodded again. Yes, that's how it should be. But this was obviously perfunctory. The people gathered outside the electric fence couldn't help but burst into laughter. A trace of annoyance flashed in Secretary Chang's eyes as he raised his voice. The star-level shelter has so many weapons and supplies, yet it refuses to fulfill its responsibility to take in civilians. Now, I am requisitioning the star-level shelter under our jurisdiction, and all supplies will be centrally distributed. Mr. Li, this is an extraordinary time, and everyone must unconditionally obey orders. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire audience was in an uproar. The residents of the star-rated shelter showed anger on their faces. Many of them had once been members of the shelter. Resources there were indeed scarce, but not entirely due to the disaster. Some parasites hoarded supplies for their own indulgence. If the star-rated shelter were truly taken over, its fate would be self-evident. self-evident. But before the apocalypse, they were just insignificant nobodies. After the apocalypse, they were unarmed and didn't even dare to speak up and rebuttal those who failed to secure a spot in the star-rated shelters were now cheering loudly. Humans are such strange creatures. If they can't have something themselves, they'd rather destroy it than let others possess it. Ah, heaven has eyes, striking down the big shots? That's my favorite. Down with the landlords, it's everyone's duty. Secretary Chang is truly admirable. If I can't get in, they shouldn't think about living well either. That's how it should be. Seeing those people flaunting themselves in the star-rated shelters is just infuriating. Yang Qingyi and others who owned private shelters had schadenfreude written all over their faces. The bigger the tree, the more it catches the wind. It seemed that the resources in the star-rated shelters were so abundant that even Secretary Chang was drooling over them. If the star-rated shelters were really taken over, it wouldn't be a bad thing for Yang Qingyi and his group. At least it would eliminate a formidable enemy. Old Lu, do you think this Li Chen will obediently hand over the supplies? Yang Qingyi asked with a smile, pulling the Lu beside him. Lu showed a look of disdain and slowly shook his head. Hand them over? Impossible. Does she still think it's the end of the world? Using that kind of tactic to pressure people. Secretary Chang is still too young. After all, she's just a girl in her 20s who became the second in command. It's inevitable that she'd get a bit carried away. Mr. Lu's words were met with agreement from the others, and everyone nodded. They were all well aware of the strength of the star-rated shelter. Not only was it rich in resources, but its weapon reserves were also extremely abundant. Looking over there was no need to say more. These old foxes could tell from Li Chen's demeanor that this young man was by no means a soft-hearted person. Mr. Lu even took a deliberate step back. Better step away, just in case we get caught in the crossfire later. He clearly noticed that after Secretary Chang finished speaking, Li Chen's expression suddenly turned cold. Who would have thought that the style of the dignified Secretary Chang is almost no different from that of a bandit? Li Chen sneered coldly, stepped over to the electric grid, and carefully scrutinized Secretary Chang. What, cat got your tongue? Keep talking, I love hearing this kind of talk. Anyway, as long as I have no morals, you can't morally blackmail me. Secretary Chang's face instantly turned bright red, her fair finger pointing at Li Chen, but she stammered, unable to speak. After a long while, she angrily said, "Are you going to disregard the lives of a million survivors? I'm in charge now. Are you planning to disobey orders?" She fired off questions like a machine gun, one after another, not giving Li Chen a chance to speak, and continued, "You'd better think carefully before answering. I represent a million survivors, represent the people, to requisition the star-level shelter. If anyone dares to defy..." Before she could finish, smack. Li Chen started clapping, laughing loudly as he said, "One big hat after another, they're really huge. Isn't it just about trying to get something for nothing?" Speaking so righteously, I almost believed it. But don't forget, this is no longer the time before the apocalypse. As soon as he finished speaking, the android warriors immediately stood by Li Chen's side, their dark gun barrels aimed at anyone who might make a move. Secretary Chang's face turned pale. "You," she shouted angrily, "those who go against the masses never meet a good end." As soon as she finished speaking, she gave a signal to the people around her. With a major conflict on the verge of breaking out, everyone present was struck with panic. No matter what kind of person Secretary Chang was, the armed forces behind her were no joke. No one expected Li Chen to actually dare to confront Secretary Chang. Those standing nearby quietly moved back a little. Bullets and shells have no eyes, and if a fight really broke out, becoming an innocent casualty would be truly unfortunate. Li Chen's deep, icy eyes carried a wildness as he said disdainfully, "Don't try to suppress me with those lofty principles. Everyone here knows the truth. The only rule of the apocalypse, survival of the fittest." His words not only made Secretary Chang's face change drastically but also filled those whose applications were rejected with rage. Before the apocalypse, everyone ate and drank their fill, believing in equality for all, which gave these useless people the illusion, "I'm weak, so I'm justified, and you all have to accommodate me." Bah! Who do you think you are? Hoarding so many resources without saving people, and even setting conditions. Everyone knows what kind of person you are. Secretary Chang, don't give face to this kind of person. He really thinks he's something special. The resources of the star-rated shelter should be shared equally by everyone. Why should only a few enjoy them? Stubborn as a dead duck, Li, your good days are over. Countless accusations, each carrying a big hat, rained down as the crowd grew furious and clamorous. Li Chen coldly watched this group of arrogant losers and said indifferently, "Am I your dad? Do I need to spoil you useless people and give you treats? Each of you has hands and feet. As long as you're willing to work hard, you can also exchange crystal cores with me for resources. But all you want is to reap without sowing. Useless people like you are lucky there was social welfare before the apocalypse, otherwise, you'd have been wiped out long ago." As soon as Li Chen finished speaking, several android warriors raised their guns. Then, bang! A single shot hit the target precisely. The loudest person had a dark, bloody hole on their forehead and fell to the ground instantly. With their head hit, they didn't even have the chance to turn into a zombie. Ah, someone's been killed.
yelled. I didn't shout, it has nothing to do with me. If you want to kill, kill Secretary Chang. What's the point of killing us unarmed civilians, bullying the weak and fearing the strong? At this point, there were still people stubbornly refusing to admit defeat. The corners of Li Chen's mouth slightly curved upward, exuding a murderous aura. Don't rush, we'll take it one at a time. Isn't Secretary Chang supposed to be very capable? Why so silent now? Having witnessed Li Chen kill someone with her own eyes, Secretary Chang's heart raced, her chest heaving violently. Young and promising, she had held great power after the apocalypse and had long been accustomed to endless glory. Reason told her that she should yield now and plan her next move later, but her prideful nature made it impossible for her to utter the words of surrender. If you have the guts, shoot me. Don't joke around with innocent lives. Besides, they're not wrong. As soon as the words fell, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Li Chen's mouth. Secretary Chang's heart tightened instantly, sensing something was wrong, but it was too late. Bang, bang. Several shots hit Secretary Chang's calves, and the once aloof Ice Queen fell to her knees. Li Chen stood in front of her, the gun barrel aimed directly at her forehead. Mr. Li, let me handle this. Yang Qingyi, seeing the situation was settled, decisively stepped forward to speak. Opportunities like this were rare, and judging from Li Chen's performance, this person was far from an ordinary high school student, decisive and ruthless. If he could take this chance to form a good relationship, the benefits would be substantial. Li Chen raised his eyes and first glanced at Yang Wei. Yang Wei immediately shrank back, and then Li Chen's gaze fell on Yang Qingyi. Amid the tension, Li Chen slowly nodded. All right. Secretary Chang's eyes widened as he collapsed into a pool of blood. Everyone cast shocked glances in his direction. Dad! Yang Wei was so frightened that his legs went weak, almost falling to the ground. Previously, Yang Qingyi always wore a facade of politeness and gentlemanly demeanor. From childhood to adulthood, Yang Wei had never seen his father in such a crazed state. President Liu and the others were also deeply shocked. Who could have expected Yang Qingyi to be so ruthless? This time, Secretary Chang had planned to take over the star-rated shelter and brought all the elite forces, numbering over 100 people. Seeing Secretary Chang fall, the group was furious. How bold! Brothers, charge! At the command, Secretary Chang's group of over 100 people instantly charged toward Li Chen. Gunfire intertwined as the 20 artificial warriors, each a sharpshooter, held their ground against the 100 opponents without losing an inch. With every shot, a life was taken. On the other hand, despite their numbers and firepower, the opposing side's aim was atrocious. Bullets flew everywhere, and occasionally a lucky one got hit. Help me! Why are you shooting at me? Screams echoed through the crowd, blood spreading continuously outside the electric grid, resembling a living hell. Captain, the people from the star-rated shelter seemed to know witchcraft. They finally couldn't hold back and shouted loudly, clearly aiming at an android warrior, but just as they pulled the trigger, the person vanished instantly, as if they could teleport. Damn it, shut up! Charge forward, Secretary Chang cannot die in vain. The man leading the group had a ferocious expression, having long lost his sanity. However, Secretary Chang was already dead, and the 100 or so people no longer heeded the squad leader's orders. Fear enveloped everyone. The warriors of the star-level shelter appeared and disappeared unpredictably, and no one knew if they would be the next to fall. Of the 100+ people Secretary Chang had brought, fewer than 30 remained. These 30 people were still retreating. In that instant, everyone truly understood. Star-rated shelter, by no means an ordinary place. Yang Qingyi wore a smile on his face, coldly watching wave after wave of people collapse to the ground. This is the truth of the apocalypse. General Manager Liu sighed helplessly. Order collapses, the strong prey on the weak. This is the true apocalypse. The remaining 30 people didn't last long either. Even if they ran desperately, could two legs possibly outrun the speed of a bullet? In no time, they were completely wiped out. Li Chen coldly stared at the blood covering the ground, glancing around. A star-level shelter is not something just anyone can covet. This is their fate. These words were meant for all the forces present to hear. Li Chen had long anticipated that the abundant resources of the star-rated shelter would inevitably attract covetous intentions. Now that Secretary Chang and his group happened to arrive, this is killing the chicken to scare the monkey, a warning to those harboring ill intentions. Those who originally had crooked thoughts now all feel a chill down their spines. Fortunately, they didn't dare to make a move. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be Secretary Chang's group who would die, but them as well. After the battle ended, the management personnel, along with the logistics team, skillfully handled the scene. First, the bodies were shoveled up and thrown into the river. The corpses, with black holes on their foreheads, were immediately devoured by the mutant fish in the river, leaving only ghastly white bones that slowly sank to the bottom of the water. Immediately after, the logistics team took out a potion and sprayed it on the ground. The strong smell of blood gradually dissipated, and the bloodstains on the ground were completely cleaned up by the agent. Everything seemed as if it had never happened. The people present shuddered once again. Please continue registering with your application. The staff held a scanner, standing behind the electric grid. The survivors hiding in the corners finally came out in 2s and 3s.
faces. Ha, the younger generation is truly impressive. Yang Qingyi walked up to Li Chen, laughing heartily. Li Chen nodded slightly and glanced at Yang Wei. Thank you, uncle, for your help just now. Even if Yang Qingyi hadn't stepped in at the time, Li Chen would have personally dealt with Secretary Chang. But since Yang Qingyi was willing to help, Li Chen naturally wouldn't refuse. One more friend, one more path. Not at all, Mr. Li, you're too kind. My son and Mr. Li were classmates. I truly didn't expect that, being of similar age, Mr. Li has already achieved such success. Yang Qingyi smiled warmly as he offered his compliments. The other old foxes, upon hearing this, dared not hesitate and quickly gathered around to chime in. Heroes emerge young. Mr. Li is decisive and truly a great figure. Mr. Li became the shelter commander at such a young age. It really makes me feel ashamed. These old foxes had no sense of shame when it came to flattering. Moreover, in the eyes of Mr. Lu and others, the strength displayed by the star-rated shelter truly deserves their compliments. Yang Wei and two other classmates stood behind Yang Qingyi, their expressions gloomy. They were originally Li Chen's classmates and should have had the most to talk about. But now, none of them were willing to speak, each feeling that they were a notch below Li Chen. Clearly, before the apocalypse, they still looked down on Li Chen. How is it that now, he has become the commander of the shelter? This made Yang Wei's heart feel as if it were being burned by raging flames. Everyone must be tired. Why not follow me into the base for a tour? Li Chen understood their intentions but extended an olive branch with an extremely amicable attitude. Immediately, Yang Qingyi and the others' eyes lit up. They exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Li Chen walked at the front, followed closely by Yang Qingyi and his group. 20 artificial soldiers walked at the rear, their gun barrels pointing toward the ground. But everyone present understood that if anyone dared to act rashly, the gun barrel would immediately be aimed at their forehead. The lift platform slowly descended. Li Chen led the group to the 7th floor, the residential area. Commander, you're back. Passing residents cast respectful glances. Li Chen nodded slightly and reached out to guide Yang Qingyi and the others. This is the residential area of the shelter. Let's go to the restaurant and sit down. We can talk as we walk. Following Li Chen's steps, Yang Qingyi and the others couldn't keep their mouths closed. Everywhere in the shelter was made of heavy metal. Yang Qingyi couldn't help but knock on the wall. It was incredibly solid. Even a cannon blast might not be able to penetrate it. On the way to the dining hall, they happened to pass by the atrium. The dense elevators and the unfathomable shaft openings left Yang Qingyi and the others dumbfounded. A question simultaneously popped into their minds. How many floors does the star-rated shelter have? Li Chen, satisfied with their reactions, calmly led the group toward the cafeteria. This is exactly the effect he wanted to achieve. While sitting in the cafeteria, Yang Qingyi and the others were stunned once again. It's not mealtime yet, so there isn't much food. Please make do with what's available. Li Chen smiled and snapped his fingers. Immediately, several chefs in white uniforms began serving dishes one after another. There is fish and meat, but most of it is still vegetables. There's even boiled cabbage, a dish that only palace chefs would prepare before the apocalypse. Although Yang Qingyi and the others knew Li Chen was showing off, they couldn't help but marvel at the moment. It's simply unbelievable. The craftsmanship behind this boiled cabbage is extraordinary. It usually takes a large amount of vegetable ingredients to make just one bowl. Mr. Lu smacked his lips and said in shock, after the apocalypse, what is the most precious? Food. And among food, vegetables are the scarcest. After all, meat can still be stored in deep freezing equipment, but vegetables cannot. They spoil within a few days. Yet, the vitamins and dietary fiber the human body needs cannot do without the supplementation of vegetables. So after the apocalypse, vegetables became an extremely scarce resource, enjoyed only by a very small number of people. But Li Chen not only treated everyone with vegetables, he also served boiled cabbage, which consumed a huge amount of ingredients. May I ask boldly, just how many supplies does the star-level shelter have? Yang Qingyi finally couldn't help but speak up, thinking about his private base, where even water was still an issue, while over at Li Chen's side, they could casually eat meat and vegetables. Li Chen generously replied, far beyond your imagination. That's right, the supplies in the star-level shelter were indeed astonishingly abundant. However, to obtain supplies, one could only exchange them with zombie energy cores. Anyone who harbored ill intentions had already been given a very clear demonstration by Secretary Chang. The people present couldn't help but swallow nervously, eating the meal with unease. After the meal, the waiter brought some tea. You all came to see me. I suppose it's not just for a casual visit, is it? Li Chen was the first to start the conversation. Mr. Li is indeed straightforward. Yang Qingyi laughed heartily. My son mentioned at home that he has a high school classmate in the star-rated shelter. He was worried, so he made a special trip here. As he spoke, Yang Qingyi called out to Yang Wei, Wei, come. Weren't you just thinking about Li Chen earlier? Now that you've seen him, why are you so quiet? Yang Wei's face looked unpleasant, but he could only obediently walk up to Li Chen. His heart was full of torment. Li Chen cast a meaningful glance at Yang Wei but said nothing. Before the apocalypse, the nature of their relationship was something both of them understood well. Yang Qingyi, that old fox, was
clearly trying to use this connection to gain leverage. I'm here to trade some supplies with the star-rated shelter. Manager Lu, on the other hand, was more straightforward, though his wording was slightly polished. In truth, when he came, his intention wasn't purely to trade supplies but to assess the strength of the star-rated shelter. If their defenses were weak, resorting to robbery wouldn't have been out of the question. After witnessing Li Chen's prowess, he decided to proceed with the trade instead.
Li Chen nodded. What do you want to trade?
The star-rated shelter isn't lacking in anything else, there's plenty of supplies.
I want to trade for some medicine.
You know, now that the apocalypse has come, medicine has become a scarce resource.
A fever or a minor illness can be a disaster.
After Mr. Lu finished speaking, the others also began to voice their own needs.
I want to get some weapons, preferably a halberd or a large machete. That's right, I need one too. Firearms rely on ammunition, and ammo is hard to come by. Cold weapons are more practical.
It's the apocalypse now, and zombies are our common enemy.
Mr. Li, surely you won't make things difficult for us, right? These old foxes were complaining while flattering Li Chen.
Before the apocalypse, they had stockpiled quite a bit of dry food, so they had enough to eat.
However, weapons and medicine became their Achilles heel.
Guns were strictly prohibited before the apocalypse. The homemade hunting rifles they had were good enough for hunting wild boars but lacked
accuracy and power against zombies. Zombies feel no pain, and unless you hit their head with a single shot, it's like scratching an itch. Without guns,
they had even fewer melee weapons.
After all, who would dare to buy machetes in bulk before the apocalypse? That would be like walking into a trap. In addition, medicine was also regulated.
Although they had stockpiled some, the quantity was limited. Listening to their concerns, Li Chen smiled with satisfaction.
Weapons? More than they could ever use. Medicine? Piled up like a mountain.
No problem, Li Chen said confidently, crossing his arms. Rest assured, everyone, the star-level shelter is well stocked.
Whatever you need, we can provide it all. President Lu's eyes lit up instantly. However, you'll have to trade for it.
At this point, money is nothing but waste paper.
If you want weapons and medicine, you must exchange them with energy cores.
Li Chen continued speaking.
What exactly is the energy core? President Lu asked with a frown, unable to resist. Yeah, what is the purpose of the energy core?
I need to exchange for quite a lot of things.
Where can I get so many energy cores? Can we trade with food? I don't have this kind of energy core. Various questions came flooding in.
Seeing this, Li Chen smiled faintly.
The restaurant's door was pushed open, and what came into view was a mountain of food.
There was rice, flour, vegetables, meat, fish, everything you could possibly need. This is just the temporary storage area of the 7th floor cafeteria, Li Chen said with a sly smile.
Do you think I lack food? In an instant, everyone was stunned, their mouths agape.
Everyone knew that the food piled up in the kitchen was just to reduce the hassle of transportation and couldn't really be considered a warehouse.
A cafeteria on one floor actually had so much food. Alright, everyone, stop haggling. Follow me to check out the goods first, then make your decision. How about it? Li Chen said as he stood up and led everyone to the weapon storage area. The lights automatically turned on. The steel walls were covered with an array of dazzling equipment. Grenades, RPGs, rifles, and even railguns. Mr. Lu and the others were left speechless. Even an armory probably wouldn't have this many firearms. And the variety was astounding, with many being the latest cutting-edge weapons from abroad. Just looking at them was awe-inspiring. Mr. Lu couldn't help but step forward and touch it, and tears instantly slid down the corner of his mouth. How about it? Are you all tempted? Buy weapons now and get ammunition as a bonus.
Li Chen said with a smile, a simple sentence that made everyone present almost lose control of themselves. Don't just say you're thinking about it, your heart is about to jump out.
Comparing people can drive you mad.
They're still using homemade shotguns, and most of their armed men are wielding fruit knives and kitchen knives.
But over here with Li Chen, it's an arsenal. Can I try it first? Yang Qingyi asked.
Li Chen nodded slightly, allowing everyone to choose weapons they were comfortable with, then led them to take the atrium elevator straight to the first floor, the military training facility.
Here, in addition to targets and earmuffs for shooting practice, there were wooden dummies for cold weapon training.
Li Chen noticed that Yang Qingyi and the others were holding the latest model rifles. Only Mr. Lu was holding a long halberd and a long sword, clearly showing his special fondness for cold weapons.
Bang bang.
Yang Qingyi and others grabbed their guns and immediately began practicing. General Lu, on the other hand, wielded a cold weapon, slashing at the wooden dummy.
With a flash of the blade, the wooden dummy was split in half. Good knife.
President Lu stared obsessively at the long knife in his hand, unable to resist stroking it repeatedly.
He was no fool. Guns may be powerful, but they require bullets. Having a few for self-defense is fine.
No guns allowed before Doomsday, and not many of his men knew how to use them.
Cold weapons are more practical. After everyone excitedly tested the weapons, they gathered together. Great, with these, killing zombies will be as easy as slicing watermelons. Ha ha ha, old Lu, why are you grabbing a melee weapon? Are you planning to fight zombies hand to hand?
Why not try my gun, the latest AK-103 developed by Bear Country?
Get out of here, what do you know? no, my M416 is way better.
Li Chen watched their excited expressions and nodded slightly.
Before the apocalypse arrived, Noah had already hacked into the weapon arsenals of various countries,
and mass production began at the weapons manufacturing base. In a short time, the warehouse was filled to the brim, almost unable to hold more. These weapons, for present-day humanity, represent the pinnacle of military power. But in Li Chen's eyes, they are not worth mentioning. As long as we keep upgrading, the weapon manufacturing base can produce firearms of a level 1 civilization. By then, these weapons will all become scrap metal.
So why not sell them to others? It would not only earn some money but also clear out inventory. Gentlemen, are you satisfied with these weapons? Li Chen asked with a smile. Satisfied? More than satisfied. But this price.
The old foxes spoke while sneaking glances at Li Chen's expression out of the corner of their eyes. If we can have these firearms, the safety of the shelter will be greatly enhanced,
and we might even be able to send people out to search for supplies. I'm just afraid Li Chen will raise the price on the spot. Hee, since Yang Wei is my classmate, I naturally won't shortchange Mr. Yang. Li Chen smiled. An AK-103 only costs 50 energy cores, a grenade costs 1 energy core, and a box of bullets is also 1 energy core. As for melee weapons, each one requires 10 energy cores.
Hearing this, Yang Qingyi was so excited that his face turned red, repeatedly patting Yang Wei on the shoulder. Zombies nowadays are actually not very strong. As long as you have the courage, you can kill them with a kitchen knife.
In Yang Qingyi's view, this price was simply unbelievably cheap.
Seeing this, the others also felt a bit uneasy.
Mr. Li, is this discount only for the Yang family?
Li Chen heard this and deliberately put on a troubled expression, furrowing his brows tightly.
After glancing around, he spoke as if making a firm decision, meeting his fate. For everyone present, the price will be the same as the Yang family. After saying this, Li Chen even deliberately gritted his teeth.
Immediately, the whole crowd erupted in cheers. Whether it was Li Chen's demeanor or the allure of those new-style rifles in his hands, they all felt like they had gotten an incredible deal.
I don't have any energy cores on hand right now, Mr. Li. Could we sign a contract first?
I'll go back and gather people to collect them, and then come back to exchange once I have the energy cores.
President Liu was a bit uneasy and spoke cautiously.
He was afraid that as soon as he turned around, Li Chen would go back on his word and raise the price. Li Chen looked at these old foxes and shook his head at first.
Suddenly, everyone's heart sank to the bottom. Immediately after, Li Chen deliberately kept them in suspense and said slowly, "Contract? It's the end of the world now. What use is a contract? Rest assured, everyone,
take the weapons back first, and pay me slowly after you hunt down the energy cores." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole crowd burst into cheers.
Li Chen said calmly, "Of course, let's just consider it as making friends with everyone."
The old foxes were instantly overjoyed, not expecting Li Chen to actually agree to extend credit.
"Mr. Li is truly generous. We admire you greatly. Rest assured, we'll definitely organize manpower when we return and wipe out the zombies completely. However many energy cores you want, you'll have them. If there's anything about the star-level shelters in the future, just let me know directly."
The old foxes all expressed their stance. Of course, whether they can actually follow through is another matter.
For now, they've gained an advantage, so they first put on a show of attitude. "Alright, everyone, report your numbers, and I'll have someone organize them for you." "Nothing."
Li Chen smiled faintly.
He wasn't a young lad, so he naturally wouldn't believe just anything.
"I want 200 AK-103s, plus 600 boxes of ammunition.
I want 120 broadswords, plus 40 minutes, and 416 seconds.
The old foxes, though eager for weapons, knew in their hearts to report just the right amount, never crossing the line.
After everyone finished reporting, they looked at Li Chen's empty hands and asked with some confusion, "Mr. Li, aren't you going to take notes?" Li Chen shook his head and said, "Noah, did you note it down?"
Only Noah's voice was heard. Recorded, Lu 9, 120 M416 rifles, 300 boxes of ammunition. Yang Qingyi, 200 AK-103 rifles, 600 boxes of ammunition. Zhao Feilong, 120 broadswords. Li Chen continued speaking under the astonished gazes of everyone. "Pass it to the logistics team. Pack it up immediately."
Noah responded at once.
General Manager Liu opened his mouth wide and took a long time to react. Artificial intelligence.
Li Chen nodded and said nonchalantly, "Let's go. I remember Mr. Liu just mentioned wanting medicine, right?"
Yes. Mr. Liu and the others followed closely behind Li Chen, their steps almost floating. The star-rated shelter was truly wealthy and generous, not only rich in supplies but also daring enough to extend credit to them, first for weapons, and now for medicine.
Mr. Liu looked at Li Chen's back and a question popped into his mind. Could it be that Li Chen wasn't afraid of them playing dirty?
But as soon as the thought arose, Mr. Liu himself provided the answer.
Playing dirty? Would they dare?
The star-rated shelter not only has ample weapons but also elite combat personnel. This combat power is strong enough to sweep through Donghai City without exaggeration. What's more, they still need to exchange more supplies from Li Chen later: bullets, medicine, food. They are basically inseparable from Li Chen now. Anyone who dares to play tricks will inevitably be besieged by others.
The medication is stored on other floors. Take the elevator to the storage room. The lights come on.
The storage room is divided into 2 levels. Outside are commonly found medicines on the market, ranging from cold medicine to anesthetics. Everything is available. Inside is a cold storage room specifically for rare medicines.
My goodness. President Liu couldn't help but exclaim. This is not even the entire inventory of the star-rated shelter. Because when they arrived, they saw countless identical doors.
Opening any of them revealed supplies piled up like mountains. Immediately, Mr. Liu requested 20 boxes each of cold medicine and fever reducers, and 50 boxes of anti-inflammatory drugs.
As for the rest,
Mr. Liu was somewhat tempted, but as soon as he thought about having to repay with energy cores in the future, he immediately shut his mouth. After all, the price of medicine was far more expensive than
firearms.
People inevitably get sick, and in this post-apocalyptic environment, you could still manage with a kitchen knife if you lacked firearms, but without medicine, there was only waiting for death. When everyone emerged from the storage area, the logistics team had already packed the required supplies into boxes and neatly arranged
them on the platform.
All they needed to do was raise the platform, and Yang Qingyi and the others could directly take the boxes away.
Safe travels, everyone.
I'll be waiting for you to bring back good news, Li Chen said with a meaningful smile. Yang Qingyi and the others patted their chests and assured, don't worry, we will definitely hunt down the zombies, get the supplies, and bring them back as soon as possible. Haha, Mr. Li, just wait for our good news. As everyone was about to get in the car and leave, 2 classmates who had been following closely behind Yang Wei suddenly spoke up.
Li Chen, I want to stay. Is that okay?
The speaker was a boy with a face full of acne, who had always been Yang Wei's most loyal follower. It took a lot of courage for him to say this. As soon as the words were spoken, another girl also looked at Li Chen with great anticipation. They had long understood the conditions of the star-rated shelter, abundant supplies, strong military power. Living here was like stepping into Eden itself.
Yang Wei's face changed, and he felt as disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly. These two were truly ungrateful.
If it weren't for his kindness in taking them in, they would have long become a meal for the zombies. If this were his own shelter, Yang Wei would have already exploded by now. But this was the star-rated shelter, someone else's territory, so he could only suppress his displeasure and awkwardly say to Li Chen, yes, why not let them stay? We were all classmates once, and we should help each other. Li Chen's gaze swept over Yang Wei and finally landed on the boy with a face full of acne, his lips curling into a slight smile.
These two people are really amusing, actually thinking this is a junkyard where anyone can stay?
Of course you can, but you need to submit an application.
Only those who meet the requirements can stay. If the application is not approved, there's nothing I can do.
After all, managing such a large shelter, I can't bend the rules.
The acne-faced man's expression changed instantly. He thought to himself, nonsense. If the application could be approved, why would I humble myself and plead?
He had intended to use the fact that he was Li Chen's classmate to break the rules and stay, and then rely on that connection to act arrogantly in the star-rated shelter. But Li Chen's 2 sentences completely shattered his fantasy. His face turned bright red, and he retorted indignantly, the conditions for a star-level shelter are so strict. How many people can actually qualify?
Li Chen smiled and called out to Noah, how many residents are currently in the shelter? Reporting to the commander, a total of 54,106 survivors have registered. Noah's mechanical voice sounded.
Li Chen shrugged at the acne-faced man. You heard that, right?
At least over 50,000 people meet the criteria now.
Although it wasn't explicitly stated, the look in their eyes already revealed an undeniable attitude. Star-rated shelters don't take in useless people. The acne-faced youth was almost driven mad with anger, but thinking of Li Chen's cold and ruthless demeanor, he forcibly suppressed his fury. Seeing this, Yang Wei quickly tried to ease the tension. It's okay, it's only natural for a base as large as a star-rated shelter to set some conditions.
You'd better come back with me. Now that you've bought weapons, you also have the ability to protect yourselves.
These words gave the pimple-faced guy and the girl a way out, and they immediately said sarcastically, at least Brother Wei is loyal, unlike some people, hee.
Turns out I didn't misjudge you.
If it weren't for Brother Wei, we'd still be out there fighting zombies.
Just now was just a moment of impulse.
These words reached Yang Wei's ears, making him frown in disgust, as if a toad had crawled onto his foot.
But he didn't show any reaction, simply leading the two to the back of the line. Alright, we're heading off now.
Yang Qingyi, carrying supplies and men, stood on the platform and waved at Li Chen. After everyone got into the off-road vehicles with their weapons, the boy with acne and the girl couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out all the words they hadn't dared to say earlier. Li Chen is such a jerk.
Now that he's doing well, he looks down on others.
Exactly, just look at how smug he is. I want to see how far he can go in the apocalypse without the support of his old classmates.
Yang Wei sat together with these 2 classmates. Listening to their words, Yang Wei couldn't help but show a trace of disgust.
Although he was reluctant to admit it, he clearly saw that Li Chen was no longer the same as before.
Among adults, it's all about interests, only children talk about friendships.
With the powerful military force and abundant resources of the Star Shelter, the only person others would try to curry favor with was Li Chen.
There was absolutely no need for these so-called old classmates.
On the other side, Yang Qingyi sat in another car and casually said to the bodyguard beside him, "Find an opportunity later to get rid of those two classmates away." When Yang Qingyi came out, he saw Li Chen's icy expression and immediately understood that these two people had angered Li Chen. In the future, many things would still depend on the Star Shelter. Falling out with Li Chen, the commander of the Star Shelter, over two useless individuals was clearly unwise.
Moreover, these two worthless ingrates were outright traitors. Despite Yang Wei's kindness in taking them in, they openly tried to switch allegiance to the Star Shelter, right in front of Yang Wei.
If they were allowed to stay, who knows when they might stab someone in the back.
The bodyguard immediately responded, "Understood. Donghai City has a large population."
Despite experiencing various natural disasters and the rampant spread of viruses, many people have still survived.
The population of the Star Shelter has grown almost exponentially.
Noah immediately issued an alert. Report to the commander. The current population capacity of the Star Shelter has reached the red line.
Li Chen knocked on the table.
Since the last time the star-rated shelter demonstrated its strength, word of mouth had turned it into a paradise in the hearts of many survivors. Every time the combat team went out on a mission, they brought back a large number of survivors, with the highest record being 20,000 people in a single day. Now, the residential areas from the 7th to the 20th floors were nearly full, all positions were properly staffed, and everything was running in an orderly manner.
"How many people are in the shelter now?" Li Chen asked.
"There are currently 110,226 people in the shelter, and the residential area can still accommodate about 2,000 more," Noah replied. Over 100,000 people, compared to the pre-apocalypse permanent population of 12 million in Donghai City, was just a drop in the ocean.
According to Noah's estimates, there were at least 3 million survivors in Donghai City, and only
one-third of them could enter the star-rated shelter. Those outside were still wandering, living lives of uncertainty, struggling to find their next meal, and even going so far as to sell their loved ones for a bite of food. In the star-rated shelter, there is work, food, and drink, and it is safe and stable. Everyone works during the day, then goes back to eat, take a hot shower, watch some videos, and
sleep. It's practically a paradise in the apocalypse.
Unfortunately, the conditions set by Li Chen are not simple. Those who can become residents here are the envy of outsiders. Li Chen stared at the data on the screen and said, "Noah, draft a short-term development plan." In the command center, all the data of the shelter could be clearly seen.
The weapons production base operated non-stop every day, supplying exchangers
from all directions and maintaining a relatively balanced state. However, the vegetable cultivation center and the livestock farm were overproducing. The production capacity of the star-rated shelter was truly astonishing. The population of over 100,000 could not consume the massive daily production of vegetables and meat. Other shelters had stockpiled large amounts of food before the apocalypse, so there was currently little demand for food exchanges. First, I suggest the commander establish a ready-to-eat food processing plant as soon as possible to deeply process the surplus food and avoid waste. Second, it is recommended that the commander establish detailed resident profiles to better understand each individual's personality and other characteristics.
Noah's voice sounded, and the corners of Li Chen's mouth lifted into a slight smile. The detailed resident profiles suggested by Noah were essentially like pre-apocalypse big data,
capturing personal family situations, personality traits, and preferences.
If the profiles could be successfully established, the base's arrangements would become much more convenient.
The first priority was the formation of the resident combat group.
Li Chen also wanted to expand the number of artificial warriors to 100,000 or even 1,000,000 in one go, but unfortunately, his level was insufficient. The star-level shelter could accommodate a maximum of only 6,000 artificial warriors. Relying solely on 6,000 people to guard the entire shelter was still somewhat challenging.
Therefore, it was necessary to select a portion of residents to form a resident combat group to better complete tasks.
Generally speaking,
the combat group should ideally recruit individuals with a strong sense of responsibility and family commitment.
This way, when
they carried out missions outside, confidential information would be less likely to leak and they would be less prone to betrayal. The personalities of combat group members were equally important, as some people are naturally impulsive and prone to losing control.
Some people appear calmer or are naturally more timid. With this information in hand, Noah can quickly devise the optimal deployment plan.
Calm individuals are assigned as leaders of combat groups, while impulsive ones are sent to the front lines.
Next is the other work within the star-level shelter.
Some positions require meticulous individuals, while others only demand physical strength. After establishing detailed profiles for the residents, work efficiency has increased by at least tenfold. Of course, the top priority remains ensuring the safety of the shelter.
With over 100,000 people gathered here, it's inevitable that there are forces from other factions. Among them,
if information about their private discussions and other activities can be obtained, potential instabilities can be eliminated. Thinking of this, Li Chen stood up. The task of building the processing plant will be handed over to the management team to arrange. As for the detailed profiles of the residents, start establishing them immediately and report the progress to me at any time.
Noah immediately replied, "Yes, sir. It's already after work hours.
Tell him to wait for me in the living quarters.
I want to go for a walk."
After speaking, Li Chen took the private elevator and left the command center.
At 5 in the afternoon, the schedule of the star-rated shelter still followed the pre-apocalypse timetable for public officials. Small
groups of people finished their day's work, took the elevator out of the atrium, and headed to the residential areas on floors 7 to 20.
"So tired, I need to go back and take a hot shower first. I'm all sweaty." "You're so dramatic."
Back before the apocalypse, you worked 996 every day and never complained.
Now you're tired after just 8 hours of work? Hey, that's different. I'm doing physical labor. Alright, I'm going to grab a bowl of noodles first. I'm starving.
Always feels like the apocalypse never came. Life now doesn't seem much different from before the apocalypse.
Thanks to Mr. Li.
If it weren't for him establishing the star-rated shelter, I might still be out there hiding and running around. Although everyone had worked hard all day, their faces were filled with smiles. At the door, people dispersed, some went back to rest, while the foodies headed straight to the cafeteria. At this moment, Li Chen happened to arrive at the 7th floor residential area. The manager, accompanied by a team of android warriors, was already waiting there. This scene naturally attracted the attention of the crowd.
"Who is this person, bringing so many warriors? Haven't you checked the forum?"
"This is the commander of the star-rated shelter, Mr. Li."
Mr. Li looks like he's only 17 or 18. A high school student? Doesn't matter, even if he's a high school student, I'm in.
I want to have Mr. Li's babies.
I don't mind sensible sisters serving Mr. Li with me.
Whether he takes charge or not doesn't matter. The main thing is that I like the young ones. Honestly, Mr. Li's looks already outshined those fresh-faced idols from before the apocalypse.
I wonder who will have the honor. The people who were just about to eat and rest gathered around, chattering away.
Most of them had only seen photos of Li Chen on the forum, and seeing him in person
for the first time left them utterly stunned.
Li Chen exuded an aura of deadly seriousness. When he wasn't smiling, his gaze alone made people's hair stand on end. In the star-rated shelter, there were many young, unmarried women. At this moment, as they looked at Li Chen, their hearts fluttered, and they frequently cast shy and bashful glances his way.
Commander, hello, Mr. Li."
Li Chen stepped forward, and everyone, no matter what they were doing, would stand up to salute him. For this young commander, their hearts were filled with gratitude.
Hello everyone. Everyone, please sit down, no need to be formal."
Li Chen nodded slightly, then turned his head and said with a faint smile, "Everyone has been living in the star-rated shelter for a while now. If you have any thoughts about life or work, feel free to bring them up so we can make improvements. When I'm not around, everyone can directly share their opinions with the management. Only in this way can the star-rated shelter keep getting better and better."
Li Chen's words left everyone feeling flattered. Many waved their hands repeatedly. "Oh no, the star-rated shelter is already great. I have no opinions.
If it weren't for Mr. Li being willing to take us in, I might have already been eaten by zombies by now. In the star-rated shelter, I found my self-worth. If it weren't for Mr. Li, I might have muddled through my whole life." The residents of the shelter spoke sincerely, without any pretense.
After all, the system of the star-rated shelter was framed by Li Chen and refined in detail by Noah, making many aspects very considerate and humane.
In the star-rated shelter, not only could people eat well and dress warmly, but the workload was even lighter than before the apocalypse. Everyone engaged in work they were skilled at and enjoyed. Many residents secretly thought that if the apocalypse truly ended one day, they would still want to stay here and not leave.
Since everyone loves the star-rated shelter, that's wonderful.
In the future, if you encounter any problems, feel free to report them to the management team at any time.
The star-rated shelter is by no means a one-man show. Everyone who can apply to join must be talented.
In the future, Chinese civilization, and even the entirety of human civilization, will need you to carry it forward together.
Li Chen spoke neither hurriedly nor slowly, his tone as gentle as a spring breeze, softly brushing over everyone's hearts.
Those who had been somewhat restless miraculously calmed down after hearing his words.
"Go inform the kitchen. Everyone gets an extra serving of chicken soup today. Also, prepare my dinner," Li Chen said calmly, and the management staff immediately took the order and left. Many people cheered.
Although the meals at the star-rated shelter were inexpensive, they still required points for redemption.
To save points, many people only ordered the most basic set meals, which didn't even include soup.
As soon as Li Chen stepped in, he arranged chicken soup for everyone, making them so happy they jumped for joy. Some people noticed that Li Chen's actions were aimed at winning people's hearts, but understanding it was one thing, they genuinely felt warmth from it.
To better connect with the
residents, Li Chen also ordered the simplest set meal for dinner, a plate of vegetables and a dish of braised pork ribs, instantly closing the distance between him and everyone else. Because Li Chen was approachable, he would listen attentively no matter who spoke spoke to him. Soon, the residents of the shelter all felt a sense of closeness to Li Chen. Mr. Li, to be honest with you, although our lives are much better than outside, the points we earn are really too few. Yeah, the points we earn now are just enough for daily food and lodging. If we get a minor illness, we simply can't afford it. Heh. If I had the chance, I'd also like to experience living in a single room and eating something nice. But with the little points we earn every day, it's just enough to feed the family. Who dares to spend recklessly? I wonder if there's any other way to earn points besides working? My wife doesn't have any skills and stays in the room all day, feeling extremely stressed. Listening to these words, Li Chen finally understood their thoughts. Indeed, the current job positions in the shelter are far from sufficient. With a total population of 110,000, there are only 30,000 technical positions, and the remaining 80,000 people cannot all be assigned to service roles. Apart from the elderly and children, many entered the shelter through affiliated quotas. They share a common trait, lacking specialized skills, which naturally leaves them confined to their rooms all day. This is undoubtedly a huge waste of human resources. Li Chen pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Rest assured, I will resolve this issue. A processed food factory will be established next. Those interested can sign up directly there. The task hall will also gradually open, and many tasks will be posted at that time. At the same time, some people will also be recruited to join the resident combat group to hunt zombies outside and exchange crystal cores for points. Li Chen's words excited everyone, as if they could finally see hope for the future. A considerable number of residents in the shelter had families to support, whether it was a wife and children or elderly parents. If there were more ways to earn points, the pressure would naturally be much less. What are the recruitment requirements for the cooked food factory? My wife is very hardworking. I wonder if she could get in. Resident combat group? That sounds so impressive. I don't know if I'm qualified to join. What kind of tasks will be available in the task hall? Mr. Li, could you share some details? In response to these questions, Li Chen patiently answered. Let's start with the factories. The ready-to-eat food factory is currently hiring 3,000 people, and later on, we will gradually open factories for cosmetics, daily necessities, clothing, and more. Elderly people and women will be given priority. Hearing that the ready-to-eat food factory is only hiring 3,000 people, everyone felt a bit disappointed. However, the good news is that more factories will open in the future, ensuring jobs for everyone. The happiest ones were the elderly and women. Many people brought their parents into the shelter. Most of the parents were in their 50s or 60s, neither too old nor too young, but certainly unable to do physical labor. Being able to work in a factory, which is both easy and safe while earning more points, was undoubtedly good news for them. We girls can work too. Long live Mr. Li. I'll go back and tell my parents this great news right away. This news undoubtedly gave the residents a much-needed boost of confidence. The elderly and women at home do not need to risk going out, and the men who join the resident combat group can fight with peace of mind, without worrying about their families. Even if they encounter danger outside, their families can still earn points in the factory within the shelter. Next, let's talk about the issue of the resident combat group. Li Chen smiled slightly and continued to explain. The resident combat group is different from the combat group of the shelter itself, as it is mainly responsible for resource collection. You can think of it as the second line of defense for a star-level shelter. Crystal cores obtained outside of missions do not need to be handed over and can be used to exchange for points. Hearing this, some strong-built men immediately became excited. The resident combat group sounded dangerous, but in reality, the risk wasn't that high. Moreover, the crystal cores obtained outside the mission didn't need to be handed over, which meant an additional source of income. However, Mr. Li, I have a question. A woman raised her hand. She was wearing training clothes, with well-defined muscle lines, clearly a muscular woman. Li Chen was startled. He hadn't expected there to be a muscle Barbie in the shelter. After all, women naturally have a higher body fat percentage than men, and achieving such formidable muscles required several times the effort compared to men. Li Chen didn't stare at her and casually asked, "What's your question?" "My name is Su Ruoshi. I previously served in the special forces, so I should meet the requirements for the resident combat group. But my mother is blind and has always been cared for by my father. However, during this virus outbreak, my father unfortunately passed away, leaving only me and my mother to escape. If I joined the residents combat group for missions, could someone help take care of my mother?" As soon as she finished speaking, everyone noticed an elderly woman around 60 sitting beside her, with graying hair and holding a white cane. The elderly woman gently touched Su Ruoshi's shoulder and said emotionally, "Ruoshi, don't worry about me." The elderly woman was well aware that she had become a burden to her daughter. "Mom, don't say that. Dad told me before he passed to take good care of you." Su Ruoshi held the elderly woman's hand and gently shook her head. This issue tugged at the heartstrings of many, and everyone held their breath, listening intently to Li Chen's response. After all, everyone has parents and children. The kids were fine, they could attend classes at the shelter's school, but the elderly who couldn't take care of themselves became a real challenge. Those Those working hard away from home always worried about their loved ones back home. The apocalypse was brutal, and survivors could hardly care for the weak, sick, or elderly. But a star-rated shelter was different. Li Chen didn't consider himself a saint, but he deeply believed in the goodness of humanity. In such an environment, those still willing to survive with the elderly and children must have inherently kind hearts. Everyone, rest assured, the shelter will not only establish schools for minors, but also set up care centers, hiring the most professional caregivers for care and rehabilitation. When you go out on missions or training, you only need to pay a certain amount of points to let your family enjoy comprehensive care at the care center. When the mission is over and you return to rest, you can also bring your family back to the shelter. And the salary for the resident combat group starts at a base of at least 6,000 points, with additional bonuses depending on the difficulty of the tasks. As Li Chen finished speaking, tears welled up in the eyes of the elderly present. The apocalypse was cruel, and countless people had abandoned their aging parents for personal gain. Even those with a conscience who couldn't bear to abandon them were often forced to make difficult choices under various pressures. Now, the care center of the star-rated shelter had given the elderly a lifeline. Not only were the elderly moved, but others were deeply touched as well. Li Chen's initiative made everyone realize that as long as they worked hard in the shelter, no matter how old they became in the future, they would have support and care in their later years. That's wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Li. I will immediately sign up for the resident combat group and pledge to dedicate myself wholeheartedly to the star-rated shelter, even unto death. Su Ruwashi burst into hearty laughter. The three measures proposed by Li Chen were still relatively general at this stage, with specific details needing further refinement. After tonight's dinner meeting, the residents of the shelter finally felt at ease. At the very least, everyone now knew that the star-rated shelter was highly humane, providing a place for everyone from 3-year-old children to 80-year-old elders. Most importantly, everyone had a stable job to earn points. Li Chen returned to the command center, tapped his fingers twice on the table, and said, "Noah, pull up Su Ruwashi's personal file and personality palette." Retrieving data. Su Ruwashi, female, 29 years old, a native of Donghai City. Enlisted through high school recruitment at the age of 17, specially recruited into the Lone Wolf Special Operations Unit at 18. Received 6 first-class merits, 2 second-class merits, and 11 third-class merits. Retired and transitioned at the age of 28 due to psychological trauma. Calm and composed, holds herself to extremely high standards, and is also very filial. 6 first-class merits. What does that mean? Third-class merits are proof of hard work, second-class merits are earned through blood and sweat, but first-class merits are fought for with one's life. It can be said that these honorable medals were earned by Su Ruwashi through countless struggles between life and death. Li Chen stared in astonishment at Su Ruwashi's photo, hardly able to believe that such honors could be achieved by a woman. To Li Chen, Su Ruwashi was exactly the ideal member of a civilian combat team in his mind, capable, yet with emotional ties. But what exactly does the phrase psychological trauma in the file mean? Noah, look up the specific cause of Su Ruwashi's psychological trauma at the age of 28. Li Chen immediately gave the order. However, the all-powerful Noah surprisingly had no answer this time. Reporting to the commander, current data shows that Su Ruwashi underwent psychological counseling after completing a Red Sea mission and then retired. There is no further relevant information. Noah's response once again surprised Li Chen, but he quickly understood the reason behind it. Psychological counseling is highly confidential, especially for talents like Su Ruwashi, where confidentiality must be ensured. There are no recordings or file records during the counseling sessions, so naturally, no specific details can be traced. As for what kind of trauma it is, as long as it doesn't affect the mission, Li Chen wouldn't meddle further. Immediately arrange an important talent residence for Su Ruwashi and her mother, Li Chen ordered decisively, and notify the management team to establish a care center as soon as possible to properly accommodate Su Ruwashi's mother. List Su Ruwashi as a key observation target. I want to know what she eats, says, and does every day. Noah's response was crisp and straightforward. The so-called residences for important talents are specially reserved, typically equipped with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, or even 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. After all, they are important talents and deserve special care. Based on Su Ruwashi's qualifications and personality, she is fully capable of taking on significant responsibilities. Li Chen plans to train her to become the leader of the resident combat group. Upon receiving the order, the management team worked with high efficiency, quickly retrieving 90 professionals from the resident registration archives and incorporating them into the care center. Caregivers, dedicated nutritionists, and rehabilitation therapists were grouped into teams of 3, implementing 2 care models. For those with basic self-care abilities, each team is responsible for 3 individuals. For those who have completely lost self-care abilities, each team takes care of 1 individual exclusively, with prices naturally differing. Not only can the families of the resident combat group members be admitted, but the families of employees in other positions are also included. Su Ruwashi returned to the room with her mother, and a message immediately immediately appeared on her smart wristband. "Hello Miss Sue, congratulations on passing the Resident Combat Group application. Please report to the training ground on the first floor tomorrow at 12 noon with your smart wristband. At the same time, your resident level has been upgraded to level B, and a 2-bedroom apartment with a living room has been arranged for you. It is located in the 16th floor residential area, and you can access it directly using the smart wristband. We look forward to you getting into work mode as soon as possible." Seeing this message, Tsuruwashi was stunned. Ordinary residents in the shelter only knew of 3 types of housing: single rooms, double rooms, and shared rooms. She had seen them before, and the spaces were all about the same size. She never expected there to be a 2-bedroom apartment with a living room, and it was directly assigned to her. Unconsciously, Li Chen's figure appeared in her mind, and she felt a surge of gratitude. However, just as she felt a hint of happiness, Tsuruwashi thought of a problem. Although the apartment was spacious, her mother was blind. What would happen to her mother during the day when she went for training? Just as she was worrying, a notification popped up. Notification: the care center has been established. Click to view details. Tsuruwashi eagerly clicked on the notification. After seeing the staff allocation, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. The care center was staffed almost like a 5-star nursing home before the apocalypse, and even surpassed it in quality. This completely put Tsuruwashi's mind at ease. She immediately packed some simple belongings, held her mother's hand, and said, "Mom, we're moving to a new home." "Ruwashi, what's wrong?" "The world of the blind is shrouded in darkness." The mother had no idea what was happening and could only uneasily hold her daughter's hand tightly. "I've been selected for the resident combat team. Mr. Lee has arranged a better room for us." Tsuruwashi comforted her softly. Instantly, 2 lines of tears slid down the corners of the mother's eyes. She gently patted Tsuruwashi's hand and urged, "Mr. Lee has been so kind to us. You must work hard and never betray Mr. Lee's trust." "Don't worry, Mom," Tsuruwashi responded with a smile. After arranging everything for Tsuruwashi, Li Chen began his inspection. During this period, several new positions had been established, so he took a tour around these newly opened areas in the deli processing plant. Finally, he arrived at the research center on the 21st floor. Floors 21 to 30 of the star-rated shelter were entirely designated as the research center, but currently, only the 21st floor was in use, with Dr. Yang as the person in charge. As a senior academician, Dr. Yang far surpassed others in terms of experience, knowledge, and research achievements. Ever since rescuing Dr. Yang, Li Chen had appointed him as the head of the 21st floor research center. When Li Chen arrived, Dr. Yang had just completed a set of experiments and came up with Ningjing. "Greetings, Commander." Dr. Yang nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Researchers generally had low emotional intelligence and were not skilled at flattery, but Li Chen didn't mind. He simply nodded and asked, "How is the research progressing?" Dr. Yang immediately straightened his posture and spoke confidently, "We are currently working on 2 major projects. One is the study of the zombie virus, and the other is the energy form of crystal nuclei. Each major project is further divided into multiple smaller projects. The zombie virus research team has 18 members, and the crystal nucleus research team has 12 members. The zombie virus project has already shown initial results." These 2 directions were precisely what Dr. Yang proposed when he joined the research center, as suggested by Li Chen. Although the number of researchers in the shelter is not large, in high-tech industries, the key lies not in quantity but in talent. It can be said that the brilliance of a single genius far outweighs the tireless efforts of 10,000 ordinary people. Of course, this analogy is not entirely accurate, as in the field of research, 3 mediocre minds can never rival 1 Zhuge Liang. Apart from stacking numbers, there is simply no comparison. As a top-tier scientific talent, Dr. Yang undoubtedly deserves the title of genius, and most of the members of the institute are his protégés, carefully selected by him to join. On this, Li Chen has no doubts. There are some issues with the personnel allocation. The current top priority is the research on crystal cores. Once we understand their energy forms, the next step is application. Hopefully, this part can achieve results as soon as possible. Li Chen nodded slightly and pointed out the shortcomings. The research on the zombie virus is not something that can be accomplished overnight. With his experience from the previous life, he is well aware that the virus will continue to mutate, and even more terrifying entities than the zombie virus may emerge. It is urgently necessary to advance the application research of crystal cores to preserve humanity's strength to the greatest extent. Dr. Yang's expression was grave as he said with some difficulty, "Understood, but currently, our understanding of crystal cores is far too limited, and progress is extremely slow. The zombie virus can still draw on the characteristics of other viruses, but the crystal core is an unprecedented existence, making it difficult to study." Li Chen smiled faintly and gently hinted to Dr. Yang, "Perhaps the energy within the crystal core cannot be explained using the common forms of energy we know. Imagine how the crystal core in a zombie's brain transmits and stores energy. Maybe it needs to be answered from a biological perspective." As soon as these words were spoken, Dr. Yang suddenly suddenly saw the light. Without bothering to say much more to Li Chen, he hurriedly picked up pen and paper to take notes.
I understand now.
Dr. Yang slapped his forehead, then immediately called Ning Jing and the others to dive into the experiment. Li Chen watched Dr. Yang's busy figure with a sense of relief in his heart. Truly a top-notch scientific talent, a single sentence awakened him from his dream. In his previous life, the few words Li Chen had just spoken were the hard-earned conclusions of countless scientists. A subtle reminder, and Dr. Yang immediately had an epiphany. With his guidance, the research results on crystal nuclei would surely be achieved ahead of schedule. At 7 o'clock the next morning, the training ground on the first floor was already packed with people. These were individuals who had registered after passing
the combat group assessment for residents.
The assessment covered physical fitness, combat skills, and firearm usage, and only those who passed were eligible. Looking around, there were about 10,000 people, and everyone's face was filled with excitement and pride.
Joining the resident combat group was of great significance to them.
Almost all the men in the star-rated shelter had submitted applications this time, but only these 10,000 were selected in the end, which shows their extraordinary abilities. Secondly, the points for the resident combat group were astonishingly high, reaching 6,000 points in just 1 month, along with various subsidies and commissions.
Who wouldn't be tempted by that?
As soon as Li Chen stepped into the training ground, the surrounding chatter instantly stopped, and everyone turned their attention to him.
Mr. Li. Good morning, Mr. Li.
Every time he passed by, someone would always greet Li Chen. He nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on manager number 5, who was registering, and asked, "How's the situation?" Manager number 5 respectfully replied, reporting to the commander, "The resident combat group has currently recruited 9,806 people.
After assessment, all have physical fitness levels of D or above."
Manager number 5 straightened his posture, maintaining a respectful attitude.
For convenience, physical fitness levels are divided into 4
grades from A to D, with D being equivalent to the level of an average young adult male.
Those in suboptimal health have already been excluded.
Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. Combat skills and experience could be cultivated later, but substandard physical fitness was not something that could be remedied overnight. At present, through the artificial human cultivation pods, a maximum of 5,000 artificial human warriors have been developed.
Combined
with nearly 10,000 members of the resident combat group, the total military strength of the star-level shelter has reached 15,000. Excluding the artificial human warriors, these nearly 10,000 members of the resident combat group are all composed of young and middle-aged
men, including many retired soldiers. Now, the star-level shelter boasts top-tier combat power across the entire Donghai city. Manager number 5 reported again, "Report to the commander, the registration work has been fully completed." Li Chen glanced at the form.
As expected, Su Ruoshi scored S in all assessments, except for physical fitness, which was slightly weaker at grade A.
Alright, now that the registration work is complete, let's begin the mission. Everyone, arm yourselves immediately.
At Li Chen's command, over 10,000 people moved swiftly, all donning combat uniforms, creating an incredibly spectacular scene.
The resident combat group and the android warriors were equipped
identically, with goggles, infrared night vision devices, and the most advanced weapons from the star-level shelter.
In less than a minute, the entire resident combat group was completely transformed.
After dressing neatly, everyone looked at Li Chen with eyes full of hope, the fiery glow in their eyes gradually converging into an intense flame. Wearing this gear, every cell in their bodies seemed to be shouting, "Fight! Fight!" Li Chen naturally understood their thoughts, smiled slightly, and said, "Next, there will be a 7-day training. Today is the first day, let's practice with zombies. Target, each person hunts 50 zombies. Can you do it?" Tens of thousands of voices roared the answer in unison, "Yes." The sound was deafening. Li Chen nodded to the android warriors, and a team of android warriors set off first, followed closely by 10,000 members of the resident combat group.
Ding! Congratulations to the commander for forming the resident guard.
The attribute panel has been unlocked. Please check it out.
Attribute panel?
Li Chen was quite surprised.
He had previously learned about the existence of the attribute panel from Noah. Simply put, it not only enhances personal attributes but can also modify bound objects, making it extremely practical. Without hesitation, Li Chen immediately commanded, "Open the attribute panel."
In an instant, a transparent holographic screen appeared before his eyes, visible only to him.
Star-level shelter system. Host, Li Chen. Strength, 6. Agility, 7. Constitution, 10. Spirit, 10. Wisdom, 9. Evolution energy, 42062. Binding 1, none. Binding 2, none. Number of gene evolutions, 0.
Li Chen looked at the panel, his brows slightly furrowed.
Before undergoing gene evolution, the numerical ceiling for ordinary humans was 10.
Although his stats already surpassed the vast majority of people, he was still unsatisfied, as his abilities were clearly unbalanced, with strength and agility slightly lacking. Just as he was about to ask Noah, a series of notification sounds suddenly rang out.
Ding!
The combat group group has hunted one low-level zombie, gaining 1 point of evolution energy. Ding! The combat team has hunted down one primary zombie, gaining 1 point of evolution energy. As the notification sounds echoed one after another, the evolution energy on the panel kept climbing.
Li Chen's lips curved slightly. So this is how evolution energy is obtained.
Being somewhat of a perfectionist, he couldn't stand seeing the low values for strength and agility, so he immediately clicked to upgrade.
Ding! 200 points of evolution energy have been used. Strength +1. Bang! 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 Ding! 200 evolution points used. Strength +1. Ding! 200 evolution points used. Agility +1.
In just a brief moment, Li Chen had spent 1,600 evolution points, raising all attribute values to 10 points. Just as he was about to continue upgrading, he discovered that the energy required had suddenly changed.
Ding! 2,000 evolution points used. Strength +1. This directly increased tenfold. Li Chen immediately asked, Noah, how exactly is this value calculated?
Reporting to the commander, before level 10, each point of attribute increase requires 200 evolution energy. From level 10 to 20, each point of attribute increase requires 2,000 evolution energy. From level 20 to 30, each point of attribute increase requires 20,000 evolution energy. Noah quickly responded. Li Chen glanced at his remaining evolution energy and found it was only 38,462 points, clearly not enough to raise all attributes to level 20. So, he decided to first increase strength and agility to level 20. Li Chen felt his entire body enveloped by a warm current, his limbs filled with powerful strength, and his vision became exceptionally sharp.
He could even clearly track the movement of dust particles floating in the air.
At this moment, the remaining evolution energy was less than 500 points, and the upgrade buttons for strength and agility had turned gray.
Li Chen tentatively clicked on one, and a prompt appeared. Ding! Maximum level reached. Would you like to proceed with genetic evolution? Due to insufficient evolution energy, he was unable to click confirm. Li Chen did not rush to close the attribute panel but carefully reviewed the detailed explanation.
The maximum level for all attributes of a normal human can only reach level 10, which is already considered the level of an athlete.
Some members of
special forces who have undergone rigorous training, like Su Ruoshi, can achieve attribute points of level 20, which is regarded as the human limit.
If Li Chen wants to continue enhancing his attributes, he must undergo the first stage of genetic evolution.
Otherwise, high attributes would be a heavy burden on an ordinary human body, which, simply put, would result in a shortened lifespan. The changes brought about by the first stage of genetic evolution are a qualitative leap, as vast as the difference between ants and humans. Generally speaking, breaking through the genetic lock often occurs in life and death situations. Only by constantly struggling on the brink of death is there a slim chance to break the genetic lock and complete the first stage of genetic evolution. But for Li Chen, there's no need to risk his life.
As long as he has enough evolutionary energy, he can complete it with a simple click.
After browsing through the information, Li Chen was about to close the panel when a series of notification sounds suddenly rang in his ears.
Ding!
The combat team has hunted one primary zombie, gaining 1 point of evolution energy.
Ding!
The combat team has hunted one primary zombie, gaining 1 point of evolution energy. The notification sounds came one after another. If it weren't for Noah's powerful processing capabilities, it might have already crashed. Li Chen stared intently at the evolution energy bar as the number skyrocketed from 462 to 62,014, and it was still growing crazily.
Noah, what's happening? Li Chen asked hurriedly.
Report to the commander. The combat squad encountered a massive zombie horde and has used area damage weapons for extermination. After Noah finished speaking, he immediately transmitted the real-time battle video for Li Chen to watch.
Boom, boom, boom.
The sound of gunfire was deafening, and the zombies in front fell wave after wave like wheat being harvested. The combat squad coordinated seamlessly. The first group of team members, after exhausting their ammunition, quickly retreated, and the second group immediately stepped in to continue suppressing fire.
20.
Just as he was about to collapse, a crisp click suddenly came from deep within his body, as if something had been unlocked. The parts that had been damaged due to splitting were instantly repaired. Moments later, Li Chen's sweat soaked through his clothes, showing a faint pink hue that was the blood being expelled.
Star-level shelter system. Host, Li Chen. Strength, 20. Agility, 20. Constitution, 20. Spirit, 20. Wisdom, 20. Evolution energy, 7442. Binding 1, none. Binding 2, none. Gene evolution count, 1.
Li Chen gently clenched his fist, the surging power within him continuously flowing.
He had just completed the first stage of evolution. At this moment, Li Chen was
already at the pinnacle of human combat power. On the surface, the attribute panel only showed an increase of 10 points, but his strength far exceeded imagination. With a single kick, he caused the concrete floor to cave in, leaving a deep pit.
More importantly, his mental power. Li Chen discovered that, after reaching level 20, his mental power could actually extend outward, allowing him to control everything within
within a 5-mile radius. Although the feeling didn't last long, it was extremely shocking. At this moment, the members of the resident combat group had just stepped onto the lift platform, waiting for Li Chen to personally lead the team to set off. No one knew that in this short period, Li Chen had already undergone a significant transformation. Only Su Ruwashi seemed to sense something, her gaze falling on Li Chen. Activate the lift platform, move out. Li Chen effortlessly jumped onto the lift platform and immediately gave the order. Instantly, the ground trembled, the surface cracked open, and the lift platform slowly emerged from the ground. Over 100 camouflage-clad trucks roared as they broke through the electric grid. Sitting in the leading off-road vehicle, Li Chen pulled out a walkie-talkie and spoke in a loud voice. This operation will focus on training. Orders must be strictly followed. I want all of you to come back safe and sound. Do you have confidence? In an instant, a deafening roar echoed over the entire convoy. Each truck sped off at 100 miles per hour. Although the civilian combat group included some retired soldiers, the majority were ordinary people. The primary goal of today's training is to help them overcome their inner fear. After all, having lived in a long era of peace, ordinary people are afraid to even kill a chicken. Now, they are faced with zombies that have humanoid appearances and even human faces, making it difficult for many to take action. To address this, Li Chen had long arranged for the combat team to designate a specific area, strictly controlling the number of zombies to avoid large-scale casualties. When over 100 trucks came to a stop, kicking up dust, all personnel quickly and orderly disembarked and lined up. Li Chen was the last to get off. By the time he stepped out, everyone was already neatly assembled. Let me emphasize once again, today's focus is on training. Everyone must strictly follow orders without question. From the moment you join the combat group, your lives no longer belong to yourselves. Without my command, no one is allowed to die. Do you hear me? Li Chen's expression was serious, and everyone responded in unison, yes. The shelter has free schools, and minors receive subsidies. Family members of combat group members enjoy free medical care and support. So, have no worries, bravely overcome your fear, and annihilate the enemy completely. Following Li Chen's command, the combat group charged at the zombies in teams of 10. At a glance, everyone's psychological resilience became immediately apparent. Retired soldiers moved swiftly and decisively, taking down zombies with just a dagger without even needing to fire a shot. Ordinary people, on the other hand, hesitated and were reluctant to act. What are you doing? Still haven't picked a zombie you like? The squad leader, a retired soldier, shouted loudly. This seems to be my second aunt. A man held a gun, his hands trembling slightly. That familiar face made it hard for him to pull the trigger. What second aunt or third aunt? Didn't you hear the commander's order? The retired soldier shouted angrily, kill them all. He then kicked him away, forcing the man close to the zombie, his face almost touching its bloody flesh. If he hadn't retreated quickly, a piece of his face would have been torn off. At the brink of life and death, the man finally mustered his courage and suddenly pulled the trigger. A muffled gunshot rang out, and the zombie that resembled the second aunt slowly fell to the ground, black liquid seeping from its forehead. I killed my second aunt. The man's eyes were moist, on the verge of tears. The retired soldier, expressionless, raised his blade and cut down the approaching zombie. Those infected by the virus are no longer human. They're just a bunch of bloodthirsty monsters. Today, if you can't bring yourself to act, tomorrow these zombies will go after your surviving family. The retired soldier's words were like a wake-up call, instantly awakening the man's consciousness. He gripped the knife handle tightly, clenched his teeth, and charged into the crowd without hesitation. During this training, subtle changes quietly took root in many people's hearts. They had no idea that at this moment, countless drones above their heads were diligently recording their every move. These performances would become an important basis for their assessment scores 7 days later. Everyone gradually got into the groove, and their teamwork was slowly being cultivated. Almost every strike accurately killed the zombies, quickly cracking open their heads to extract the energy cores. What is that thing? How is it running so fast? Quick, it went that way, get out of the way. Damn it, I've been caught. A commotion suddenly broke out in the previously orderly line. Li Chen rushed over at lightning speed. A green-faced, fanged zombie was sprinting wildly through the crowd, its speed far surpassing human limits. The appearance of this zombie was not much different from the others, except for one thing, its eyes. Help! Help! Terrified screams occasionally came from the crowd, seeing the zombie open its bloody mouth, ready to bite down. Whoosh! Li Chen made his move. The people present almost only saw a fleeting shadow. Immediately after, everyone was shocked to discover that the zombie, as swift as lightning, was fiercely thrown out in a parabolic arc by Li Chen. Li Chen lifted his foot and stomped down. With a crunching sound, the zombie's head was crushed, and bright red blood splattered everywhere. Mr. Li, you're actually so powerful. This speed is simply not human. Am I seeing things? Did Mr. Li just teleport? Everyone who witnessed this was utterly stunned. Su Ruwashi couldn't help but look over, her pupils contracting. After specialized training, she understood better than anyone what Li Chen's performance meant. This had already far exceeded the limits of an ordinary person. Not only was his speed astonishing, but the sheer power of crushing a zombie's skull with a single kick was enough to prove his terrifying physical strength. No wonder Mr. Lee's subordinates are all so fierce. I just realized how useless I am. Sure enough, only someone like this is worthy of controlling a star-level shelter. The members of the Residence Combat Group felt both awe and fear toward Li Chen, and a fervent flame gradually ignited in their eyes. Keep fighting! Li Chen gave the order, and everyone immediately re-engaged in the battle. The two fallen individuals finally entered Li Chen's line of sight. They had already been scratched or bitten by zombies, and their bodies were infected with the zombie virus. In less than 24 hours, they would lose their sanity and turn into bloodthirsty monsters. Li Chen's gaze was calm as he said indifferently, "I'll give you 5 minutes to call your family and say goodbye." These words were equivalent to sentencing them to death. "No, Mr. Li, I don't want to die. I can definitely survive. Please don't kill me." The two were so scared that their teeth chattered, emitting pitiful whimpering sounds. Unfortunately, Li Chen showed not the slightest bit of mercy. He glanced down at his smart wristband and began the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With a resolute look from Li Chen, two android warriors drew their guns and precisely aimed at the two people's heads. In an instant, the breathing came to an abrupt halt. The onlookers watched the scene. Having been through the baptism of the apocalypse, they were no longer afraid of anything. If the infected are not killed, should they be allowed to kill their own family members instead? Mr. Li had long said that once you join the Residence Combat Group, your life no longer belongs to yourself. Since you have chosen to fight, you must be prepared for sacrifice. The training continued until evening. At 6 in the afternoon, as the whistle blew, the members of the Resident Combat Group finished off the last zombie and quickly lined up. 20 android warriors maintained strict vigilance in the surrounding area. "I've seen everyone's training results today. Not bad performance. Go back and rest well. Report on time tomorrow," Li Chen succinctly concluded, then stepped into the off-road vehicle. At this moment, the Resident Combat Group was nothing more than a group of brave ordinary people. But Li Chen's goal went far beyond that. He wanted to build a well-trained, powerful legion. Just as the off-road vehicle was about to start, Su Ruwashi suddenly appeared at the car door. "Commander, I have something to report." Li Chen waved at the android soldier, then got out of the car, looking directly into Su Ruwashi's eyes and asking, "What is it?" Su Ruwashi could only feel an overwhelming sense of pressure coming straight at her, causing her to involuntarily swallow. "Reporting to the commander, our civilian combat group has not yet undergone systematic training. There is absolutely no discipline, nor any sense of obedience. I suggest the commander first establish a compliance training plan before conducting actual combat drills." Su Ruwashi had served in the special forces for many years, so she naturally understood the kind of training a team must undergo. Take those two people who were bitten by zombies, for example. If they were retired soldiers, upon hearing Li Chen's order, they would have immediately chosen to end their own lives without begging for mercy. Military orders are absolute, and obedience is of utmost importance. Li Chen looked at Su Ruwashi appreciatively and said calmly, "The next 6 days of training are still ahead." Su Ruwashi, temporarily serving as the regiment commander of the 1st Regiment. Hearing this, Su Ruwashi's face revealed a trace of joy. She had originally just wanted to remind Li Chen of a few things, but she hadn't expected Li Chen to trust her so much, directly assigning her to lead 1,000 people for training. "Yes, I guarantee to complete the mission." Su Ruwashi stood with her legs together, raised her hand, and gave a standard military salute. She wasn't good with words. The only way she could repay Li Chen was by training the soldiers under her command well. Over 100 trucks rumbled back in a grand procession, a sight so imposing that even the zombies on the road retreated in fear. During this training, everyone completed the tasks assigned by Li Chen and gained significant rewards. Each person obtained dozens of energy cores, but they did not keep them privately. Upon returning to the star-rated shelter, they handed them over to management collectively. Since the mission was specifically to hunt zombies, and Li Chen had not permitted them to keep the energy cores for themselves, no one dared to take them without authorization. Back at the training ground, Li Chen gazed at the assembled crowd and slowly began to speak. "I have observed all of your performances today. Based on the comprehensive assessment results and today's performance, the list of officers for each level of soldiers is now announced." Everyone's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Commander of the 1st Regiment, Su Ruwashi. Commander of the 2nd Regiment, Feng Liang. Captain of Team 1, Lu Liren. Each person called out immediately stepped forward from the ranks, their hearts pounding with excitement. They never expected Li Chen to pay such close attention to everyone. This 10,000-member civilian combat group had already been divided into 2 regiments, with each regiment further divided into several smaller teams. This time, Li Chen announced dozens of names, all of whom had performed exceptionally well in today's live training. This was thanks to NOAA's powerful data analysis capabilities. They processed footage captured by drones in batches, evaluated individual performances, and assigned everyone to the most suitable positions. After finishing the list, Li Chen scanned the dozens of people who had stepped forward and said slowly. These positions are only temporary. After the 7-day training period ends, I will readjust based on the training results. 2 regiment leaders and all team leaders, the soldiers under your command are your evaluation subjects. Do you all understand? Understood. Dozens of people shouted in unison, full of vigor. Very well, that's all for today. Everyone, go back and rest. Starting tomorrow, we will enter the next phase of training at the training ground. I only want iron-blooded wolf soldiers, not cowards. As soon as Li Chen finished speaking, Su Ruwashi gritted her teeth and assured, "Report, Commander. There are no cowards among my soldiers." Over the next 6 days, according to the detailed training plan devised by Noah, the resident combat group squads conducted training on the 1st to 3rd floors of the training ground. Most of the team leaders were retired soldiers, making the training process smooth and efficient. The growth rate of the 10,000 resident combat group members was exceptionally rapid. Meanwhile, the various factories previously promised by Li Chen were gradually established, including factories for daily necessities, candy, beverages, and clothing. With an ample supply of raw materials, all that was needed was proper allocation. Noah was responsible for retrieving information and organizing personnel, allowing the factories to quickly begin orderly production. While all factories in Donghai City were paralyzed, the industrial line of the star-rated shelter stood out remarkably. Many of the products manufactured were entertainment items, and the shelter residents eagerly spent their accumulated points, as if returning to life before the apocalypse. Report to the commander. The preparation progress for 26 production lines has reached 100%. A total of 48,055 positions have been provided, with 30% occupied by the elderly and 68% by women. But the products currently being produced cannot be fully utilized within the shelter. Please advise. The manager stood tall in the command room, reporting. Production status charts were also displayed on Li Chen's central control screen. Who would have thought that such a busy production line could still operate efficiently in this apocalypse? Someone, in the face of the apocalypse, isn't busy saving lives but instead developing industry? However, overcapacity is indeed a tricky problem. Readjust the products of each production line, prioritizing internal consumption as the goal. Notify the combat group residents to board the trucks and head out to carry out the task of gathering raw materials. Li Chen issued the order. The management personnel immediately responded. Subsequently, the smart wristband quickly relayed Li Chen's command. After the management personnel left, Li Chen asked again, "Noah, what is the current status of the shelter?" The number of energy cores is 45,022. Energy reserves have reached 98%. Noah projected the bar chart onto the holographic screen. Before the apocalypse, Li Chen had already purchased solar panels and generators, installing them in the power grid to continuously supply energy to the star-rated shelter. Therefore, even with more than 20 factories operating simultaneously and 100,000 people consuming energy at the same time, hardly any energy reserves were used. However, Li Chen frowned slightly as he looked at the numbers on the energy core. These days, the android warriors have gone out to hunt zombies and brought back at least 80,000 energy cores. Coupled with the more than 30,000 cores gradually delivered by Yang Qingyi and others, there should logically be a stockpile of over 100,000. However, in order to create a full force of 5,000 android warriors, nearly half of the energy cores were consumed, leaving only over 40,000 on hand. Noah, I want to upgrade the combat unit's armament. Help me draft a detailed plan. Li Chen instructed. The star-rated shelter currently possesses 45,022 energy cores. First, repair the armored vehicle production line and upgrade it to level 2 to ensure support for the combat team's missions. Second, repair the level 1 aircraft production line to guarantee marching speed. As Noah reported, detailed information appeared on the holographic screen in front of Li Chen. The primary armored vehicle can withstand rifle bullets, while the secondary armored vehicle can resist heavy weapons. The aircraft production line is divided into multiple levels. Level 1 can produce military helicopters, Level 2 can manufacture transport planes, and Level 3 can build basic fighter jets. After listening to Noah's suggestion, Li Chen nodded slightly. Repair it. Ding. 10,000 energy cores have been used to repair the Level 1 armored vehicle production line. Ding. 20,000 energy cores have been used to upgrade to a Level 2 armored vehicle production line. Ding. 10,000 energy cores have been used to repair the Level 1 aircraft production line. As a series of notification sounds rang out, 5,022 energy cores remained. At the same time, changes occurred in the weapon production base on the 4th floor. The originally worn-out 2 production lines flashed with a bright light and were instantly renewed. Fully automated machinery continuously fed raw materials into the equipment for high-temperature smelting and molding. Next, robotic arms precisely installed the components in place. The management staff received a notification and immediately brought the maintenance androids to the scene. After adjustments, the 2 fully automated production lines are running smoothly. Soon, the first armored vehicle rolled off the line. This Level 2 armored vehicle is entirely made of heavy metal, exuding an imposing presence that is stunning just by by its appearance. Understood. Shortly after, a helicopter appeared at the end of the production line. Although it is only level 1, the entire machine is painted in military green and can accommodate 6 people. Whether it's an armored vehicle or a helicopter, the appearance is the default style. Li Chen can use the command console to choose from dozens of different styles. Armored vehicles are divided into different sizes and weights based on needs, suitable for rapid marches, breakthroughs, or sieges. The helicopter, on the other hand, is distinguished by its level of armament and payload capacity. There are armed helicopters specifically for hunting missions, speed-oriented ones for rescue, and load-capable ones for transport. However, helicopters are ultimately not true fighter jets or transport planes. Although they have rescue and transport functions, they are still not fully optimized. Li Chen pondered for a moment and made a choice on the holographic panel. Armored vehicles are divided into 2 types, light and heavy. Helicopters primarily focus on producing transport models. Whether it's the helicopter or armored vehicle production line, currently, only one line is operational. Therefore, it's unnecessary to produce all types. Only the required models need to be selected. The light armored vehicle focuses on rapid marches, capable of quickly delivering soldiers to the battlefield. The heavy armored vehicle is used for defending against zombie hordes and even repelling attacks from other armed forces. As for helicopters, the armed type takes on air combat missions, while the transport type is responsible for material delivery. If the combat team discovers a large amount of raw materials or a warehouse of supplies outside, transport helicopters can be dispatched directly for pickup and delivery. At the same time, other shelters can also avoid combat zones and complete deliveries smoothly once they place orders. With this equipment, the armed forces of the current star-rated shelter have rapidly improved. Meanwhile, shelters across Donghai City are still worrying about food and even resorting to using kitchen knives for self-defense, while the interstellar shelter has already acquired powerful land and air combat capabilities. Activate the production line immediately, Li Chen decisively ordered. Accompanied by the roar of machines, various components began to operate. These robotic arms seem to possess their own consciousness, working in perfect harmony with an error margin of less than 0.001 millimeters. According to Noah's explanation, producing a helicopter takes about 1 to 2 days, while an armored vehicle requires only 1 day per unit. Li Chen silently calculated for a moment before issuing an order. The production line must not stop. Once the finished products are ready, prioritize supplying them to the android warriors, and allocate the remaining parts to the residents' combat groups for armament. He was well aware that once the residents' combat groups were adequately equipped, a second production line could be opened to manufacture more advanced armored vehicles and helicopters. At that point, the outdated equipment would be directly sold to various shelters. After all, priorities must be set. Androids were absolutely loyal to Li Chen and naturally received priority armament. The residents' combat groups came second. As for other shelters, they could only use equipment discarded by star-rated shelters to avoid repeating the farmer and snake scenario. The management immediately agreed. Androids would never have any objections to Li Chen's decisions. Noah, how is the progress on the detailed resident profiles? Li Chen asked. 100% complete and ready for retrieval at any time. Hearing this response, Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. Pass down the order. When the combat team goes out on missions, they must carry monitoring equipment for installation. The current intelligence relies on drones, but drones have a drawback. They must return to the shelter every 12 hours for recharging, which is extremely inconvenient. On the other hand, surveillance equipment equipped with solar panels can operate continuously once installed, allowing for round-the-clock monitoring of movements across Donghai City. Whether it's a zombie horde emerging or the traces of survivors, everything is under Li Chen's control. When combat personnel go out, the optimal route can also be determined more quickly based on the mission type. Yes, I suggest the commander upgrade the surveillance equipment production line. Noah made the suggestion. The current one-star shelter's level 1 surveillance equipment is similar to the cameras installed in cities before the apocalypse, except they are equipped with solar charging panels. Level 2 equipment, however, is much more advanced, capable of transforming into various forms, such as ants, bees, or birds to carry out reconnaissance and intelligence-gathering tasks. However, Li Chen had stockpiled a significant number of solar-powered cameras before the apocalypse, so there is no immediate need for an upgrade. The upgrade plan is temporarily shelved. After making arrangements, Li Chen headed to the training ground. The 7-day training had just concluded, and he was eager to witness the results firsthand. Line up! As soon as he stepped into the training ground, he saw everyone training enthusiastically. Upon seeing Li Chen arrive, Su Ruwashi immediately issued a command. Line up! Salute! Over 10,000 people stood upright and shouted in unison, "Greetings, Commander!" Li Chen nodded with satisfaction, standing at the front of the team. Su Ruwashi, step forward and report. Reporting to the commander, the training tasks for the 1st Regiment have been fully completed, and all soldiers' various metrics have at least doubled.
All personnel have become proficient in the use of various firearms and have mastered basic combat techniques.
Su Ruwashi sat upright and reported solemnly. Very good, Feng Liang, step forward and report. Reporting to the commander, the training tasks of the 2nd Regiment have also been fully completed. Feng Liang was concise, and the content was roughly the same as Su Ruwashi's.
Li Chen nodded in approval.
Very good. Today will be the first time the Resident Combat Group carries out a mission. According to intelligence sent back by drones, there is a raw material processing plant in the northern suburbs of Donghai City, storing a large amount of raw materials.
Your mission is to safely transport all these raw materials back.
Li Chen spoke as he opened the holographic screen.
The real-time surveillance footage from the drone was immediately projected.
It had been nearly a month since the apocalypse broke out. Factories had long ceased operations, and human society had fallen into paralysis.
The factory
grounds, both inside and out, were overgrown with weeds, some even reaching waist height.
The once majestic factory walls were now covered in mold stains.
Inside the factory grounds, many zombies were gathered. They stood motionless in the open space, resembling still trees in a forest. However, everyone present knew that as soon as a human approached, these zombies would awaken and launch a frenzied attack. Seeing the densely packed zombies, the entire Resident Combat team gasped in shock. Without any weapons, falling into a place like this would mean having their bones picked clean in no time. This mission will be supported by 3 transport helicopters and 5 armored vehicles.
It's the first time carrying out a collection mission. Does everyone have confidence?
Everyone shouted in unison, their eyes gleaming with excitement. A star-level shelter truly lived up to its reputation as top-tier
combat strength, equipped with high-end gear like armored vehicles and helicopters. With these, everyone's safety was greatly enhanced.
Seeing the high morale, Li Chen smiled faintly. The previous outdoor combat training was merely to help them overcome their inner fears. At that time, there were android warriors escorting them, and the number of zombies in the area had been carefully controlled to
avoid danger.
But this time, the Resident Combat Group was executing a mission independently for the first time, without any additional
support. Li Chen understood in his heart that only through real combat could the team continuously refine itself and truly grow.
Very good.
Now look at the big screen.
This industrial area has a total of 10 factory buildings. Before Doomsday, there were about 10,000 workers here. After Doomsday, the factory gates were tightly shut, and the survivors attracted a large number of zombies, so there are more than 10,000 zombies inside the factory.
Preliminary estimates suggest there are about 200,000.
Moreover, the factory area has a closed terrain, with buildings closely packed together, making it difficult to evade.
You will be fighting 200,000 zombies face to face, so strict obedience to orders is a must, understood? Everyone was eager and ready, impatient to carry out the first mission. Alright, let's move out. First group, second group, follow Su Ruwashi's command. Advance under cover in squads.
The zombie energy cores obtained in this hunt do not need to be handed over. You can keep them for yourselves. As soon as Li Chen finished speaking, a cheer erupted from the team. These days, many daring individuals in the star-rated shelter have ventured out to hunt zombies and obtain energy cores. Everyone has come to realize that energy cores are truly treasures.
1
core can be exchanged for 100 points, directly redeemable for a simple meal.
Moreover, the current low-level zombies are very weak, and as long as one is well defended, they can be easily killed.
The Residents Combat Group, upon hearing that they could keep the energy cores for themselves, were overjoyed and even started calculating how
many zombies they needed to kill today.
By killing a few more, they could treat their families to a taste of a fine dinner in the evening. While everyone was dreaming of their plans, the main force had already set out in grand fashion. This time, Li Chen did not accompany them but returned to the command room to monitor the battle in real time through footage transmitted by drones. Most of the deployed vehicles were still modified trucks, with 5 armored vehicles leading the way at the front and a transport
helicopter hovering overhead.
The drivers of the armored vehicles and the helicopter were all well trained even before the apocalypse.
Li Chen was not worried at all. The entire team was well organized and imposing.
Passing by some residential buildings, they could see many survivors hiding inside, casting envious glances.
Is this a star-rated shelter? They even have armored vehicles. I'm so jealous. Look at what's flying in the sky. Is that a helicopter? Oh my god, how did the star-rated shelter manage to get this equipment? Why didn't the star-rated shelter approve my application? I want to sit in such a mighty armored vehicle and go kill zombies too.
The survivors huddled together, whispering softly. They looked at the rows of sophisticated equipment, then at the kitchen knives in their hands, filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment.
Attention! 1 kilometer to the destination. All units, check your equipment.
Su Ruwashi's voice came through the radio. She was sitting in the lead armored vehicle, staring at the screen, her palms slightly sweaty. In the past, Su Ruwashi had mostly operated solo solo or in small groups within the special forces, rarely commanding such a large-scale team. She knew that whether she could earn Li Chen's trust this time depended on her performance. To provide a better life for her mother, Su Ruwashi understood that victory was her only option. There was no turning back. Following the route planned by Noah, the combat group easily reached the destination. Along the way, there were no hordes of zombies, only a few scattered ones, which were taken out with headshots before they even got close. Whether on trucks or armored vehicles, people got off one after another and began clearing the zombies around the factory perimeter. The combat team members lined up, waiting for orders. Previously, when the survivors in the factory fled, they locked the factory doors tightly, causing most of the zombies to be trapped inside. Roar! The zombies, smelling the scent of blood, crowded against the iron door, stretching out their decayed hands and letting out piercing howls. One could imagine that once the door was opened, these zombies would pour out like a flood. Someone in the resident combat group involuntarily swallowed, revealing a hint of fear. Su Ruwashi's gaze swept over them, her voice rising a few notches. Let me emphasize again, today's mission is to completely clear out the zombies in the factory area and safely bring the raw materials back to the shelter. There are no cowards under my command. If anyone dares to back down, you won't need to wait for the commander to deal with you. I will personally send you on your way. Do you understand? Facing Su Ruwashi's sharp gaze, those who felt intimidated couldn't help but shiver, then responded in unison, understood. Very well, in a moment, Team 1 and Squad 1 will be responsible for opening the door, while the others set up at the entrance and carry out indiscriminate shooting. Once inside, Squad 1 will lead the way, maintaining a V-shaped formation, heading straight for the warehouse area. There must be no delays. Squad 2 will be responsible for loading the raw materials onto the helicopter, while Squad 1 provides cover. Any questions? Su Ruwashi finished arranging the battle plan. No. She nodded and immediately ordered Team 1 to get ready. In the blink of an eye, the others set up their guns, and Team 1 quickly pulled open the iron gate. Ho ho, ho ho! The zombies, like ravenous wolves, lunged fiercely at the nearest team. But the members of Team 1 had been carefully selected and trained by Su Ruwashi, their movements swift and decisive. As soon as they opened the gate, they rolled away, escaping the zombies' attack range. Immediately after, the sound of gunfire instantly echoed at the factory gate. Everyone opened fire with full force, and zombies fell like wheat being harvested. In just 3 to 5 minutes, the zombies surrounding the factory gate were almost completely cleared out. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, roar! A large wave of zombies surged out from inside the factory. They trampled over the corpses of their kind, roaring as they charged forward. Another round of firepower crushed them. Frontline soldiers ran out of ammunition and quickly retreated to resupply, while rear soldiers swiftly stepped up. The battle continued without any suspense. Where's the heavy machine gun? Hurry up! RPG, get it ready! The zombies have reached the red line. Prepare the stun grenades. Commands frequently came through the wireless headset. Although Su Ruwashi did not personally take action, cold sweat was already dripping down her back. Moments later, no more hordes of zombies rushed out, and the sound of gunfire gradually ceased. The entrance of the factory was filled with a heavy smell of gunpowder. Team 1 takes the lead, the rest spread out and follow closely. Yes! Su Ruwashi hoisted her gun and walked at the front, with the others closely following behind. The scattered zombies along the way were almost all taken down by her with a single shot. Successfully arrived at the entrance of the first factory building, Su Ruwashi took the lead in pulling open the door. A horde of zombies in blue work uniforms surged out. They were originally factory workers, trapped here after turning into zombies. Although they appeared densely packed, their numbers were still far fewer compared to the scene at the factory district gate. Soon, the residents' combat team successfully eliminated them without a single casualty. After 7 days of training, the combat effectiveness of the residents' combat team had undergone an astonishing transformation. After eliminating the zombies in the factory, one team dispersed, with 2 squads standing guard at the entrance to deal with stray zombies, while the rest focused on excavating energy cores. The second team, like a production line, began moving bags of raw materials out in large quantities and loading them onto transport helicopters. It must be said, the raw materials in this factory are astonishingly abundant. Before the raw materials from the first factory were fully loaded, 5 transport helicopters were already filled to capacity. They then flew back to the shelter to unload, emptied their cargo, and returned to continue loading. Fortunately, the helicopter was not slow. Since there was no need to wait for the ground team, the round trip took only 10 minutes. The shelter had already arranged personnel to wait at the lift platform, and as soon as a helicopter landed, the waiting team immediately unloaded the materials. Thus, the helicopter made 3 round trips to transport the materials from the first factory. Move quickly. Head straight to the second factory. A team excavating the energy core returned to the squad immediately. Su Ruwashi cautiously surveyed her surroundings and issued the order again. It only took 2 hours for the resident combat team to move all the raw materials from the entire factory back to the shelter, leaving nothing behind. Even the energy cores were
were completely excavated. Reporting to the commander, the collection mission has been successfully completed. Requesting permission to return, Su Ruwashi reported via radio. Li Chen looked at the footage sent back by the drone and nodded slightly. Return the same way. Shoot. The way the residents' combat group came, they would also return the same way. In the mighty procession, everyone's face was filled with the joy of harvest. This Su Ruwashi is indeed impressive, Li Chen said to Noah. Yes, I suggest the commander bind Su Ruwashi to the attribute panel, Noah replied. Earlier, when Li Chen was increasing attribute points, he noticed that the attribute panel could bind two people. Hearing Noah say this, he immediately became interested. What's the use of binding? Yes. Report to the commander. The attribute panel can bind to any creature, whether it's a zombie, human, or animal. Once bound, the system will implant a loyalty gene into the mind of the bound individual. Just like androids, they will never betray. At the same time, the commander can independently enhance the attributes of the bound individual as needed. Noah explained slowly. A trace of surprise flashed in Li Chen's eyes. It could actually bind to any creature. This ability indeed sounded impressive. Although androids were loyal and powerful, they had their limits. Moreover, enhancing an android's abilities required upgrading the cultivation chamber, which demanded an excessive number of energy cores at this stage, with limited returns. However, if he could bind to a specific person, that individual would become Li Chen's right-hand ally. Thinking of this, Li Chen immediately said, bind to Su Ruwashi right away. Evolution energy, 68,400. Binding 1 is Su Ruwashi, extremely strong in individual combat. Click on attributes for details. As the notification of successful binding sounded, Su Ruwashi seemed to sense an unprecedented thought emerging in her mind. Will the commander be satisfied with my actions this time? I really hope the commander can see my loyalty when we return. A series of thoughts involuntarily surfaced in Su Ruwashi's mind. After Li Chen bonded with Su Ruwashi, his gaze fell on the holographic projector. The screen was divided into countless small sections, displaying footage transmitted from various surveillance devices. The monitoring system had already been preliminarily set up in Donghai City. Li Chen noticed that on the way back for the residents' combat group, a team was engaged in a fierce battle. He zoomed in on the scene and saw women, children, and men in the group, all dressed in tattered clothes. However, their faces lacked the despair commonly seen in survivors. Instead, regardless of age, they all exuded a fierce determination. Who are they? Li Chen asked curiously. Noah immediately replied, they were originally residents of the West City shelter but escaped for some reason. They currently have no fixed residence and are scavenging for supplies everywhere. This information was all collected by the drones dispatched daily. Li Chen raised an eyebrow. Humans are social creatures. As long as they can stay, they will choose to gather. What exactly had this group of men, women, and children been through to flee the West City shelter? How is the situation at the shelters in Donghai City now? Li Chen asked. The star-rated shelter has been focusing on development recently, and Li Chen has limited knowledge of the outside world. Report to the commander. Currently the 3 strongest shelters in Donghai City are identified. They are the West City Shelter, East City Shelter, and Shangri-La Shelter. Among them, the West City Shelter has the strongest combat power, mainly composed of miners. After the apocalypse broke out, they spontaneously gathered, raided the armory, and armed themselves. Recently, due to food shortages, there have even been instances of cannibalism. Noah quickly replied. Since the signal of the star-level shelter was restored, many people in the shelters began using pre-apocalypse electronic devices. For Noah, as long as the devices are connected to the network, there are no secrets he doesn't know. Therefore, he has a thorough understanding of the various forces in Donghai City. Yes. After hearing this, Li Chen's heart was stirred. This group's combat strength is not weak. They definitely weren't the ones being preyed upon in the West City shelter. It seems they left because they felt ashamed of the cannibalistic behavior. Li Chen had the idea of recruiting. Su Ruwashi, there's a group of people trapped by a zombie horde in the southeast direction. Lead the team over to provide support immediately. Li Chen issued the order via radio. Su Ruwashi immediately responded. Although she didn't understand why the usually calm and emotionless commander would order them to rescue someone. At this moment, she was like an android, absolutely loyal to Li Chen. As long as it was Li Chen's order, she would carry it out without hesitation. Li Chen, on his side, was also closely watching the surveillance footage. The footage showed that the team had been struggling for a long time, and several members were visibly sluggish in their reactions. Let's just retreat. This fight seems endless. Stop talking nonsense. If you want to go back yourself. Don't forget, those people in the West City are cannibals, but they don't eat us, maybe. Heh, the day you lose your ability to work, you'll naturally become a two-legged sheep. The drone faithfully transmitted the images and sounds, confirming Li Chen's suspicions. At the same time, the main force led by Su Ruwashi was also nearing the battlefield. Perhaps the battle had lasted too long, and a man accidentally got his shoulder scratched by a zombie. A miserable scream was heard. Before the man could react, the zombie lunged at him, tearing
kicking and biting, blood splattering everywhere. The scent of blood drove the other zombies almost insane.
Don't worry about me. Go quickly. Take good care of Ingzi for me.
The companions wanted to rush forward to save him, but the man knew he had already been infected and would soon turn into a zombie like the monsters before him, driven only by a bloodthirsty instinct.
Rather than that. Understood.
The man raised his handgun, aimed at his heart, and pulled the trigger. Everyone watched in shock as the scene unfolded.
The man, with his heart shattered by the bullet, would not turn into a zombie even in death. The zombies swarmed forward, starting to devour the delicacy.
The other team members, their eyes red with grief and anger, continued to fight fiercely against the zombies. Just as someone else was about to be pounced on by a zombie, Tsuruwashi arrived with the main force just in time.
All units, listen up. Immediately spread out into formation. Tsuruwashi quickly pulled the woman who was almost bitten, shielding her behind, and immediately issued an order. Da da da.
Tens of thousands of gun barrels fired simultaneously. Dense bullets poured down like raindrops, slaughtering wave after wave of zombies. The terrain here is narrow, making it inconvenient to use area damage weapons, but the firepower of firearms alone is enough to annihilate a large number of zombies.
Who are you? Are you here to save us? Thank heavens, I don't have to die. Which shelter are you from? How are you so powerful?
The people who had been fighting bitterly for so long looked at the warriors who appeared like heavenly soldiers descending from the sky, and tears of joy streamed down their faces. Salvation in a desperate situation.
The overwhelming firepower brought hope for survival.
Under the cover of the residential combat group, this team took a brief rest before picking up their kitchen knives again and rejoining the fight.
Use this.
Tsuruwashi handed the spare firearm to the person beside her. The kitchen knife was short, making close combat extremely risky. The person who received the gun was overwhelmed with gratitude and kept thanking her. Tsuruwashi replied indifferently, without expression, "If you want to thank someone, thank our commander."
Your commander is. Da da da. Gunfire drowned out all other sounds.
Under the fire suppression of the resident combat group, this wave of zombies was completely wiped out in less than 10 minutes.
The 1st Regiment maintained formation, staying alert to the surroundings. The 2nd Regiment skillfully moved forward, dug into the zombies' chests, and extracted energy cores. The survivors finally breathed a sigh of relief. Watching the actions of the combat group, they curiously asked, "What are you digging out?"
Tsuruwashi answered succinctly, "These are energy cores. If you have energy cores, you can use them to exchange for supplies with our star-level shelter."
Star-level shelter. Hearing this name, the leading man's pupils contracted. No wonder their combat power is so strong.
He wiped the bloodstains off his face and extended his hand to Tsuruwashi. "Thank you for your help.
My name is Zhang Tiankai. No need. The commander sent me to rescue you."
Tsuruwashi did not shake hands. Her tone was indifferent. Zhang Tiankai was visibly stunned.
The commander of the star-level shelter? Could it be an old acquaintance?
Seeing that Tsuruwashi was unwilling to say more, he also shut his mouth. Since someone from the star-level shelter had saved him, they
certainly wouldn't abandon him.
Once he followed the main group to the star-level shelter, he would find an opportunity to ask clearly.
After all the energy cores of the zombies were extracted, the residents' combat group took a short rest on the spot before continuing their return journey.
5 armored vehicles led the way, followed closely by a line of trucks, forming a long convoy. Zhang Tiansai's gaze was fixed on the leading armored vehicle, his eyes filled with shock. "The armed forces of the star-level shelter have already reached this level. I thought that with firearms, the West City shelter was already invincible."
It seems I was too naive. The commander of a star-rated shelter must be extraordinary.
Zhang Tiankai and his companions were overwhelmed with countless thoughts. The journey ahead was almost free of zombies. After a whole day of fierce battles, the warriors of the resident combat group finally breathed a sigh of relief, leaning back in the truck to rest. At that moment, the leading armored vehicle suddenly slammed on the brakes, and the string of trucks behind it also braked urgently, narrowly avoiding a pileup.
What happened?
Tsuruwashi's inquiry came through the radio. A soldier answered with a trembling voice, "Something is blocking the way ahead."
The screen on the armored vehicle supported sharing, and Tsuruwashi immediately saw it. There was indeed a monster blocking the convoy's path. The creature looked like a zombie, yet it was not entirely the same.
While zombies have decayed bodies, they still retain a human form. However, the creature before them had long lost any semblance of humanity. Its mouth was split open all the way to its ears, and its once distinct fingers had grown webbing, merging into a single piece. It moved on all fours, with its head covered in rotting wounds. Hiss! The creature let out a strange sound and suddenly vanished from everyone's sight in a flash. When it reappeared, it was crouched on a pickup truck, its sharp claws piercing through the vehicle's body. The people inside narrowly avoided being scratched as they dodged in panic.
What on earth is this? Tsuruwashi's pupils contracted tightly.
Without hesitation, she transmitted the footage back to the command room, then grabbed her weapon and got out of the vehicle. The speed and strength of this monster were astonishing. Staying inside the vehicle was no different from waiting for death. It was better to get out and fight. Over on Li Chen's side, he also saw the image of the monster, his expression turning grim.
As a reborn individual, unusual. He recognized it at a glance. It was a second-tier zombie. But before Li Chen could speak, the surveillance footage revealed a shocking scene. About 7 or 8 second-tier zombies appeared simultaneously, completely surrounding the residents' combat group. They toyed with their prey like cats playing with mice, not in any hurry to eat people, but instead darting into the crowd for sudden attacks. Their speed was terrifying. Many victims were dragged away before they even had a chance to react. Some were torn in half while still in midair. Panicked, many people scrambled into the trucks, not daring to move a muscle. However, the truck's defenses were useless against the Tier 2 zombies. Their sharp claws easily tore through the metal, exposing the terrified people inside. Drip drip, the saliva of the Tier 2 zombies dripped onto the heads of the crowd. Ah! Accompanied by the zombies' actions, a piercing scream echoed. In just a few breaths, the residents' combat group had lost dozens of fighters. The Tier 2 zombies' eerie green eyes locked onto Suruwashi. To them, the higher the attributes of a human, the more delicious they were. Naturally, the strongest in the group, Suruwashi, became their primary target. Fortunately, Suruwashi, being agile, sensed the wind by her ear and immediately rolled to evade the attack. Get back to the armored vehicle immediately. Crossfire cover. Wait for me to get there. Li Chen urgently ordered through the radio. At this moment, the civilian combat group was only 3 kilometers away from the shelter and could reach it quickly by helicopter. He moved swiftly. On the other side, Suruwashi also acted without hesitation, leaping into the armored vehicle in a few quick moves and firmly shutting the door. Suruwashi had an extremely strong attraction to second-tier zombies. Even after hiding in the armored vehicle, those 7 or 8 second-tier zombies were still roaring outside, desperately clawing at the vehicle's defenses. However, this armored vehicle was equipped with level 2 armor, and the strength of the second-tier zombies was not enough to break through. Gunfire erupted outside as the soldiers gritted their teeth, suppressing their fear, and continuously fired around the armored vehicle. For a moment, the second-tier zombies were trapped in place, constantly dodging. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Roar! However, the mutation quietly occurred at this moment. The speed of the second-tier zombies had become almost impossible to track with the naked eye. The situation suddenly grew tense shortly after they were suppressed by firepower. They quickly broke through the encirclement and randomly chose a direction to launch their attack. They're coming! Open fire, quickly! Screams echoed one after another, and the bullets couldn't lock onto those zombies at all. They could only watch helplessly as the zombies broke through the defense line, pounced on the soldiers, and tore into their bodies. Suruwashi clenched her fists tightly, wanting to rush out to provide support several times, but was stopped by Li Chen. Are you kidding? If Suruwashi died, where else could he find such an outstanding partner? The warriors were fighting fiercely, and Li Chen was also rushing over quickly. As the second-tier zombies feasted, many members of the residents' combat group instantly lost their composure. Their training time was short, and their psychological resilience was still lacking. If it were a crushing offensive, it would be fine, but once they fell into adversity, all their weaknesses were exposed. Many warriors had already lost their sanity, wildly firing in all directions. Many fell to the zombies, but even more fell under the gunfire of their teammates. The scene descended into chaos. Boom, boom, boom. Help me. A soldier was lifted high by a zombie, desperately reaching out his hand to the teammates on the ground for help. However, everyone on the scene was powerless. Just as his mind went blank, waiting for death to arrive, bang. Li Chen descended like a god, fiercely throwing the zombie off and slamming it heavily onto the ground more than 10 meters away. Maintain formation. Li Chen gave the order, and the previously panicked soldiers instantly found their backbone, snapping back to attention and resuming their firing formation. Meanwhile, Li Chen weaved through the hail of bullets, moving even faster than a second-tier zombie. Taking advantage of the zombies being suppressed by the gunfire, he turned and struck, piercing through a zombie's chest in one swift motion, the energy core falling instantly into his palm. 1, 2, 3. Li Chen moved with lightning speed, taking the life of a second-tier zombie with each strike. The remaining second-tier zombies, sensing the danger, immediately abandoned their attack on the soldiers and lunged toward Li Chen instead. Li Chen's displeasure spread unreservedly. With a flip of his palm, he pulled out a few grenades, then leaped up and directly stuffed them into the open mouth of the second-tier zombie. Boom, boom, boom. The grenades exploded one after another, directly blowing the head off the second-tier zombie. However, the energy core was in its chest, so even without a head, it could still move, though it had lost its 5 senses. Li Chen seized the opportunity to reach out with both hands and extract the energy core. The remaining zombies all fell to the ground, leaving deep wounds on their chests, all of which were Li Chen's handiwork. After Li Chen stood still, he immediately gave an order. Execute the injured personnel. Commander, they are our comrades. We can't do this. Perhaps they weren't bitten. Take them back and give them another chance. Many people pleaded with compassion in their hearts. Li Chen raised his gun and fired, a single bullet ending the person on the ground who was turning into a corpse. He turned to look at the crowd, his gaze icy. Execute the order immediately. If you don't shoot them now, are you planning to bring them back to attack your families? Remember, once you join the civilian
combat group, your life is no longer your own. As soon as Li Chen finished speaking, Tsuruwashi stepped out of the armored vehicle and was the first to shoot the struggling person on the ground. Gunshots rang out one after another, this time not to kill zombies, but to put an end to infected comrades. Roar! Ergu, rest in peace. I'll take care of your son for you in the future. With tears in their eyes, the soldiers pulled the trigger. When all the infected had been dealt with, Li Chen looked around, ensuring nothing was overlooked, and then slowly said, "Return immediately." The armored vehicle still led the way, with trucks roaring as they headed toward the shelter. Inside the armored vehicle, Tsuruwashi, her expression still shaken, asked, "Commander, just now, what exactly was that monster?" Li Chen toyed with the level 2 zombie energy core in his hand, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes.
"The zombies we encountered before, those slow-moving ones, were primary zombies.
What we faced today were level 2 zombies. Zombies accumulate energy by devouring humans, thereby evolving."
"Second-tier zombie?" Tsuruwashi exclaimed. "Does that mean there are also third-tier, fourth-tier, or even more advanced zombies?" Li Chen nodded. Tsuruwashi's heart tightened instantly. Second-tier zombies were already so troublesome. If third-tier or fourth-tier ones truly appeared, what would become of humanity? After the apocalypse, humans would evolve, and so would zombies.
Moreover, due to the existence of energy cores, the evolution speed of zombies far surpassed that of humans. It's just that Li Chen felt a bit puzzled. The prerequisite for zombie evolution is the consumption of a large amount of flesh and blood.
This includes eating humans and even cannibalism. The virus had only broken out for a month. How could zombies evolve so quickly? The convoy quickly returned
to the platform of the shelter. As the platform slowly descended, Li Chen led all the surviving residents and combat group members to the training room.
"Tsuruwashi, report the casualties from this operation."
Looking at the sparse group of warriors, Li Chen's expression was heavy. Tsuruwashi's palms were sweaty as she hurriedly stepped out of the line. "Report to the commander, a total of 1,032 soldiers were killed this time, most of them by the guns of their comrades, and a few by zombies.
Over 1,000 lives lost, a devastating blow."
Seeing Li Chen's grim expression, Tsuruwashi braced herself and said, "I'm sorry, Commander, it was my strategic mistake that led to such severe casualties.
I am willing to accept any punishment."
Li Chen glanced at her and shook his hand.
"This is not your fault. The speed and strength of second-tier zombies far exceed the imagination of ordinary people. Before undergoing genetic evolution, their movements are completely undetectable to the naked eye. On the contrary, second-tier zombies can easily tear through defenses, like a pack of wolves pouncing on a flock of sheep."
Tsuruwashi lowered her head guiltily, fully aware that the commander's words were merely a consolation.
If only she had trained the
fighters in the civilian combat group to be more disciplined, there wouldn't have been so many deaths caused by friendly fire.
Now is not the time to shirk responsibility.
Immediately compile a list of the deceased.
All fallen soldiers' families must be compensated, and their future arrangements handled properly. Those wounded by gunfire must be sent for treatment immediately. Li Chen gave the order. Yes, Tsuruwashi accepted the order and left.
Although the residents' combat group made a mistake this time, it cannot be denied that they sacrificed heroically for the shelter. At this moment, the morale of the warriors must not be allowed to falter. While Tsuruwashi was arranging matters, Li Chen summoned Zhang Tiankai and his group to the command room. Sitting back in his exclusive chair, Li Chen looked at Zhang Tiankai and said, "Please have a seat, everyone."
No need to stand on ceremony.
After a fierce battle, Zhang Tiankai and the others looked disheveled. They exchanged glances and then sat down across from Li Chen. "Could you please introduce yourself?" Li Chen asked with a faint smile. Zhang Tiankai and the others had witnessed Li Chen's cold and ruthless side, killing the injured soldier without hesitation. Therefore, no one dared to lie, and they all revealed their backgrounds one by one. Just as Noah had investigated, they all came from the West City shelter. Due to the food shortage in the West City shelter, they had already started raising weak women, the elderly, and children as food. They referred to these people who were to be eaten as two-legged sheep. Zhang Tiankai was once a renowned doctor. Unable to tolerate the actions of the West City shelter, he led like-minded individuals to rescue some two-legged sheep and fled eastward.
Unexpectedly, they encountered a zombie horde midway.
Fortunately, they were all skilled fighters, retreating while battling and holding out until Tsuruwashi arrived. Li Chen looked at Zhang Tiankai appreciatively, arms crossed. "I highly value your combat skills.
What are your plans next?" Zhang Tiansai's group was quite formidable, consisting of doctors, nurses, and even demolition experts.
After all, in the West City shelter, those deemed useless had long become two-legged sheep. Li Chen naturally wanted to bring Zhang Tiankai and his group under his command, but he wanted Zhang Tiankai to speak up first. At the negotiation table, whoever reveals their intentions first is at a disadvantage. Li Chen would never allow anyone to make excessive demands in front of him.
"Commander, after leaving the West City shelter, we have nowhere else to go. Do you know if the Star Shelter is still recruiting? Perhaps we can contribute in some way." Zhang Tiankai understood Li Chen's intentions but bore no resentment.
The conditions at the Star Shelter were excellent, attracting attracting talent from all over. They were only given this opportunity because Li Chen had saved them. Yes, Li Chen nodded with satisfaction. Then congratulations to all of you. Star level shelter system. Host, Li Chen. Strength 20, Agility 20, Constitution 20, Spirit 20, Wisdom 20. The doors of the star level shelter are always open to talent. With that, Li Chen sent a message to the management and said to Zhang Tiankai and the others, rest assured, working at the star level shelter comes with generous benefits. Binding 2 none. Gene evolution count 1. Later, someone will take you to register. Zhang Tiankai and the others exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with joy. They had thought they would be taken advantage of in the star level shelter, but to their surprise, the treatment was unexpectedly good. When the management arrived, after completing the registration procedures for Zhang Tiankai and the others, they handed them a smart wristband and briefly introduced the job positions and points exchange rules within the star level shelter. What? One energy core can be exchanged for 100 points? Zhang Tiankai was so excited upon hearing this news that he almost went crazy. This was because the star level shelter had opened its doors to exchange energy cores for supplies. Even the West City shelter has been collecting energy cores, but the price is extremely exploitative. One energy core can only be exchanged for half a pack of biscuits. However, in the star shelter, it can be exchanged for 100 points. Zhang Tiankai still had quite a few energy cores in his possession and immediately took them all out to exchange. While Zhang Tiankai and the others were busy selecting jobs and learning the rules of the star shelter, Li Chen was sitting in the command room, staring at the surveillance footage, lost in thought. Generally speaking, it takes 1,000 primary zombies to evolve into a single second-tier zombie, and evolved zombies rarely gather, usually acting alone. But this time, there were actually 8 second-tier zombies appearing together. This suggests that the evolution of the zombies is very likely being artificially controlled, leading to such a dense occurrence. Noah, scan all surveillance footage in Donghai City, Li Chen said calmly. See if there are any more second-tier zombies appearing. Yes, Noah responded quickly. 10 seconds later, Noah reported, current surveillance shows that there are a total of 20 second-tier zombies in Donghai City, and their geographical locations are relatively scattered. Li Chen listened and couldn't help but smile bitterly. There were only 20 second-tier zombies in the entire Donghai City, yet 8 of them appeared at once this time. He absolutely didn't believe it wasn't human manipulation. Can you track the origin of those second-tier zombies from earlier? Li Chen asked coldly. Searching. Sorry, unable to track, Noah replied. Although Li Chen had already set up surveillance equipment throughout Donghai City, it was impossible to cover every corner, with a maximum coverage of only 60%. It seemed the mastermind was hiding in the remaining 40% that was beyond control. Li Chen lowered his head to look at the 8 energy cores in his hand, which were taken from the 8 second-tier zombies. The energy cores of primary zombies were transparent, while those of second-tier zombies were light green, containing much more energy. Ding! Second-tier energy cores detected in the commander's possession. Would you like to exchange them? Li Chen suddenly heard a notification sound in his mind. Redeem it. Ding! Congratulations, Commander, on successfully redeeming 8,000 primary energy cores. A second-tier energy core is equivalent to 1,000 primary energy cores. Li Chen hadn't expected the exchange rate to be so high. If he had subordinates capable of defeating second-tier zombies, he would have already organized a team specifically to hunt them down. Wait, no, how could I forget to upgrade Su Ruwashi? Li Chen suddenly slapped his forehead and stood up. Since binding with Su Ruwashi, Li Chen hadn't enhanced her attributes yet. With the resident combat group set to go out hunting zombies in the next few days, Li Chen decided to upgrade Su Ruwashi right away. He summoned the attribute panel of the bound individual. Bound individual 1 Su Ruwashi. Strength 5. Agility 10. Constitution 6. Spirit 6. Intelligence 7. Li Chen glanced at it. The remaining evolution energy was 360,220. Over the past few days, the android warriors and the resident combat group had killed quite a few zombies, enough for Su Ruwashi to evolve. So he clicked the upgrade attribute button, thinking it would go as smoothly as when he upgraded himself. Unexpectedly, the upgrade button was actually grayed out, unable to evolve. Hint, the commander needs to make contact with the bound individual. Li Chen reluctantly opened the smart wristband and sent a message to Su Ruwashi. Come to the command room to find me. When Su Ruwashi saw the message, she froze for a moment, then let out a faint bitter smile. As expected, the commander hadn't blamed her earlier. He had just saved her face, not wanting her to lose dignity in front of others. Understood. She knew in her heart that this mistake was due to her own negligence and lack of vigilance, which had caused such a massive loss of personnel. Even if the commander were to scold her harshly, she would deserve it. With this mental preparation, Su Ruwashi arrived at the command room with a heavy expression on her face, which even made Li Chen feel somewhat baffled. What's wrong with you? Li Chen asked. Su Ruwashi closed her eyes, straightened her body, and mustered the courage to speak. This mission's failure is entirely my fault. I am willing to accept punishment
punishment. Li Chen was instantly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He pointed to the chair beside him and said slowly, "Sit down first and speak slowly." Su Ruwashi hesitated for a moment but ultimately obeyed the order and sat down. She had expected to be harshly reprimanded by Li Chen, but his next words left her stunned. According to the analysis by artificial intelligence, the second-tier zombies you encountered this time were very likely man-made. This sentence exploded in Su Ruwashi's mind like a grenade. If the analysis was accurate, the safety of the residents in the star-level shelter would be hard to guarantee. Just a few second-tier zombies had already left the residents' combat team in such a sorry state. If one day second-tier zombies appeared in swarms, forming a zombie tide. Thinking of this, Su Ruwashi couldn't help but shiver, a chill surging in her heart. That would be a true living hell. Li Chen noticed her tense expression and said calmly, "There's no need to worry too much. We've already inspected the area around the star-rated shelter. The location where the second-tier zombies are being cultivated is still relatively far from us. Moreover, judging from the behavior of these few second-tier zombies, those people are temporarily unable to mass-produce them to form a zombie horde. The most critical thing now is to enhance your strength. Only in this way will you have greater security when leading a team on missions. There are currently only 20 second-tier zombies in Donghai City, and they are relatively scattered. As long as Su Ruwashi's personal combat ability improves, a few scattered second-tier zombies are nothing more than easy targets." Su Ruwashi nodded firmly. Li Chen then placed his hand on her shoulder. Ding! Contact detected between the commander and the bound individual. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. As Li Chen's words fell, Su Ruwashi felt a warm sensation all over her body, as if she were lying on the afternoon grass, basking in the sunlight. A moment later, Li Chen withdrew his palm. Su Ruwashi looked down in amazement, clenched her fist, and felt as if a surge of energy was churning and colliding within her. At this moment, she only wanted to rush to the training ground and have a good, intense fight. What is happening to me? Watch out. She looked at Li Chen in confusion. You can understand it as me transferring energy to you. Open fire. Li Chen spoke concisely. In an instant, Su Ruwashi's pupils widened. What? Energy transfer? Alright, now your strength is at least a notch above a second-tier zombie. Let's head down first. Li Chen nodded slightly. After Su Ruwashi left, Li Chen opened the panel of the bound individual. Bound individual 1 Su Ruwashi. Gene evolution 0. Li Chen raised Su Ruwashi's various attributes to the full 20 points. As for genetic evolution, it could not be activated with the system, indicating that the bound individual needed to comprehend it independently during actual combat. Regarding this, Li Chen was helpless. In the following days, Noah gradually discovered Su Ruwashi's raw material warehouse. Su Ruwashi led the resident combat team to continuously carry out missions. Within just 7 days, all the zombies within a 10-mile radius of the star-rated shelter were completely eradicated, causing a huge sensation in Donghai City. Especially the helicopters and armored vehicles deployed in each mission. Just seeing them was enough to make people feel an overwhelming sense of pressure. What do you think? What kind of background does the star-rated shelter have? It's one thing to have abundant supplies, but they even have armored vehicles and helicopters. This is not something money can buy. I dare say, the star shelter is definitely not as simple as it seems. Last time, I even exchanged a batch of grenades from the star shelter. Do you think the star shelter might be? Thank you. Various rumors quickly spread throughout Donghai City. Some firmly believed that a mysterious force was behind the star shelter. Otherwise, how could Li Chen, who looks so young, possibly acquire so much military equipment? After 7 days of intense battle, the residents' combat group reaped significant rewards. First, the raw materials. Originally, multiple factories were operational, but there was a severe shortage of raw materials. Now, the raw materials collected by the resident combat groups are enough to keep all factories running non-stop for half a year. Second, after numerous battles, the warrior's strength has greatly improved. The once average resident combat groups can now rival some of the elite wolf and tiger forces from before the apocalypse. If any warrior falls in battle, the star-rated shelter not only provides generous compensation to their families but also ensures proper arrangements for the elderly and children to enter care centers for free support. This drives the warriors to risk their lives fearlessly, charging bravely at the forefront. What Li Chen misses the most is still the second-tier energy cores brought back by Su Ruwashi, a total of 29 pieces. Apart from the 20 second-tier zombies originally present in Donghai City, which were all eliminated by Su Ruwashi one by one. During the residents' combat group's operation, they also encountered a small wave of second-tier zombies. Fortunately, the combat group was no longer what it used to be. Centered around Su Ruwashi, they launched continuous crossfire offensives, resulting in minimal casualties. Li Chen held 29 second-level energy cores and proceeded directly with the exchange. Ding! Congratulations, Commander, the exchange was successful, and you have obtained 29,000 primary energy cores. Adding the energy cores obtained from the android warriors hunting zombies in recent days, as well as those exchanged by the shelter residents, Li Chen had already stockpiled
180,650 energy cores.
Noah, upgrade the production line. Yes, command received. Ding.
20,000 energy cores have been used to upgrade the Level 2 aircraft production line.
Ding.
30,000 energy cores have been used to upgrade the Level 3 aircraft production line.
Ding.
30,000 energy cores have been used to upgrade the Level 3 armored vehicle production line.
Ding.
10,000 energy cores have been used to repair the Level 1 surveillance equipment production line.
Ding.
20,000 energy cores have been used to upgrade the Level 2 surveillance equipment production line. With 180,000 energy cores in hand, Li Chen spared no expense in splurging. As one command after another was issued, the armored vehicle and aircraft production lines were directly upgraded to Level 3, and the surveillance equipment and firearms production lines also received additional repairs. Today, the Star-level shelter is already equipped with Level 3 armored vehicles, basic fighter jets, and small surveillance robots. Level 3 armored vehicles have stronger defense compared to before and can even withstand electromagnetic weapon attacks. The basic fighter jets are equipped with shells and can perform aerial shooting. As for the small surveillance robots, their uses are even more diverse. At present, the Level 2 surveillance equipment production line can manufacture bionic robots the size of rabbits, which can be casually placed on the ground and blend seamlessly with other animals, making them nearly impossible to guard against. If further upgraded, insect-level surveillance robots or even nano-level ones could emerge, but there is no need for that at the moment.
Li Chen then allocated the remaining energy cores to the weapons production line.
The original production line could only produce high-end weapons currently mastered by humans, such as the M416 and AK-103. The current weapon production line can create railguns. Their power surpasses the M416 by dozens of times and possesses area attack capabilities. Following Li Chen's command, the repair android immediately inspected the production line, activated the machines, and began mass production. Before long, the first railgun appeared in Li Chen's hands. The volume is about half that of the M416, and its design closely resembles a toy water gun. All living beings within a 10-meter range of the target are instantly vaporized upon shooting.
New weapons and vehicles will be provided to the android warriors as a priority, Li Chen calmly said to the management.
The manager nodded in response.
Li Chen then looked at the surveillance equipment production line. The first product was a surveillance robot shaped like a cat.
Its pair of green eyes were actually surveillance cameras, and the upright ears were listening devices. It is difficult to discern the authenticity even from 2 meters away, easily leading people to mistake it for an ordinary pet cat. The surveillance robots come in other shapes, but Li Chen only chose cats and dogs for production. After all, most humans keep cats and dogs as pets, and these two forms blend into the crowd almost without arousing suspicion. After inspecting the production line, Li Chen returned to the command room and opened his attribute panel.
Evolution Energy 160356. Bound 1 Suruwashi. Li Chen decided to allocate all evolution energy to the mental attribute. Ding.
160,000 evolution energy points have been used, mental plus 8. After experiencing the battle with the second-tier zombie, Li Chen deeply realized the importance of mental attributes.
If strength and agility are essential for warriors, then spirit and wisdom are what mages require.
During the battle, he tentatively released his mental power and was surprisingly able to directly pierce into the zombie's brain, issuing brief commands. However, his current mental power is still shallow, the control time is extremely short, and it is difficult for others to notice. As his mental attributes increased by 8 points, Li Chen felt his mental tendrils becoming deeper and more profound. He tentatively released his mental power toward other floors and unexpectedly saw the warriors of the resident combat group. They were lining up on the platform for disinfection. It seemed they had completed their mission and were preparing to return. After observing with his mental power for a while, Li Chen's head began to throb with pain. He had no choice but to withdraw his mental power and instructed Noah, call the members of the resident combat group up for a meeting.
Yes, they have already been notified. Noah immediately sent out the message.
Before long, the leaders of the various levels of the residents combat group gathered in the command room, including 2 regiment commanders and several team leaders. The first phase of the mission was completed exceptionally well by everyone, Li Chen began, especially Suruwashi, who not only successfully completed the task of gathering raw materials but also handled the aftermath perfectly. The star-rated shelter is our shared refuge in the apocalypse and, more importantly, our home.
Only by working together can we make it even better. Next, will the outstanding warriors please step forward?
Li Chen projected the battle footage transmitted by the drone onto the massive holographic screen, and the members of the resident combat group were instantly thrilled.
Look, that's me. I remember that battle. I killed over 100 zombies back then. My gun barrel was almost burned out. Didn't expect these commanders to notice our performance.
The soldiers eagerly identified their own figures, their faces beaming with proud smiles.
Li Chen cleared his throat, and everyone gradually quieted down. As he read out the names one by one, those soldiers who had made outstanding contributions stepped forward. Li Chen immediately rewarded each of them with 5,000 points. This is a reward for those who performed excellently. I believe in the upcoming missions, everyone will be able to earn even more. Do you have confidence? The soldiers were full of morale, and the points they had just earned made them eager to start planning how to use them. First, they would definitely buy some clothes and shoes. The clothing factory at the star-level shelter had already produced plenty of beautiful clothes, and each piece only cost 10 points, cheaper than a meal. Next, they would buy some snacks for the kids at home. Many soldiers with children had been asking for this for a long time. The products from the newly opened beverage and candy factories at the star-level shelter tasted even better than many famous brands before the apocalypse. Li Chen looked at everyone's cheerful expressions and nodded slightly. Although everyone performed very well, there are still shortcomings. First is the issue of discipline. Many soldiers lost control in the heat of battle and failed to follow orders strictly. Second is the lack of proficiency in firearm usage. Stand firm when facing criticism and strive to improve where lacking. So for the next 7 days, no tasks will be carried out. Training will continue. Those who perform exceptionally can still earn point rewards. That's all I have to say. Is there anything else to add? Li Chen's gaze fell on Su Ruoshi. After all, this mission to collect materials was led and directed by her, with the 2nd Regiment commander only assisting. Report, Commander, there is nothing to add. Su Ruoshi straightened her body and replied. Just as Li Chen was about to dismiss them, a new message came through the smart wristband. The Research Institute had made a new discovery, and Dr. Yang requested to report it in person. Li Chen immediately agreed and asked Dr. Yang to come directly to the command room. Alright, Su Ruoshi stays, the rest of you can go back and rest. The soldiers, having just received praise from Li Chen and a considerable points reward, eagerly rushed toward the residential area after hearing the dismissal, anxious to share the good news with their families. Su Ruoshi sat to Li Chen's right. Shortly after, Dr. Yang hurried over, his face glowing with excitement and his steps brisk. Report, Commander, we've made a significant breakthrough regarding the use of the energy core. Researchers have discovered that the energy in the energy core is stored in a mixed form of liquid and gas, which can be extracted and utilized through biowaves. Dr. Yang spoke as he opened his smart wristband and sent the data to Li Chen. He continued enthusiastically, therefore, we made a bold hypothesis. Perhaps the energy from the energy core can be directly absorbed by the human body. For this, our researchers conducted self-experiments. As he spoke, Dr. Yang took out an energy core and placed it in his palm. Immediately, a strange crimson hue appeared on his face. Li Chen clearly felt the intense fluctuations of the energy core in Dr. Yang's hand. However, as Dr. Yang exerted force, the energy did not enter his body but was instead extracted and dissipated into the air. Looking again at the energy core, its once crystal clear appearance had now turned into a dull gray. It was as if a glass artifact had been forgotten in some corner, covered in a thick layer of dust. Dr. Yang couldn't help but scratch his head, pondering, we still haven't found a way for the human body to utilize this energy. Our hypothesis is that perhaps the bodies of our researchers have not yet reached that threshold, which is why they cannot absorb it. Before the apocalypse, Dr. Yang had achieved remarkable accomplishments in the fields of biology and energy. In one of his papers, he had proposed a similar hypothesis. Currently, less than 10% of human brain cells are developed and utilized, with the majority remaining dormant, and only about 1% actively participating in brain functions. If the brain is like this, why wouldn't the body be the same? There are also many gene fragments in humans that have yet to be activated. Dr. Yang referred to these as gene locks, which can only be unlocked upon reaching a certain threshold. Li Chen cast an approving glance, silently thinking, truly a genius. Then, he turned to Su Ruoshi and said, take out an energy core and let Dr. Yang guide you on how to use it. Su Ruoshi was slightly stunned but nodded readily. She still remembered that the star-level shelter had long begun collecting energy cores. Could this mean that Li Chen had already known the true purpose of the energy cores? Thinking of this, Su Ruoshi felt deeply shaken. She held the energy core in her hand and, following Dr. Yang's guidance, attempted step by step to extract the energy within. Soon, she achieved initial success. However, the energy was not absorbed into her body but scattered into the air, leaving only a gray, hollow energy core in her hand. Try again, Li Chen said calmly. Su Ruoshi's attribute points had already reached their peak, theoretically enabling her to unlock the first layer of the gene lock. There was absolutely no reason why she couldn't absorb the energy core. Su Ruoshi took a deep breath, picked up an energy core again, and carefully sensed the fluctuations within it. Boom! Under Dr. Yang's excited gaze, cracks appeared on the surface of the energy core, and it quickly turned into fine powder. The energy inside, however, was successfully absorbed into Su Ruoshi's body. At this moment, she felt a cool stream of energy slowly flowing through her body. It worked! Just as I thought, just as I thought. Dr. Yang excitedly circled around Su Ruoshi, eager to explore what set her apart from other researchers. Continue the research, and at the same time, intensify exploration in the energy field. It would be best if we could
create a device to extract energy from the cores. Li Chen nodded slightly, and Dr. Yang immediately pulled out his notebook and began jotting down notes at lightning speed. Then, scratching his head, he looked at Su Ruwashi with a fiery gaze. "Commander, may I borrow it for a moment?" Li Chen nodded in approval. With permission granted, Dr. Yang was as happy as a child who had just gotten candy. But before long, he opened his smart wristband and continued. "There's also new progress in the research on the zombie virus. Our researchers have discovered that the zombie virus evolves. Under the microscope, even without a host, individual virus particles can exist independently. As long as they are continuously supplied with energy substances, they will keep upgrading. If energy substances are lacking, the zombie virus will even devour each other to achieve evolution. Their evolution speed is about tenfold every 30 days. Dr. Yang reported this finding with an unusually grave expression. Su Ruwashi gasped sharply. Although she had already learned from Li Chen that zombies could evolve, she hadn't expected the speed to be so astonishing. At this rate, within 1 or 2 weeks at most, the entire Donghai city could become a domain of second-tier zombies. And this is just the beginning. If left unchecked, third tier, fourth tier will soon emerge. Humans, is there still a way out? Su Ruwashi murmured to herself, an endless despair surging in her heart. She had personally experienced the terror of a second-tier zombie, the power to easily tear apart a truck. If the evolution continued, could the shelter's defenses still hold? Bang! Seeing Su Ruwashi's expression, Li Chen said calmly, "Don't worry, zombies can evolve, and so can humans. Who will have the last laugh in the future is anyone's guess." Perhaps Li Chen's words brought some comfort, and Su Ruwashi gradually calmed her emotions. Dr. Yang adjusted his glasses and said grimly, "Our research has also found that the zombie virus can actually infect animals." Animals? Su Ruwashi couldn't help but ask. "Alright, Dr. Yang, stop keeping us in suspense. Just explain clearly, what exactly is going on?" "The initially erupted zombie virus, we call it the first-tier virus. The virus, transmitted through blood and saliva, originally only infected primates. Humans and monkeys are both its hosts. However, through continuous evolution, the virus began to mutate frequently. Now, it can infect across different target cells. Soon, those flying in the sky, walking on the ground, and swimming in the water may all become part of the zombie horde." Dr. Yang's words brought immense shock. Although the zombie virus is terrifying, humanity has already established shelters, and the situation is gradually stabilizing. As long as the walls are thick enough, most zombies can be kept out. However, if even animals can get infected, then it truly becomes impossible to guard against. In the past, a mosquito bite would only feel itchy. Now, it might lead to an infection. However, for now, the infected animals are mostly carnivorous or omnivorous. No cases of infection have been found in herbivorous animals yet. Dr. Yang took a deep breath and continued, "We speculate that it might be because carnivorous animals secrete certain special substances in their bodies to help break down and absorb meat, while herbivorous animals lack these substances. If we continue researching in this direction, we should be able to find a cure for the virus soon." Dr. Yang's conclusion was met with a nod of agreement from Li Chen. The zombie virus is indeed constantly evolving. Yesterday it only infected primates, tomorrow it might infect carnivores, and the day after that? Who knows, maybe one day even mosquitoes will turn into zombies. Although mosquitoes themselves may not be lethal, once they become carriers, they could still infect humans, making it nearly impossible to guard against. Moreover, at this stage, rats are omnivorous, small in size, and could pose a significant threat to humans. Therefore, a vaccine must be developed as soon as possible. It may not guarantee immunity for everyone, but at least it could provide a chance of survival after infection. "How long will it take to develop a vaccine?" Li Chen asked directly. "Uncertain, it could take 10 days, a month, or even longer." Dr. Yang answered cautiously, which is understandable. On one hand, there is still insufficient understanding of the zombie virus, and on the other hand, there are not many researchers. After all, to develop a vaccine, antibodies must first be found. But how difficult it is to find an individual with antibodies among the vast sea of people. Without antibodies, the only option is to test one drug after another, consuming an immeasurable amount of time and resources. Li Chen frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "I will issue an order for the combat team to fully cooperate with the Institute's work. At the same time, publish the latest findings on zombie research on the forum to remind everyone to stay vigilant. Given the speed of zombie evolution, it won't be long before the slow-moving first-tier zombies undergo significant changes." Li Chen is not a saint, but having lived through the previous life, he deeply understands that humanity shares a common destiny. A star-level shelter will never be limited to just a mere 10,000 people. Only by ensuring more people survive can the shelter continuously replenish its strength. Dr. Yang nodded solemnly. Boom! That day, the forum of the Star Shelter quickly pinned a post. Shocking. Zombies can actually evolve. Inside were Dr. Yang's conclusions on zombie research, along with several video clips showing scenes of Su Ruwashi and others encountering second-tier zombies during their collection missions. The videos were processed in slow motion animation to help viewers clearly see the destructive power and speed of the second-tier zombies.
The Star Shelter forum, with its survival guides and latest updates, had almost become a spiritual haven for survivors. People felt uneasy if they didn't check it several times a day.
Even if there was no new information, browsing through residents' posts about their daily lives was a bittersweet yet comforting experience.
Very quickly, this post was viewed and followed by countless people. Zombies can actually evolve? Seriously? Evolving this fast?
I can't even handle the most basic zombies outside, and now there are even stronger ones.
This is really life-threatening. Is the news about the Star-level shelter reliable? Could it be a smokescreen? The more I hear, the less I believe it.
Upstairs, if you don't believe it, just go out and see for yourself.
Stop hiding at home typing on your keyboard. My house is near the
factory area in the video, and I saw with my own eyes people from the star-rated shelter fighting desperately against second-tier zombies.
Does humanity still have a future? The zombies are getting stronger and stronger. Below the post, countless comments flooded in.
The survivors trembled in fear, filled with despair about the future. With the star-rated shelter's doomsday survival guide, they could barely hold on, but the emergence of second-tier zombies left them unable to see any light ahead.
Don't rush, take a look at the other videos in the post.
Except for the first video where the star-level shelter struggled a bit, the other videos clearly show they've found some solutions.
Exactly, humans are at the top of the food chain. How could we be defeated so easily?
Some observant individuals immediately began comforting those around them, trying to ease the tense atmosphere.
However, such optimistic thoughts were clearly not widely accepted. Didn't they see that the warriors of the star-level shelter were well-equipped and incredibly powerful?
If even they struggled to handle the monsters, ordinary people wouldn't stand a chance. Meanwhile, shelters across Donghai City were in an uproar because of this post.
Is the news about the star-rated shelter true or not? If second-tier zombies really appear, our combat power here won't be enough to handle it. Why don't we go and ask Mr. Lee?
Last time, I just exchanged for a box of weapons.
If the news is true, that one box of weapons definitely won't be enough. Right, let's go ask Mr. Lee first. What if it's fake news?
Many shelter leaders, harboring a glimmer of hope, contacted Lee Chen one after another.
Wealthy people have one thing in common: they fear death.
They don't care what others think, but they are terrified that their good days might come to an end. So in their hearts, they all hoped that the news from this forum was false.
But after asking Lee Chen, disappointment swept over them like a tide. The news was true.
As a result, they immediately placed numerous orders, purchasing a large amount of weapons. Lee Chen's phone started ringing incessantly, so he simply handed it over to the management staff to handle the matter.
Meanwhile, the West City shelter could no longer hold back.
Compared to other shelters, they were even more lacking in food, and their armed forces were almost non-existent.
Although they still had some strength, what could they do with it?
The West City shelter was initially formed by a group of miners, but later, as order collapsed, many felons escaped from prison and joined as well. These people sought only comfort and laziness, preferring to send the elderly and children to fight zombies rather than hunting zombies themselves to obtain energy cores.
As a result, the West City shelter has degenerated to the point of cannibalism.
The current leader is a man who committed a series of murders before the apocalypse, known as Scarface.
Did everyone see the news on the forum? Zombies can actually evolve.
Scarface glared at the managers with a face full of hostility and questioned them. Damned apocalypse, truly damned.
By the way, what kind of force is behind the star-rated shelter? How can they still have resources for research at a time like this?
I think what the Star Shelter said is true.
We must find a way to deal with it now.
Several managers, who were in the same prison as Scarface back in the day, had fierce expressions on their faces.
Scarface raised his hand and slowly asked, "How many energy cores have we hunted so far?"
The most urgent task is to stockpile food first. That way, even if the zombies evolve, we can hide for a while. Suddenly, several people fell silent, like ducks with their necks grabbed.
Finally, someone mustered the courage to speak. "We only have 50 energy cores left." Scarface slammed the table fiercely, glaring angrily. What on earth are you doing? Didn't I tell that group of two-legged sheep to go out and hunt zombies? How come there are only this few energy cores left?
The man replied with a mournful face, "The shelter has no food. Energy cores are not only used to exchange for weapons but also for food, and the supply simply can't meet the demand." Scarface snorted heavily through his nose after hearing this but didn't lose his temper for the time being. The food shortage in the West City shelter was indeed severe, otherwise, the tragic situation of eating two-legged sheep wouldn't have occurred. Even high-ranking figures like Scarface had to rely on two-legged sheep to stave off hunger, so one could only imagine the plight of ordinary residents.
50 energy cores, what can you even get with that? Damn it, are we supposed to starve to death, the few of us? Scarface was full of irritation.
When he had just seized the West City shelter from the miners, he was smug, thinking he had reached the pinnacle of his life, even feeling grateful for the apocalypse. But as time went on, he realized that managing a shelter was far from easy. There were countless mouths to feed. Even if he ignored the ordinary residents, he still had to take care of the brothers who followed him. now, he was even beginning to entertain the idea of leaving. At this moment, a manager spoke up. Actually, I went to scout out the star-rated shelter before and met the commander there. Just a young man, with a tender face and a frail body. Since we don't have energy cores to trade for things, why not simply go back to our old ways and just rob them directly? Everyone present had taken lives before the apocalypse, with moral boundaries far lower than ordinary people. Now that the apocalypse has come, their thoughts were more direct and simple. After all, it's survival of the fittest, and only those with the strongest fists have the right to live. This statement was unanimously agreed upon by everyone. Yeah, just take it directly. At that time, we'll first pretend to exchange supplies, then seize control of the commander when he's not paying attention. Wow, that's a good move. I saw on the Star Shelter forum that those lowlifes are living quite comfortably. It's about time we got to enjoy ourselves too. Everyone was talking at once, and they actually came up with a good idea. Scarface, being no saint himself, immediately agreed. Alright, we'll do it your way. Old Six, quickly contact the commander of the star-rated shelter and tell him we want to exchange supplies. Bring out a box, put glass at the bottom, and place 50 energy cores on top. They got to work immediately, with a group busy contacting the star-rated shelter while others arranged the boxes. At first glance, the energy core didn't look much different from a glass ball. After all, it was hidden underneath. Who could tell? When the time came to show it to the people from the star-rated shelter, they probably wouldn't be able to figure it out either. Soon, Scarface from the West City shelter arrived at the star-rated shelter with dozens of people. West City shelter? I've heard a lot about you. Li Chen gave a faint smile and greeted them. Zhang Tiankai and the others had escaped from the West City shelter, so upon learning that people from there were coming, Li Chen instructed Zhang Tiankai and the others to stay out of sight for now. Not at all, huh, Scarface said with a polite laugh. Mr. Li, the main reason we're here today is to make a big deal with you. As he spoke, Scarface gestured for the others to bring out the box. A waist-high iron box was placed on the ground, and Scarface proudly lifted the lid. The box was packed full, with the top layer of energy cores shining so brightly it was almost blinding. He was brimming with confidence, certain that this box of energy cores would impress Li Chen. Who would have thought? That's it? Li Chen said disdainfully. All the shelters, big and small, in Donghai City came to the star-rated shelter to exchange for weapons and supplies. The energy cores he had seen were more than the rice Scarface and his gang had ever eaten. Just one box like this, and they dared to call it a big deal? Moreover, he also noticed something fishy about this box of energy cores. Apart from the top layer, the rest was filled with reflective stuff, probably glass or something. However, Li Chen didn't expose them on the spot. Instead, he wanted to see what tricks the people from the West City shelter were trying to pull. Were they using glass balls to pass off as energy cores to chief for supplies, or did they have another purpose? Heh, I know Mr. Li is well informed and wouldn't think much of our small amount of energy cores, but even a mosquito is still meat. Our West City shelter is sincerely here to exchange for supplies. Scarface's expression instantly darkened, but he still forced a fake smile. After entering the star-rated shelter, they hadn't yet found the location of the warehouse. As soon as they found it, they could immediately take control of Li Chen. Alright, what do you want to exchange for? I'll take you to have a look. Li Chen was about to turn around and leave, but after a second thought, he stopped in his tracks. Alright, we need weapons and food. Thank you, Mr. Li. Scarface rubbed his hands together, his face full of joy. The others exchanged glances, surprised at how smoothly things were going. Li Chen pretended not to notice their silent communication and led them to the storage area, introducing things as they walked. Then let me show you the food first. We have all kinds of vegetables and poultry, all kept fresh in cold storage to ensure they don't spoil. As he spoke, Li Chen opened a warehouse door, revealing a large freezer room. The cold wind blowing out made everyone shiver, but when they saw the piles of meat stacked like mountains, their eyes were filled with greed. This much? One of them stammered and asked. The scar-faced man impatiently nudged him and said with a grin, the star-rated shelter is really well stocked. Mr. Li, would you mind showing us some instant food? Instant noodles, bread, anything will do. Sure, follow me then. Li Chen readily agreed. A cold smile appeared on the scar-faced man's face. After arriving at the warehouse district, Li Chen was alone with no one following him, making it the perfect opportunity to strike. However, Scarface changed his mind upon seeing the pile of meat and decided to scout out the warehouse first before taking action, to avoid being flustered and not knowing what to take. Just as Scarface was daydreaming, the fast food warehouse also came into view. Pushing open the door, the same sight of towering piles greeted them, causing the people from the West City shelter to involuntarily swallow their saliva. This is truly too much. How is it? Satisfied? Li Chen asked with a beaming smile. Satisfied, very satisfied. Scarface's gaze was almost glued to those supplies, unable to look away. Is there anything else you need? Li Chen continued to press his questions. Scarface sauntered over with a sly grin. I need you to cooperate with me for a bit. A knife was suddenly pressed against Li Chen's throat. Scarface let out a whistle. Brother, I see your star star-rated shelter has more supplies than you know what to do with.
Keeping all that for yourselves is just a waste, don't you think? Why not let us take it back and distribute it to those survivors who can't get enough to eat or wear? What do you think? Li Chen remained motionless and responded indifferently. Oh, will you really distribute it to the survivors? I've heard that the West City shelter is quite fond of raising two-legged sheep. How does it taste? Hearing Li Chen say this, Scarface's expression changed drastically. He looked around, and aside from Li Chen, there were only a few dozen people from the West City shelter in the entire storage area. Scarface sneered. It seems Mr. Li is quite knowledgeable, but unfortunately, you won't have the chance to speak again. As soon as he finished speaking, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Scarface's eyes, and the blade in his hand slashed out fiercely. Li Chen moved as fast as lightning, grabbing the blade with one hand while clutching Scarface's neck with the other. Scarface was horrified to discover that Li Chen had caught the blade barehanded, yet remained completely unscathed. Who are you really? Star-level shelter system. However, Scarface would never get an answer to that question. Li Chen slightly exerted force with his palm and twisted. Scarface's eyes widened, and he completely lost his breath. The other people in the West City shelter never expected such a sudden turn of events, each of them staring wide-eyed at the scene before them. Some of the more timid ones even took a few steps back. This has nothing to do with us, we were all forced into this. Yeah, it was Scarface who forced us to come. No, don't come any closer, I beg you. After witnessing Li Chen's extraordinary speed, one after another wailed and begged for mercy. Someone turned to run, but as soon as they took a step, Li Chen appeared in front of them like a phantom and lightly kicked out. This person will never have the chance to see tomorrow's sun. That's it? And you think you can come out and learn to rob people? Li Chen let out a cold laugh, spinning the dagger in his hand as he stepped closer to the remaining people. Some turned to flee, while others cursed loudly. What kind of thing are you? It's your honor that I fancy your supplies. Little brat, do you really think you can act recklessly? Do you know who's behind the West City shelter? Just wait, you won't even know how you end up dead. However, Li Chen paid no attention to these threats. After solving one issue after another, he leisurely wiped the bloodstains off his palm and sent a message to the management team, asking them to come and handle the situation. When the management team arrived with the androids, unsurprisingly, they efficiently organized the cleanup work. In no time, the ground was clean, spotless, and apart from the faint scent of blood lingering in the air, it was as if nothing had ever happened. During this period, posts on the forum about zombies evolving attracted quite a few interested individuals to the star-rated shelter. Some came to purchase supplies, while others, like the West City shelter, were arrogant and delusional enough to attempt outright robbery. When dealing with such people, Li Chen's methods were swift and decisive. I'm not even robbing you, yet you dare to come to me? Then I'll just take care of you all at once. The corpses were dried by the wind and hung in the small woods outside the star-rated shelter, visible to anyone coming to trade supplies with just a glance. Now, all the shelters big and small in Donghai City understand that star-rated shelters are not to be trifled with. In the early morning, Li Chen finished his breakfast simply and strolled leisurely toward the weapons production base. One production line after another was operating busily, with robotic arms precisely assembling various components. Amid the roar of machines, weapons were continuously being produced at the end. On an open field, dozens of Tier 3 armored vehicles were displayed, all equipped with heavy weapons. Behind the armored vehicles was a row of fighter jets, and further back were helicopters. If this scene were captured and posted on a forum, it would likely shock many people. This is no shelter, it's clearly a military base of some country. Li Chen glanced at the fighter jet, nodded in satisfaction, and said to the manager beside him, "How's the combat group equipped?" Reporting to the commander, the combat group has been fully equipped with fighter jets and level 3 armored vehicles. The manager said seriously, the extra 10 armored vehicles will be allocated to the civilian combat group. As for fighter jets, they have not yet been assigned to the civilian combat groups due to a shortage of pilots. Civilian combat groups are entirely different from android warriors. Android warriors are programmed with fighter jet piloting skills while still in the incubation pods, enabling them to fly jets from the moment they are born. However, most members of the civilian combat groups are still ordinary residents who have no idea how to fly a plane. Currently, a few retired soldiers are responsible for training them, and it will take some time before they can take to the field. Well, how many shelters have recently ordered supplies? Li Chen continued to ask. The manager flipped open the notebook and replied, a total of 6 shelters in Donghai City have ordered supplies, and 13 shelters in the neighboring city have placed orders. The supplies have already been delivered by transport aircraft. The total harvested energy cores amount to 850,640. 70% ordered weapons, 26% ordered food, and 4% ordered clothing. In addition, scattered survivors ordered food and weapons through the network, harvesting 35,406 energy cores. Li Chen smiled faintly. Everything was within expectations. There were still quite a few survivors in Donghai City who had not joined any shelters but chose to survive on their own. A month had passed since the apocalypse, and the supplies on the streets had long been swept clean,
leaving only empty shops. These survivors could only choose to exchange food with the Star Shelter. Li Chen specifically instructed Noah to post a mall feature on the forum, where orders over 1,000 energy cores would qualify for home delivery service, limited to Donghai City. The transport helicopter could deliver quickly, and many solo survivors opted to pool orders for purchases. For Li Chen, the food in the Star Shelter was more than enough to eat, and keeping it around just took up space. Now using it to exchange for energy cores was simply a win-win situation. The weapons being traded out were all those eliminated by the Star Shelter. The weapon manufacturing base had an extremely fast production speed, with the production line controlled by machines that required no rest or food and could operate as long as there was electricity. Now, even the entire resident combat team was equipped with electromagnetic cannons. Weapons like the M416 no longer caught Li Chen's eye. Although he already had over 1 million energy cores on hand, he had no plans to continue upgrading the production line, as the current scale was sufficient. On the contrary, it was time to enhance the android warriors. Second-tier zombies had already appeared outside, and soon, zombies running everywhere would be second-tier. The combat power of the android warriors was becoming inadequate, and by then, every mission would likely result in significant casualties. Unlike the resident combat group, artificial warriors are born with loyalty encoded in their genes and will never betray Li Chen. They are the last line of defense for the entire star-level shelter. Therefore, enhancing the strength of the artificial warriors is an urgent priority. Noah, upgrade the incubation chamber and enhance the existing artificial warriors, Li Chen said calmly. Yes, Noah responded. Yes. Ding. 160,000 energy cores have been used. The incubation chamber has been upgraded to level 1. Ding. 500,000 energy cores have been used. 5,000 android warriors have been upgraded to level 1. Star-level shelter system. As one message after another popped up, the liquid in the incubation chamber underwent a dramatic transformation. The previously nearly transparent liquid had been nurturing androids with combat abilities comparable to top-tier humans. Now, the liquid has turned milky white, and the android warriors nurtured are infinitely close to humans with level 1 genetic evolution. Strength 20, agility 20, constitution 20, spirit 20, wisdom 20. Detected that the incubation chamber has been upgraded, capacity increased. Would you like to start nurturing level 1 androids now? The system popped up a prompt again, and Li Chen chose yes without hesitation. Ding. 500,000 energy cores have been used to nurture 5,000 artificial warriors. To nurture a level 1 artificial warrior, 100 energy cores are required for each. For level 2 or level 3, the consumption is even higher, reaching tens of thousands. After last night's batch, the hundreds of thousands of energy cores were almost depleted. At this moment, the artificial warriors who had just completed their missions and returned to the team were coming back squad by squad, taking turns lying in the nurturing pods for upgrades. The first squad lay inside, and shortly after, the incubation chamber gushed out a large amount of milky white liquid filled with various energy substances, completely submerging the artificial warriors. After about 15 minutes, all the substances in the liquid were absorbed by the artificial warriors, and the liquid became transparent again. Subsequently, the drainage outlet of the incubation chamber slowly discharged the liquid. Whoosh! The transparent cover of the incubation chamber slowly opened. The android warrior slowly opened his eyes and walked out expressionlessly, casually wiping away the remaining stains on his body. Immediately afterward, another warrior lay down in his place. Li Chen carefully examined the newly upgraded android warrior, whose aura was now completely different. Previously, they were merely elite soldiers, sharp weapons, but now, after the upgrade, they had fully transformed into humanoid tyrannosaurs. His muscles were no longer as swollen as before, but in every movement and stillness, one could sense the immense energy contained within, even surpassing 10 times what it was before. Follow me to the training ground for a test, Li Chen said calmly. Yes, the android warrior responded. The two walked together toward the training ground, where a large open space had been cleared. Surrounding them were many members of the residents' combat group, watching everything with curiosity. What is the commander doing on the arena? That person seems to be a member of the combat group from the star-level shelter. Could the commander be planning to challenge him? Alright, everyone quiet down and watch carefully. Amid the crowd's discussions, the artificial warriors remained motionless. This was because their genetic instructions clearly stipulated, "Do not harm Li Chen. Attack me." Li Chen shouted angrily. Yes. Only then did the artificial warriors throw a punch, which Li Chen easily caught. Didn't you eat? Use your full strength. Li Chen shouted again. This time, the android warrior finally launched a full-force attack, each punch carrying immense power. Gusts of wind swept across the arena, and within just a few moves, the steel-forged platform actually cracked open. Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. The upgraded android warrior's body was indeed formidable, but still not enough. Li Chen let out another furious roar. The android warrior mustered all its strength and suddenly delivered a powerful punch. Explosions erupted across the arena, and the entire
entire platform shook violently. After a dozen moves of combat, the android warrior was struck hard on the shoulder by a punch from Li Chen, producing a dull boom sound. It then collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, unable to move further. Li Chen finally stopped. The upgraded android warriors were indeed powerful, but compared to Li Chen, who had undergone a round of genetic evolution, there was still a gap. This was already the limit of the android warriors. Wow, so the combat team of the Star Shelter is actually this formidable. No wonder the commander always says our training results are insufficient. Have you noticed that the combat team members seem to be stronger than before? Seems like it. Remember, the commander once said that humans can also evolve. Could it be? The residents of the combat group stared at the arena with fiery eyes. In the star-level shelter, as long as they worked hard, Li Chen would never treat them unfairly. Therefore, the warriors of the residents' combat group firmly believed that as long as they worked tirelessly, Li Chen would never hold back. If there was truly a method for evolution, they would surely obtain it. After testing the upgrade results of the android warriors, Li Chen glanced at his panel. The energy core had only a little over 30,000 left, which was already insufficient. Upon checking the attributes, it turned out there was still plenty of evolution energy remaining. Star-level shelter system. Host, Li Chen. Strength 20, Agility 20, Constitution 20, Spirit 28, Wisdom 20, Evolution Energy 842001, Binding 1 Suruwashi, Binding 2 None, Gene Evolution Count 1. Li Chen's fingers slid quickly, frantically clicking to start upgrading attributes. Ding, 20,000 evolution energy points used, Spirit plus 1 dot. Ding, 20,000 evolution energy points used, Spirit plus 1 dot. Ding, 20,000 evolution energy points used, Strength plus 1 dot. After a series of operations, all attributes were maxed out at 30 points. To continue improving, a second genetic evolution would be necessary. However, Li Chen stopped here. Noah, I remember that during the first genetic evolution, there was no need to consume evolutionary energy. What's going on? He asked helplessly. After reaching full attributes for the first time, evolution could proceed directly. Why does the second genetic evolution require consuming evolutionary energy? And as much as 2 million. Report, Commander. The second genetic evolution is more challenging, so it requires consuming more evolutionary energy, Noah explained slowly. The first layer of the genetic lock is the easiest for humans to break through. It only requires a strong obsession to erupt on the brink of death to unlock it. Its function is to restore the human combat instinct, instantly increasing attack power 100-fold. Essentially, it just mobilizes existing genes and optimizes the cells within the body. However, the second layer of the genetic lock directly restructures and alters genes. After undergoing the second genetic evolution, one can master special powers. These powers may manifest as physical changes, possessing traits of certain animals, or as mental enhancements, enabling the manipulation of intelligent beings through mental waves. The differences between the two determine the variation in required evolutionary energy. Li Chen nodded and said no more. After all, the efficiency of hunting zombies had greatly improved now that the android warriors had been upgraded. Once the Residents Combat Group completes their second round of training, they too will be sent out to hunt zombies. Evolutionary energy will naturally be obtained with ease. Most importantly, time is of the essence, as second-tier zombies will soon form a zombie horde. The combat group can gain 1 point of evolutionary energy by killing a first-tier zombie, but killing a second-tier zombie yields 100 points. Once a large number of second-tier zombies form a horde, evolutionary energy will flow like a spring. That's right. While other survivors were still worrying about tomorrow's survival, major shelters were on high alert, armed to the teeth, and trembling with fear. Li Chen had already regarded Tier 2 zombies as a cash cow. Yes. Report to the commander, an anomaly has appeared outside the shelter. Just as Li Chen was about to test the results of the Residents Combat Group training, his smart wristband received a message. He immediately headed to the command center. What's the situation? Li Chen asked. Report to the commander, a large number of refugees have appeared on the outskirts of our shelter, the manager reported respectfully while pulling up surveillance footage of the shelter's perimeter. On the screen, the small grove across from the shelter was bustling with people, and tents were densely packed. What's going on here? Li Chen asked with a frown. Because our warriors often go out on missions and conveniently clear out nearby zombies, some homeless survivors quietly gathered across the river 2 days ago, the manager explained slowly. They also brought some pre-apocalypse supplies, so the residents of the shelter occasionally go over to trade for some items. When the first scattered survivors appeared, the manager had sent people to drive them away, but with little success. After all, the safe environment near the star-rated shelter was too enticing. Living nearby also saved them the trouble of traveling back and forth after obtaining energy cores, making it highly attractive. Commander, should we use force to drive them away? The manager asked. Only by shedding blood will they stop lingering around the perimeter. Li Chen shook his head, thinking that this seemed to have formed a small marketplace, but it posed
posed no harm to the star-level shelter, so he decided to let them continue. No need to drive them away, but we must strengthen vigilance to avoid any accidents, Li Chen instructed. Star-level shelter system. Host, Li Chen. Strength, 20. Agility, 20. Constitution, 20. Spirit, 20. Wisdom, 20. These outsiders were doing business at the entrance of the star-level shelter, and Li Chen had no intention of interfering. However, if they dared to harm the shelter's residents or negatively impact the shelter, he would not hesitate to act. Yes, the manager immediately agreed. Binding 2 and none. Gene evolution count, 1. Alright, I'll go take a look outside too. Li Chen stood up, feeling quite curious. The star-rated shelter was almost fully equipped, so why did the residents still go to the small market outside to trade? Perhaps he could optimize the factory a bit while he was at it. The air was gray and hazy, like it had been pixelated, but this did not affect the bustling scene across the river in the slightest. When Li Chen stepped out of the shelter, he realized that calling it a small market was truly an understatement. Its scale had long surpassed that of a large pre-apocalypse farmer's market. One by one, small tents stood on the open ground, with almost everyone laying out a cloth in front of them, displaying a dazzling array of goods. Gold and silver jewelry for sale. Absolutely authentic. 1 energy core for a box. Universal water purifier, big brand, trustworthy. Definitely an essential survival tool for the wilderness. Come and take a look. Passing by. Chanel, Hermes, and various branded shoes, bags, and clothes at wholesale prices, 1 energy core per bag. Lonely and isolated? The Joy Cup helps you get through every tough night. The cries of hawking rose and fell, mostly selling entertainment products. Those cars, weapons, and food were barely enough for personal use, so no one was willing to trade them. The exchange unit was entirely energy cores. Although people didn't fully understand the purpose of energy cores, the fact that Stargrade shelters accepted them to trade for various supplies had made them a hard currency. Li Chen observed carefully and found that the majority of buyers were residents of the Stargrade shelters. After all, only they had no worries about food and clothing and could spare energy cores to purchase these goods. Boss, how much is a happiness cup? Someone asked. The boss selling the happiness cups hurriedly stood up and raised one finger as a signal. What? An energy core? That's way too expensive. The person who asked the price frowned, shook their head, and left. An energy core can be exchanged for a lot of bullets. It's not like there aren't 5-fingered girls. Why insist on buying a pleasure cup? The shopkeeper saw the person leaving and quickly chased after them, shouting, 1 energy core for 10 pleasure cups. Go, go, go. What would I do with so many pleasure cups? The person rolled their eyes and left without looking back. The boss returned to the stall dejectedly, looking at the businesses around him with a hint of envy in his eyes. At that moment, a group of people caught everyone's attention. Leading the group was Dr. Yang, accompanied by Ning Jing and several researchers. To be honest, among this group, apart from Ning Jing's good looks, the others appeared rather ordinary. What was surprising was that their clothes were clean and tidy, without a single patch. Their faces were rosy and full, completely unlike people who had gone hungry. This is a resident of the star-rated shelter. TSK, looks like they've never suffered. What are they carrying in those big bags? Could it be energy cores? Come on, let's follow them and take a look. Maybe it's a big fat sheep. Trailing closely behind them were 2 men with sharp features and monkey-like faces. This market is not under the jurisdiction of the star-level shelter. The order is chaotic, and incidents of mutual exploitation often occur. Interestingly, everyone is almost equally poor, so even mutual exploitation doesn't yield much in terms of resources. Some clever wanderers have turned their attention to the residents of the star-level shelter. Although they are wanderers with limited personal resources, the residents of the star-level shelter hold plenty of energy cores, making them prime targets. Seeing Dr. Yang and the researchers carrying large bags, they found an empty spot to sit down, spread out their backpacks, and took out some food and weapons. These are all things they collected before Doomsday, such as instant noodles, biscuits, and homemade shotguns. Since moving into the star-rated shelter, the researchers have been treated extremely well, enjoying food and drink every day, and have no interest in these instant noodles and biscuits. Hearing that there was a market outside, they decided to take them out to trade for some energy cores. 2 men with sharp features and monkey-like faces saw this and their eyes lit up. For the residents of the star-rated shelter, instant noodles are nothing but trash, but for lone survivors, they are true delicacies. The 2 exchanged a glance. The big fat sheep is here. Zhang San, later you go up first to ask the price, figure out the situation, and then follow my command to act immediately. Li Si licked his lips and said eagerly. Apart from Zhang San and Li Si, everyone else was also eyeing greedily, hoping to seize the opportunity to make a fortune. At this moment, Dr. Yang and his group were still completely unaware that they had become like children flaunting gold bricks in the streets. After all, having lived in a star-rated shelter for so long, they didn't think instant noodles and homemade shotguns were particularly appealing. Instead, they were worried they wouldn't fetch a good price. Yes, Big Brother, are all these things you're displaying for sale? Zhang San came over with a grin and asked. Ning Jing nodded, a hint of joy appearing on her face. She hadn't hadn't expected her luck to be so good. Someone came by as soon as she set it up. 1 energy core for 3 buckets of instant noodles, 10 energy cores for a hunting rifle, no bargaining.
Ning Jing introduced cheerfully. Oh, how many of you are there in total?
Zhang San's eyes darted around quickly, constantly observing Dr. Yang's group to find the right moment to act.
However many you need, that's how many I have. Ning Jing didn't notice Zhang San's intentions and answered cheerfully.
As a researcher, she was well protected and somewhat naive. She looked at the man before her, his clothes in tatters, and couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity.
She thought to herself, if he
really needs that much, I can exchange some supplies from the shelter and sell them to him at a lower price. It's like doing charity. Hearing that she had goods, Zhang San's eyes lit up, his breathing quickened, and he could no longer hide his intentions. In a few quick steps, he rushed forward, pinned Ning Jing down, and pressed a dagger against her waist.
Hand over everything you've got.
Ning Jing hadn't expected things to take such a turn, and she froze in fright.
Dr. Yang also noticed something unusual and approached with the others, his face dark. What are you doing? Zhang San responded disdainfully. Do I need you to tell me what I want to do? Why enjoy alone when you can share the joy? It seems you all aren't lacking food or clothing. Rather than letting the food expire and go to waste, why not let us brothers fill our stomachs? Obviously, Zhang San was not doing this for the first time. He acted without any psychological burden. I advise you to release them immediately. We are all residents of the Star Shelter. If you do anything, the Star Shelter will never let you off. Dr. Yang sternly reprimanded. However, Zhang San just burst into loud laughter. He had once applied to join the Star Shelter, but was rejected because he neither had any special skills nor good physical fitness. Since then, every time he saw residents of the Star Shelter, a deep hatred surged in his heart. Why? Everyone is human, so why must there be distinctions and hierarchies? At this moment, seeing Dr. Yang and the others looking so tense, Zhang San felt even more smug and extremely delighted. If you want me to release the person, fine, but hand over the food first. Bring those crude hunting rifles over to me as well. Zhang San shouted arrogantly. Dr. Yang glanced worriedly at Ning Jing, but eventually nodded and placed all the bags of food in front of Zhang San. Dr. Yang had never had children in his life and treated Ning Jing and these students as his own, nurturing them with care. He would never allow Ning Jing to be harmed over a few bags of food. Seeing this, Li Si quickly stepped forward and grabbed all the backpacks, stuffing them until they were full. Alright, let's go quickly. Li Si glanced nervously in the direction of the star-rated shelter, afraid that the soldiers there might suddenly appear. Wait, we've given you everything, now let them go. Dr. Yang shouted loudly. In Li Si's backpack, there were not only instant noodles and biscuits but also a few crude hunting rifles. Without weapons, the researchers had no way to confront Zhang San and Li Si. Let her go? Such a beautiful woman is a rare treasure. Zhang San grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth which instantly made Ning Jing feel nauseous, as if she had swallowed a fly. You. Dr. Yang was so furious he almost fainted. Several researchers, seeing this, rushed forward to try to save Ning Jing. However, the gun was in Zhang San's hands, and what could these unarmed researchers do? In the chaos, Zhang San pulled the trigger, and the bullet from the homemade shotgun pierced Professor Yang's shoulder. Fortunately, the power of the homemade shotgun was limited, and Professor Yang was not in immediate danger. How dare you harm the teacher? I'll fight you to the death. The enraged researchers rose up, attempting to block the gun with their bodies. Just as Zhang San's eyes turned red and he was about to fire again, a cold voice rang out. Let them go. Before the words had even finished, Ning Jing had already been swiftly rescued by Li Chen. Mind your own business. Zhang San wiped the corner of his mouth and issued a cold warning. Dr. Yang and the others felt a sense of relief upon seeing Li Chen. Ning Jing clung tightly to Li Chen's arm, sobbing uncontrollably. Just moments ago, she had narrowly escaped death, and even if she had survived, she feared being taken and violated by Zhang San. Fortunately, Li Chen had appeared in time. At this moment, Li Chen's expression was as cold as water. He raised his head and said calmly, "Take action." Swish, swish, swish. A squad of soldiers suddenly appeared behind Zhang San and Li Si, their gun barrels all aimed squarely at the two men's heads. Before Zhang San and Li Si could beg for mercy, gunshots rang out repeatedly. The two fell heavily to the ground, their faces covered in blood. The people around were instantly shocked. Who is this person? So domineering. Seems like someone from the star-level shelter as well. Looks like they hold a high position. Zhang San and Li Si bullied the people from the star-rated shelter all the time, and now they're getting what they deserve. You can't walk by the river often without getting your shoes wet. Alright, everyone stop arguing. Don't let the people from the star-rated shelter misunderstand and think we're in cahoots with Zhang San. Many people whispered among themselves. Some who had been robbed clapped and cheered, while others who had plans to double-cross remained silent, watching the situation unfold. The residents of the star-rated shelter are not people you can bully. Deploy patrols immediately. Anyone who dares to harm the residents of the star-rated shelter is to be killed on sight. Li Chen glanced at the bodies of Zhang San and Li Si, then waved his hand. Someone quickly stepped forward to clean up the
the scene. It was only then that everyone realized Li Chen was actually the commander of the star-rated shelter. Oh my god, the commander himself is out on patrol. The residents of the star-rated shelter are so lucky. So this is the commander of the star-level shelter. So young. No wonder so impressive. Sigh, if only I were the commander of the star-level shelter. You, forget it, just go back to sleep. You can dream about anything there. At the market, there were also some residents from the star-level shelter. When they saw Li Chen arrive, everyone came forward to greet him. Upon hearing that there would be patrols at the market in the future, their faces showed expressions of gratitude.
Faced with everyone's enthusiasm, Li Chen simply waved his hand lightly in response, then turned his gaze to Dr. Yang.
Yes, Dr. Yang, if you encounter any difficulties in life, feel free to let me know, Li Chen said earnestly. This group of researchers was exceptionally important, and he didn't want them to be distracted or burdened by life issues.
Dr. Yang's face
showed a hint of embarrassment as he couldn't help but glance at the people behind him before explaining, Commander, you've misunderstood. Everyone has been cooped up in the lab for too long. We just wanted to come out for some fresh air.
Just relaxing a bit. Li Chen suddenly understood and nodded.
So that's how it was. The benefits provided to researchers in the star-level shelter were of the highest standard, no worries about food or clothing, and the living conditions were relatively superior. However, Dr. Yang's words sparked a thought in Li Chen's mind.
Spending extended periods in the lab could
inevitably make researchers feel stifled. Similarly, the combat group among the residents would also endure psychological trauma.
Currently, the treatment team in the star-level shelter was entirely composed of therapeutic androids.
While their technical skills were undoubtedly advanced, their sole flaw was the inability to empathize with humans. Therefore, if psychological therapy were to be incorporated into the treatment team, professional talent would need to be selected from among the residents. Fortunately, the star-level shelter was brimming
with talent in every field.
Li Chen immediately called Noah, retrieve the resident files right away and filter for those with a doctorate or higher in psychology.
Assign them to the medical team.
Noah quickly responded, providing a list of 50 names, all with doctoral degrees or higher. As for those below that level, Li Chen didn't even bother to consider them. Prioritize those with
experience.
You handle it, just pick 10 people, Li Chen said, not even bothering to look at the list.
With Noah's big data assistance, the most suitable candidates would surely be selected.
Yes. Ning Jing, upon hearing that there would be psychologists in the future, was instantly curious. Can everyone in the star-rated shelter receive treatment? How will the fees be calculated?
It's worth noting that before the apocalypse, psychological consultation fees were not cheap. If the price is too high, no one might be willing to go. Li Chen smiled faintly. Combat group members and Research Institute personnel will receive free consultations.
Other residents will be charged 200 points per session.
Crunch.
In the star-rated shelter, the Combat Group and Research Institute are what Li Chen values most, so he naturally strives to provide them with benefits. As for the others, he doesn't intend to profit from psychological consultations. All fees collected will be distributed to the psychologists.
Really? That's great.
Ning Jing beamed with a smile, her eyes curving into crescents. Recently, the project had been progressing slowly, and she noticed the immense
pressure on the people at the Research Institute. If this continued, they might go insane. Otherwise, the term mad scientist wouldn't have spread so widely. Now that
psychological counseling was free, it would surely improve the situation significantly. The scattered survivors around them, upon hearing Li Chen's words, immediately had reddened eyes filled with envy. The benefits for residents of the star-rated shelter were simply too good, but unfortunately, they didn't meet the requirements. Alright, it's the apocalypse now, and the world is unpredictable.
Everyone, don't wander too far. Li Chen stood up and reminded Dr. Yang and his group.
Even at the gates of the star-rated shelter, robberies had occurred. Going elsewhere would be even more dangerous.
After the apocalypse, order had collapsed, and human lives were as insignificant as grass.
Situations like the West City shelter raising two-legged sheep were by no means isolated cases.
Dr. Yang nodded solemnly, packed up his belongings, and left with the others. In the following days, the upgraded android warriors launched a frenzied slaughter.
For nearly 15 out of 24 hours a day, they were engaged in combat, with the remaining
time spent traveling back and forth to the shelter to replenish ammunition. They ate on the road, and they slept on the road. The once troublesome second-tier zombies were now as easy to deal with as slicing watermelons in front of the android warriors. Okay. Li Chen looked at the continuously accumulating evolution energy and energy cores, grinning from ear to ear.
Report to the commander. People from the West City shelter have arrived. The message came from the command center.
Li Chen was momentarily stunned.
Last time, Scarface and his gang failed in their robbery attempt and ended up losing everything, with their
corpses hung in the small woods, dried into jerky.
Could it be that the West City shelter hadn't received the news and still dared
to come?
After thinking for a moment, Li Chen called Jiang Tian to accompany him to meet the people from the West City shelter.
You must be the commander of the star-rated shelter? Oh my, so young and promising.
As soon as they met, the visitor from the West City shelter enthusiastically grabbed Li Chen's hand and said, looking at that wrinkled face, it was a spitting image of an ancient eunuch.
Ha, just get to the point. People from your West City shelter were here not long ago.
Li Chen coldly withdrew his hand.
Ha, it's all a misunderstanding.
That Scarface guy is the scourge of our West City shelter.
I, Cheng Jianya, am definitely not that kind of person. If you don't believe me, ask Xiao Jiang.
We've known each other for a long time. Cheng Jianya secretly glanced at Zhang Tiankai, making every effort to build a connection. Noticing Li Chen's gaze falling on him, Zhang Tiankai nodded slightly.
Cheng Jianya was indeed different from Scarface. It was likely that with Scarface's death, Cheng Jianya would smoothly regain control of the West City shelter. However, Zhang Tiankai had no favorable impression of Cheng Jianya.
He still remembered how, back when Scarface led his men to burn, kill, and plunder
the West City shelter, Cheng Jianya had remained completely silent.
Many people had placed their hopes on him, only to end up as lambs to the slaughter.
Li Chen looked at Zhang Tiansai's expression and immediately understood.
What you said isn't quite right. After all, Scarface came from your West City shelter.
His actions can't simply be disassociated with just a few words. Cheng Jianya's face showed a troubled expression.
He exchanged a glance with the person beside him and gritted his teeth as he said, yes, Mr.
Li is right.
The main reason we came to the West City shelter this time is to apologize for Scarface's actions and to bring some compensation. Additionally, we also hope to exchange for some supplies.
After speaking, Cheng Jianya had someone bring up the box. The box was filled with genuine energy cores. Ever since learning about Scarface's mishap, Cheng Jianya
immediately contacted his old subordinates and quickly regained his influence. After taking control of the West City shelter, he sent Scarface's men out to hunt zombies.
On one hand, this eliminated dissent, and on the other, Scarface's men were indeed much more formidable in combat.
After painstakingly gathering a large box of energy cores, Cheng Jianya hurried over, intending to exchange them for food and weapons. Unexpectedly, as soon as he spoke, he was harshly reprimanded by Li Chen. Opening the box, Cheng Jianya said with a pained expression, Mr. Li, half of this box of energy cores is compensation for you, and the other half is to exchange for weapons and food.
Our West City shelter is truly at the end of its rope. Considering I have so many mouths to feed, could you give us a discount? This was indeed true. Cheng Jianya and his people had long stopped eating two-legged sheep. Now, they could only rely on a single pack of biscuits a day to stave off hunger. Some of the elderly, weak, and disabled were even chewing on tree bark and rummaging through trash bins, a scene too tragic to bear. If it were someone else, hearing Cheng Jianya's pitiful words might evoke some sympathy.
But Li Chen was no saint. In the apocalypse, he had already generously provided food and weapons to
give everyone a chance to survive.
After all, at this stage, no one knew the true purpose of energy cores, and even if they hunted zombies, they didn't know how to extract the energy cores. Mr. Chang, your words make me feel a bit ashamed, Li Chen said with a slight smile.
Alright, how much food and how many weapons do you need?
Cheng Jianya had already made up his mind and stated his requirements. I need 50 AK-103s and 50 M416s, 30 grenades, and 300 boxes of ammunition, and a whole truck of instant food, 200 pounds of rice, and 50 pounds of meat.
After reporting the numbers, he asked eagerly, how many energy cores are needed in total? Li Chen smiled faintly. An AK-103 requires 100 energy cores, a grenade costs 2, and a box of bullets also costs 2.
As for food, a box of instant noodles costs 10 energy cores, while rice and meat are much more expensive. If Yang Qingyi and the others were here, they would surely be wide-eyed. Prices had doubled.
Hearing these prices, Cheng Jianya's face immediately turned grim.
There were only 1,000 energy cores in this box, and the West City shelter had no firearms, limiting the number of zombies they could hunt. After deducting the half owed to Li Chen as compensation, only 500 cores remained, enough to exchange for at most 5 AK-103s, which was far too few. Seeing Cheng Jianya so troubled, Li Chen curled his lips into a smile and said meaningfully, Mr. Chang, there's no need to worry about the energy cores.
If there aren't enough energy cores, you can take the weapons back first.
After some time, when you've gathered enough energy cores, it won't be too late to return them.
Li Chen had used this trick on Yang Qingyi before.
The first time he let Yang Qingyi and those old foxes buy weapons on credit, it was to build a reputation and let more people know about the star-level shelter's ability to exchange supplies. This time, letting Cheng Jianya buy on credit was aimed at firmly tying down the West City shelter,
making them work hard for him.
After all, there are quite a few miners there, with good physical fitness and plenty of strength.
Hunting zombies is no problem for them.
As long as the West City shelter owes a debt of energy cores, they'll continue to owe more in the future, just like corporate slaves before the apocalypse, working hard,
without a single penny in savings, and instead owing the bank a huge sum of money.
The people at the West City shelter obviously hadn't thought of this scheme.
Upon hearing they could buy on credit, Cheng Jianya's eyes immediately lit up. With weapons in hand, so many 20 men at the West City shelter, how could they possibly lack energy cores?
Cheng Jianye immediately placed an order and promised to return the energy core in 10 days.
With a cheerful smile, he saw Cheng Jianye and his group off.
Li Chen stretched lazily and said, Commander, although Cheng Jianye and Scarface's group don't get along, they're not exactly good
people either. Are we really just going to give him things on credit? Won't this? Zhang Tiankai interjected with some concern. Unconsciously,
he had already started to see himself as part of the Star Shelter. Seeing others take advantage of their resources made him feel a bit uneasy.
Don't worry, Li Chen said with a cold smile.
If they dare to go back on their word, they'll have to deal with our combat team first.
The Star Shelter now not only had armored
vehicles but also fighter jets. If the West City shelter dared to play any tricks, they could expect to be bombarded with firepower. Seeing this, Zhang Tiankai nodded slightly.
By the way, I remember you said you're a doctor? Li Chen suddenly asked. Zhang Tiankai nodded slightly. Before the apocalypse, he was somewhat well known,
but after arriving at the Star Shelter, he found that everyone in the medical team was more skilled than
he was.
With his level of expertise, he could only serve as an assistant. Of course, Zhang Tiankai didn't know that apart from him, everyone else in the medical team was a medical-type artificial human, with top-tier technology directly embedded in their DNA.
Have you studied psychology? Li Chen continued to probe. Zhang Tiankai shook his head.
He was a cardiologist, which had nothing to do with psychology.
However,
my wife is a psychologist and has been practicing for nearly 10 years, Zhang Tiankai volunteered. Before the apocalypse, he and his wife worked at the same hospital and had
a deep relationship.
Unfortunately, the star-rated shelter never had positions for psychological counseling, so his wife could only stay in the factory for the time being.
Great,
the medical team is preparing to establish a psychological counseling department. Let your wife be the head of the department, Li Chen decided on the spot.
Zhang Tiankai was slightly taken aback, finding it hard to believe. He had heard
rumors about the establishment of a psychological counseling department, but the candidates were generally expected to have a doctorate or higher. His wife, though experienced, only had a bachelor's degree, which he had always felt regretful about.
Really? Zhang Tiankai asked excitedly. Commander, I'll go inform my wife right away.
When people reach a certain stage in life, they no longer just seek a life free from worry about food and clothing but aim to shine in their areas of expertise.
Li Chen nodded slightly.
Of course it's true. However, after your wife becomes the head of the department, all her subordinates will have doctorates or higher.
Do you think she'll feel any pressure?
The pressure is definitely there, but the opportunity is rare.
Zhang Tiankai responded firmly.
I promise not to let the commander down. After speaking, he quickly sent a message to his wife.
At this moment, Zhang Tiansai's wife, Yuan Xingxing, was busy with work at the factory.
Suddenly, she received a message and glanced down at her smart wristband. Wife, the commander said you should be the head of the psychological counseling department.
Her eyes widened,
and just as she was about to reply, the voice of the production team leader came from behind. Xiao Yuan, what are you doing? The production team leader at the snack factory was a young and beautiful woman, which earned her a lot of preferential treatment from men in the shelter. As a result, she had become arrogant and looked down on the other female workers all day long.
Nothing.
Yuan Xingxing immediately turned off the smart wristband, but her heartbeat quickened.
The appointment hadn't been officially announced yet, and it was only Zhang Tiansai's word.
She was afraid that if it turned out to be false, she would feel very embarrassed. The production team leader snorted coldly and directly opened Yuan Xingxing's smart wristband, his attitude firm. I'd like to see what you're playing during work hours.
What? Yuan Xingxing asked in surprise. You've been transferred to the medical team?
The production team leader's tone suddenly shifted, his voice rising, instantly drawing the attention of many female workers.
Everyone knew that the
benefits of the medical team were worlds apart from those of the factory. What's more, Yuan Xingxing's husband was already in the medical team, which made everyone feel both envious and jealous. If Yuan Xingxing were also transferred to the medical team, their mental state would definitely collapse completely.
Not sure yet, my husband might have just said it casually, Yuan Xingxing said somewhat embarrassedly.
The production team leader carefully checked and indeed, the message was sent by Zhang Tian, not an official notice from the star-level shelter. He immediately sneered, I advise you not to daydream. The star-rated shelter is full of talented people.
With just a bachelor's degree,
you have no qualifications to get in. Just finish today's work honestly. That's how people are. If they can't do it themselves, they can't stand to see others succeed. The production team leader thought to himself, Yuan Xingxing is old and plain-looking, so why should she get a good opportunity?
Yuan Xingxing didn't understand the production team leader's thoughts, so he just nodded and continued to focus on his work.
Suddenly, the smart wristband sent another message. This time, the production team leader didn't even ask and directly opened Yuan Xingxing's message list. He opened his mouth wide, showing a face full of shock.
Yuan Xingxing curiously glanced at her message. Notification, Dear Yuan Xingxing, hello.
Congratulations on being transferred to the medical team and appointed as the head of the psychological
counseling department, with a daily score of 3,500. 500. Please complete the formalities as soon as possible and report to the medical center. Immediately, Yuan Xingxing's face lit up with excitement, and the blood in her veins seemed to be rushing wildly. What Zhang Tian had said was true. The commander really allowed her to join the medical team. The production team leader looked at this notification, feeling a pang of bitterness in his heart. He wanted to make a sarcastic remark but found himself completely lacking the confidence to do so. Although he looks good, he's just a single leftover woman, aiming too high to settle low, always finding fault with men and looking down on the poor. No wonder she's still single to this day. Now that she's entered the star-rated shelter, her gaze naturally locked onto Li Chen. In her eyes, only a man like Li Chen is worthy of her. Unfortunately, when Li Chen was inspecting the factory, he passed by her several times but didn't even spare her a glance. Now, Li Chen has actually made Yuan Xingxing the department head directly. Jealousy gnawed at the production team leader's heart like ants. She simply couldn't accept that she was no match for Yuan Xingxing. Team leader? I'm going back to work now. Yuan Xingxing read the notification several times before contentedly turning off her smart wristband. It was only then that she noticed the production team leader still standing nearby, so she reminded him, "We'll talk about the appointment tomorrow. For today, the factory work still needs to be finished." The production team leader snapped out of his daze, glared at Yuan Xingxing, and turned to walk away. Sigh, women. Yuan Xingxing shook her head inside. As an experienced psychological counselor, she had long seen through the little schemes of the production team leader, but she chose not to fuss over it, thinking it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Fortunately, now that she could return to her old profession, Yuan Xingxing found the work particularly easy. After work in the evening, Zhang Tiankai and Yuan Xingxing met up in the cafeteria. 2 gourmet meals, please, Zhang Tiankai said with a smile. The cafeteria lady in charge of cooking curiously asked, "Dr. Jiang, is there something good happening today?" "Ah, my wife has been promoted to head of the psychological counseling department," Zhang Tiankai couldn't help but say. The cafeteria lady cast an envious glance while preparing the food and said, "Then you too must be earning 7,000 points a day, right?" 7,000 points. For many ordinary residents of star-rated shelters, this is already a very high income, essentially achieving financial freedom. Zhang Tiankai wanted to say a few more words but was tugged on the sleeve by Yuan Xingxing. Bang! "It's not that much, really. We have elderly and children at home, and the expenses are quite high," Yuan Xingxing said with a light-hearted smile. "Alright, your dishes are ready, 2,000 points." The cafeteria lady had just brought the food over and said with a cheerful smile. Zhang Tiankai swiped his smart wristband, picked up the food, and sat to the side. "Genius, tell me, what's this appointment all about?" As soon as Yuan Xingxing sat down, she couldn't wait to ask. After all, Zhang Tiankai was the one who sent the message first, so she guessed he might know something. "I'm not sure either. Today, people from the West City shelter came, and the commander asked me if I studied psychology." Zhang Tiankai was just as puzzled. "Then you recommended me for the position?" Yuan Xingxing's heart raced. When they were recruiting a psychological counselor before, she had hoped for the position but couldn't compete with others. Now, directly becoming the department head felt utterly unbelievable. "Stop worrying unnecessarily. Since the commander appointed you as the department head, it means he recognizes your abilities." Zhang Tian comforted her in this way. Sure enough, Li Chen was right. Yuan Xingxing hadn't even officially started her role, and the pressure was already this intense. "Okay, I got it." Yuan Xingxing took a deep breath. "Let's eat first. This is a gourmet meal after all." The couple was usually quite frugal and reluctant to indulge in fine dining. This was their first time enjoying a gourmet meal, so they intended to savor it. At this moment, Li Chen was sitting in the command room. In front of him were red wine and steak, while several managerial-type androids were carefully arranging the plates. The red wine comes from a famous winery, vintage 1982. The steak is Kobe beef, with a marvelous marbled texture that seems to melt slowly on the tongue. For Li Chen, this meal was nothing more than an ordinary dinner. If those survivors outside rummaging through trash and gnawing on grass knew about it, there would probably be an uproar. Li Chen took a small sip of red wine, and the android manager immediately handed him a white handkerchief to wipe his mouth. "Is everything arranged for the psychological therapy department? The new director is taking office tomorrow, so pay attention," Li Chen asked. The manager nodded. "It's already been notified." However, the manager recalled the scene at the snack factory and felt it was a bit tricky. The new head of the psychological counseling department being given a hard time, such a minor issue didn't seem appropriate to bring up with the commander. Li Chen sliced a piece of steak and raised an eyebrow. The manager then spoke. "Today, Minister Yuan was given a hard time. According to the shelter's surveillance, he seemed to be in a bad mood afterward." "Explain in detail," Li Chen said calmly. The manager pulled up the surveillance video for him to watch. When he saw the production team leader making things difficult for Yuan Xingxing, Li Chen pressed pause, pointed at the screen, and asked, "Who assigned this woman?" Reporting to the commander, the production team leaders in each factory are usually elected by the workers themselves. The manager answered truthfully. Li Chen frowned deeply. This woman was clearly of poor character. Before the the apocalypse, such people were called average women. Li Chen would never allow the star-level shelter to be controlled by someone like her. He immediately decided, from now on, all management positions, big or small, will be directly appointed by your management team. Where there are many people, there is always intrigue. Even seemingly insignificant positions can cause trouble at critical moments. Li Chen did not want the star-level shelter to descend into chaos. Yes, the management team immediately agreed. Li Chen fell into deep thought. Although androids are loyal, their biggest flaw is the lack of many human emotions, such as empathy, which is completely absent in management. This issue is not as apparent in other positions, but in management roles, the key is to understand people's thoughts and not rely solely on rigid enforcement of rules and regulations from books. Thinking of this, Li Chen immediately asked Noah, "Is there any way to improve this situation?" Reporting to the commander, androids are capable of learning. After deep learning and studying human behavior, they can replicate emotions one-to-one. Noah responded quickly. Li Chen nodded in understanding. Arrange for the management team to study, make sure they learn it. In the following days, the Residence Combat Group completed the second phase of training and went out again to carry out the task of collecting materials. There was no other way. With more and more second-tier zombies outside, the Residence Combat Group was relatively weak in combat and could only hide in the armored vehicles. They lacked the ability to hunt and had to rely on the android warriors. In addition to collecting tasks, there are also some residents responsible for transporting supplies and receiving applications. Nowadays, almost all shelters in Donghai City are trading with the star-level shelter, relying entirely on the star-level shelter for weapons and equipment. As a result, the transportation of supplies has become more frequent. Li Chen was leisurely watching one brand new armored vehicle after another when Noah suddenly spoke. Report, Commander, a second-tier zombie horde has been detected attacking from the south of the star-level shelter. The commander has two choices. First, close the shelter gates, order all teams to return immediately, and receive no rewards. Second, take the initiative to attack. As the armed forces under the star-level shelter, killing zombies will grant double evolution energy. Perfectly defend against the zombie horde and receive a gift pack. Zombie horde? Li Chen frowned slightly. A second-tier zombie horde, no less. Dr. Yang and the others had previously estimated the zombie evolution rate, and logically, it shouldn't appear for at least another 5 days. But now it has erupted ahead of schedule. If it were any other shelter, they would undoubtedly stay behind closed doors without hesitation. What a joke, after all, that's a second-tier zombie. That speed, that strength, is absolutely unmatched by ordinary people. However, the star-rated shelter is no ordinary refuge, and Li Chen is no ordinary person. Second-tier zombie horde? Heh, that's just a great opportunity to gain experience. Nowadays, the star-rated shelter is equipped with level 3 armored vehicles, basic fighter jets, and even electromagnetic cannons. Even the android warriors have been upgraded to the peak of the first tier. In Li Chen's eyes, the second-tier zombie horde is simply like a gift of money. Of course, that being said, Li Chen still has to make thorough preparations. After all, there are still a large number of non-combatants in the star-rated shelter who must be properly accommodated. Notify all combat units to return immediately and prepare for battle. Have Su Ruwashi, Dr. Yang, and all management personnel report to the command room for a meeting. One order after another was swiftly issued. Before long, everyone gathered in the command room. Commander! Commander! Li Chen stepped into the meeting room, and everyone immediately stood up. He nodded and gestured, "Sit down." To make a long story short, Noah detected that a wave of Tier 2 zombies is approaching from the south of our shelter, estimated to arrive in 6 hours. A zombie wave? Dr. Yang and Su Ruwashi exchanged a glance, their faces showing surprise. They had never heard of this term before. The manager, however, remained expressionless. Commander, what exactly does a zombie horde refer to? Is it just a large gathering of zombies, or has something changed? What causes them to gather? Do they attack with a purpose? Dr. Yang is indeed a researcher, clear and straight to the point. Li Chen nodded slightly, opened the holographic screen, projected the live scene, and began explaining. The formation of a zombie horde is generally believed to be caused by tidal forces triggering zombie riots. Although there is no specific data to support it, it is merely speculated because its cycle is similar to the tidal patterns. At this time, zombies become unusually irritable and bloodthirsty, with a significant increase in attack power. Zombie hordes usually choose the nearest human shelter to attack. Even during the day, their speed is not affected. As Li Chen explained, everyone in the conference room kept their eyes fixed on the densely packed tide of corpses on the holographic screen, not blinking for a moment. Those inhuman faces, just one glance was enough to send chills down one's spine. Su Ruwashi swallowed hard and asked, "So what should we do?" She was well aware of her own abilities. She could handle a few second-tier zombies, but faced with such an overwhelming number, she would only exhaust her strength and ultimately perish. Not to mention the members of the resident combat group. Although their training is better than that of ordinary people, facing second-tier zombies would inevitably result in heavy casualties. Li Chen immediately said, "First of all, everyone must
must understand that even if we stay behind closed doors, the zombie tide will still launch suicide attacks around the shelter. By then, it will inevitably damage the surface facilities. Secondly, our star-rated shelter has sufficient capability to deal with the zombie tide. Management, report the current status of the base.
Li Chen turned his gaze to management, who immediately responded, yes.
Currently, there are 100 level 3 heavy armored vehicles, 60 primary fighter jets, and all combat units are equipped with electromagnetic cannons.
After half a month of intensive production, the number of armored vehicles and fighter jets has fully met operational requirements. Ammunition production was also in surplus.
Li Chen simultaneously activated 2 production lines, continuously manufacturing bullets, with stockpiles piling up like mountains. Su Ruoshi and Dr. Yang, upon hearing about the abundance of arms supplies in the shelter, finally breathed a sigh of relief. The most critical assets were the armored vehicles and fighter jets. One ensured ground combat support, while the other secured air superiority. Both could play a significant role.
Li Chen nodded and began issuing specific orders.
First, the resident combat team led by Su Ruoshi will use ground turrets for crossfire cover, while the shelter combat team will take on the frontal engagement task.
Second, immediately recall all shelter residents. The main gate will be closed shortly, and entry or exit will be strictly prohibited.
Those who miss the deadline will bear the consequences of life or death themselves. Third, issue a zombie wave alert on the forum to warn all shelters and nearby survivors to stay vigilant. Fourth, suspend all exchange services, which will be rescheduled after the zombie wave subsides. The first and second orders are very clear.
Immediately after,
whoosh. After all, android warriors are stronger and most suitable to serve as the main force. Closing the gates is to maximize the safety of the shelter's residents.
But what exactly does the third order mean?
Su Ruoshi couldn't help but turn her head to look, her brows tightly furrowed with worry. If a zombie tide warning is issued now, it could very likely cause panic.
Li Chen did not offer much explanation for this.
The star-rated shelter is the first line of defense against the zombie tide, but this does not mean the zombie tide won't spread.
At
that time, they might appear sporadically in every corner of Donghai City.
Without adequate preparation, it will be a true living hell.
Alright, meeting adjourned, Li Chen said hastily. There are just over 5 hours left until the zombie tide. Everyone speed up your actions. Su Ruoshi immediately took the order and quickly arranged all the squads of the resident combat group according to their training formations. At the same time, the information on the smart wristbands was also synchronized and pushed to all residents of the star-rated shelter.
Notification: the star-rated shelter is entering level 2 alert. The main gate is about to close. All residents, please return immediately. Residents still wandering around the market saw the news and were instantly bewildered. Level 2 alert? What on earth happened? Just as everyone was puzzled, someone suddenly noticed a post on the forum. Look quickly. It seems like a zombie horde is coming. We should hurry back. It's too dangerous outside. Wife, hurry up. Stop packing. These things aren't worth a few energy cores. Life is the most important. Quickly, if we're any later, the shelter gates will close. The residents of the star-level shelter hurried back, creating a tense scene. The scattered survivors, looking confused, quickly opened the forum to check. Yellow alert: in 6 hours, a second-tier zombie horde will reach the southern part of the star-level shelter. At that time, zombies will no longer be affected by daylight and will become even more violent and bloodthirsty. Non-combat units, please evacuate immediately. The star-rated shelter is entering level 2 alert. The gates will be closed, and the material exchange service will be suspended. Please prepare accordingly. This post, pinned, highlighted, and bolded by the official star-rated shelter, instantly ignited the emotions of independent survivors. Everyone hurriedly packed their belongings and fled to places they deemed safe. At the same time, other shelters in Donghai City also entered a state of alert. Now, the star-rated shelter has become the leading force in Donghai City, and with one command, the entire city was shaken. No one dares to easily question the messages released by the star-rated shelters. Most shelters choose to hunker down and wait for the zombie tide to pass. However, there are also bold individuals who are starting to stir, planning to take advantage of the situation to make a profit. Recently, the star-rated shelters have introduced quite a few impressive items, especially the level 1 armored vehicles. Their imposing appearance makes them the perfect tool for survival in the apocalypse. Every shelter wants to get a few to enhance their combat capabilities. Even lone survivors are drooling over the armored vehicles, as their defensive power far surpasses that of guns and cannons. Unfortunately, the price is astonishingly high. A single level 1 armored vehicle costs as much as 3,000 energy cores. Many lone survivors are desperately scraping together funds, dulling their blades in the process, yet still falling far short. For shelters, 3,000 energy cores may not be a big deal, but they need more than just 1 or 2 vehicles, at least 10 to start with, if they can follow behind the star-rated shelters after this zombie tide and scavenge some energy cores from tier 2 zombies. Perhaps their dream can become a reality. Just as everyone was busy preparing, a group of people gathered at the entrance of the star-rated shelter, shouting loudly, "Why aren't aren't you letting us in? The zombie horde is coming.
We all live nearby, and this time it's because of your star-rated shelter that we're affected.
You can't do this. That's right. Open the gate and let us in to take shelter.
This group of people stood outside the perimeter of the electric grid, shouting loudly. The resident combat teams stationed outside cast wary glances in their direction. Tsuruoshi walked out, her brows furrowed, and stared at them, asking, "Who are you?" "I recognize her. She's the manager of the resident combat team," someone responded. "We all live near the star-rated shelter. This zombie wave is targeting the star-rated shelter, and we've been innocently dragged into this." "Yes, little girl, let us in quickly. The star-rated shelter is so big, it won't hurt to spare us a little food and drink, right?" The scattered survivors were overjoyed to see Tsuruoshi, but no one dared to rush in without permission.
After all, the high-voltage electric fence was there, and the residents' combat team was well-equipped. Those fierce faces sent chills down their spines. "No way!" Tsuruoshi refused decisively. "The gates of the star-rated shelter are only open to residents. Besides, the zombie tide wasn't caused by the star-rated shelter, so where does this talk of being implicated come from?" These scattered survivors originally did not live nearby, they simply thought the area around the star-rated shelter was relatively safe, so they came up with the idea of temporarily residing nearby. They usually relied on the armed forces of the star-rated shelter to ensure their safety. But now, with the zombie tide attacking, they are instead blaming the star-rated shelter for harming them. Utterly absurd. "I don't care. If you don't let me in, I'll die right at the door of the star-rated shelter." Exactly. Let the people of Donghai City see what kind of place your star-rated shelter really is, leaving people to die without helping. Why is it that others didn't know about the zombie tide, but you people at the star-rated shelter did? You must have caused it and now don't want to take responsibility. Hearing Tsuruoshi's response, the group of scattered survivors immediately erupted, each trying to shirk responsibility. Tsuruoshi's chest heaved with anger, but she dared not fire easily, as Li Qin had not given the order to open fire. She knew very well that once these people were shot, negative repercussions would inevitably follow. Recently, while training, Tsuruoshi had been keeping an eye on the forums and noticed that many people harbored resentment toward the wealthy and coveted the abundant resources of the star-rated shelter. If the shelter's armed forces were even slightly weaker, these people would have already swarmed in. As a result, Tsuruoshi was filled with concerns at this moment. Seeing that she dared not resort to force, the scattered survivors became even more arrogant, hurling insults, one after another, all directed at Tsuruoshi. Indeed, they were deliberately causing trouble, trying to force the star-rated shelter to let them in. Once the zombie tide passed, would they leave willingly? That was absolutely impossible. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After all, these people did not meet the entry requirements for the star-rated shelter, and in the past, they had no way of getting in. Now that the opportunity was right in front of them, they had to seize it tightly. Just as Tsuruoshi was about to reach her limit, Li Chen, busy in the command room, casually glanced at the surveillance feed. Li Chen frowned. "Noah, what's going on?" "Report, Commander. These are the scattered survivors living near the star-level shelter. They want to hide in the shelter." Noah answered truthfully. Li Chen sneered and said, "Dream on. Hiding in the shelter? All just an excuse the Post has already made it clear that the star-level shelter will be the first place to face the zombie tide. As long as you stay away from the star-level shelter and find a basement to hide in, there's a high chance of survival." Li Chen understood these scattered people's intentions perfectly. They saw the residents of the star-level shelter living comfortably and wanted to take the opportunity to sneak in. At this moment, Tsuruoshi's call also came through. After explaining the situation, she asked, "Commander, should we open the gates and let them in?" Wishful thinking. Li Chen rolled his eyes. Ishua wanted notice immediately and tell them to get lost, or else kill them on sight. "But won't this make others in Donghai City have opinions about us?" Tsuruoshi said worriedly. The resources of the star shelter were abundant, as everyone knew. Many shelters came to exchange supplies on the surface, acting respectfully, but secretly they were coveting them. If they found a reason to besiege the star shelter, if they're unhappy, they can hold it in. "I want to see who dares to challenge the star shelter." Li Chen narrowed his eyes and said coldly. The surveillance in Donghai City was everywhere, coupled with bionic surveillance robots, allowing him to have a thorough understanding of the situation in each shelter. Not only did he know their little schemes, but he was also clear about their armed forces, just a bunch of people using outdated equipment discarded by the star shelter. What strength could they possibly have? Li Chen wasn't targeting anyone specifically, but the shelters in Donghai City were all trash, yet they dared to act arrogant toward the star shelter? No matter how sharp their words were, once a level 3 armored vehicle appeared, they all fell silent. In the face of absolute power, what did their resistance amount to? Receiving Li Chen's order, Tsuruoshi immediately responded, "Yes." After hanging up the phone, Tsuruoshi glanced at the scattered survivors still clamoring at the door, a trace of coldness flashing across her face, instantly becoming stern and unyielding. "I saw it. She definitely contacted Li Chen just now. Did Li Chen tell them to let us in? Greedy merchant, how many energy cores have you taken from us? Humanity shares a common destiny. You can't be this cold-blooded. Quick, open the door. The zombie horde is almost here. The survivors shouted loudly. Su Ruwashi spoke calmly. I did contact the commander just now. Upon hearing this, the survivors were overjoyed. Sure enough, it was Li Chen who let us in. Rumors are truly terrifying. No matter how powerful the star shelter is, it still has to learn to compromise. Since ancient times, those who win the people's hearts win the world. If the star shelter wants to grow stronger, this is the only way. I need to think this through. If your star shelter doesn't provide meals, I won't go in. These survivors initially held onto a sliver of hope, thinking that if the star-rated shelter didn't open its doors, they would immediately find another place to hide. Now that it had worked out, they instantly put on airs, demanding more benefits. Su Ruwashi's icy gaze swept over the crowd as she coldly said, the commander has already spoken. You have 5 minutes to get out immediately, or face bullets. These words sounded devoid of any official tone, even carrying a hint of banditry. Most importantly, it was something no one wanted to hear. As a result, the survivors immediately erupted in chaos. The star-rated shelter is so big, what's the big deal about taking in a few of us? Exactly. No sense of generosity at all, and they even told us to get lost? Aren't they afraid of being dealt with? There's always someone stronger, and the sky is limitless. I advise your star-rated shelter not to be too arrogant, or it might disappear one day. The survivors argued fiercely, hurling insults at each other. They believed that as the largest shelter in Donghai City, the star-rated shelter would at least care about its reputation. At most, they would just make verbal threats and never actually open fire. Otherwise, it would be outright murder. Faced with these insults, Su Ruwashi remained unwavering, her expression calm as she glanced at her watch. After 5 minutes of continuous shouting, the survivors, feeling a bit parched, were just about to drink some water and continue when suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Su Ruwashi's AK-103 in her hands was like the scythe of death, precisely taking down one target after another. Murder! Someone from the star-rated shelter shot and killed someone. The uninjured survivors immediately scattered in all directions, screaming as they ran. Su Ruwashi said expressionlessly, I've already given you a chance. If you don't cherish it, don't blame me. After speaking, the action of pulling the trigger did not stop at all, and screams echoed one after another. In fact, Su Ruwashi only hit a few people's arms, causing no fatal injuries. But everyone has a psychological safety line. They had always believed that the people in the star-rated shelter wouldn't dare to shoot, which is why they acted so recklessly. Now that gunshots rang out, that safety line instantly collapsed, and everyone instinctively felt their lives were hanging by a thread. As the scattered survivors fled in all directions, the area outside the high-voltage electric fence suddenly became much quieter. Su Ruwashi put down the gun, turned around, and said to the soldiers of the Residence Combat Group, speed up. There are only 4 hours left until the zombie tide. The soldiers responded in unison. To them, the life or death of these scattered survivors was irrelevant. They had brought this upon themselves, so who could they blame? The most important thing right now was the impending zombie horde. Behind them were the residents of the entire star-level shelter, including their parents and children. If they couldn't fend off the zombie tide, what would happen to their families? Therefore, they had to speed up and build defensive structures as quickly as possible to protect the people behind them to the greatest extent. The star-level shelter took good care of the families of fallen soldiers. As long as the shelter and Li Chen remained, they believed their children would have enough to eat and wear, access to education, and their parents would be properly cared for. At this moment, every warrior in the resident combat group is full of fighting spirit. Li Chen saw this scene through the surveillance and nodded in satisfaction. Noah, how is the progress on the android warriors? Reporting to the commander, the video connection has been established for you. Noah responded immediately. The android warriors, led by the management, are driving armored vehicles and basic fighter jets straight to the destination. Since the destructive range of the armored vehicles and fighter jets is quite large, the battlefield cannot be set near the star-rated shelter and must be distanced. At this moment, all units are ready and waiting for the second-tier zombies to deliver the energy cores. Li Chen shows the battlefield, located 10 kilometers south of the star-rated shelter. This place used to be a dairy processing plant, but after the apocalypse, it was abandoned, leaving only dilapidated buildings. Level 1 zombies wandered on the road, as if waiting for something. A Level 3 armored vehicle appeared in the open space, and the zombies instantly became active, rushing toward the armored vehicle. Some of these zombies were originally factory workers. Some of the zombies wandered in from elsewhere. From a distance, they gathered densely into a mass, sending chills down one's spine. Li Chen calmly issued orders through the radio. All the armored vehicles stopped in place, letting the zombies pounce on them. Suddenly, flames shot out from all directions of the armored vehicle. The zombies closest to the armored vehicle were instantly scorched, leaving a charred, blackened mess. An open area was formed around the armored vehicle, but the open space was quickly filled with zombies again. They were fearless,
tireless, and charged at the armored vehicle one after another. The scent of fresh flesh and blood made them emit low growls. Moreover, the commotion here even attracted wandering zombies from afar, who rushed over one after another. Seeing the number of zombies increasing, the android warriors sent a message, reporting to the commander, "The railgun is fully charged at 100%. Li Chen immediately gave the order. Electromagnetic cannon, ready, accompanied by dazzling arcs of electricity. Outside the armored vehicle, zombies fell one after another. This is the first time the electromagnetic cannon has been used by android warriors, and its power is astonishing. The zombie struck by the arc had its internal fluids instantly evaporated, its body tissues completely destroyed, leaving only a layer of shriveled skin. Seeing this scene, the cyborg warriors' eyes widened. This weapon. Although they had previously learned how to operate the railgun, they hadn't expected its power to be so immense. At the same time, the nearby hiding survivors were also stunned by the scene. Are those people from the star-level shelter? Are they conducting a drill? It looks like a movie scene. Could this be a weapon invented by humans? You're so uninformed. This is called a railgun. It was invented before the apocalypse, but ordinary people just never got to see it. Come on, as if you're so knowledgeable. Then tell me, what are the people from the star-rated shelter doing? Didn't you see the armored vehicles? The star-rated shelter must be clearing the battlefield. It said the zombie horde is approaching. The survivors witnessed the formidable combat power of the star-rated shelter and began discussing it fervently. Some even took photos and posted them on forums. The electromagnetic cannon is incredibly powerful, but the nature of zombies dictates that as long as their hearts aren't hit, they won't die. So, quite a few zombies that had been stunned by electricity staggered back to their feet and clawed at the armored vehicle. Buzz buzz buzz. The sound of airflow pierced through the sky, as 5 fighter jets soared into the air in a V formation. 5 fighter jets simultaneously aimed at the target and dropped bombs. The entire earth seemed to tremble. The surviving onlookers were dumbfounded. Wow, did I just see fighter jets? Mom, I've made it. So cool, the star-level shelter even has fighter jets? Ugh, we're still using kitchen knives to fight zombies, while the star-level shelter has already deployed armored vehicles, fighter jets, and even electromagnetic cannons. It's so discouraging. Look quickly, it's not just 5, there are even more fighter jets behind them. With a cry of surprise, 30 fighter jets were neatly arranged in the sky, roaring as they dropped bombs. This scene left many survivors too shocked to speak. At the same time, the forum was abuzz with excitement over the appearance of railguns and fighter jets. Recently, the star-level shelters keep shattering my understanding. Every time I think they've reached their limit, they come up with even more powerful weapons. It's terrifying. With fighter jets in the star-level shelters, why bother struggling to hunt zombies? Just bomb them from the air and be done with it. As far as I know, there are only 2 or 3 shelters in Donghai City that can possess fighter jets. The star-rated shelter is truly extravagant. Indeed, Donghai City does have a few fighter jets, but every deployment consumes a massive amount of energy and ammunition. The star-rated shelter has deep resources, even using fighter jets to clear the battlefield. At this moment, the grand deployment by the star-rated shelter made the people of Donghai City reaffirm that the star-rated shelter is by no means ordinary. Even if harboring ulterior motives, they can only suppress their thoughts and bow their heads. Report to the commander, chromium raw materials found. The manager's voice came through the radio. Li Chen zoomed in on the surveillance footage and saw rows of blue containers neatly arranged beside the manager. After Noah's scan, confirmed that the containers are sealed and holding chromite ore. Li Chen immediately stood up. Chromium is the hardest metal found in nature, and is often added to steel. The resulting alloy not only has exceptional hardness but also outstanding corrosion resistance. The production of stainless steel and various critical components relies heavily on chromium. It can be said that chromium is an indispensable raw material in the process of industrialization. The discovery of this batch of chromite ore is of great significance to the star-rated shelter. Commander, should we start transporting the chromite ore now? The manager asked urgently. Li Chen finally calmed down a bit, carefully examined the surveillance footage, and asked, how much chromite ore is there in total? There are 200 containers in total, the manager replied. There are only 3 hours left until the zombie horde strikes. If the android warriors are transported back to the shelter by land, it might be too late. After all, the container is massive, and land transport alone would take at least 5 hours. How far is the chromite storage location from the center of the battlefield? Li Chen pressed further. Within 1 kilometer, the manager immediately replied. Being so close, once the zombie horde erupts, the chromite storage site is bound to be severely affected. After the horde ends, the chromite will likely face destruction as well. Li Chen pondered for a moment before issuing an order. Deploy all transport planes and helicopters for immediate relocation. At the same time, notify all combat units to conduct 3 rounds of land transport. Yes, Noah quickly relayed Li Chen's orders. As everyone got busy, Li Chen stared intently at the monitor, lost in thought. The importance of chromite was self-evident, and he was determined not to miss this rare
war. Opportunity. The only option now was to deploy drones for long-distance surveillance to prevent an early zombie horde attack and to speed up the transportation process. The resident combat group also received the orders and acted without hesitation, gathering the able-bodied men from the star-level shelter. They immediately boarded transport planes and trucks, ensuring the chromite would be safely delivered back to the shelter in the shortest time possible. At this moment, within the star-level shelter, as rows of trucks gradually departed, many people began to discuss the situation. Isn't it too risky to collect materials at this time? Sai, the commander, is still young, wants everything, and doesn't understand that there's no such thing as a perfect solution in this world. The zombie horde is almost here. How can the commander give such an order? It's like he doesn't even see us as human. What do you know? Chromium has extensive uses. If we get this batch of chromium materials, the industrialization level of our shelter will greatly improve. That's right. I also calculated that the distance isn't far. If we transport desperately, we should make it in time. Some supported Li Chen's decision, as chromium is indeed extremely important, but others were dissatisfied, feeling that Li Chen was being reckless. They believed it was more sensible to stay safely in the shelter and endure the zombie wave first, rather than stirring up trouble with all this. Li Chen, however, paid no attention to such gossip. Some residents of the star-level shelter couldn't help but post their complaints on the forum. In an instant, almost all the survivors in Donghai City learned about the discovery of chromium ore at the star-level shelter. Some nearby individuals used civilian drones to capture footage, showing massive transport planes and helicopters roaring as they landed in front of the warehouse, with a convoy of trucks stretching as far as the eye could see. Quick, 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 speed it up. The first batch of transport planes is fully loaded, requesting takeoff. The second batch of transport planes is fully loaded, requesting takeoff. Again, the first convoy of trucks is fully loaded and returning. The second convoy. In front of the warehouse, over 10,000 people were busy at the same time. Young and strong individuals transferred from the star-level shelter moved swiftly, steadily loading containers onto trucks or transport planes. As soon as one batch of trucks was filled, they immediately stepped on the gas and returned, with the second batch of trucks following closely behind. Everyone was bustling with energy. Many survivors watched this spectacular scene through drones, swallowing hard. Do you think Li Chen has lost his mind? The zombie horde is almost here, and he's still running off to transport raw materials? What do you know? Chromium is the soul of industry. It seems the development of the star-level shelter has far exceeded everyone's imagination. Do you mean the star-rated shelter still wants to develop industry? Of course. My cousin is in the star-rated shelter, and she said they've opened many factories now. At the speed of the star-rated shelter, restoring pre-apocalypse industrial levels is absolutely not a problem. Survivors kept discussing under the video, with emotions more of envy and jealousy intertwined. They were all trembling in fear, hiding in corners. Yet the star-rated shelter dared to boldly dispatch transport planes, openly transporting raw materials. Truly impressive. Report to the commander. It's this warehouse. Currently, only one warehouse has been found to contain chromite ore. The other warehouses are empty. Management reported. As soon as he received the news, Li Chen arrived at the warehouse entrance on the first batch of transport planes. The scene before him made his expression grim as he stepped into the warehouse. The warehouse is huge, with rows upon rows of containers. The scene visible to the naked eye is far more striking than what's seen on the surveillance footage. It is speculated that this batch of chromite ore is considered a strategic resource and might not have been transported in time. After the apocalypse, transportation collapsed and cities were almost completely disconnected, which is why it has remained here. The commander voiced his speculation. In other words, this batch of chromite ore was likely left behind by someone privately and is considered private property. Taking this batch of ore could potentially bring hidden dangers to the star-rated shelter. Ha, so what? It's already the apocalypse. All resources are ownerless. Survival of the fittest. Li Chen sneered coldly, completely unconcerned. Now the highways are filled with scrapped cars, making it impossible to travel between cities. Even if the owner of the chrome ore finds out, what can they do? Fly over to seize it? Li Chen's words silenced the management, urging everyone to speed up the loading process. About an hour later, Li Chen glanced at his watch and frowned, asking, how many boxes are left? There are still 120 containers left to load. It is estimated to take another 1 hour and 20 minutes. The manager wiped the sweat from his forehead. Li Chen was just about to speak when his eyes suddenly sharpened. He stared intently behind the containers and shouted, who is it? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The breeze in the warehouse blew through, but no one appeared from behind the container. Li Chen stood still, his gaze fixed in that direction, and said calmly, I've already spotted you. Did you really think you could get away? I'll give you 3 minutes. If I don't see you, I'll order them to open fire. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 minutes later, a ragged little boy slowly emerged from behind the container. He stared warily into Li Chen's eyes and said, I was just passing through here. If I remember correctly, there are only factories nearby. What are you doing here? Li Chen asked bluntly. There are only zombies
zombies in factory buildings here, no food or weapons.
Ordinary people wouldn't come.
The boy was instantly at a loss for words, unable to respond for a long time. Li Chen narrowed his eyes and glanced at the boy's thumb webbing. A 7 or 8-year-old child appearing in an abandoned factory was unusual no matter how you looked at it. What made Li Chen even more alert was that the boy's thumb webbing was covered with thick calluses, clearly from years of wielding weapons, definitely not an ordinary child. Thinking this, Li Chen outwardly remained calm and said, "Forget it.
We have things to do here.
You'd better leave quickly to avoid getting caught in a zombie wave and accidentally getting hurt." Li Chen's words were overly kind, which only made the boy more wary.
In the apocalypse, who would show kindness so easily?
Li Chen shrugged helplessly and turned to the manager, ordering, "Give him some food and take him away." The manager immediately took out the soldier's compressed biscuits, packed them into a tote bag, and tossed it in front of the boy.
"This is for me?"
The boy hesitated, not daring to reach out and touch.
"Take it and leave quickly," Li Chen said coldly.
Seeing Li Chen's attitude, the boy felt somewhat reassured. He stared at Li Chen, slowly reached out to take the tote bag, and stepped back step by step, until he retreated to the warehouse door. The boy finally turned around and sprinted away. Despite his small and thin frame, he ran incredibly fast with the handbag in hand, disappearing behind a pile of haystacks in the blink of an eye. After running for quite a distance, the boy propped his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. He looked back to confirm that Li Chen and the others were long gone, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. After a brief rest, the boy once again grabbed the handbag and skillfully weaved through the haystacks, heading straight into an abandoned residential building. It was a self-built house, approximately 150 square meters, with 3 floors. The boy, familiar with the place, went upstairs and stopped in front of an iron door, cautiously glancing around. Only then did the boy lift his dirty little hand and gently knock on the door a few times.
3 light taps, followed by a faint sound.
The iron door was pushed open from the inside.
A grown man in combat gear first scanned the surroundings, ensuring safety before letting the boy in. "What is that?" The man's gaze fell on the boy's tote bag. The boy set the bag down and plopped himself onto the iron chair, his voice indifferent. "Some food." If Li Chen were present at this moment, he would surely notice that the expression on this child's face was far from the innocence typical of ordinary children. Instead, it resembled that of a battle-hardened veteran. "Don't stir up trouble." "So, that batch of chromite ore hasn't been discovered yet, right?" The adult man didn't even glance at the handbag and asked urgently.
The boy's face instantly darkened, and he slowly shook his head. "The people from the Star-level shelter have already discovered it.
They've dispatched transport aircraft and are currently moving it. How am I supposed to explain this to the higher-ups?" The adult man appeared dissatisfied. "Explain what? Even if the chromium ore hadn't been discovered, how would they transport it back? We've been stuck here long enough.
Once the zombie tide passes, we'll immediately contact the higher-ups and have them send a helicopter to take us back," the boy said irritably. "They are mercenaries, acting under the orders of the Huaxiang shelter in the neighboring city. The management of Huaxiang shelter somehow learned that a batch of chromite ore was hidden here, so they sent them over to guard it, ready to transport the ore back at any time."
But who could have predicted that just a few days after the boy arrived in Donghai City, a zombie horde would break out? "It seems we can't protect the chromite ore."
"I'll send a message to the higher-ups right now. Don't worry, this batch of chromite ore is something the higher-ups are determined to get. Even if the star-rated shelter has already taken it, the higher-ups will send people to force them to hand it over."
The adult man quickly walked into the room. At that moment, faint footsteps echoed in the hallway.
The boy and the adult man exchanged a glance, immediately stopped their actions, and held their breath. The iron door was violently slammed open, and Li Chen's figure appeared before the two. Behind him followed a small squad of android warriors. Swish! At a command, the android warriors raised their guns in unison, the barrels aimed directly at the boy and the adult man.
"You actually followed me?" The boy glared angrily, his face ashen, breathing heavily, full of resentment. Li Chen's lips curled into a cold smile, his handsome face carrying a hint of mockery. "If I hadn't followed, I really wouldn't have known there was a nest of rats hiding here." "Uncle, I don't understand what you're saying." The boy's expression changed dramatically in an instant, and he finally put on a pitiful look, lowering his head as if wronged. "We're just the survivors here."
"Survivors?" Li Chen sneered, his gaze sweeping over the furnishings in the room. 3 meters away from the boy, there were 2 submachine guns, each showing heavy signs of use. Looking further inside, the room was stocked with various types of ammunition, including smoke grenades, tear gas grenades, and hand grenades. Such equipment was rarely seen even in small shelters. What caught Li Chen's attention even more were several inconspicuous traps in the room. They appeared ordinary on the surface, but he knew that stepping on them would result in serious injury, if not death.
"Looks like you're not so simple after all.
Here are 2 choices for you. First, cooperate with me, answer all the questions, and I'll let you go.
Second, stay silent and die immediately. The choice is in your hands."
Li Chen leisurely dismantled the surrounding traps, then sat on the sofa, coldly staring at the 2 people in front of him. The boy and the adult man exchanged a glance and were about to speak when Li Chen's voice rang out again.
"There's only one chance. If I catch you
even a hint of a lie, I'll turn this place into a beehive. So, you'd better think twice before you speak. Li Chen's tone was full of menace, and the boy who had been about to make an excuse was instantly stunned. Seeing the two remain silent, Li Chen lightly pressed his lips together. Alright, then let me take a guess. You are definitely not ordinary survivors, are you? Judging by how proficient you are with weapons, in the apocalypse, the most effective weapon against zombies is a gun.
Tear gas and flashbangs are completely useless against them.
Carrying this kind of equipment shows that your target isn't zombies, but humans. The boy's eyes widened, and a chill shot straight up his spine. Immediately, Li Chen pointed to the destroyed mechanisms.
He continued, these kinds of mechanisms are usually only used by mercenaries.
Who would have thought that such a small place like Donghai City would hide two capable individuals?
Look into their information.
The manager immediately pulled out a scanning wand and lightly swept it across the two men's faces.
Noah's voice promptly sounded.
Lin Xiu, male, 13 years old, mercenary, formerly served in the Chalia unit. Diao Kongwei, male, 36 years old, mercenary, also served in the Chalia unit.
No one could escape Noah's scanner unless they had never appeared in front of any camera. Hearing Noah's voice, Lin Xiu and Diao Kongwei instantly tensed up, chilled to the bone. What on earth was this thing that could uncover their identities? Not bad, you two are quite talented.
Li Chen smiled faintly, his gaze falling on Lin Xiu. This young boy, only 13 years old, had already become a mercenary and participated in numerous battles.
Li Chen was filled with curiosity. What had this child experienced in his life?
Lin Xiu, being stared at by Li Chen, felt a chill all over his body, as if a wild rabbit was being watched by a fierce tiger, overwhelmed with helplessness.
Next is the question and answer session.
You have the right to choose whether to respond or remain silent. Li Chen crossed his arms and smiled at Diao Kongwei, his thin lips coldly uttering, you're older, you go first.
As soon as the words fell, the gun barrel of the android warrior immediately aimed at Diao Kongwei's forehead.
If he made the slightest move, his head would instantly be turned into mush. He suddenly felt a chill.
Which organization are you serving now? Li Chen asked with a cheerful smile. Huaxiang Shelter. Diao Kongwei swallowed hard. Question 2. What is this mission?
To guard this batch of chromite ore and wait for people from Huaxiang Shelter to transport it away.
Question 3. What were you planning to do just now?
Prepare to notify the higher-ups that the chromite ore has been transported. Under the threat of the gun, Diao Kongwei didn't dare to lie about any of the 3 consecutive questions and answered them honestly. Very good, congratulations, you've earned the honesty medal.
Li Chen smiled and patted Diao Kongwei's cheek.
Diao Kongwei, overwhelmed with shame, lowered his head but didn't dare to utter a word.
Alright,
next, the difficulty level increases.
Answer within 3 seconds, or else. Bang!
Li Chen formed his fingers into the shape of a gun and said with a smile.
Diao Kongwei quickly nodded, indicating his willingness to cooperate.
Question 1. Give an introduction to the Huaxiang Shelter.
Huaxiang Shelter was an electronics factory before the apocalypse.
Upon learning the news of the end times, the boss hired a group of mercenaries.
Question 2. If Huaxiang Shelter finds out the chrome ore was taken, what will happen? They will. Bang!
A bullet was fired, and Diao Kongwei fell to the ground in response, his eyes wide open, filled with fear. TSK, 3 seconds have passed, what a pity. Li Chen shook his head and turned his gaze to Lin Xiu.
Your turn, little warrior. Lin Xiu appeared much calmer than Diao Kongwei.
He looked directly at Li Chen and said calmly, if the people from Huaxiang Shelter find out that the chromite was taken by you, they will definitely send someone to attack the star-level shelter. I only went to the Huaxiang Shelter after the apocalypse, so I don't have a close relationship with them.
I'll tell you everything you want to know. If you're willing, I can even work for you.
Li Chen smiled faintly, shook his head, and said, kill him.
Bang! Lin Xiu didn't even have a chance to respond and fell directly beside Diao Kongwei. The manager looked at Li Chen with confusion. Commander, this child has great potential. If properly trained, his combat power will be astonishing.
More importantly, his psychological resilience is excellent, making him very suitable for special missions.
Who would suspect a teenager? Li Chen, however, gently shook his head. I've already gotten the answer I wanted. If this child can betray the Huaxiang Shelter, he can betray me too. Keeping him is useless. It's better to eliminate him. The manager finally understood and quickly nodded.
Through the holographic screen, Li Chen saw that all the chromite ore had been transported from the warehouse and immediately gave the order.
Alright, clean up here and prepare to return.
The management immediately led the android warriors to search the self-built house, packing up all the weapons to take away. By the time they returned to the warehouse entrance, the residents' combat group had already begun to withdraw one after another. The android warriors were busy loading ammunition, making intense preparations for the imminent wave of corpses.
Team 1, ready. Team 2, get ready.
They moved swiftly, and various energy devices such as electromagnetic cannons and fighter jets were instantly refueled and prepared, then stood neatly in formation awaiting orders. There were still 10 minutes before the zombie horde arrived. Although it was broad daylight, a few dark clouds quietly drifted over, quickly shrouding the entire Donghai city in a heavy shadow. In this heavy darkness, this, a deafening roar faintly echoed at zombie horde, drawing closer and closer.
An oppressive atmosphere hung over the heads of every survivor in Donghai City.
This was a second-tier zombie horde. Although many had found places to hide, the fear in their hearts was still hard to suppress. Many people flocked to the forum, trying to find solace together. To be honest, I'm hiding in the sewer right now, and my whole body is trembling.
Trembling? I'm the one trembling.
I'm hiding in the basement of a villa, just 2 kilometers away from the star-rated shelter.
If the star-rated shelter can't eliminate this wave of zombies, I might not see the sun tomorrow.
If the star-rated shelter can't handle the zombie wave, no one in Donghai City will see the sun tomorrow.
What does it matter if you're far away? This is a wave of second-tier zombies.
I choose to trust the star-rated shelter. Let's go.
The final minute, the countdown begins, the storm is approaching, and the atmosphere is tense to the extreme.
At this moment, the star-rated shelter, eagerly awaited by everyone, was already fully prepared. Li Chen set the first battlefield near the southern warehouse. 10,000 android warriors are ready for battle, with 100 level 3 heavy armored vehicles leading the way at the front line.
In the sky, dozens of fighter jets are circling, ready to fire missiles at any moment.
Meanwhile, on the ground of the Star-class shelter, 9,000 resident combat group members are standing by in full readiness.
This will become the second battlefield.
After all, no matter how strong the artificial warriors are, it is impossible to completely eliminate all the zombies.
Second-tier zombies already possess a certain level of thinking ability.
After being damaged in the first battlefield, they will inevitably continue moving toward the star-level shelter, and their numbers remain vast. At this moment, the ground of the star-level shelter is already equipped with numerous cannons, combat group members are armed with electromagnetic guns, and trenches filled with landmines have been dug into the ground.
Report to the commander, the android combat team is ready. Report to the commander, the civilian combat team is ready.
Over the radio, the voices of the administrators and Su Ruwashi came one after another. Li Chen calmly observed the footage transmitted by the drone and said in a deep voice, "The zombie horde is 100 meters away from the first battlefield.
All units, prepare for action. The mission of the first battlefield is to hunt down as many zombies as possible."
Su Ruwashi, the mission of the second battlefield is to intercept all the zombies.
Can it be accomplished?
Over the radio, all the combat group members roared in unison.
Yes.
Li Chen's face broke into a bloodthirsty smile. The gunners of the android combat team fired their shells simultaneously, the shells crashing into the zombie horde, instantly blasting out patches of vacuum zones.
Unfortunately, it was ineffective.
The newly formed blank area lasted only a second, and in the blink of an eye, other zombies quickly filled the gap.
Seeing this, the android warriors standing on the front line immediately raised their electromagnetic cannons, firing continuous blue arcs.
The zombie army was firmly held at a distance of 100 meters from the combat group, completely unable to break through. Occasionally, a few stray zombies attempted to cross the defensive line, but they were immediately locked onto by snipers from afar and shot directly in their vital spots.
This zombie tide is really not that easy to get through. Li Chen looked at the footage transmitted by the drone and sighed deeply. Everyone must be prepared. The zombie tide will last for 2 days. This is just the first wave. There are more to come. Each wave will be fiercer than the last. Zombies can't feel pain. They aren't afraid of death or exhaustion. But humans do. Even artificial warriors can get tired and injured.
But we have no choice. This is a second-tier zombie. Even if we hide in the shelter and refuse to fight, these zombie hordes won't just disappear or leave on their own. They will forever linger over Donghai City, continuously attacking humans.
Second-level zombies are just a bunch of beasts. Are you willing to let them take over the blue skies, white clouds, and this land? Are you willing to never see the light of day again and hide underground forever? No, we're not. No, we're not. In the wireless headset, the warriors' thunderous roars echoed, shaking the soul.
It took humanity hundreds of thousands of years to climb to the top of the food chain.
And how long have zombies been around? These beasts, what right do they have to occupy the homeland that belongs to humans?
The warriors knew in their hearts that retreating even one step would mean falling into an abyss.
Noah, how much longer can our ammunition hold out?
Li Chen turned off the wireless headset and asked in a deep voice. Report to the commander. The current firearm ammunition reserves are sufficient to support 29 hours of combat. The electromagnetic cannon charging reserves can last for 72 hours, and the fighter jet ammunition can carry out 1,092 bombings. Understood. Immediately notify the logistics team.
If ammunition becomes critical, send it to the battlefield at once.
Li Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. The zombie horde had been ongoing for 2 days.
Based on the current consumption rate, the
ammunition reserves were sufficient to hold out, but he had a faint sense of unease, worried that something unexpected might happen. Project the live feed of the first battlefield onto all the large screens in the residential area.
Li Chen gave the order. Noah immediately carried it out.
Thus, no matter what the residents of the star-level shelter were doing at the moment, they all stopped what they were doing and stared at the large screen in front of them. The second-tier zombies charged at the warriors on all fours with incredible speed. A shell landed landed among the second-tier zombies, but it was like a drop of water falling into the ocean, creating only slight ripples before the sea quickly closed up again. The residents of the star-rated shelter watched this scene, their hearts in their throats. They stared unblinkingly at the densely packed zombies on the screen. Though not present at the scene, their fear made their teeth chatter, producing a rattling sound. Everyone involuntarily held their breath, quietly gazing at the large screen. The sound of tense heartbeats was exceptionally clear in the eerie silence. Someone forwarded this live video to the forum, instantly causing an uproar. So many second-tier zombies? If I were thrown in there, I'd evaporate in seconds. Too terrifying. This speed is already approaching the human limit. If the zombie horde breaks through the defense line and rushes into Donghai City, I can't imagine what kind of hell on earth that would be. Is the star-rated shelter reliable or not? Yesterday, my second aunt already took people and fled to the neighboring city. If I had known, I should have run too. Run? All the roads are completely blocked now. You can only rely on your 2 legs to walk. Ha, with a journey of over 60 kilometers, may I ask how many meals you'll provide for the zombies? The star-rated shelter should be able to hold, right? Li Chen isn't the kind of person to act recklessly. If it really couldn't hold, why would he send the soldiers out to die? Pray, now we can only rely on the star-level shelter. The hopes of everyone in Donghai City rest on the star-level shelter, because only there lies true strength. As the battle raged fiercely on the first front, some shelters in Donghai City gradually opened their doors. Teams of soldiers emerged from the shelters, armed with real guns and ammunition, ready to follow behind the star-level shelter to pick up the scraps. All units, take note, the zombie horde is about to breach the first line of defense. The manager's voice came through the headset. Despite the powerful firepower of the android warriors, they still struggled against the overwhelming number of zombies. Countless zombies surged like a tide, piling up corpses and gradually crossing the 100-meter safety line. Orders to all units, retreat 100 meters. Cover with crossfire. Li Chen immediately issued the order to shrink the battle zone. According to the plan, the android warriors fought while retreating until they joined forces with the combat group guarding the shelter. Shouts from the warriors came through the earpiece. As the android warriors slowly retreated, the defensive line stabilized once again. Li Chen walked out of the command room, grabbed a metal storm, and boarded the helicopter. Proceed to the first battlefield immediately. Bang! He gave the order to the pilot. Commander, this. The pilot opened his mouth wide, hesitating to start. Most of the android warriors had gone to pilot the fighter jets, leaving only newly trained members of the resident combat group to operate the helicopter in the Stargrade shelter. If they were androids, they would undoubtedly execute orders without hesitation. However, the civilian combat group has not yet developed the habit of strict obedience, so they remain inactive. Commander, the first battlefield is too dangerous right now. The star-level shelter needs you to stay and oversee command. The pilot pleaded earnestly. Li Chen's gaze was as sharp as ice, and he said coldly, if I tell you to fly, then fly. The pilot was instantly speechless, gritted his teeth, started the helicopter, and headed straight for the first battlefield. Through the drone live broadcast, everyone in Donghai City witnessed the scene. Li Chen descended from the sky, wielding a metal storm. The metal storm is a high-tech weapon composed of gun barrels, electronic pulse ignition, nodes, and a control processor. It can fire over 100 bullets in 1 second, effortlessly annihilating an entire company in an instant. However, the recoil of the metal storm is extremely powerful, typically mounted on city walls for use. If an ordinary person were to hold it, they would at least suffer fractured bones all over their body, or at worst, be killed by the recoil. Yet, Li Chen wielded it effortlessly. This was thanks to genetic evolution, as the firing speed of ordinary firearms could no longer meet his needs. Holding the metal storm felt as light as a toy water gun to him. Only the metal storm was worthy of Li Chen's hands. As soon as he landed, Li Chen aimed the metal storm at the densest part of the zombie horde. Over 10,000 bullets flew out in an instant, like meteors streaking across the night sky, trailing flames as they smashed fiercely into the horde. The roaring zombies were instantly obliterated. Just as the zombie horde was about to breach the safety line, Li Chen joined the fight and, relying on his own strength, managed to push them back once again. The android warriors gazed at Li Chen's heroic figure, their eyes shining with admiration. Charge! The commander is leading the charge. We can't fall behind. Ha ha ha. The warriors of our star-rated shelter will never fear. The android warriors refused to back down, their firepower growing even fiercer. Take them all down. Li Chen roared, the metal storm in his hands continuously spewing ammunition. The zombies in front of him fell like wheat being harvested. The forum is once again abuzz with excitement over Li Chen's heroic demeanor. This is what a real man looks like. So passionate, it makes me want to go to the battlefield. Those damn zombies, none of you are getting away today. Wah, I love him so much. Is Li Chen married? I want to have his babies. If he's married, that's fine too. My sister and I can take care of the commander together. Get lost. It's not your turn. Commander, don't be so rigid about gender. Even though I'm a man, I can still. Zombies are nothing special. The star-rated shelter is truly the hope of
of Donghai City. Countless survivors were stirred into a frenzy of passion by Li Chen's actions. Since the apocalypse began, everyone had been living under the shadow of the zombies, but at this moment they finally felt a sense of pride and relief. The first battlefield remained intense. Just as the zombie horde was about to be forced back, a furious roar suddenly erupted. Several zombies with bizarre appearances rushed out. They had sharp, pointed heads paired with long, razor-sharp tongues, moving at incredible speed. Tier 3 zombies. Li Chen felt puzzled. Logically, zombie evolution shouldn't be this fast. It would take at least 2 months to evolve to Tier 3. How could they appear now? Before he could finish his thought, the Tier 3 zombies had already charged into the crowd, launching a frenzied attack. They shot out their tongues like snakes, instantly piercing through the forehead of a synthetic warrior. Immediately after, the Tier 3 zombie rotated its triangular head and, with lightning speed, launched its tongue again. In the blink of an eye, over 100 synthetic warriors on the front line had fallen. The railgun struck the Tier 3 zombie, but it was like punching cotton, neither causing pain nor leaving any marks. A Tier 3 zombie stomped heavily on the ground, sending dust flying as the surrounding factory buildings trembled incessantly. Amidst the hail of bullets, several Tier 3 zombies suddenly halted and raised their heads to roar. Yes, as the wolf-like howl echoed, a powerful shockwave spread in all directions, destroying buildings wherever it passed. The manager's pupils contracted, and he immediately gave an order through the radio. Concentrate firepower, attack the Tier 3 zombie. Shells and electric arcs simultaneously hit the Tier 3 zombie. The Tier 3 zombie, feeling the intensified firepower, began to roar madly, its body moving rapidly as it lunged toward the crowd ahead. Wherever it passed, not a blade of grass was left. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? What do we do? Bullets are completely ineffective against it. Under the powerful firepower of the android warriors, the Tier 3 zombies were only a slight hindrance. If it were people from other shelters, they would have likely fled for their lives. But these were android warriors. Without Li Chen's orders, they would never retreat and would fight to the death. Li Chen closely observed the movement patterns of the Tier 3 zombies and discovered that they were not entirely invulnerable. They still had weaknesses. When the electromagnetic cannon shell struck the unique triangular head of a Tier 3 zombie, there was a brief moment of pause on the battlefield. Concentrate fire. Aim for the triangular head. Li Chen gave the order. The Tier 3 zombie unleashed a frenzied barrage, roaring as it swung its claws wildly, swatting away everything in its path. Fortunately, Li Chen had already upgraded the armored vehicle to Tier 3, making it impossible for the Tier 3 zombie to breach its defenses. Cover me! Li Chen shouted angrily and stood fearlessly in front of a Tier 3 zombie. Seizing the moment, it opened its mouth and stuck out its tongue, the muzzle of the metal storm precisely aimed at its mouth. Thousands of bullets instantly pierced through the zombie's body. In an instant, the Tier 3 zombie was blasted into charred remains. However, even though it was already dead, its body continued to spray black corrosive blood, eroding the ground and leaving small pits. Li Chen once again employed his skilled tactics, relying on his agile speed to traverse the battlefield and take down several Tier 3 zombies one by one. It's dead. That monster is dead. Excited cheers from the android warriors came through the radio. The oppressive feeling brought by the Tier 3 zombies was overwhelming, and just moments ago, the warriors thought total annihilation was imminent. Continue suppressive fire. Li Chen continued to issue orders. Although the Tier 3 zombie had been eliminated due to the concentrated fire earlier, other Tier 2 zombies took the opportunity to breach the safety line, lunging one after another at the android warriors, making the battle increasingly tense. In the short 10 minutes after the appearance of the Tier 3 zombie, nearly 400 android warriors were sacrificed. If Li Chen hadn't shown up in time to deal with this Tier 3 zombie, the casualties would have been even more severe. Noah, what's the situation? How could a Tier 3 zombie suddenly appear? Li Chen watched the soldiers gradually tighten the safety perimeter, his brows furrowed as he asked in confusion. Reporting to the commander, the preliminary assessment is that the Tier 3 zombie was artificially created. They are not part of the zombie horde, they just happened to coincide with the horde's route. Noah's voice came through, and upon hearing it, Li Chen couldn't hide his anger. Yet again, it's human interference. The earlier appearance of a large number of second-tier zombies in Donghai City was also the result of human manipulation. Who could be so insane as to research such terrifying things? Analyze the footage sent back by the drones and check if any third-tier zombies have appeared. Li Chen immediately gave the order. After a thorough search, Noah's AI extracted the footage and reported back, "Commander, no traces of third-tier zombies have been found in the current zombie horde." Li Chen nodded grimly. Hopefully, that's the case. If a few more waves of third-tier zombies appear, the cyborg warriors might not last more than 10 hours, and total annihilation would be imminent. Continue monitoring and closely
closely observe the movements of the zombie horde. Report immediately if a Tier 3 zombie is spotted, Li Chen ordered sternly. The android warriors continued to fight while retreating, falling back 500 meters from the initial safety line. The zombies, tireless and relentless, launched wave after wave of attacks. Suddenly, a massive surge of zombies emerged from a certain direction, overwhelming the defending warriors and throwing them into disarray. Quick, go support! Li Chen gritted his teeth and shouted, strengthen the defense line immediately. Hold the line. The surrounding android warriors quickly reorganized their formation, instantly filling the gap in the defense line. Although the team regained stability, the safety line retreated another 100 meters. Li Chen frowned, his brow seemingly stamped heavily with a terrifying hoofprint. This won't work. After just an hour of fierce battle, the safety line has been repeatedly pushed back, and this place is only a few kilometers away from the star-level shelter. If we retreat to the vicinity of the shelter, we won't be able to call for fighter jet support, and combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Just as Li Chen was racking his brain for a solution, Noah's voice suddenly sounded. Report, Commander. A third-tier zombie has been spotted, rapidly charging toward this location. What? Li Chen suddenly looked up. Where did another Tier 3 zombie come from? Just a few minutes ago, the drone was still monitoring the surrounding 10-mile radius, and there was no sign of a Tier 3 zombie. How could it have approached so close now? Before Li Chen could think further, 7 Tier 3 zombies appeared in his field of vision, charging fiercely at the android warriors. Prepare to retreat. 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 Li Chen gave the order repeatedly, and all the android warriors immediately obeyed, retreating slowly. Unfortunately, their speed was still a beat too slow, and 7 third-tier zombies had already closed in. They lunged at the android warriors with claws bared. Blood mist sprayed from the android warriors' bodies. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Li Chen, wielding the metal storm, charged into the zombie horde once again, unleashing a frenzied assault on the third-tier zombies. But Li Chen's speed alone was far from enough. Before long, most of the android warriors had fallen. Squad 1, listen up. Switch to metal storm immediately and focus fire on the Tier 3 zombie. 10 android warriors immediately dropped their electromagnetic cannons and picked up metal storms. Although these android warriors had been upgraded to peak Tier 1, their strength still fell short compared to Li Chen. Therefore, they appeared to struggle more when using the metal storm, even risking broken hand bones. But at this moment, there was no time to worry about too much, injury or death. One must be chosen. Boom, boom. As 10 artificial warriors carrying the metal storm joined the battle, the situation instantly eased significantly. Several Tier 3 zombies were swept by gunfire, shredded into powder like sand. When the metal storm ceased, only 7 corpses of Tier 3 zombies remained in the field. However, Li Chen's mood did not lighten. Instead, it grew even heavier. Although the Tier 3 zombies were eliminated, the 10 cyborg warriors were also severely injured due to the intense recoil of the metal storm. They must evacuate for treatment immediately, or their lives will be in danger. Li Chen realized that third-tier zombies might appear frequently in the upcoming zombie tide. Send the wounded to the helicopter first for treatment, Li Chen ordered. In the sky, besides fighter jets, helicopters were circling at low altitude, ready to receive the wounded at any moment. Upon hearing the command, the helicopter slowly lowered its ladder. Commander, we can't go on like this. I'm afraid our soldiers will all perish on this battlefield. The administrator was extremely anxious. He is not afraid of death, but the zombie tide has only started for an hour and has already caused such massive casualties. If this continues, it might not last much longer. These are the strongest forces of the star-level shelter. If even the android warriors can't hold them off, let alone the resident combat groups, we have to hold on, no matter what. Li Chen clenched his teeth, his gaze coldly fixed on the distance. He secretly vowed that he absolutely could not let this wave of zombies pass, otherwise, he would definitely root out the culprit behind the scenes. The manager sighed and continued directing the battle. Seeing the safety line continuing to retreat, Li Chen immediately said, "Where are the incendiary bombs? Don't hold back, throw them all out. Throw whatever you have." After saying that, Li Chen carried the metal storm and charged to the front line. The situation on the first front line was not optimistic, and the second front line was equally dire. Many second-tier zombies broke through the firepower defense line and charged directly toward the star-level shelter. The resident combat groups left behind quickly rallied and opened fire. The second-tier zombies seemed to sense something, with some bypassing the star-level shelter and heading straight for Donghai City. Preliminary estimates suggest there are about 300 of them. For the entire zombie horde, this is merely a drop in the ocean. But for the survivors of Donghai City, it was a catastrophic disaster. The Dawn shelter is located near the star shelter. After receiving the notification from Li Chen, they reinforced their defenses and shut their doors tightly, not venturing out. They thought this would ensure their safety, but who would have expected these 300 second-tier zombies to charge straight at their shelter? What is that? Seeing this group of zombies through the door monitor, the head of Dawn shelter was almost on the verge of collapse. Ah, zombies are coming. Quickly, set up the guns. Stop yelling, stay quiet. Maybe the zombies
zombies will bypass us and move to the back. He's right, everyone stay quiet. The people who witnessed the approaching zombies held their breath, praying in their hearts that the zombies would bypass them just as they did with the star-rated shelters. But things did not go as they wished. A piercing scratching sound came through. Second-tier zombies have already reached the gate of the Dawn shelter, their sharp claws continuously scratching at the iron door, tearing a hole with each swipe. Li Chen decisively ordered. In just a few minutes, the heavily reinforced gate was breached. The survivors inside the shelter were exposed right under the zombies' noses. No, please, no. Honey, save me, save me. The second-tier zombie tore through the crowd like a wolf among sheep, biting people in half with a single snap. The residents of Dawn shelter were panic-stricken, scattering in all directions. But where could they run? All the exits were already blocked by zombies, making escape nearly impossible. The second-tier zombie relentlessly pursued them, opening its gaping, bloody maw and biting down fiercely. Bright red blood splattered everywhere, covering the faces of those nearby. The blood trickled down their necks, dripping onto the ground. Even if someone managed to escape the shelter by sheer luck, every road on the streets was blocked by second-tier zombies, which was no different from heading to another place to die. The zombies kept chasing, and more people fell into pools of blood. The Dawn shelter was completely plunged into darkness at this moment. As more and more zombies bypassed the star-rated shelter and gradually invaded Donghai City, countless shelters fell into the same predicament. Some people bravely picked up their limited firearms and rushed out to perish together with the second-tier zombies. Others huddled in corners, whispering prayers. The reinforced concrete that once made humanity proud crumbled like tofu under the ferocious strength of the second-tier zombies. Even steel could not escape the fate of being torn apart. Run for your lives. Woo! Screams of agony spread in all directions. Squish, squish, squish. Help! Save me! I don't want to die. Where are the people from the star-level shelter? Can you save me? A second-tier zombie stepped into the crowd, crushing a person's head underfoot, as despair spread like a plague from one person to another. At this moment, the same tragic scene was unfolding in the Yang family shelter. Yang Wei stood frozen, watching familiar faces fall one by one. Yang Qingyi, holding his submachine gun in one hand and firing indiscriminately, grabbed Yang Wei with the other and ran deeper inside. Away, what are you spacing out for? Hurry up and call Li Chen. Maybe, for the sake of being classmates, he'll send someone to save us. Yang Wei was startled awake by Yang Qingyi's voice and hurriedly took out his phone to dial Li Chen's number. But all he heard on the other end was a series of busy tones. Li Chen simply wasn't answering the phone. Dad, right now, Li Chen must be fighting alongside the people in the star-rated shelter. He can't possibly answer the phone. Yang Wei said in despair. Yang Qingyi clenched his teeth, immediately hoisted his assault rifle, and shouted an order. Everyone, retreat toward the warehouse. There are still 300 M416s and 200 grenades there. These bullets were secretly hidden by Yang Qingyi, prepared for emergencies. But now, the situation has become so urgent that he has no choice but to bring them out. The people in the Yang family shelter, upon hearing this, immediately rushed madly toward the warehouse. The first group to arrive quickly grabbed guns and grenades, launching a frenzied assault on the zombies. At this point, there was no talk of accuracy, even shooting blindly with eyes closed could hit the zombies. After a round of frantic counterattacks, although many were injured by friendly fire, thankfully, the situation finally began to shift slightly. Take them down, kill them all, Yang Qingyi roared, and everyone fought back with all their might. What's going on? How could so many second-tier zombies flood into the city center? Where are the people from the star-rated shelter? Country Garden has already been breached. Please, come save the people. The Golden Splendor Risk Zone has also been breached. Everyone, run quickly. Where's Li Chen? Wasn't Li Chen guarding the first line of defense? How could so many zombies break through? On the base forum, new posts kept emerging, with some people calling for help and others placing blame. New posts appeared so quickly that older ones barely stayed on the homepage before being pushed down. At this moment, the residents of the Star Shelter were gathered together, facing a massive holographic projection screen. It was divided into multiple smaller screens, displaying the battle situations on the first and second fronts, as well as surveillance footage from other parts of Donghai City. The blood-red hue had spread across the entire Donghai City, smoke filled the streets, and the screams of survivors could be heard everywhere. At this moment, the residents of the Star Shelter felt immensely grateful to be here. So tragic. I wonder how many people will perish in this zombie wave. Luckily, I joined the star-rated shelter early on. Otherwise, I wouldn't survive more than 3 seconds out there. Look, more than a dozen shelters in Donghai City have already fallen. It's terrifying. The residents felt fortunate for their own safety while also deeply worried about the warriors of the star-rated shelter. At this moment, Zhang Tiankai was leading the medical team, quickly pushing one injured person after another into the medical room. Yuan Zingzing, a psychologist, followed closely behind, continuously using words to soothe the terrified minds of the injured soldiers. Don't be afraid, you'll be fine. Our medical team has the most advanced equipment and experienced doctors. You will definitely make it through.
Hold on, don't close your eyes, your family is still waiting for you outside.
Yuan Xingxing encouraged these severely injured soldiers again and again, awakening their instinctive desire to survive.
The surrounding residents looked at the scene before them, their eyes involuntarily welling up with tears. Perhaps these injured soldiers were not their relatives, but everyone knew in their hearts that these people were injured to protect them.
I know a bit about basic bandaging, can I help?
Yes, although my education level isn't high, I used to be a surgeon, so maybe I can be of some use.
Director Yuan, I can run fast.
I want to go outside to help transport ammunition and carry back injured soldiers. The residents of the star-rated shelter, with tears in their eyes and excitement on their faces, shouted loudly, eager to contribute their part to this battle.
Yuan Xingxing glanced around. You three, come in quickly and help out.
The rest of you, as long as you stay safely in the shelter, that is the greatest support. Believe in our soldiers. The people called out were all doctors from before the apocalypse. They immediately put on their white coats and joined the effort to treat the wounded. Although they were referred to as the wounded, in reality, many had already suffered internal bleeding and were beyond saving. To prevent the soldiers from being bitten and turned into zombies on the battlefield, Li Chen ordered all combat personnel to wear armor and helmets. However, this was not foolproof, as the strength of second-tier zombies was enough to shatter the internal organs of fully armed soldiers. 6 hours passed, and the zombie tide had reached its fifth wave. Perhaps due to the dispersal of the dark clouds, the zombie tide showed slight fatigue. Li Chen seized the opportunity to retreat to the shelter for a brief rest. Report to the commander, 30 shelters in Donghai City have been breached, and over half of the resources in 80 shelters have been lost. Detection shows that the dark clouds will gather again in 6 hours, at which point the zombie tide will experience a second outbreak. 42 hours remain until the zombie wave ends.
Noah reported the current situation.
Li Chen stared at the surveillance footage, his voice heavy with congestion. In just 6 hours, the shelters across Donghai City were as fragile as paper, battered and bruised. The safety line of the first battlefield has already retreated by 2 kilometers.
It is estimated that within a few hours, the android warriors will have
to fall back to the vicinity of the star-rated shelter. By then, fighter jets will have to see support, leaving everything to the warriors' struggle. This was exactly what Li Chen was most worried about.
Zombies are fearless and tireless, but humans are different.
Soldiers, after all, have flesh and blood.
Bodies.
No matter how meticulously things are arranged, fatigue will eventually set in.
Some might even get injured from the recoil of their firearms.
As time goes on, the soldiers' exhaustion will only worsen, and at that moment, the zombie horde is often at its most ferocious, likely resulting in even heavier casualties.
42 hours left. We must hold on. All combat units, listen up. Throw every throwable you have at the zombie horde.
Fighter squad, commence maximum firepower coverage immediately.
Warriors on the first battlefield, fight while retreating and accelerate the contraction of the defensive line. Li Chen quickly issued the orders.
Over the radio, each combat group responded one after another. At this moment, there was no need to worry about ammunition consumption. Throwing bombs with all their might was the key to victory. As the fighter crews no longer held back on ammunition, the thunderous explosions echoed across the battlefield. The first battlefield instantly turned into a hellish scene. 30 primary fighter jets circled in the air, continuously dropping bombs, each time precisely hitting the densest clusters of zombies, instantly alleviating the pressure on the ground cyborg warriors.
Great! Finally, we can catch our breath.
Squad 5, be advised, a large number of zombies are heading your way.
Requesting air support.
Squad 6 requesting air support.
Repeat.
Squad 6 requesting air support. The ground-based android warriors continuously relayed information via radio. One major reason second-tier zombies were so troublesome was that they had developed a certain level of intelligence. When the firepower at a certain defensive line weakened, deep growls would emerge from the zombie horde, as if they were communicating tactics with each other. After a short while, the areas where the defensive firepower weakened were soon overwhelmed by a surge of zombies multiplying in numbers.
Fortunately, the fighter jets spared no effort and began a fierce bombing campaign. Under this overwhelming
firepower suppression, the safety line was pushed forward by a full 600 meters.
This exhilarating scene, transmitted in real time to the forums via drones, sparked enthusiastic cheers from everyone. However, for Li Chen, this was just the beginning. After all, the fighter jets' ammunition reserves were not abundant. Originally estimated to allow for 1,092 bombings, the frenzied assault had left only enough ammunition for 190 more strikes.
In other words, after 30 fighter jets made 6 round trips, their ammunition would be completely depleted. And at this moment, only 6 hours had passed since the zombie outbreak began.
As the ammunition gradually ran out, the fighter jets began returning to base one after another. After all, once their ammunition was exhausted, they were of no use on the battlefield. The moment the fighter pilots disembarked, they immediately joined other combat units and continued to fight. The first battlefield adopted a strategy of fighting while retreating. Following Li Chen's orders, the safety line was continuously pulled back and contracted, leaving leaving only 1 kilometer between it and the star-rated shelter. Only 12 hours had passed since the zombie outbreak began. This delay was achieved solely due to the fighter jet's full-scale bombing efforts. Less than a kilometer away from the star-rated shelter, the android warriors were still fighting fiercely. This was the mission assigned by Li Chen. The first battlefield must hold out for the final half-hour to assist the Resident Combat Group members in completing the defensive setup. Resident Combat Group, attention! Load the gunpowder immediately. Charge the electric grid. Li Chen sat in the helicopter, his eyes fixed on the ground battle, decisively issuing orders. At this moment, the android combat group was holding the front line, and the number of zombies able to approach the star-rated shelter was not significant. Meanwhile, the Resident Combat Group had allocated a large number of personnel to hurriedly set up defensive fortifications. This was precisely the predetermined plan B by Li Chen. Before the zombie outbreak, the power plant of the star-rated shelter had already been operating at full capacity. A small portion of the electricity was supplied to the shelter, while the majority was stored. Not to mention the solar equipment on the ground, which also stored all the energy it collected. As a result, the star-rated shelter had an exceptionally abundant power supply. The high-voltage power grid is one of the key defenses, while another is the trenches previously dug by the Resident Combat Groups, all filled with explosives. These were the ammunition stockpiled by Li Chen before the doomsday. Although not as powerful as the bombs produced by the shelter itself, they had remained unused, with only a small amount exchanged with other shelters. Now, however, these bombs played a crucial role. Buried in trenches as deep as 2 people, when zombies attacked, they would inevitably step into the traps and fall, triggering the explosives. While not enough to kill the zombies on the spot, it bought precious time for the Resident Combat Groups to lift their flamethrowers and launch an all-out assault inside and outside the trenches. Faced with a massive zombie horde, the front lines would be unable to advance. Fearing that the zombie corpses might fill the trenches, over 100 trenches were dug within a 1-kilometer radius of the star-rated shelter. For this reason, Li Chen demanded that the android warriors desperately delay the zombie horde on the first battlefield, buying time for the Resident Combat Groups to complete the final defensive preparations. Quick! There are still a few trench bombs not fully loaded. Squad 8, follow me. All flamethrowers are fully charged. Move fast. The first battlefield can't hold out any longer. Urgent commands from Su Ruoshi kept coming through the wireless earpieces of the civilian combat group. One trench bomb after another was loaded, and the star-level shelter now had as many as 60,000 flamethrowers, enough for every android soldier and civilian combat group member to wield 2 each. The only challenge lies in the fact that the flamethrowers require time to recharge, at least 5 minutes. When the zombie horde arrives, a group of warriors must be assigned to continuously transport flamethrowers between the trenches and the recharging point to ensure sufficient supply on the front line. Combat Group Number 8 of the Resident Battle Team, listen up. You are responsible for transporting flamethrowers to the first 50 trenches. Combat Group Number 9 of the Resident Battle Team, listen up. You are responsible for transporting flamethrowers to the remaining 50 trenches. Combat Group Number 10 of the Resident Battle Team, listen up. Stay at the recharging point and focus on accelerating the flamethrower recharging process. Su Ruoshi methodically allocated personnel. At this moment, a report came through the wireless earpiece from the management staff. Commander, reporting, the safety line of the first battlefield has contracted. In 3 minutes, the zombie horde will reach the first trench. Li Chen had originally planned to hold this position for half an hour. Seeing the time approaching, his heart tightened, knowing that the real test was about to arrive. The android warriors had already exceeded their mission, holding the line for a full 40 minutes. A command came through the wireless earpiece, and Li Chen immediately said, Resident Combat Group, quickly head to the first trench. In Li Chen's plan, a trench must be held for at least half an hour. Time was tight, and countless soldiers rushed to the first trench, raising flamethrowers, ready to fight at any moment. Boom! Armored vehicles were seen retreating continuously, firing shells as they moved back. Apart from the driver and gunner, the rest of the cyborg warriors quickly formed ranks, standing behind the flamethrowers, wielding electromagnetic cannons. Roar! 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 As everyone took their positions, the second-tier zombie horde finally clashed head-on with the Resident Combat Group. The moment the first wave of zombies stepped into the trench, it was as if the play button had been pressed. Crackle! The explosives erupted violently, blasting the zombies in the trench into pieces. Although the explosives weren't directly lethal, they were enough to sever limbs and render the zombies immobile. As soon as the explosives finished detonating, flamethrowers immediately took over, with all nozzles aimed at the trench. In an instant, the trench turned into a sea of fire. Even zombies that weren't directly hit by the flames were quickly engulfed by the surrounding sparks, igniting into raging infernos, as if the trench had become a massive fire pit. And that wasn't all. Behind the Residents Combat Group, android warriors wielding electromagnetic cannons continued firing, each shot leaving a blank space in the zombie horde. Many zombies were even taken down before they could reach the trench. So satisfying. Burn these
these beasts to ashes. We still have so many trenches, huh? The zombies definitely didn't expect to be wiped out like this. Quick, the flamethrower is out of energy, take it back to recharge immediately. After a round of spraying, the first batch of flamethrowers ran out of energy. The supply team, already prepared by Tsuruwashi, immediately delivered the fully charged second batch of flamethrowers. Countless repetitions, yet the zombies remained completely unaware. As soon as they stepped into the trench, they were immediately greeted by the flames of the flamethrowers. Run! Before the zombies could react, they had already turned to ashes in the intense heat. The logistics team worked tensely yet efficiently to recharge the flamethrowers and electromagnetic cannons, their movements swift. Groups 8 and 9 carried fully charged weapons, sprinting across the battlefield to resupply everyone. No one expected the power of the flamethrowers to exceed all expectations. Initially, Li Chen calculated their damage based on ordinary firearms, but he hadn't anticipated that second tier. Zombies, being dehydrated, were highly flammable. A single burst of flame not only reduced the target to ashes but also ignited the surrounding zombies near the trench in succession. Even though second-tier zombies have enhanced strength and speed, they cannot escape the fate of the Sea of Fire. The first trench, originally planned to hold for half an hour, has now been defended for a full hour, and it still seems effortless. Li Chen immediately ordered, Tsuruwashi, quickly reorganize the residents' combat groups into 3 teams to take turns using flamethrowers. Deploy 4,000 android warriors equipped with electromagnetic cannons to follow me into action. At this moment, the battle situation at the star-level shelter has become clear, and there are multiple layers of defensive fortifications at the rear, enough to hold out until the zombie tide ends. But at this moment, Donghai City was already a sea of fire, and Li Chen had to allocate personnel to provide support. Commander, are you going to save the others in Donghai City? Tsuruwashi asked with some confusion. Logically speaking, the star-level shelter was already at the forefront of the zombie tide, and the number of zombies that slipped into Donghai City was negligible. Those who couldn't handle them were simply incompetent. Li Chen had no obligation to intervene. Facing Tsuruwashi's gaze, Li Chen nodded slightly. Humanity is a community with a shared destiny. Although I don't like to say this, it is the truth. Now that our shelter is stable and we have the capacity, it is only natural to help others. If star-level shelters are all that remain in Donghai City, then in the future, no combat personnel will be replenished, and it will only lead to gradual extinction. Tsuruwashi looked at Li Chen, stunned. On that young face was a maturity beyond his years, as steady, serious, and resolute as the earth itself. Tsuruwashi clenched her fists and nodded firmly. However, the premise of rescuing others is that we ourselves are not in danger. I will lead the android warriors to set out. If there is any anomaly at the shelter, contact me immediately via radio to ensure we return at the first moment. Li Chen raised the corners of his lips, revealing a faint smile. Su Rulan immediately agreed and then hurriedly went to arrange various tasks. But Li Chen did not rush to set off. He turned to Noah and said, Noah, switch the live broadcast on the forum to me. I want to communicate with all the survivors in Donghai City. Understood. Noah quickly operated, and a holographic screen appeared in front of Li Chen. Just like the connection option in a live streaming room, there is also a connection option at the bottom of the screen. On the forum, a live streaming link was pinned to the homepage of the Star Shelter forum, with the striking title, Survivors of Donghai City Enter. As soon as Li Chen appeared on screen, countless people flooded into the live streaming room. Is this Li Chen, the commander of the Star Shelter? Oh my god, is this actually a live stream? At a time like this, Li Chen still has the mood to start a live stream? Stop talking nonsense, maybe there's something important he wants to tell us. Didn't you see the title? Could it be Li Chen really plans to come and save us? Mr. Li, help us. Our shelter has already been destroyed. I'm hiding with my family in the World Trade Center restaurant, and those zombies are wandering downstairs. Sooner or later, we'll be discovered. Is there anyone who can come to save Sunset Shelter? The reward is 10 tons of food. The live stream's comments section instantly flooded. Whether it was the heads of major shelters or ordinary survivors, seeing Li Chen's appearance felt like seeing the last hope. Li Chen smiled faintly and first brought the 4,000 fully armed android warriors behind him into the screen. He began, this time, the zombie wave made the star-level shelter the front line. It was only through the arduous efforts of the warriors that the situation barely stabilized. But even so, the pressure on the star-level shelter remains the greatest, and there aren't many reinforcements that can be dispatched. So, there are 2 ways to request aid. First, meet the application requirements and become a resident of our star-level shelter, and we will send troops to assist unconditionally. Second, Energy Core for Life Exchange. As soon as Li Chen finished speaking, the live chat exploded. What? Energy Core for Life Exchange? Damn capitalists, even at a time like this, they still want to exploit us. How does the exchange work? Mr. Li, please explain quickly, let me see if I have enough. Almost dying, and still care about those energy cores? A bunch of Scrooges. Some cursed Li Chen for taking advantage of the situation, while others were eager to know how much they had to pay to get rescued, especially the major shelters, which had been struggling to hold on until now, almost reaching the brink of collapse. It's just energy cores.
If they're gone, you can still hunt zombies for more. But if your life is gone, the food and energy cores in the shelter will stay here forever.
Li Chen looked at the comments and said slowly, exchanging energy cores for life is actually very simple. For lone survivors, one person needs 1,000 energy cores. In terms of the shelter, depending on the location and the density of zombies, deploying troops once would cost at least 300,000 energy cores.
It's okay if you don't have them now. You can owe them first and repay slowly after the zombie tide passes.
To be fair, the conditions Li Chen offered were actually quite lenient. Compared to one's life, this amount of energy cores is nothing.
Moreover, it can be gradually replenished later.
As long as one has the courage, hunting zombies in the future can make up for these energy cores.
However, human greed knows no bounds. Many people just want Li Chen to help them for free. So many? Who can afford that? If you're going to do good, see it through to the end. Don't just stand by and watch people die. Isn't this taking advantage of the situation? The face of a capitalist is truly disgusting.
We're barely holding on, and Li Chen still wants to make a fortune out of this.
Ugh, hurry up and save people, or don't expect to have it easy yourself. How can Li Chen do this?
The zombies are becoming more ferocious, and humanity is at a life and death juncture. Yet he refuses to share resources and technology and even proposes such harsh conditions.
Truly, people's hearts have changed. Isn't it just because he has more resources?
If I were the commander of a star-level shelter, I would definitely selflessly help everyone, because humanity is a community of shared destiny. These people all stood on the moral high ground, criticizing Li Chen's actions.
There's a joke that goes, if I had 100 million, I would definitely donate to those in need, but if I only had 100,000, I wouldn't donate, because I really have it.
These people said that if it were Li Chen, he would definitely rescue everyone.
But that's all because they haven't experienced it. Facing such
comments, Li Chen directly ignored them and calmly started a connection. If you want to be rescued, click to connect and report your location.
Don't say I didn't warn you all. Second-tier zombies have a far sharper sense of smell and hearing than the initial ones. Once they catch your scent, they won't disperse easily but will linger around. After the zombie tide passes, do you think going out won't result in being attacked? Anyway, I'm not in a hurry. If no one needs rescue, it's a good chance for the warriors to take a break and adjust their condition.
Li Chen's words were like a stone thrown into a pond, stirring up waves of unrest.
Many people immediately became uneasy, especially the scattered survivors.
Their weapons were few and far between, at most 1 or 2 rare rifles they had managed to acquire, with ammunition even scarcer. Many of them had their families with them. If Li Chen truly refused to rescue them, after the zombie horde passed, they would be trapped in their hiding places, eventually starving to death.
Soon, the first person connected. We are at Shop S603 in the Diwang Mall in the city center. There are 36 of us, all escapees from the shelter. We are willing to trade energy cores for our lives. Mr. Li, please save us. The speaker was an elderly man. Li Chen immediately gave the order. Combat Group 1, deploy by helicopter at once.
The man repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Li.
Once we are rescued, we will definitely repay you with an energy core.
Li Chen didn't say much more but instead split the screen to deploy a drone to closely follow Team 1, allowing the people in distress to see the progress of the rescue at any time. On one hand, it reassured them, and on the other, it motivated others.
Buzz buzz buzz.
A transport helicopter carrying 10 soldiers landed directly on the top floor of the King Mall. Before the apocalypse, the King Mall was one of the busiest commercial districts in Donghai City.
Now, as far as the eye can see, the ground is covered with zombies.
These zombies, smelling the scent of blood, keep roaring, as if they can't wait to feast. As soon as the helicopter landed, 10 soldiers immediately jumped out, armed with electromagnetic cannons, and began advancing step by step downstairs.
The A603 shop, where the person in need of rescue was located, was on the second basement level.
The soldiers had to pass through 6 floors of stairs. Outside, zombies were everywhere, but inside the mall, it was eerily quiet.
Everyone held their breath, their hearts pounding. Okay, 6th floor secure. Keep moving forward. 5th floor is secure. 4th floor is secure.
After a thorough search, the soldiers kept reporting the situation.
To prevent being attacked by zombies from both outside and inside, they had to remain extremely vigilant. Just as they were about to reach the second basement level, a deep zombie roar suddenly echoed through the empty corridor. Stay alert, everyone. Li Chen gave the order through the radio.
The 10 soldiers immediately stopped in their tracks, stood back to back, raised their guns to aim, and slowly advanced toward Area A. When they were only 10 meters away from A603, the roar grew louder.
The soldiers looked ahead and saw 3 second-tier zombies, each 2 meters tall, blocking the center of the corridor. Watch out. It's a second-tier zombie. Be careful. Understood. Li Chen quickly reminded.
The soldiers swiftly switched the electromagnetic cannons to precision mode, aiming at the zombies' hearts.
Zzzzz.
Arcs of electricity shot out from the gun barrels, piercing through the hearts of 3 zombies, and their energy cores fell to the ground.
Report, the target has been eliminated.
The soldiers responded via radio and continued advancing back-to-back toward S603. When they opened the shop door, they saw the cramped space filled with men, women, and children. The crowd looked up at the soldiers in panic, tears welling up in their eyes. "We're saved. We're finally saved. Thank you, Star Shelter. Thank you, Mr. Lee. We can still survive." "Have all those zombies outside been eliminated?" The survivors embraced each other, weeping. At this moment, a drone quietly followed, capturing the scene. The people in the livestream fell silent. The warriors were fully armed, dressed in black leather armor, holding electromagnetic cannons, and wearing black steel helmets embedded with infrared detectors, clearly displaying the surrounding environment. All of this instilled a sense of security. The soldiers wasted no words and quickly organized the survivors. Those who were too weak were carried on makeshift stretchers, escorted by 2 strong men. 10 soldiers were stationed at the front and rear of the group, responsible for keeping watch. Li Chen led everyone step by step to the rooftop. At this moment, 2 transport helicopters were parked on the rooftop. The survivors quickly lined up to board. All 36 survivors have been rescued. Requesting permission to return, a soldier immediately reported over the radio. "Agree to return," Li Chen responded calmly. Amid the buzzing sound, the helicopter, carrying 36 survivors and 10 soldiers, slowly flew toward the star-rated shelter. Many survivors looked down at the entire Donghai city, their faces showing the joy of surviving a disaster. Never before had they felt such gratitude, grateful for having made the most correct choice. A whole floor of the star-rated shelter has been specially cleared out as a temporary settlement for these people. With hordes of zombies outside, dispersing them would inevitably lead to further danger. It's better to bring them back to the shelter first and let them leave after the zombie tide has passed. Although this settlement point was temporarily squeezed out, it has everything one might need: camp beds, food. Of course, all of these require energy cores for exchange. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Viewers in the live stream room, upon seeing the rescued survivors, scrambled to connect. From the moment the first survivor from the King Mall was rescued, the strength of the star-rated shelter was proven. In no time, dozens of transport helicopters took off from the platform of the star-rated shelter, carrying android warriors tasked with rescue missions. Drones quickly followed to ensure that those calling for help could receive information promptly, facilitating the rescue efforts. Meanwhile, the forum erupted with numerous posts due to the awe-inspiring and domineering actions of the Star Shelter. Shocking! The Star Shelter can actually withstand the zombie horde and still have the strength to rescue people. Despicable! Li Chen is taking advantage of the situation, exploiting innocent survivors' energy cores. He must be condemned by all. The Star Shelter is carrying out rescue operations, and hope is rising in Donghai City. On Li Chen's motive for saving lives, an in-depth analysis. Most of these posts came from viewers in the live stream room, and even those who hadn't clicked on the live stream link were filled with hope upon seeing the posts. What? Li Chen demands energy cores to save people? What are energy cores worth? To this day, no one has figured out their true purpose. It's precisely because the star-level shelters are collecting them in large quantities that energy cores have become hard currency in Donghai City. In the face of life and death, energy cores are worthless. As a result, countless survivors flooded into the live stream room to connect. With so many people, Li Chen no longer handled it personally, but instead had Noah take charge of recording and directly uploaded locations and commands to the smart wristbands of the android warriors. Although Li Chen mobilized 4,000 artificial soldiers, which seems like a lot, the vast expanse of Donghai City still makes manpower tight. Many soldiers were still carrying out the previous rescue mission when they immediately received new orders, so they simply combined the tasks to save a second trip. These scenes undoubtedly inspire the despairing survivors. Some managed to escape after their shelters were breached, while others are still resisting zombie attacks within the shelters. Did you see that? Our shelter has requested aid from a star-rated shelter. Someone will come to save us soon. Thank heavens, I feel like I still have hope to survive. Star-level shelters are truly impressive. According to preliminary estimates, there are at least 300 transport helicopters deployed now, right? Their weapons are simply high-tech. Did you watch the live footage of the first battlefield of the star-level shelter? So satisfying, a group of zombies trapped in a deep pit, burned to ashes. It seems this zombie wave will be over soon. From start to finish, the star-level shelter must have eliminated at least tens of millions of zombies, right? You're dreaming. The total pre-apocalypse population of Donghai City was only a little over 10 million. It's impossible to eliminate that many. But preliminary estimates suggest it's over 3 million. The survivors cheered with joy, and the shelter that was on the verge of despair regained its spirit, picking up the last weapons to fight back desperately. The entire Donghai City shifted from one-sided passivity to a back-and-forth struggle between humans and zombies. At this moment, the Yang family shelter. Yang Wei stared excitedly at the live broadcast screen, jumping up and shouting, "Are the people from the star-rated shelter really coming? Dad, this is great. Second-tier zombies? With the strength of a star-level shelter, we can crush them in minutes." Watching Yang Wei, who looked so excited he was about to take off. Yang Qingyi frowned deeply. But this isn't a free favor. This trip cost me a full 300,000 energy cores. Despite saying this, Yang Qingyi felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if it were being pricked by needles. 300,000 energy cores. If the Yang family shelter weren't relatively small, the expenditure would surely have been much higher. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, wondering how many zombies they'd have to kill to make up for this expense. After all, an AK-103 doesn't require nearly as many energy cores. 300,000 energy cores, how many weapons and food could that buy? However, Yang Wei couldn't be bothered to care about his father's suffering. Completely immersed in ecstasy, he had thought he was doomed, and seeing so many familiar faces fall one by one had terrified him to the core. This was also the first time he had faced death so directly in the apocalypse. Now the people from the star-rated shelter had arrived. Unknowingly, even Yang Wei himself hadn't realized that his initial dislike for Li Chen had turned into blind admiration. He didn't even think the 300,000 energy cores were expensive. After all, these were just external possessions, useless for eating or wearing. How could they compare to the importance of life? Yang Qingyi looked at his foolish son, feeling even more heartbroken. 300,000 energy cores meant that for a long time to come, the Yang family shelter would have to serve the star-rated shelter for free. Yet this silly boy was completely unaware and still secretly rejoicing. Just as Yang Wei was filled with anticipation, 10 squads of android warriors arrived by transport helicopters, slowly landing near the Yang family shelter. This was a villa area, and besides the Yang family shelter, other private shelters were also calling for help, simply dispatching 10 squads at once to ensure safety. Some survivors poked their heads out of windows, their eyes filled with awe and joy. Hundreds of transport helicopters landed, the scene resembling a migratory bird flock, spectacular yet awe-inspiring. Quick, close the doors and windows. The people from the star-rated shelter are here. Hold on, we're about to be rescued. The people in the private shelters were like they were on adrenaline, fighting with all their might. The android warriors leapt orderly from the helicopters, looking down from above at the swarming zombies running amok in the villa area. The howls of zombies mixed with the screams of people, resembling a hell on earth. Li Chen watched the tragic scene through the drone and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. This wave of zombies came at the worst possible time. The various shelters had just started, and their armed resources were not yet in place, but now they had to face second-tier zombies. The zombies swept through like a destructive force, almost taking over the entire Donghai city. This was still the villa district, where people had purchased firearms from the star-rated shelters. As for those shelters without firearms, the battles must have been even more brutal, and they might have already vanished without a trace. The team is fully assembled. Immediately commence the rescue mission. Li Chen issued the order over the radio. The android warriors seemed to be activated, raising their guns and electromagnetic cannons, and furiously firing at the dense horde of zombies. Bullets and arcs of electricity flew out one after another, leaving the frenzied zombies no chance to react as their hearts were pierced and they collapsed to the ground. A few grenades were thrown into the zombie horde, instantly blowing the surrounding zombies to smithereens. Ho ho ho! The zombies, which had been scurrying around, immediately went berserk and charged en masse toward the high-rise where the android warriors were located. Unfortunately, Li Chen had anticipated this and had already arranged a team to block the key entrances, armed with flamethrowers, and opened fire directly. The zombies attempting to charge forward instantly turned into fireballs, burning incessantly. The fireballs stumbled and crashed into the horde of zombies, quickly forming a sea of flames. The android warriors didn't even need to aim precisely, instantly wiping out large numbers of zombies. Meanwhile, the zombies originally besieging various shelters also turned and fled, giving these private shelters a chance to catch their breath. Now, the Chen family shelter will retreat upstairs according to the route. All squads, provide covering fire. Li Chen issued the command through the connection. After the rescue information was simultaneously released in the livestream room, Old Chen was already prepared, with belongings packed long ago. Upon hearing Li Chen's order, even those responsible for organizing the evacuation of the shelter strictly followed the route cleared by the android warriors, evacuating swiftly and orderly, heading straight to the rooftop and successfully boarding the transport helicopter. Reporting to the commander, all personnel from the Chen family shelter have been evacuated. Requesting permission to return. Approved. The humming helicopter began to slowly ascend, departing swiftly against the backdrop of countless zombies roaring in fury. Now, the Yang family shelter will evacuate according to the established route. All units, provide covering fire. Yes. Li Chen issued the order once again. Yang Qingyi hurriedly pulled Yang Wei, leading the way at the front, while the other members of the Yang family followed closely behind, running toward the rooftop along the designated route. However, an unexpected incident occurred. A second-tier zombie, its entire body engulfed in flames, suddenly charged straight at Yang Wei. Ah, Dad, help me! Yang Wei trembled all over in fear, his pants instantly soaked, his eyes wide with terror as he froze in place. Fortunately, Yang Qingyi reacted quickly, immediately pushing Yang Wei aside, narrowly avoiding the zombie's sharp claws.
Good thing I acted fast. What on earth is wrong with you? Yang Qingyi said with lingering fear. If not for the timely push, Yang Wei would have already been torn to shreds by the zombie. Before Yang Wei could respond, the zombie engulfed in flames lunged at them again. Da da da. A burst of rapid gunfire rang out as the android warrior arrived just in time, almost instantly riddling this escaped zombie with wounds. Ah oh oh, ah oh oh. Even so, the zombie did not immediately collapse but instead let out a howl of extreme rage. Yang Qingyi tightly grabbed his son's arm and desperately ran towards the rooftop. While running, he glanced back at the zombie behind them, which was howling and staggering but could never catch up. In the end, the zombie was completely reduced to ashes by the flames. Hoo ha! Yang Qingyi and his group finally reached the rooftop. Under the strict protection of the android warriors, everyone could finally breathe a little easier. Yang Qingyi wiped the sweat from his forehead, took a deep breath, and said, "Luckily, the star-level shelter's warriors arrived in time." Yang Wei stood silently, dazed, clearly still shaken by the thrilling scene just now. "Quick, board the helicopter." The android soldiers quickly directed the people from the Yang family shelter to line up and board. Meanwhile, the first transport helicopter carrying the Chen family had also returned. The rescue operation in the villa complex proceeded in an orderly manner. Under Li Chen's command, the residents of the villa area evacuated in batches. In the end, only a field of zombie remains was left. The last team of android warriors methodically extracted the energy cores from the zombies' hearts before boarding the aircraft for their return. This time's harvest was great. Su Ruwashi's cheerful voice came through the radio. Most of the civilian combat groups were still holding their ground near the fortifications, while Su Ruwashi stayed outside to command. The addition of flamethrowers had made the battle much smoother. In the past, even after killing zombies, people had to be sent to dig out the energy cores. Now, it's much easier, just burn them to ashes, leaving the energy cores brightly lying in the pit, waiting to be picked up. Li Chen nodded with a smile. It looks like it will be over soon. This was by no means mere consolation, as the footage sent back by the frontline drone showed that the once dense, seemingly endless zombie horde had already reached its end. The zombie tide, which was supposed to last 48 hours, was nearly wiped out by the star-level shelter in less than 24 hours. This is enough to demonstrate the powerful firepower of the star-rated shelter. Of course, more importantly, the weakness of second-tier zombies has been discovered. First-tier zombies fear water, while second-tier zombies fear fire. Previously, no one thought from this perspective, but once you know, you can understand the reasoning behind it. First-tier zombies instinctively fear water because the virus has not yet evolved. Second-tier zombies, on the other hand, have upgraded viruses in their bodies, making them less afraid of water. However, the negative effects brought by viral erosion in evolution caused their bodies to lack liquid to an extreme degree, almost resembling mummies. Therefore, once it encounters fire, it is easily ignited. Report to the commander. The battle is expected to end in 3 hours. Noah's voice came through. Li Chen watched the drone footage and let out a long breath. Although they had discovered the fatal weakness of the second-tier zombies, the warriors of the star shelter had reached their limit. Continuous high-intensity combat leaves both body and mind exhausted. Even with 3 groups of warriors taking turns, it is difficult to alleviate the fatigue. If the zombie horde continues to rampage, who knows how many casualties it will cause. What made Li Chen most uneasy was the thought of a tier 3 zombie appearing and blending into this wave of zombies. The safety line is already pressed against the edge of the star-level shelter. A tier 3 zombie would be fully capable of breaking through the defenses and heading straight for the shelter. Fortunately, the situation Li Chen feared did not occur. He uploaded the footage from the drone to the forum and informed the survivors in Donghai City, in 3 hours, the battle will be over. Immediately, everyone watching the forum let out a long sigh of relief. Great, 3 hours have passed. Hang in there, everyone. Heaven rewards those who persevere. I was even thinking I'd rather take my own life than be eaten by zombies. But now, it's fine, I don't have to die. Wow, this guy is way too pessimistic, isn't he? I've been hiding in the sewers for several hours and never even thought about giving up. When the shelter fell, I got separated from my parents. I wonder if they're still alive now. I've also been separated from my family. Lu Haohao, Mom is in the star shelter. If you're still alive, contact me quickly. In the forum of the star shelter, survivors were expressing their gratitude, while many were busy posting missing person notices, creating a vibrant and lively atmosphere. This zombie wave was undoubtedly a devastating blow to all the survivors in Donghai City. Fortunately, the star shelter stood at the front lines, and many people managed to get through by providing energy cores in exchange for the shelter's assistance. At this moment, the survivors rescued into the star shelter gathered at the temporary settlement point, anxiously waiting as time ticked by second by second. Li Chen looked at the continuously rising evolution energy and the increasing number of energy cores, feeling incredibly joyful. This time, there was a double evolution. Energy reward. Once the zombie tide ended, the attribute panel would surely improve further. Reaching the threshold for level 3 evolution was no longer a distant goal. Moreover, successfully resisting the zombie tide this time would earn a
big gift package from the system. Anything produced by the system was guaranteed to be top-notch. Li Chen was already filled with anticipation.
At 4 o'clock in the morning, the sky was gray and hazy, with the darkness before dawn enveloping the entire Donghai city.
Roar, 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 the zombies' growls echoed in the air.
Bang, bang, bang.
Warriors from the star-rated shelter descended from the sky, gripping two AK-103s in their hands, precisely striking the zombies' hearts. The ferocious and terrifying zombies instantly fell to the ground. At this moment, no trace of zombies could be seen around the star-rated shelter. In the hundreds of trenches, the energy cores that glowed brilliantly after the zombies burned out shone brightly. Logistics team members, with ropes tied around their waists, nimbly jumped into the trenches.
Carrying baskets on their backs, they casually picked up energy cores, filling the baskets to the brim.
The logistics team skillfully loaded the energy cores into the baskets and then quickly headed to the next location.
Hurry, pick up all the energy cores inside.
Don't leave out the ones on the first battlefield either. Send someone to clean them up immediately.
Medical team, get ready. Once all the energy cores are collected, spray disinfectant right away.
Suruwashi's voice was hoarse from shouting, but she still held her ground on the front line. The battle had lasted this long. What did a little persistence matter? The warriors of the resident combat group swiftly carried out the orders, boarding trucks in teams and setting off. This time, it was not to fight zombies, but to harvest energy cores. Each energy core encapsulated their sweat, tears, and blood. The search was exceptionally meticulous, allowing no room for any oversight. On the horizon, a faint glimmer of light appeared. The sun rose slowly yet resolutely from the east, illuminating the earth and bringing warmth, life, and hope. Donghai City had become a wasteland, with ruins of bombed and destroyed buildings scattered everywhere, mixed with human remains and zombie corpses, creating an especially desolate scene. However, amidst these ruins and broken walls, one survivor after another slowly emerged.
So beautiful.
Someone, whose hand was raised to shield their eyes, gazed dazedly at the rising sun. Each of them was in tattered clothing, having endured a sleepless night, their faces haggard, but at this moment, their expressions were resolute, and their eyes shone with determination.
The zombie tide has finally passed.
They survived. Joyful light sparkled in everyone's eyes. Surviving the disaster left many sobbing uncontrollably before the ruins, a mix of relief and sorrow. They are alive, but many more have fallen forever in the darkness of the night.
Ding!
Congratulations, Commander, on successfully leading the star-level shelter to fend off the zombie horde. During this wave, the star-level shelter hunted 3.87 million Tier 2 zombies and, with double rewards, earned 15.48 million evolution energy.
Ding! Congratulations, Commander, on receiving a King's gift pack.
The system notification sounded in Li Chen's ears. Only then did Li Chen lean back in his chair, quietly enjoying this rare moment of peace.
After quite a while, open the King's grand gift pack. Ding!
Congratulations, Commander, you have obtained 3 primary star-level shelters, 1 primary gene evolution fluid production line, and the Level 1 Civilization Mall is now open. A cute Taba-style mall interface immediately appeared on the holographic screen, displaying various skills such as star-level combat techniques, star-level marksmanship, star-level medical skills, and universal star-level languages.
Li Chen's gaze lingered on the
description of the star-level combat techniques.
Moments later, he became completely excited.
These skills were as precious as secret manuals and required energy cores for exchange.
Once used, they could be mastered instantly, as if honed through years of practice.
Without hesitation, Li Chen exchanged for the star-level combat techniques.
Ding!
30,000 energy cores have been used. Star-level combat technique acquired.
Use immediately? Li Chen clicked yes.
Almost instantly, his entire body began to convulse violently, and a flood of information surged into his mind. A few minutes later, Li Chen reopened his eyes, slightly raising his eyebrows as a cold, electric-like gleam shot out from them. Unbelievable, even muscle memory can be directly implanted. He tentatively swung his fist, and without even needing to deliberately recall, he could throw a straight punch with the most standard posture. Li Chen carefully browsed through the other manuals but had not yet decided which one to redeem, so he closed the page for now. Afterward, he turned to the other rewards.
3 primary star-level shelters. In other words, the same as the current star-level shelter, he now owned 3. If all were deployed, they could accommodate an additional 300,000 residents. At the same time, the number of android warriors could also double. This meant that Li Chen could effortlessly expand the scale of the star-level shelters threefold. Next, he looked at the primary gene evolution fluid production line. This was a precious production line that could not be obtained through redemption, and the gene evolution fluid it produced was of the highest quality. To put it simply, for an ordinary person to evolve, they would have to repeatedly struggle on the brink of life and death to find the opportunity to unlock the first gene lock. And the prerequisite was that their internal energy attributes had to meet the standard. The gene evolution fluid was the key to unlocking the gene lock. As long as the energy within the body meets the standard, ordinary people can easily evolve without taking risks. Of course, this is the basic version, which only allows for first-level evolution.
After training, the warriors of the resident combat group can all reach the threshold for first-level evolution. Now, with the gene evolution liquid, Li Chen can easily mass-produce first-level gene evolution warriors.
Li Chen happily opened the attribute panel. Strength 30, Stop, Agility 30, Constitution 30, Spirit 30, Wisdom 30, Evolution Energy 15.48 million. Roar, 15.48 million evolution energy points made Li Chen grin from ear to ear.
He gently clicked on gene evolution, and the system immediately popped up a prompt.
Roar, ding, 2 million evolution energy points have been used for the second gene evolution. In an instant, a warm current enveloped his entire body.
But this warmth did not last long before Li Chen felt the cells in his body being continuously disassembled. The excruciating pain followed closely, as if every cell was being forcibly torn apart.
The agony quickly spread throughout his entire body.
Li Chen gritted his teeth, trying hard to endure, only to find that he had no control over this pain. The pain grew even more intense, even more terrifying than the first gene evolution. Li Chen felt like he couldn't hold on any longer, his consciousness gradually fading.
Just at that moment, with immense willpower, Li Chen gritted his teeth and persevered once again.
Every nerve in his body was racked with pain, every cell felt as though it was being torn apart.
Suddenly,
it was as if a lock had been opened, accompanied by a crisp sound. Li Chen slowly opened his eyes, his obsidian-like gaze flashing with a cold, sharp light,
exuding an oppressive aura.
He lowered his head to look at his palm, feeling the surging power coursing through his body. Although Li Chen had yet to truly test it, he knew that this evolution had already increased his abilities by hundreds of times compared to the first time.
Upgrade attributes. Li Chen glanced at the remaining evolution energy and decided to continue upgrading.
From 30 to 40, each attribute point increase consumes 200,000 evolution energy.
Ding, 200,000 evolution energy used, strength plus 1. Ding, 200,000 evolution energy used, strength plus 1. Ding, 200,000 evolution energy used, strength plus 1.
Until the system prompts to stop, the attribute panel is completely renewed.
Strength 40, Agility 40, Constitution 40, Spirit 40, Wisdom 40, Evolution Energy 3.48 million. Gene evolution count 2. Li Chen felt the tremendous changes brought by the enhancement of his attributes.
The increase in strength and speed was easily noticeable to the naked eye, but the most astonishing change was the
enhancement of his mental power.
He discovered that his mental power seemed to have grown countless tendrils, capable of probing multiple directions simultaneously with sensitivity and breadth. He took a deep breath, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting.
His current strength had already surpassed that of ordinary people by hundreds or even thousands of times.
If a Tier 3 zombie were to attack again now, he wouldn't even need to use the metal storm. A single punch would be enough to resolve it effortlessly.
The applications of mental power were even more astounding.
Not only could it perceive every movement within its range, but it could also be used to attack enemies.
In
a standoff between two armies, Li Chen could even silently use his mental power to attack any individual among the enemy forces, instantly turning them into a fool. Just as Li Chen was immersed in the joy of his newfound strength, Su Ruoshi's voice came through the radio.
Commander, may I come in?
Yes,
Noah, open the door.
The command center's door slowly opened, and Su Ruoshi stepped in, her leather boots clicking against the floor. Her body was covered in bloodstains, indistinguishable whether they belonged to warriors or zombies. She stopped in front of Li Chen's desk, straightened her back, and solemnly reported, Commander, the zombie horde has been completely cleared. The energy cores on the battlefield have been successfully extracted by our warriors and are being transported to the shelter.
Li Chen nodded slightly.
At this moment, Su Ruoshi finally noticed that the unique aura of a strong individual on Li Chen had risen to a new height. During this zombie wave, Su Ruoshi herself had also gained significantly, completing her first genetic evolution. Thus, she keenly sensed the change in Li Chen.
Commander, have you evolved?
Su Ruoshi asked in surprise, her eyes widening.
Li Chen nodded lightly and casually checked Su Ruoshi's attributes.
Seeing that she had completed her first genetic evolution, he smiled with satisfaction.
After all, Su
Ruoshi was already bound to Li Chen's attribute panel. Her strength improvement was equivalent to an enhancement of Li Chen's strength, which was nothing but beneficial.
Well, how are the survivors from the rescue mission? Li Chen asked slowly.
During the rescue mission, to prevent any accidents, all the people seeking help in Donghai City were placed in a star-rated shelter.
Now that the zombie tide has ended, it's time to let them leave.
Su Ruoshi replied, when I came, the management staff were there. Let's go, come with me to take a look, Li Chen said as he started walking toward the temporary settlement, with Su Ruoshi following closely behind. At this moment, the survivors at the temporary shelter were lining up to register their debts. After all, Li Chen had previously mentioned that saving one person would cost 1,000 energy cores, and a minimum of 300,000 was needed for a shelter.
But how could the scattered survivors possibly have that many energy cores? The shelter certainly didn't have enough either, so they could
only hand over the energy cores they had on them and then register an IOU to repay it slowly in the future. When Li Chen arrived, this was exactly the scene he saw.
Yang Wei and Yang Qingyi had just completed their registration.
Yang Qingyi looked at the IOU he had written, feeling so distressed that he could barely breathe. At this moment, Yang Wei tugged at his sleeve. Dad, look quickly, Li Chen is here.
Before Yang Qingyi could react, Yang Wei had already pulled him in front of Li Chen. Li Chen, we really owe it to you for surviving this zombie wave. Yang Wei's eyes sparkled, resembling those of pre-apocalypse fanatics chasing their idols, as he stared intently at Li Chen's face.
Seeing this, Yang Qingyi gave an awkward smile and said to Li Chen, Mr. Li, we truly appreciate your help this time. If it weren't for you, we would probably have been torn to pieces by the zombies by now. That's right. Mr. Li truly is someone who helps the world when successful. If it weren't for the Star Shelter sending people for rescue, Donghai City would have long become a dead city. The topic started with Yang Qingyi. These old foxes in the villa district all began showering Li Chen with compliments. Some were genuinely grateful to Li Chen, but most, after witnessing the strength of the Star Shelter, subconsciously wanted to build closer ties. Listening to these praises, Li Chen didn't even blink and directly said, don't make me sound too noble. I'm not helping you for free.
Remember to hand over the energy cores.
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions instantly froze, especially Yang Qingyi, who stared painfully at the IOU in his hand.
One zombie wave, and he already owed 200,000 energy cores,
not to mention how much more work he'd have to do for Li Chen for free in the future. If only he could get half of it for himself. Thinking of this, Yang Qingyi's eyes flickered, and he finally let out a long sigh. If it were someone else, he might dare to default, but this is the star-rated shelter. It's Li Chen.
Yang Qingyi had personally witnessed Li Chen's methods, swift and decisive to the point of being terrifying. If he dared to delay payment, his head might roll by tomorrow.
Moreover, in Donghai City now, almost all weapons and food have to be exchanged through the star-rated shelter.
Li Chen had unknowingly taken control of the lifeline of the entire Donghai City. Who would dare to default on their debts?
There was no need for Li Chen to act personally. Other shelters, in order to maintain their reputation, would not let them off easily.
To become a shelter leader, who among them wasn't highly capable?
After hearing Li Chen's words, everyone promised to hand over the energy cores on time. But there were always some clueless lone survivors who started complaining.
1,000 energy cores per person is way too much. I have 6 people here, that's 6,000 cores. Where am I supposed to get that from?
Exactly, the star-level shelter didn't even do much, just send a helicopter to pick us up. It's not that I don't want to give, but 1,000 cores is really too much, I just can't manage it. Li Chen's gaze swept over the group, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You know the consequences if you don't want to hand over the energy cores, right? The manager immediately stepped forward, drew the gun from his waist, and slowly raised it.
At that moment, an aged voice rang out. Everyone, you wouldn't think you're handing over too many energy cores, would you? Mr. Li has given us a great opportunity this time.
Others can't even get into a star-rated shelter, and we only need to pay a small amount of energy cores. The old man spoke with a cheerful smile.
His face was ashen and wrinkled, resembling the bark of a large oak tree, full of crevices.
The other survivors exchanged glances, a hint of understanding flashing in their eyes.
That's right, 1,000 energy cores isn't expensive at all, it's even quite cheap.
Whether you say it or not, I happen to have enough energy cores in my hands.
I'll go turn them in right away. Mr. Li is so generous.
Others are crying and begging but still don't get this chance. The scattered individuals who were complaining just now suddenly beamed with joy and eagerly handed over their energy cores. The corners of Li Chen's mouth slightly curved upward, his entire being exuding a chilling aura as his gaze fell upon the old man.
This person left an impression on him, named Jin Yaowen.
During a previous rescue, a horde of zombies had surrounded the place where he was hiding, and one of the zombies even broke in through the window. Li Chen witnessed with his own eyes that Jin Yaowen, in order to survive, actually threw his own grandson into the zombie horde. But after all, that wasn't Li Chen's relative, so he simply turned a blind eye.
The zombie wave has passed, you'd better leave on your own.
Who I am is not worth mentioning.
Since I can save you, I can also kill you.
Li Chen's gaze swept across like a cold wind, sending a chill through everyone's hearts. Jin Yaowen glanced around and said with an awkward smile, Mr. Li, how can you say such a thing? You said during the live broadcast that paying 1,000 energy cores would guarantee being rescued into the star-level shelter.
If it weren't for getting into the star-level shelter, who would be willing to pay this price? You can't go back on your word. Jin Yaowen's attitude was extremely humble, but his words were full of sophistry.
These words made the other scattered survivors suddenly realize. Indeed, back then, Li Chen didn't clarify whether the 1,000 energy cores were a life-saving fee or a lodging fee. Now they had been brought to the star-rated shelter.
Could it be that they were expected to leave?
It had to be admitted that many scattered survivors, once entering the star-rated shelter, developed the idea of staying
there and not leaving.
In just a dozen hours, they had witnessed the steaming hot noodle soup and the superior living conditions in the star-rated shelter.
Just seeing it made them feel jealous, envious, and even resentful. Undoubtedly, Jin Yowen's words gave everyone a new perspective. In fact, it was Li Chen who hadn't made things clear. Most people believed that as long as they shamelessly stayed in the star-rated shelter, Li Chen would have no choice but to tolerate them. You guys are just too much. Yang Wei said indignantly. Li Chen saved you, and now you're shamelessly trying to extort him. He had never seen such an ugly display of behavior. Although he himself wanted to stay in the star-rated shelter, he would never resort to such despicable means. Hey, young man, you don't understand anything. Jin Yawen squinted his eyes and said, back then, almost all the survivors in Donghai City were in the livestream, and they heard everything loud and clear. Since Mr. Li is the commander of the star-rated shelter, he can't go back on his word, can he? If we don't stay, wouldn't that be letting down Mr. Li's good intentions? Following Jin Yawen's words, many scattered survivors nodded in agreement. That's right, Mr. Li said it himself, a gentleman's word is as good as gold. The resources in the star-level shelter are already so abundant. What's the harm in adding a few more bowls and chopsticks? Besides, we're not useless. Since we've joined the star-level shelter, we'll work hard, earn points, and won't let Mr. Li support us for nothing. I don't care, I just want to live here. At worst, it's just one life. The scattered survivors began to act shamelessly. They believed that since Li Chen had already spent resources to save them and the 1,000 energy cores hadn't been handed over yet, Li Chen definitely wouldn't dare to deal with them lightly. Back then, during Li Chen's livestream, he gave everyone two choices. The first choice was to apply to become a resident of the star-rated shelter. By becoming a resident, they could receive free rescue. At that time, everyone tried to apply, but they simply didn't meet the requirements of the star-rated shelter. Otherwise, they would have joined the star-rated shelter long before the zombie tide arrived. At that time, everyone was trying to survive, so they had no choice but to agree to Li Chen's demand for 1,000 energy cores. Looks like you've all made your own arrangements. Li Chen's eyes swept around the room twice like a machine gun, letting out a cold laugh. Yes, still dare to tell me to kill you? Do you really think I'm some pushover that any random person can mess with? I'm giving you one last chance, either leave the energy cores and go, or leave your corpses behind. As soon as these words were spoken, all the scattered survivors fell silent. They had witnessed Li Chen's ruthlessness and knew he meant what he said. However, they were reluctant to give up the opportunity to stay in the star-rated shelter. Jin Yowen's face turned red as he directly spoke up. We've all come here, can't you be more magnanimous? I truly mean well for you. Keeping us here won't just add manpower to the star-rated shelter, but will also bring a large number of energy cores. Besides, I'm getting old and can't handle much more turmoil. Staying in your star-rated shelter to live out my days would be ideal. Jin Yawen's words were utterly shameless. If it were before the apocalypse, Li Chen might have been morally coerced by such remarks. But now it's the end of the world, and everyone must abide by the law of the jungle. Do you think you're being given too much face? Still dreaming of retiring in a star-rated shelter without even considering if you're worthy? I don't discriminate against the elderly, everyone gets old, but I do discriminate against useless old people like you. As Li Chen's words fell, the robotic soldiers behind him uniformly raised their guns and loaded them. Suddenly, Jin Yowen's face changed drastically, and he shrank back in fear, retreating step by step. He had thought Li Chen was just bluffing, but he didn't expect the other party to actually prepare to take action. The others were also panicked, especially those who had just been causing trouble with Jin Yawen. What if Li Chen, in a fit of rage, started firing indiscriminately? The star shelter was Li Chen's territory, and there would be nowhere to hide. Only now did they truly realize that Li Chen was the person in charge of the star shelter, someone they absolutely couldn't bully at will. Yang Qingyi, seeing this, hurriedly tried to persuade him. Mr. Li, let it go. After all, it's the apocalypse now, and humanity is already dwindling. Zombies are our common enemy. Don't waste bullets on your fellow humans. Of course, Yang Qingyi was not a kind-hearted person, he was merely afraid of being implicated. Li Chen let out a cold laugh, his gaze sweeping over Jin Yawen's head as he said indifferently, do you think that after spending so much manpower and resources on the rescue, I wouldn't dare to act just because I haven't obtained the energy core yet? How naive. As soon as the words fell, Li Chen raised his gun and fired. Bang! Jin Yawen was shot in the forehead, blood gushing out as he collapsed coldly to the ground. The entire scene was instantly stunned, everyone held their breath, unable to move for a moment. Someone couldn't help but gasp softly. No one had expected Li Chen to actually fire the gun. Had he gone mad? The same question arose in everyone's mind at the scene. The temporary shelter fell into a deathly silence for a few minutes. Ah! Someone screamed in terror, scrambling and crawling to escape into the distance. But what awaited him was the cold muzzle of the android warrior's gun. Li Chen glanced around, his piercing gaze sending chills down everyone's spine. Who still dares to linger in the star-rated shelter? Step forward now, and let's settle this once and for all. Li Chen's face was grim, and Jin Yawen's corpse lay on the ground. Who would dare to act recklessly at this moment? Everyone shrank back, silent as the grave. Very well, each person hands over 1,000 energy cores, as agreed. My temper is bad, who dares to try me? Li Chen threw down a harsh remark and turned to leave. As soon as he left, the previous
previously silent shelter point instantly became noisy again.
That was terrifying, he's practically a demon. Did you see? He didn't even blink when he fired. You all are the ones to talk. Aren't you just trying to take advantage? Do you even know who Li Chen is?
Alright, stop arguing, or you'll stir up trouble again. Everyone only dared to whisper among themselves in private, fearing that the android warriors might overhear. Yang Qingyi and a few other old foxes exchanged glances but said nothing. Li Chen's spies were everywhere in the star-level shelter, and being overheard here was definitely not a good thing.
At this moment, a trace of worry appeared in the eyes of Yang Qingyi and the others. During this zombie tide, Li Chen's displayed strength was simply too overwhelming, far beyond what other shelters in Donghai could compare to.
Of course, they had heard of this long ago. What was most intimidating was Li Chen's decisive and ruthless attitude, completely dispelling any of their petty schemes. Next, no one dared to cause trouble. Everyone immediately lined up and registered the energy cores they owed one by one. The survivors who wanted to stay in the star-level shelter, after handing over the energy cores, could only leave one after another.
The post-battle cleanup of the entire star-level shelter was not completed until evening.
In the residential area, the management arranged a celebratory banquet, where all the residents and warriors gathered together. The soldiers had thoroughly cleaned the dirt off their bodies by now, each looking refreshed and brimming with the joy of surviving a catastrophe. Li Chen walked slowly to the center, and the previously chattering residents immediately fell silent, gazing at him with reverence. Congratulations to everyone for surviving this zombie wave. Li Chen cleared his throat and spoke slowly, but don't celebrate too soon. This will definitely not be the last zombie wave.
After the apocalypse, the living space for humanity will only become increasingly limited. As zombies continue to evolve, even tougher challenges lie ahead.
The only thing we can do is to learn from our mistakes and improve ourselves, so we can survive in an increasingly harsh environment. As soon as the words were spoken, the residents nodded one after another, their expressions solemn. This zombie wave made everyone deeply realize the insignificance of individual strength. If not for Li Chen, if not for the star-rated shelter, Donghai would have long become a dead city. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, a trace of worry also arose in Li Chen's heart.
His tone shifted, and the mood changed abruptly. Even though the road ahead is fraught with obstacles, we need not worry excessively, because in the star-rated shelter, we have the strongest defenses and the most formidable warriors. During this zombie wave, some warriors have left us forever. They are heroes, our steadfast guardians. Let us observe a moment of silence for the heroes.
A massive holographic screen suddenly appeared in front of Li Chen, displaying photos of the fallen warriors. These are the warriors who heroically sacrificed themselves in the zombie tide. There are artificial warriors as well as members of the residents' combat group. When the faces of their family members appeared on the holographic screen, the residents present couldn't hold back their tears. Li Chen silently gazed at the familiar faces on the screen, his voice slightly choked with emotion.
For the families of the fallen warriors, the star-level shelter will provide substantial compensation. Their children can all attend school for free, and the monthly allowance will be doubled.
Their wives and parents will be given priority for job placements. Those with mobility issues can stay at care centers free of charge. The deceased are gone, and for those of us still alive, the only thing we can do is to live resolutely, carrying the time left to us by the dead, and strive to live even harder. As soon as the words were spoken, applause erupted. In this cruel apocalypse, no one could guarantee they would see the sun rise tomorrow.
However, every resident
of the star-rated shelter firmly believed, if one day they sacrificed their life for the shelter, their family would surely receive the best possible care. Li Chen finished speaking about the most grievous part and immediately moved on to the reward segment.
During this zombie wave, many warriors performed outstandingly. The following names will each be awarded 100,000 points. Su Ruoshi, Pang Chenghong, Fong Jun.
As one name after another was announced, many people's faces lit up with joy.
100,000 points, for them, was undoubtedly a fortune. Li Chen read a total of 1,862 names. Of course, in addition to point rewards, promotions will also be based on performance. Specific appointments will be announced by Su Ruoshi tomorrow. This zombie wave, I've seen everyone's efforts. Those who weren't named, don't be discouraged, you're not cowards. Each member of the resident combat group will receive a reward of 3,000 points. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene instantly erupted. Some warriors even had tears in their eyes and, with a thud, knelt before Li Chen. Alright, everyone, calm down for now.
One last thing to mention, due to the sacrifice of 3,726 warriors this time, the number of members in the resident combat group has decreased. Therefore, the registration channel will be reopened. Those who wish to join the resident combat group must go to the management office to register and participate in the assessment by tomorrow evening. Now, the celebration banquet officially begins. Li Chen's announcement completely ignited everyone's enthusiasm. The residential combat group offers excellent benefits. Who wouldn't want to join? Unfortunately, too many people were eliminated during the last assessment. Now, the opportunity has come again. Wife, just wait.
I'll go for the assessment tomorrow. As long long as I get into the residential combat group, I promise to give you and the child a good life. I was so close during the last assessment. This time, I'll give it my all and strive for success." The residents of the star-rated shelter exchanged their joy enthusiastically. Li Chen looked at the scene before him and felt gratified. In this battle, the tactical abilities of the resident combat group had improved. Now, with the gene purification serum, he had already begun planning to use it on this group of warriors. In fact, the star-rated shelter would continue to recruit more members for the resident combat group in the future. After all, with this big package, he had opened up 3 shelters, which would require more armed forces. However, for now, those 3 shelters had not yet been properly arranged, so Li Chen was not in a hurry. The residents of the star-rated shelter fully enjoyed the joy of victory. All the drinks at the celebration banquet were free, and many delicious dishes that people usually couldn't bear to eat were laid out on the tables. Everyone cheered and the atmosphere was lively. Li Chen went with the flow and drank 2 glasses, then returned to the command center. "Noah, how many energy cores did we harvest from this zombie wave?" Li Chen asked calmly. "Report, Commander. 40,000 first-tier energy cores, 3.34 million second-tier energy cores, and 60 third-tier energy cores, totaling 6.73 million basic energy cores when converted." Noah's voice sounded. Li Chen nodded slightly. This time, over 3 million zombies were eliminated, the majority being second-tier zombies, with a small portion of first-tier zombies and 60 third-tier zombies. The harvest was indeed substantial. However, Li Chen did not immediately show any joy. After all, this time the package included 3 basic shelters, and the construction of each shelter would consume an astronomical number of energy cores. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but frown. "Noah, I want to extract 3 star-level shelters." As the words fell, a 3D hologram of Donghai City appeared before Li Chen, just like the first time it emerged, with mountains, rivers, roads, and traffic all vividly displayed. Li Chen's gaze continuously scanned various areas of Donghai City, searching for the most suitable locations. Initially, he planned to build the 3 shelters elsewhere, but after surveying the surroundings, he realized that the most ideal location in the entire Donghai City was still around the old shelter. Choosing other places would increase the distance and make management inconvenient. In the end, Li Chen decided to build the 3 shelters around the old shelter. Right here. When Li Chen confirmed the location, an invisible data code instantly burst forth. The area surrounding the old shelter echoed with rumbling sounds, followed by a slight tremor of the ground, which quickly returned to calm. Through 3D projection, Li Chen saw 4 massive steel giants standing side by side underground, with passages connecting them to facilitate movement between the 4 shelters. Of course, he instructed Noah to set up access controls in these passages, allowing only authorized individuals to pass through. "Report to the commander, the new shelter has been completed and resident capacity has been significantly increased. Would you like to expand the resident population?" Noah inquired. "Expand. Immediately post a notice on the forum to open residency rights." Noah promptly carried out the order. Li Chen gazed at the layout of the 4 shelters through the 3D projection and said calmly, "Let's go and take a look at the new shelters." With that, he stepped forward and left through the passage between the shelters. For easier distinction, he labeled the 4 shelters in order as A, B, C, and D, with the old Stargrade shelter naturally being shelter A. After making a round through the 3 newly built shelters, Li Chen found that the facilities were identical. The tops of the shelters were also covered with 8-meter-thick high-strength bulletproof glass, along with the bottomless atrium surrounded by densely packed elevators. Apart from appearing slightly older, shelters B, C, and D were almost indistinguishable from shelter A. What gave Li Chen the biggest headache was that the facilities in the 3 new shelters were almost entirely damaged, meaning he would have to rebuild them all over again, just like the first time. "Noah, give me a detailed overview of the 3 shelters." Li Chen frowned slightly. "Yes, the automatic inspection program has been activated. The integrity of the main shelter structure is at 80%. Energy reserves are down to only 30%. The purification system has a damage rate of 49%. Material reserves are 0. Weapons and ammunition are also 0. Hearing this, Li Chen took a deep breath. As expected, the damage situation was identical to that of Building A. Fortunately, he still had over 3 million energy cores on hand, which should be enough to upgrade the 3 new shelters. Without hesitation, he said, "Noah, help me draft a repair plan." Currently, repairing the main structures of the 3 shelters requires a total of 300,000 energy cores. Once the repairs are complete, they can be put into use. B block, C block, and D block shelters are understaffed and lack energy resources, requiring further upgrades. First, repair the android base and equip it with multifunctional android warriors for combat, medical, and maintenance purposes. Second, repair the planting and breeding areas to ensure food supply for new residents. Third, expand solar and other power generation facilities to meet daily electricity needs. As Noah's words fell, a series of detailed information popped up on Li Chen's smart bracelet. Not only did the facilities need to be repaired, but artificial
artificial warriors also had to be cultivated. The full capacity of artificial warriors in the BCD shelters totaled 15,000, which translated into a considerable expense. If the new shelters were to match the functionality of the old ones, many additional upgrades would be required. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chen resolutely spoke, "Noah, begin the repairs."
Noah activated in response, and countless system prompts flashed through Li Chen's mind. Over 3 million energy cores were instantly consumed by half.
At the same time, the interiors of the 3 new shelters underwent dramatic transformations.
The old and damaged artificial warrior cultivation
centers were completely renewed, the breeding and planting areas were fully restored and improved, and the circulation systems operated exceptionally
smoothly.
As long as animal cubs were placed in the breeding area, breeding could commence directly, and the same applied to the planting area. When the repairs of the 3 new shelters were fully completed, Li Chen did not pause. 160,000 energy cores have been used, and the incubation chamber of Shelter B has been upgraded to level 1.
Ding!
160,000 energy cores have been used, and the incubation chamber of Shelter B has been upgraded to level 1.
Ding!
160,000 energy cores have been used, and the incubation chamber of Shelter B has been upgraded to level 1.
Ding! 500,000 energy cores have been used to incubate 5,000 artificial warrior soldiers. Ding! 500,000 energy cores have been used to nurture 5,000 artificial human warriors.
The remaining energy cores were mostly invested in the cultivation of artificial human warriors.
In the vast cultivation fluid, human embryos were
carefully extracted one by one. They would become the core of the new shelter, ensuring its normal operation.
In addition, Li Chen also began repairing various weapon and ammunition production lines.
After all, once this batch of 15,000 artificial human warriors is fully cultivated, they
can't fight zombies empty-handed.
Production lines for airplanes and armored vehicles naturally couldn't be overlooked and had to be fully arranged.
"Noah, how long will it take to cultivate the artificial human warriors?" Reporting to the commander, "It will take at least 3 days." Noah quickly responded.
Due to the longer cultivation cycle of the primary incubation chamber, which usually takes a week, Li Chen had already upgraded all the incubation chambers to level 1, significantly shortening the cultivation time.
Very good. The specific details still need adjustment. Li Chen nodded slightly.
According to the old star-level shelters plan, floors 1 to 3 were designated as military training grounds, floors 4 to 6 as weapons production bases, and floors 7 to 20 as human living quarters, subdivided into single rooms, double rooms, and
multi-person rooms. Floors 21 to 30 were designated as research centers, divided into laboratories for biology, viruses, and genetic modification.
Floors 31 to 34 housed the central processor and android base, while floors 35 to 37 served as the command center of the shelter.
However, Li Chen only needed one command center and did not require so many floors.
Therefore, he decided to adjust the use of floors 35 to 37. He lowered his head and thought for a moment, then said, "Transform floors 35 to 37 into a high-end residential area." As Li Chen's influence continues to grow, more talents will join the Stargrade shelter in the future, and management positions will also increase significantly. If everyone is crammed together, it would be truly unfair to the special talents.
"Yes, Commander," Noah immediately responded.
At the same time, floors 35 to 37 of shelters B, C, and D also underwent drastic changes. Li Chen's gaze shifted to other floors. In fact, the functions of floors 21 to 30 were somewhat redundant, but for now, he couldn't think of a better way to utilize them, so he decided to keep them as backup. At this moment, Li Chen was focused on adjusting the functional layout of the new shelter, while the forum of the star-rated shelter had already erupted with excitement.
The recruitment notice for residents released by Noah instantly ignited the enthusiasm of all survivors in Donghai City. Notice, the star-rated shelter will recruit 300,000 residents. The application requirements have been slightly relaxed compared to before. Please check the details yourself. A brief notice brought new hope to the survivors of Donghai City. Many immediately checked the new application requirements. Compared to before, the requirements this time
seemed much more lenient. What attracted the most attention was that the star-rated shelter prioritized recruiting unaffiliated lone survivors who had not joined other shelters.
What's going on? Is the star-rated shelter planning something big recently? Why are they suddenly recruiting so many people? Conspiracy, it's definitely a conspiracy. Li Chen must be plotting something, otherwise why recruit so many people? Could it be that there's not enough food, and they want to use people as a food source? Am I the only one doubting this? Can a star-rated shelter really accommodate 300,000 residents? Does that mean everyone else has to sleep on the floor? Who knows?
Anyway, once the application is approved, I'll go in and check it out myself.
If you guys aren't rushing, I definitely will.
Being able to live peacefully in a star-rated shelter, I don't want to end up wandering the streets.
That's great.
My whole family meets the application criteria for the star-rated shelter. I'm going to find a way to contact my relatives in the neighboring city right now and get everyone to join the star-rated shelter.
Regarding the forum's announcement, a small number of people expressed skepticism.
After all, Li Chen had previously set extremely strict application criteria, and this
sudden relaxation made many suspicious.
However, more people actively reached out to relatives scattered across other cities, preparing to submit their applications together.
Anyway, the star-rated shelters provide extremely generous treatment to their residents.
As long as the application criteria are met, no matter how far the distance, the star-rated shelters will dispatch helicopters for pickup and drop-off, so there's no need to worry about the distance at all.
To sum up the current situation in Donghai City in one sentence,
everyone curses the star-rated shelters, yet everyone wants to get in.
The strength and mystery Li Chen has displayed during this period have been deeply imprinted in the hearts of all the survivors in Donghai City.
Previously, the survivors cursed Li Chen behind his back, simply because they were not the ones enjoying special treatment in this apocalypse.
While the survivors in Donghai City were taking action one after another, the residents of building a star-rated shelter were also in an uproar. What does this notice even mean? Isn't the residential area of our shelter already full? Why are they still recruiting people? There's no place to live. This is so unusual. The notice doesn't provide any detailed explanation, it just says they're recruiting new residents.
Everyone, I discovered something amazing on my way to work this morning. A passage suddenly appeared in a spot where the wall was originally sealed.
I was immediately warned as soon as I went in, saying I didn't have the clearance to proceed.
I also discovered the passageways, and not just one.
Could there be some new developments in the shelter? Can any experts come out and explain? Stop worrying unnecessarily. Li Chen has already issued an announcement, which means there's definitely enough space. No matter what, I've already told my friends and family to apply quickly. Let's stop speculating here. We'll understand everything by tomorrow.
Sensible people have already started taking action, while those self-proclaimed smart people are still blindly analyzing on the forums.
Just as the residents of the Star Shelter were engaged in heated discussions, everyone's smart wristbands suddenly began to vibrate. Everyone simultaneously received a notification.
Notification: 3 new shelters have been added to the Star Shelter, numbered B, C, and D. The passage will be open for 1 day today, allowing residents of Shelter A to visit the new shelters.
Residents may change their place of residence within 3 days. Please be informed.
As soon as the notice was issued, the residents of the star-rated shelter were all stunned. They might have guessed that other floors had expanded their living areas or added more beds, but no one expected Li Chen to be so bold, quietly creating 3 new shelters.
Even Yuhua creating humans probably wasn't this fast.
Residents who had no work or light workloads that day all took leave to visit the new BCD shelters. Whether or not they would move there was secondary. What everyone cared about most was what the new shelters actually looked like.
Understood.
When the residents of the star-rated shelter passed through the passage and arrived at the other shelters, they were all dumbfounded.
What on earth is going on? Could it be that I'm trapped in a ghost wall? This place looks exactly the same as where we were before. It feels like playing a game.
Li Chen is like the creator, directly copying and pasting a new shelter. To be honest, I think the new shelter is slightly inferior to the original one. It lacks some liveliness. The residents were all examining the new shelter, whispering among themselves. Although everyone had long known that Li Chen was incredibly capable, no one had expected him to create something
out of thin air.
After all, there was no passage here yesterday.
Even if it had been built in secret, such a massive project couldn't have been completed without a trace of activity. Now I'm completely convinced by Li Chen. He's amazing. Everyone, have you had your relatives and friends apply? Both my uncles and second uncle's families got approved. Tomorrow, we'll all move into the new shelter together.
Really?
I'd better hurry and have my friends apply too. With so many survivors in Donghai City, what if we can't secure a spot?
The star-rated shelter residents in casual conversation all lowered their heads to fiddle with their smart wristbands. Whether they had friends or family in Donghai City or in other cities, as long as they could get in touch, they
sent messages.
Some residents who were alone took their time exploring the new shelter, occasionally taking photos to upload to forums.
Of course, all this content had to go through Noah's review to avoid leaking shelter secrets.
To be honest, apart from the lack of people, all the facilities in the new shelter were identical to those in Building A. So as soon as the photos were posted on the forum, they immediately sparked a lot of skepticism.
Awesome. What exactly is there to show off? I've seen plenty of photos of shelter interiors. What's so interesting about this star-level shelter system? Host, Li Chen. So boring, the same photo being sent back and forth endlessly. However, those skeptics soon noticed the differences.
First, near the courtyard, the photo clearly marked different labels such as A, B, C, and D. Since this new shelter had not yet been inhabited, many details were completely different from Shelter A.
The people in the forum began to doubt, could it be that Li Chen
was truly some kind of cultivation master, possessing technology beyond ordinary understanding, silently constructing 3 identical
steel behemoths?
Regardless, the existence of of the new shelter was now a fact, which only heightened the survivors' excitement. As the news spread by word of mouth, the story of the star-rated shelter quickly traveled from Donghai City to other regions. More survivors hurried to make their way there.
The highways were full of abandoned vehicles? No problem, walking would do. Some who were
farther away could only submit applications through the forum. This time, the application form for the star-rated shelter included an additional field, current specific residential address, to facilitate the star-rated shelter's warriors in dispatching to pick people up. Meanwhile, after receiving the news, various shelters of all sizes in Donghai City rushed to the outskirts of the star-rated shelter, eager to see for themselves what was
going on.
Yang Qingyi and the others gathered together, staring in astonishment at the three newly built platforms next to the original platform of the star-rated shelter. If it weren't for Li Chen, no one else could pull this off, quietly building new shelters.
How are we supposed to compete now? Bound 1 Suruwashi. Binding 2 None. Gene evolution count 1. Brother, stop talking.
I saw quite a few people from our shelter submitting applications on the forum today. For the survivors, other shelters simply couldn't compare to the star-rated shelter. It was like night and day. The difference was obvious.
Now that the star-rated shelter had opened up residency slots, residents from other shelters were flocking to apply.
In the near future, a siphon effect might occur, and the entire Donghai City could become Li Chen's private backyard. Thinking of this, Yang Qingyi and the others felt both envious and fearful. Before the apocalypse, these old foxes were all prominent figures in their own territories, unwilling to submit to anyone.
Otherwise, they wouldn't
have invested heavily in building their own shelters. Now, the expansion of the star shelter is bound to threaten their existing residents and might even force them to obey Li Chen's orders or be merged into the star shelter.
This is simply playing dirty. How are other shelters supposed to survive? Enough. With Li Chen's current strength, what can we do if he really plays dirty? We can only find a way to protect ourselves. Crunch.
I've already decided to negotiate with Li Chen and bring my entire private shelter into the star shelter. As soon as Mr. Lu spoke, everyone widened their eyes.
What? Directly merge into the star-rated shelter? Facing everyone's astonishment, Mr. Lu gave a wry smile and said, "This is a decision I made after weighing the pros and cons. Rather than waiting for the shelter to be deserted, it's better to take the initiative to join with people. Maybe we can even secure some benefits."
Mr. Lu's words were straightforward. The bustling world is all about profit.
If you don't want to fight alone, the only way is to join.
Perhaps Li Chen,
seeing their sincerity, might offer a management position. Then how does Mr. Lu plan to talk to Li Chen? Yang Qingyi asked.
Request Li Chen to waive the application process for our shelter.
Mr. Lu responded.
The existence of the star-rated shelter has, in fact, united the private shelters in these villa areas. The reason he said this was to rally others to negotiate together, thereby strengthening their bargaining power. The old foxes nodded one after another.
Then contact Li Chen now. There's no time to lose.
Apart from the private shelters in the villa areas, other shelters of various sizes in Donghai City also had the same idea.
After all, having gone through the virus
outbreak in the recent zombie wave, the population loss was devastating. Describing it as 1 in 10 surviving would not be an exaggeration.
The star-rated shelter has opened up as many as 300,000 spots for residency this time.
Setting aside the scattered survivors, many survivors from other shelters would surely
compete to join.
Coupled with the rapid expansion of the star-rated shelter, no one could say for sure whether they would continue recruiting in the future.
Rather than sitting and waiting for death, it's better to take the initiative.
Everyone works together, joining forces to enter the star-rated shelter,
which can quickly grow into a formidable power.
Where there are people wanting to join, there will naturally be others with ulterior motives. This has nothing to do with Li Chen's character. The key lies in the vast resources and formidable armed forces displayed by the star-rated
shelter. Anyone with even a hint of ambition will be deeply attracted. Coincidentally, there are quite a few ambitious individuals in Donghai City.
Previously, the star-rated shelter was nearly impregnable thanks to the powerful combination of android warriors and resident combat teams.
These members joined when the shelter was first established, making
it impenetrable and flawless. Now that the star-rated shelter has opened up spots for 300,000 residents, it has given those ambitious individuals a perceived opportunity, and they've begun preparing in secret. That afternoon, the entrance to the star-rated shelter was packed with a sea of people.
Some came to gather information, while others rushed over eagerly to apply.
A motley crowd of all sorts of characters had gathered here, exchanging the intelligence they had obtained.
Did your application get approved?
I heard the requirements have been relaxed quite a bit this time.
Star-level shelter system. Host, Li Chen. Of course, I didn't pass. Otherwise, I'd already be in the star-rated shelter by now. I just wanted to see who managed to succeed. What's going on? I've been applying for an hour, and there's still no news. The efficiency of the star-rated shelter is way too slow. You're here too? Aren't you the manager of the flower dance shelter? Living it up there, and now you're here competing with us lone survivor drifters? rafters for spots? What do you know? A place like the star-rated shelter is all about enjoying life. Why would I stay in a small shelter, worrying about food and clothing every day? I originally thought that opening up 300,000 spots this time would be enough, but looking at this scene, I'm starting to lose confidence. What's 300,000? That's not much at all. You probably don't know yet, but quite a few people from other places are already on their way here. Bound 1 Tsuruwashi. Binding 2 None. Then we need to hurry and submit our applications, or there won't be any spots left. Everyone's perspective varies depending on their position. The managers of private shelters in villa districts worry that the expansion of star-rated shelters will affect their population, while independent survivors are more concerned about whether they can successfully apply. A sense of urgency began to grip everyone on the scene. At this moment, in the command center of the star-rated shelter, Li Chen was convening a meeting with the management team. Everyone is already familiar with the basic information about the new shelters. Are there any questions? Everyone shook their heads. Very well, I will now assign tasks. First, the recruitment criteria can be appropriately relaxed, with priority given to the elderly, the weak, the sick, and individual survivors. Second, all applicants must undergo a background check, with reference data provided by NOAA. Finally, regarding personnel appointments, the newly established 3 shelters will form resident combat groups, officially renamed as the Guard Squad, under the unified command of Tsuruwashi. The number of android warriors will also be increased, and the combat groups will be renamed as the Star-Rated Shelter Direct Combat Group, jointly overseen by the management team. Everyone must remain vigilant and carefully screen every new resident entering the shelters. The massive number of 300,000 people is no small matter. Li Chen could foresee the chaotic situation ahead even with his toes, so he particularly emphasized that the management must be meticulous and responsible to prevent any accidents. If there's anything you don't understand, speak up now. Li Chen's gaze swept across the room as he spoke slowly. Understood, everyone responded in unison. At this moment, a voice stood out abruptly. Report, Commander, there's something I'd like to request instructions on. Go ahead. Li Chen's gaze fell on the manager. Since we issued the notice, various shelters, big and small, have contacted me, wanting to join us directly with everyone without applying. Commander, is this kind of situation permissible? The manager asked. Compared to receiving survivors in batches, directly incorporating entire shelters seems much more convenient. Swish. Li Chen did not answer immediately but turned to the other managers. What do you think? The managers present looked at each other, clearly feeling that something was amiss. Report to the commander. I think this is inappropriate. First, if everyone in the shelter is exempted from applying and directly approved, the quality of the people brought in cannot be guaranteed at all. Second, where there are people, there will be factions. If everyone in the entire shelter enters together, they will inevitably form cliques, ultimately leading to a fragmented situation. This will not only make it more difficult to enforce orders but also turn our star-level shelter into a chaotic mess. Tsuruwashi stood up to oppose, saying, if the entire shelter joins together, those people will still follow the original shelter leaders. Commands and power will become dispersed. Moreover, the shelter will be rife with factions, greatly impacting stability. Today, you frame me, tomorrow I frame you. Fighting for the right to speak for their own factions will ultimately turn the entire star-level shelter into a chaotic mess. The only way to achieve stable and sustainable development is to implement a one-voice system. You're absolutely right. Li Chen nodded in agreement. First of all, we absolutely cannot relax the application process. A star-level shelter is not a place just anyone can enter. Secondly, the mission of our star-level shelter is to preserve the spark of humanity and fight against zombies, so everyone should avoid engaging in meaningless activities, and there's no need to accept everyone from an entire shelter. Be sure to pay extra attention during the review. After speaking, Li Chen's gaze fell on the management personnel. Understood, the manager nodded in response. Alright, if there are no other issues, let's get to work now. Li Chen nodded and turned to walk out. At this moment, outside the star-level shelter, as the platform slowly rose, the management team appeared before the many survivors, accompanied by fully armed android warriors. The survivors' eyes lit up, and they stood up one after another. After this period of interaction with the star-level shelter, everyone understood that the appearance of the management team signified the official start of resident recruitment. The long-waiting survivors surged forward eagerly. Stay quiet. Those who submitted applications, please line up here. The manager shouted sternly. At this moment, more than 100 fully armed android warriors stood behind him, exuding an imposing aura and an overwhelming sense of deterrence. The survivors, upon hearing the command, immediately followed the instructions and lined up in 10 rows. The management team members stood at the front, activated their smart wristbands, and began working one by one with handheld scanners. Hey, what are you doing? Cutting in line, are you? A cyborg soldier pointed the muzzle of a gun directly at the forehead of a survivor attempting to cut in line, showing no courtesy whatsoever. What's all the commotion over there? Those who don't follow the rules, either leave on your own or rest here forever. Why are you crowding at the entrance instead of lining up.
The cyborg soldier continuously maintained order. Those who initially intended to cause trouble had no choice but to comply under the threat of the dark, looming gun barrel. Although the scene was no longer chaotic, many people
were still peeking around.
These individuals were spies sent by various shelters. They spoke in hushed tones, almost whispering, occasionally glancing up and scanning their surroundings warily, afraid of being discovered. However, they had no idea that everyone's every word and action had long been completely exposed to the monitoring system outside the star-level shelter. Relying on Noah's powerful analytical and computational capabilities, the system was precisely categorizing each person based on their words and behavior. When the management team scanned the survivors' faces with a scanner, not only would personal information pop up, but the smart wristbands of the management personnel would
also display detailed information about the person's background, personality, and more. With this, all those harboring ulterior motives would be screened out one by one.
The management team acted swiftly, and with the deterrence of the android warriors, the registration process proceeded exceptionally smoothly. In just a short moment, behind the manager, a long line of people who had passed the application process had already formed. They shared a common characteristic. Most of them looked haggard, clearly having gone hungry for several days. A small number of young and strong men, dressed in rags, were obviously lone survivors or members of the lowest tier in other shelters.
In the apocalypse, having a full meal was already a luxury. Who could still care about dressing well? Logistics team, distribute food to the newly registered residents.
Management gave the order, and the logistics staff immediately carried boxes of biscuits and instant noodles, distributing them one by one to the new residents. There were also several boxes of mineral water nearby, available to drink anytime if thirsty.
Waya, this is so wonderful. It really is a 5-star shelter. I've been hungry for 3 days, and I can finally have a full meal. Star-rated shelter, forever the best. We haven't even gone inside yet, and there's already so much food. As soon as the new residents got their hands on the food, they eagerly devoured it in big bites.
During this zombie wave, the stockpiled supplies of many lone survivors were far from sufficient, leaving them starving for 2 whole
days. The staff observed the new residents wolfing down their food while nodding in approval.
Very good.
It seems no spies from
other shelters have infiltrated. After all, those sent as spies are usually trusted confidants of their shelters.
Although the food
is simple, at least it fills the stomach.
Eating dry rations like biscuits is rarely done with such gusto as these new residents.
As the registration process proceeded smoothly, the majority of people were already assigned to the star-rated shelter. The line gradually shortened, and those who failed to pass became visibly anxious.
Could it be that the spots are already full?
I came here before dawn and have been waiting all morning.
Look, some people have already entered the shelter. I wonder how many people were accepted this time and if there are any spots left. Damn it, if I had known, I would have cut in line secretly. If there are no spots left, won't I have to wander outside?
Many who had not yet had their turn began to complain, as the days of braving the elements were truly unbearable.
In fact, these lone survivors did not refuse to join the shelter, but
the complexities of human nature since the apocalypse made them hesitant. They knew they were not among the trusted inner circle of the shelter, and even if they got in, they would only be relegated to the lowest level, doing hard labor. At that point, hunting zombies, being on the front lines as cannon fodder, and taking on the dirtiest, hardest, and most
exhausting tasks would all fall on them.
In such a case, they might as well continue wandering outside, hiding in the highlands, where at least they could still have enough to eat. Don't forget, star-rated shelters are vastly different. Whether from official information or posts by local residents, the system of star-rated shelters is exceptionally
open and transparent. The capable do more, and the more you work, the more you earn.
Even if you don't have a particular skill, you can still find a position that suits you. Compared to the anxious expressions while waiting in line, the newly registered residents appear much more relaxed.
Damn, this is amazing. I'm now an official resident of a star-rated shelter. I wasn't even this nervous when I went for a job interview before the apocalypse. Our status is completely different now. From now on, we can finally have enough to eat and wear. Auntie, you're here too? Which shelter were you assigned to? Hee, your uncle and I were assigned to shelter C. What about you? Once we're inside, we can look out for each other. Hey, I'm in shelter B. I really didn't expect our whole family to get approved. I'm so envious of you. My parents are still in line, and I don't know if there are any spots left. The new residents chatted eagerly, their faces full of anticipation for their new lives.
Some even reunited with long-lost family members on the spot, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. At that moment, a piercing voice suddenly rang out.
I've met all the application requirements. What gives you the right to deny me entry?
In the front row of the hall stood a burly man with a robust build, his face flushed red and his emotions running high. Sorry, your background check didn't pass, the manager responded coldly.
Yes, background check? What background check? Do you think this is some big corporation hiring before the apocalypse?
I don't care, I met all the application requirements.
If you don't let me in, it's just shady dealings.
The burly man simply simply started making a scene. Seeing someone take the lead, the others who didn't pass also began to cause a commotion.
Yeah, I meet the requirements too, so why won't you let me in? Is the star-rated shelter going back on its word? This is discrimination. There might be some shady dealings behind this, otherwise, why are we being rejected? Let me in right now.
The manager looked at the noisy crowd, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He had no so-called underhanded operations. These people didn't pass, and they knew perfectly well why. They had all been marked by the NOAA system as informants for various shelters. The management originally didn't want to waste words and simply wouldn't let them pass. Unexpectedly, these people brought trouble upon themselves and even dared to cause a disturbance.
Maintain silence. Violators will be executed on the spot without exception. The management raised their voice.
As soon as the words fell, dozens of android soldiers behind them simultaneously loaded their weapons, their cold gun barrels aimed directly at the noisy crowd.
What are you doing? Shouldn't you give an explanation to those who didn't pass? Ha, a star-rated shelter is actually so unreasonable? I've really seen through it.
Whether you can get in or not doesn't depend on the application criteria, but on your mood. Even with guns pointed at them, those who failed to pass still shouted loudly, as if they were completely innocent. Faced with so many onlookers, could the soldiers of the star-rated shelter really kill the
innocent at will?
The manager's face immediately darkened upon seeing this scene. Before coming out, Li Chen had specifically instructed, for anyone causing trouble, show no mercy, shoot them on the spot. Thus, the manager had no intention of holding back.
He raised his hand.
Bang! The man who had been shouting the loudest just moments ago instantly fell into a pool of blood. Ah! Murder! The others who had been clamoring nearby turned pale at the sight, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Anyone else want to cause trouble? The manager asked with a cold sneer.
Step forward and let me deal with you.
The informants in this shelter don't know how to weigh their options.
Do they really think a star-level shelter is so easy to bully? Fortunately, Li Chen had anticipated this situation before setting out.
If it weren't for Li Chen serving as their confidence, the management might not have dared to open fire so easily in order to minimize the impact.
With this act of deterrence, who would still dare to stir up trouble? All those informants from the shelter slinked away in embarrassment.
At this moment, Li Chen was sitting in the command room, observing the registration situation outside through the monitors. Seeing the management decisively open fire, he felt secretly gratified and smiled faintly. Not bad, there's progress.
At that moment, Su Ruwashi's voice came from the control console, reporting to the commander. May I come in to report on work?
Please come in, Li Chen replied.
With his permission, the control center's door slowly opened, and Su Ruwashi walked in.
She glanced at the surveillance screens and said,
Commander, the recruitment process for the escort team is 78% complete, but the pass rate among current residents is not very promising. Should we wait until new residents move in before continuing the recruitment? She asked. Although Shelter A has a large population, the talent pool varies, and combat capabilities may not be sufficient. Currently, Shelters A, B, C, and
D all need to recruit escort teams, with a shortage of up to 18,000 people. The population of Shelter A alone is far from enough to fill this gap. Li Chen nodded slightly. Alright, but the intake of new residents must be delayed by at least 2 days. For now, the priority is still the residents of Shelter A. If the numbers are about right, register and train the new recruits first, and then select from the new residents in a couple of days. Although there are as many as 300,000 new residents, Li Chen had designed multiple layers of screening standards, still fearing any potential oversight. They must be observed for 2 days after entry,
before making further arrangements.
For a star-level shelter, the guard team is the first line of defense and of utmost importance. The soldiers within must be absolutely loyal to the shelter.
Su Ruwashi nodded.
By the way, promote the veterans in the guard team who deserve it and have them lead the new recruits in various squads.
This way, your burden can be eased a bit. In a few days, give the guard team some good stuff.
Li Chen thought of the primary genetic modification serum, and a mysterious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Su Ruwashi nodded vigorously.
In fact, yesterday, NOAA had already compiled a position adjustment list based on the performance of the escort team members during the zombie tide.
The capable ones were promoted,
while those who were just coasting were demoted to start over as basic soldiers. After reviewing it, Su Ruwashi felt it was even more thorough than she had imagined, so she implemented it accordingly.
Alright, if there's nothing else, you can go back to your work. Make sure to train the new recruits in the shortest time possible.
The recruitment work for the star-level shelter was more than halfway completed in just 1 day. Most applications were submitted through the forum, and directly reviewed by NOAA, making the process exceptionally fast.
Those eager to sign up were also quickly registered by the management.
Compared to the outside world, the conditions in the star-rated shelter have improved significantly, and the sense of happiness among the new residents arises naturally.
Everyone in the shelter wears a smile on their face.
As for the few spies from other shelters who were let in, after experiencing the management's forceful suppression, they have all fallen silent, not daring to act recklessly. 300,000 new residents joined smoothly, without any disturbance disturbances, creating a harmonious scene. At this moment, Li Chen stood on the 21st floor of Building B in the star-rated shelter. This floor was originally a research center, but now that the research facilities in Building A are sufficient, floors 21 to 30 of Buildings B, C, and D have been converted into production centers. The 21st floor of Building B in the star-rated shelter is specifically designated for producing primary genetic modification fluid. Rows of test tubes are neatly arranged, along with several human-sized transparent glass barrels filled with murky liquid. These liquids are nutrient solutions containing different components of the genetic modification fluid. Each glass barrel is connected at the bottom to a transparent pipeline, which transports the various liquids in precise proportions to be mixed together. At the far end, there is a packaging machine responsible for dividing the finished genetic modification fluid into small bottles, which are then stored in a freezer for preservation. Noah, how is the production of the primary genetic modification fluid going? Li Chen asked as he walked around the production line, nodding in satisfaction. Reporting to the commander, we have currently produced 5,000 doses of primary genetic modification fluid, with a production rate of 1,000 doses per day, Noah immediately replied. Each dose of genetic modification fluid consumes 100 energy cores, he added. The primary genetic modification fluid can help warriors with the required attributes advance to the first tier. For those whose attributes do not meet the standard, it can enhance genetic strength. According to the data provided by Noah, one dose of the modification fluid can increase genetic strength by approximately 10%. Even individuals with weaker constitutions can reach the first tier by taking about 10 doses. As for artificial warriors, they only need to advance through the incubation chamber. Therefore, these primary genetic modification serums are mainly supplied to the guard. At the current production rate, they can only meet the needs of the elite soldiers in the guard. It will only be possible to extend their use to ordinary residents of the Stargrade shelter once production increases. Not bad. Focus on accelerating the production of the primary genetic modification serum. The supply must ensure that all warriors in the guard can advance to the first tier. Li Chen nodded slightly. Now that third-tier zombies have appeared, the future situation is unpredictable. It is imperative to quickly enhance the combat strength of the Stargrade shelter. Ideally, even the residents of the shelter should reach the first-tier genetic evolution level to maximize the shelter's survival capability. By the way, how are the breeding and planting zones doing? Li Chen continued to ask. 300,000 new residents have moved in, and the biggest challenge is food. Although the shelters had previously stockpiled a large amount of supplies, they would eventually run out, making self-sufficiency a necessity. Report to the commander. The breeding and planting zones of the 4 shelters have been fully equipped. Most of the personnel responsible for planting and breeding work have been selected from Shelter A, Noah reported in detail. The Research Institute has invented a growth-accelerating liquid that can shorten the growth cycle of plants and animals without any side effects. The growth cycle of a chicken has been reduced to 3 days before it is ready for slaughter, and the planting cycle of basic crops like wheat has been shortened to 30 days per batch, with yields increased by more than tenfold. Fully capable of meeting the dietary needs of 4 shelters, and even designating specific areas for growing fruits and other cash crops, Noah explained meticulously. Inside the star-rated shelter, everything was under Noah's control. In the apocalypse, having a bite of fresh food was already a luxury. Outside shelters and most lone survivors, the fortunate ones at best ate instant noodles or biscuits, industrial food from before the apocalypse, while the less fortunate had to rely on high-protein mixtures made from cockroaches and insects to stave off hunger. Fresh meat and vegetables were a privilege enjoyed by only a very few. But in the star-rated shelter, as long as residents worked diligently, they could use points to exchange for a bowl of hot soup or a plate of warm rice. This was precisely why everyone was scrambling to get into the star-rated shelter. Very good. Over the next few days, observe the new residents closely and record their words and actions. In 2 days, Su Ruwashi will select a group of elites from the new residents to train for the guard team, Li Chen instructed. Li Chen finished touring the production workshop and felt very satisfied with the current production speed. Just as he was about to return to the command room, Noah sent another message. Report, Commander. Based on drone and surveillance equipment tracking, an anomaly has been detected in Donghai City. The private shelters in the Villa district have mobilized simultaneously. It seems they have discovered a batch of industrial raw materials and are preparing to seize it. Hearing this, Li Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Currently, the shelters in Donghai City have hardly resumed industrial production. After all, survival itself is still a challenge, let alone production. If even the large shelters are in such a state, the private shelters in the Villa district are even less capable. He wondered to himself, what exactly are these people planning to do with this batch of industrial raw materials? Report, Commander. After analysis, this batch of industrial materials can be used to manufacture bullets and firearms. The private shelter in the Villa district might want to use this to enhance their armed forces, Noah explained. Footage transmitted by the drone phone shows that the location of the materials is surrounded by a large number of third-tier zombies.
Commander, should we intervene? Noah continued reporting.
After all, as a product of a third-level civilization, Noah's intelligence was already very advanced, capable of quickly analyzing the situation.
If the
Villa District Shelter obtained this batch of materials, their armed forces would be significantly enhanced.
If left unchecked, it could pose a threat to the star-level shelter. Leave it be. Greed knows no bounds.
If they want those materials, let them take them. Li Chen wore a mocking expression, his tone tinged with coldness. In this chaotic world, having ambition without strength will inevitably lead to suffering. With the current armed forces of the Star Shelter, it is no exaggeration to say that even if other shelters obtained 4 or 5 batches of the same materials, they would still be unable to surpass it.
The Star Shelter's weaponry is practically a dimensional reduction strike. How could the weapons of a lower civilization possibly compete with those of a higher civilization? It's akin to
a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Sooner or later, the people in the Villa District will hit a wall and obediently fall in line. At 6 in the morning, thick fog enveloped the sky. Inside the Villa District, a large number of trucks and off-road vehicles roared as they drove out, packed with fully armed personnel.
Their destination was the outskirts of Donghai City, 30 kilometers away.
That area used to be an armament factory before the apocalypse, desolate and largely unknown. When the apocalypse first began, Mr. Liu's shelter had taken in a worker from an arms factory who accidentally revealed this information.
However, at the time, zombies were rampant and Mr. Liu
lacked sufficient armed forces to send people such a long distance to collect the materials, so the matter was shelved. Of course, this old fox didn't tell anyone else and kept it a secret until now. It wasn't until this zombie horde outbreak, when the star-rated shelter recruited 300,000 new residents, that Mr. Liu felt immense pressure.
All the informants
he sent out were tightly blocked by the star-rated shelter, unable to gather even a shred of information, and a sense of crisis surged in his heart. This finally prompted Mr. Liu to reveal the existence of the arms factory to the other shelters in the Villa District, planning to join forces to seize all the materials for themselves. After all, the arms factory not only had raw materials but also some finished weapons and manufacturing equipment. As long as they could bring these things back, the armed strength of all the shelters in the Villa District would be elevated to a new level. After a discussion among the old foxes, they prepared to set out.
Old Liu, how many zombies do you think will be over there?
Yang Qingyi rested one hand outside the window, holding a map in the other, his brows tightly furrowed.
Why did he have such a foreboding feeling?
Ever since he got up in the morning, his eyelid had been twitching non-stop.
Hey, how many could there be? Aren't they just the few thousand workers from the munitions factory who turned into zombies? With so many people under our command, are we really afraid of just a few zombies?
Mr. Liu smiled warmly, calculating in his mind that breaking free from the control of the star-rated shelter and its weapon dependency was the key.
Currently, in the entire
Donghai City, most weapons had to be exchanged from the star-rated shelter. Regardless of the size of the shelter, they had all become laborers for the star-rated shelter. Mr. Liu had already envisioned that if they could secure this batch of raw materials and equipment, not only could they enhance their strength in the future, but they could also sell weapons, breaking the monopoly of the star-rated shelter in Donghai City. Thinking about the prospect of holding his head high in the future, a smile involuntarily crept onto Mr. Liu's lips. Yang Qingyi shook his head to show his disagreement but didn't say much. After experiencing the zombie tide, the major shelters still owed Li Chen quite a few energy cores. Even if they couldn't get materials and equipment, going out to hunt zombies was still worth it. At this moment, Yang Wei was sitting in the back seat of the off-road vehicle, his face a bit pale, clearly suffering from motion sickness.
Dad, how much longer until we get there? This road is so bumpy, I'm about to throw up.
Useless. I told you to exercise more, but you wouldn't listen.
This is already the best road, Yang Qingyi said irritably.
The hardships of the apocalypse had stripped away the hypocrisy of the Confucian merchant, revealing his most genuine personality. Although the highway was comfortable, it was filled with abandoned vehicles, requiring them to clear the way as they moved, which was extremely time-consuming. Therefore, the group from the villa area chose to take the small paths. After all, the longer they lingered outside, the more unpredictable things could become, and they might even encounter danger. Hee, dear nephew, bear with it a little longer, we're almost there, President Liu said with a comforting smile. Just as everyone was chatting, with a creak, the leading off-road vehicle in the convoy suddenly braked sharply. The vehicles behind were caught off guard and almost crashed into it. The people inside the car lunged forward, nearly being thrown out.
What's going on?
Yang Qingyi stuck his head out and questioned sternly.
There's a group of zombies blocking the road ahead.
The driver's voice trembled, clearly terrified.
All right, armed personnel, get off the vehicle and clear out the zombies. Yang Qingyi waved his hand, silently cursing their cowardice.
It was just a small wave of zombies, yet it scared them like this. He couldn't help but think of the warriors from the star-level shelter. During the zombie tide, the warriors from the star-level shelter came to the rescue, and he had witnessed it with his own eyes. eyes. Each one was as fierce as wolves and tigers, brave and fearless, with exceptional skills. In comparison, the people from the Villa District shelter were far inferior.
Gunfire rattled rat-a-tat-tat, quickly echoing across the open ground.
From time to time, it was interspersed with the screams of humans. Some were scratched or bitten by zombies, and their companions immediately put them down on the spot, creating an exceptionally bloody scene.
After the gunfire ceased, the leading armed personnel immediately returned to report the zombies have been cleared.
A total of 100 first-tier zombies, with 30 casualties on our side.
After listening to the report, Yang Qingyi and General Manager Lu's expressions immediately turned grim.
Despite having weapons, they still lost so many people dealing with first-tier zombies. Were they all
useless?
However, the few old foxes refrained from scolding, as they would still need these armed personnel to risk their lives later. They decided to save their words for when they returned to the shelter.
Well,
alright, dig out the energy cores and move forward. General Manager Lu waved his hand, and the convoy slowly started again. As they passed the recent battlefield, Yang Wei curiously poked his head out for a look, and his stomach churned violently. Ugh, ugh. The ground was littered with corpses, both zombies and humans, all piled up by shovels on the roadside. Since the apocalypse began, Yang Wei had been under Yang Qingyi's protection and had never seen such a disgusting scene.
He couldn't handle it at all. Dear nephew, if you really can't stand it, just open the window.
Mr. Lu, overwhelmed by the smell of vomit, kindly suggested. Yang Wei, however, slowly shook his head.
Open the window? What a joke. Although there weren't large groups of zombies now, they occasionally
encountered a few stragglers who would basically pounce on the car windows. If the window were opened, they'd be dragged out in no time.
Seeing Yang Wei's timid demeanor, Yang Qingyi sighed, filled with disappointment.
A 30-kilometer journey, which used to take just over 20 minutes on the highway before the apocalypse, now took an hour and a half on back roads, with the car's speed reduced to avoid any accidents.
When the group arrived near the arsenal, the sky was already bright.
A faint gray sun hung in the east, looking weary and powerless. A vast factory complex appeared before them, its exterior looking no different from other factories producing clothes or toys. A few slogans were painted in red on the mottled walls.
Old Lu, are you sure there are really weapon materials inside? Yang Qingyi asked with some doubt. What, you think I'd lie to you and fool myself too? Boss Lu rolled his eyes.
Only the sound of zombies' low growls kept coming from the factory, rising and falling, and judging by the sound alone, there were quite a few zombies inside.
President Lu, you initiated the operation, so what do we do now? Yang Qingyi frowned.
Although the accompanying personnel seemed numerous, as if they could easily wipe out the zombies in the factory, in reality, most
were equipped with kitchen knives, sickles, and the like.
Only a few trusted aides had firearms and ammunition.
After all, bullets
had to be exchanged for energy cores from star-level shelters, and the Villa District shelter had lost a significant amount of ammunition during this wave of zombie attacks and owed Li Chen a large number of energy cores, making further exchanges impossible.
So now, the weapons everyone carried were all that was left. What else can we do? Just charge in directly. It's not like we have drones or fighter jets. Mr. Lu rolled his eyes. The problem was, who would charge in?
The situation inside the factory was unknown, and whoever went in first would be walking to their death.
Everyone present was a sly old fox from the Villa District, and no one was willing to risk their life for others. The scene immediately reached a stalemate. After a long pause, Yang Qingyi spoke up. No one wants to go, right? Then I'll go.
But after it's done, I want 40% of the raw materials and equipment inside, he added.
The scene instantly fell silent.
After all, those were genuine raw materials and equipment inside, and as long as they were brought back, weapons could be directly manufactured.
The 40% share offered by Yang Qingyi far exceeded their psychological limit.
However, if it weren't for Yang Qingyi's people charging ahead, no one on site would have dared to take the first step.
President Lu struggled for a moment, then finally gritted his teeth and agreed. The others, seeing President Lu nod, reluctantly followed suit. Hee, don't be upset. My people are risking their lives to scout the way.
As Yang Qingyi spoke, he gestured to the people in his shelter. 10 strong men holding M416 rifles took the lead, silently advancing to the factory entrance.
The roar of the zombies became even clearer.
The burly man in the lead swallowed hard and forcefully pulled open the factory gate. The ravenous zombies suddenly charged out. There were a great number of them, roughly 20 to 30 at a glance. However, the people in the Villa District shelter all breathed a sigh of relief.
These are all level 1 zombies. Without anyone giving orders, gunfire erupted instantly. In almost an instant, the zombies blocking the doorway were all completely killed. Hee, keep going, and don't forget my 40%.
Yang Qingyi squinted his eyes and said with a smile.
President Lu and the others cursed inwardly.
If they had known earlier that it was all level 1 zombies, they would have rushed in themselves. Now they had to give Yang Qingyi 40% for nothing.
This industrial area was extremely vast, and theoretically, at least 3,000 to 4,000 workers were employed here before the apocalypse.
However, as the group ventured deeper, apart from the dozens of level 1 zombies initially blocking the entrance, they hardly hardly encountered any more zombies. The progress was so smooth it was almost unbelievable. Just as everyone in the villa district breathed a sigh of relief, they arrived at the first warehouse door. The weapon materials are inside. Everyone, be careful. Avoid using firearms if possible to prevent any accidental discharge, General Lu sternly instructed. Seeing everyone nod, he took the lead and forcefully pulled open the warehouse door. Several zombies roared as they charged out. Everyone raised their cleavers and rushed forward. Brothers, charge. With this batch of materials, we won't have to worry about weapons anymore. Charge. Let's go in together. Damn, what's with this zombie? Its skin is so tough, I can't even cut through it. Ah, help me, someone save me. This is not a level 1 zombie. After everyone engaged with the zombies, they suddenly realized that the few in the warehouse were not level 1 zombies at all. Whether in strength or speed, they were far superior to level 1 zombies. However, by the time they realized it, it was already too late. The zombies pounced into the crowd in the villa area like hungry wolves, launching a bloody massacre. They tried to escape, but as soon as they turned and took 2 steps, they were caught by the zombies, their arms brutally bitten off. In just a few minutes, more than half of the people were lost. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Mr. Lu shouted hoarsely. Leading the charge were his men, but now retreating was no longer an option. Helplessly, some of them began resisting with kitchen knives. Old Lu, what's going on? Didn't you say this place was full of level 1 zombies? What on earth are these things? Yang Qingyi retreated while fighting, under the cover of the people in the Yang family shelter. He widened his eyes, staring in horror at the green-faced, fang-bearing zombies before him. These were not level 1, nor even level 2. In the zombie horde, Yang Qingyi had seen level 2 zombies. Could it be? Damn it, it's a level 3 zombie. Stop fighting, run. Yang Qingyi immediately ordered the people around him. They were already struggling to deal with level 2 zombies, and now the appearance of a level 3 zombie was even more perilous. In order to prevent the weapon materials in the warehouse from being detonated, everyone could only fight with cold weapons, making the situation even more unfavorable. People scrambled to escape, with 3rd level zombies relentlessly chasing after them. Unlike 2nd level zombies, 3rd level zombies have a much bigger appetite. For this group of people in the shelter, they wouldn't even be enough to pick their teeth. Before long, the zombies caught up. I'm scared, I can't walk anymore. Yang Wei's face was pale, his whole body trembling, and even yellow liquid seeped out of his crotch. He was so scared he wet himself. At this moment, Yang Qingyi couldn't bother to blame his useless son. He grabbed his hand and desperately rushed out. A wheezing sound like a broken bellows came from his mouth. Help me, please, don't go, don't leave me alone. Countless cries for help and screams of agony came from behind, but these screams quickly came to an abrupt end. Without looking back, Yang Qingyi already knew that most of those people had likely been torn apart and devoured by the level 3 zombies. He watched as the number of people behind him dwindled. When the 3rd level zombie was about to catch up with Yang Qingyi and his group, a team of fully armed warriors suddenly appeared ahead. Each of these warriors was wearing helmets and armor, holding electromagnetic cannons in their hands. Yang Qingyi immediately recognized that they were from the Star Shelter. Mr. Li, help us, Mr. Li. Yang Qingyi's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but shout loudly. The others from the Villa District Shelter also began to call out. The people from the Star Shelter had arrived, and they finally had hope. Li Chen stood among the android warriors, a casual smile on his face. Mr. Li, just as Mr. Lu was about to speak, offering to exchange the energy core for his life, he suddenly saw the electromagnetic cannon of the android warrior aiming at him. In an instant, Mr. Lu's heart pounded violently. Mr. Li, what are you trying to do? There's a zombie behind us. President Lu shouted in fear. Li Chen sneered coldly. Once you're bitten, you'll quickly turn into a zombie too. No difference at all. All soldiers, prepare to open fire. Arcs of electricity shot out from the electromagnetic cannon, some striking the people in the Villa District Shelter, others hitting the zombies, completely indiscriminate in its attacks. At this moment, the people in the Villa District Shelter finally understood that Li Chen was not here to save them at all. Their hope for survival was completely shattered. Burning with anger, they began to hurl curses. What you're doing is so immoral. We're all human beings. Just wait, you'll face divine retribution sooner or later. Help me, I don't want to die. Whether it was insults or pleas, Li Chen remained completely unresponsive. Just as he had told Noah before, when your strength doesn't match your ambition, you must pay a heavy price. Li Chen was no saint. They discovered weapon materials but didn't report it to him, and now they wanted help after encountering Tier 3 zombies? How could the world work that way? As the android warriors fired one electromagnetic cannon shot after another, the Tier 3 zombies quickly fell to the ground. However, due to the indiscriminate attacks, many people in the Villa District Shelter also collapsed, suffering heavy casualties. After eliminating all the Tier 3 zombies, the android warriors stepped forward to dig out the zombies' hearts and extract the energy cores. The survivors who were neither bitten by zombies nor hit by the electromagnetic blasts leaned on their knees, gasping for air. Mr. Li, thank you for saving us. Yang Qingyi and his son stood not far away, away, their expressions filled with gratitude. Although the android warriors led by Li Chen attacked indiscriminately, the electromagnetic cannon did not hit them, which at least saved their lives. Li Chen waved his hand indifferently. I wasn't here to save you. As soon as he finished speaking, a buzzing sound echoed in the sky. Looking up, dozens of transport aircraft slowly descended. Squad after squad of star-level shelter guards emerged from the transport aircraft, heading straight for the warehouse to load the raw materials onto the transport aircraft one by one.
Mr. Li, so you knew about this all along?
Yang Qingyi looked at the scene before him, his expression complex. They thought they had been very discreet, setting out before dawn, but it turned out Li Chen had already obtained information about this munitions factory. The intelligence held by the star-level shelter was far richer than they had imagined. Li Chen completely disregarded Yang Qingyi. After the guards emptied the warehouse of raw materials, he led the android warriors straight to the next warehouse. Since the android warriors' weapons were electromagnetic cannons, using electric currents as their attack method, they didn't need to worry about the raw materials igniting and exploding. A barrage of electric arcs rained down on the Tier 3 zombies. The survivors from the Villa District shelter followed closely behind, their expressions grim. Only now did they realize that the number of third-tier zombies in the factory area was far more than just a few. If released, they could form a small wave of zombies. Though reluctant, everyone understood that without Li Chen's appearance, they would have been completely annihilated. As the star-rated shelter warriors methodically hunted zombies and transported materials, the factory area was quickly cleared. Just as Li Chen was about to board the helicopter to leave, a person surnamed Zhao, a leader from the Villa District, called out to him.
Li Chen stopped in his tracks and looked at the person indifferently. Hello, Mr. Li, my name is Zhao Jigang. I really can't thank you enough for saving us this time. Under the overwhelming aura of Li Chen, Zhao Jigang couldn't help but nervously swallow. Li Chen stared at Zhao Jigang with a faint smile. Don't thank me. I told you, it was just a casual help. If you really want to show your gratitude, hand over the energy core. Hee, Mr. Li, you really know how to joke. With our group's combat capability, where would we get extra energy cores to give you? Zhao Jigang smiled awkwardly, but we were the ones who discovered these weapon materials first. Although Mr. Li saved us, isn't it a bit excessive for you to take all the materials away? I'm not greedy, just leave me 1/10, and that will be enough. Zhao Jigang spoke with confidence. After all, even in a star-level shelter, reasoning should prevail. They were clearly the ones who found the materials first, so why did Li Chen take everything without even saying a word? Do you really think so? Li Chen looked Zhao Jigang up and down in astonishment, as if he were observing some ancient creature. I greatly admire your noble act, but the shelter in the villa area is severely lacking in weapons. Without this batch of materials, many people won't last long. The star-rated shelter is so powerful, it shouldn't be short on weapons. Why must you take all the materials, leaving not even a scrap for us? Zhao Jigang nervously wiped the sweat from his forehead but still forced himself to say those words. He. Li Chen let out a blood-tinged laugh from his throat. Moral coercion? This trick again. He thought to himself, do I really look like a moral person? Otherwise, why does everyone keep trying to use this against me? Li Chen made a gesture toward the people behind him. Dozens of android warriors pointed their gun barrels directly at Zhao Jigang and the people behind him. If you want the materials, you'll need to survive to take them. Li Chen said calmly. You can't do this. Faced with the dark muzzle of the gun, anyone would be terrified. Zhao Jigang's legs trembled, and his face turned pale. Why can't I? If my people hadn't shown up in time, you would have already become a meal for the zombies. Picked up alive, and still not satisfied? Have you ever heard the saying greed knows no bounds? Li Chen's voice wasn't loud, yet it struck every person present like a heavy hammer. Zhao Jigang's face turned bright red, but he couldn't utter a single word. Is there anyone else who wants the raw materials? Feel free to step forward. Li Chen calmly scanned the crowd. Facing so many gun barrels, only a fool would dare to step forward. Seeing everyone remain silent, he nodded slightly. Since no one objects, I'll take the raw materials with me for now. The energy cores you owe me from the previous zombie wave, remember to return them soon. Otherwise, although the words were left unfinished, the threat in those two characters was so intense it was almost tangible. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone could only watch helplessly as Li Chen took all the raw materials and roared away. It was only after the helicopter disappeared into the distance that Zhao Jigang dared to speak. Yes, Li Chen is simply too overbearing. So what if it's a star-level shelter? Zhao Jigang's expression was cold and sinister, his eyes filled with hatred for Li Chen. Yang Qingyi and his son exchanged a glance but ignored him. What a joke. Those who opposed Li Chen never ended well. They weren't looking to shorten their lives. Besides, Li Chen was right. If it weren't for the timely arrival of the star-level shelter team, with the strength of a third-tier zombie, everyone would have died here. It was entirely reasonable for Li Chen to take all the raw materials. In this operation, the Villa District suffered heavy casualties. Yang Qingyi couldn't be bothered to argue with the people present and directly slipped away with his son. Zhao Jigang watched their backs, his face showing a mix of resentment and mockery.
This group of cowards doesn't even have the courage to resist Li Chen. However, he quickly remembered the recording in his hand, and a smug smile appeared on his face. Before coming, to be on the safe side, he had taken out his long-cherished drone to record and scout from the air. Originally, he intended to investigate the situation inside the factory, but unexpectedly, he captured the actions of the Star-level shelter's warriors. Those android warriors attacked humans indiscriminately. Although everyone present knew that the androids primarily targeted zombies, the rest of Donghai City was unaware. With just a bit of editing, he could incite hatred against the Star-level shelter. Even Li Chen would have to make compromises under the pressure of public opinion. If Yang Qingyi knew Zhao Jigang's thoughts at this moment, he would definitely be unable to resist offering a piece of advice. What is your brain made of? Steel? So hard? You actually dare to go head-to-head with Li Chen? Li Chen, along with the android warriors, had already returned to the Star-level shelter. Report to the commander, we collected a total of 86 tons of raw materials this time. We also brought back 20 pieces of weapon manufacturing equipment. It's just that the production technology of this equipment is at least 70 years behind our production line. Noah recorded the data while immediately reporting to Li Chen. Well, these raw materials can be kept as a backup. As for the equipment, I plan to sell it. Post a message on the forum to sell the equipment right away. Li Chen's tone was calm. He had never intended to keep these outdated and obsolete machines. Noah responded immediately. Meanwhile, a storm was brewing on the forum of the Star Shelter. Zhao Jigang uploaded a video showing a group of humans fleeing for their lives, while the androids of the Star Shelter, armed with electromagnetic cannons, mercilessly pulled the trigger, directly killing the humans. Understood. As soon as the video was released, it caused an uproar. Who would have thought that a star-rated shelter would do such a thing? I used to think Li Chen was just greedy, but I didn't expect him to have such a black heart. Brother, what you're saying isn't right. Not all crows under the sun are equally black. Even in the apocalypse, which shelter would harm its own people? Does anyone know the full story behind this? This video is definitely edited. I just can't believe it. Some people are truly blind. The evidence is right in front of them, yet they still want to defend that dogly? He's gone mad, daring to kill his own people. I've long thought Li Chen was no good. His face carries a sinister aura. He must have blood on his hands. Li Chen, the scourge of humanity. Get out of Donghai City. Countless survivors left comments under the video. Some questioned the video's authenticity, while others seized the opportunity to stir up trouble, harshly criticizing the star-rated shelter and Li Chen, creating utter chaos. Noah had no choice but to mute and block those malicious users, but there were too many, and it was impossible to stop them all. After the video was deleted by Noah, Zhao Jigang moved to other platforms to continue spreading it. In a short time, the video quickly went viral throughout Donghai City. Yes, hey, have you heard? Li Chen actually shot a human. That must be a fake video. Li Chen is my idol. He would never do something like that. Ha, Li Chen isn't here. Who are you trying to suck up to? Attention everyone, at the 1-minute 30-second mark of the video, there's a zombie figure behind that group of humans. I'm sure the video was edited. It's clearly slandering the star-rated shelter. Ding, I watched it and there were no zombies at all. Li Chen should stop bragging already. I think that's just the kind of person he is. As the public opinion on various platforms grew more intense, the star-rated shelter and Li Chen became the targets of criticism. However, most survivors were just arguing online, as the combat strength of the star-rated shelter was well known, and no one dared to cause trouble lightly. However, a few easily incited individuals actually took up guns and ran to the outskirts of the star-rated shelter to cause trouble. When they were driven away, they indiscriminately opened fire on ordinary people at the market outside the shelter, instantly escalating the conflict. At this point, the three major shelters in Donghai City could no longer sit idly by and convened a meeting together. What's going on with this video? Does anyone here know? Leading the way is the Shangri-La Shelter, a charitable rescue organization with a certain reputation before Doomsday. It has since leveraged its reputation to recruit and expand, now ranking second only to the Star Shelter in influence within Donghai City. The leaders of the East City and West City shelters shook their heads upon hearing this. Not sure, the spies we sent failed to infiltrate the Star Shelter and didn't obtain any information. I think this video was maliciously edited. At 1 minute and 30 seconds, there is indeed a glimpse of a zombie. The person in charge of the West City shelter, Cheng Jianye, harbored apprehension toward Li Chen. After all, Scarface was eliminated by Li Chen back then, otherwise, Cheng wouldn't have his current position. Cheng Jianye found Li Chen to be very uncanny and avoided matters related to the Star Shelter whenever possible. Zhou Qi, the head of the Shangri-La shelter, frowned deeply upon hearing this. I have a bold guess, perhaps the Star Shelter is conducting some inhumane experiments. Zhou Qi spoke bluntly. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately startled the people from the East City and West City shelters. Old Zhou, what exactly do you know? You can't just say things recklessly. Cheng Jianye immediately warned. Among the three major shelters, he had the most dealings with Li Chen. Although he wasn't very fond of Li Chen. He knew that Li Chen was definitely not someone without principles. Zhou Qi looked at the two's panicked expressions, a trace of contempt appearing at the corner of his mouth.
Are you really this cowardly? No matter how powerful Li Chen is, he's just a human. Even if he hasn't conducted non-human experiments, if I say he has, what can he do to me? Otherwise, how could Li Chen have foreseen the arrival of the zombie tide in advance, and how could he know the specific use of the energy core? Everything about the star-rated shelter is completely out of place with the current situation. Haven't you ever wondered why? Zhou Qi's words made everyone present fall into deep thought.
Indeed, ever since the apocalypse began, the strength displayed by Li Chen and the star-rated shelter has been astonishing. Powerful military force and a profound understanding of zombies have completely exceeded everyone's imagination. When the apocalypse first started and everyone was desperately struggling to survive, Li Chen had already foreseen it all and built a steel behemoth. Not only has he stockpiled a large amount of weapons and ammunition, but he can also accurately publish survival guides and reveal the weaknesses of zombies. Some even suspect that the apocalypse virus might have leaked from Li Chen's side. The person in charge of the Eastern City shelter remained calm, adjusted his glasses, and said, "That's unlikely.
We've investigated, and Li Chen was just an ordinary person before the apocalypse."
That's what's strange. Zhou Qi raised his voice excitedly.
How could an ordinary person have the capability to build a star-rated shelter?
All those present are high-ranking members of the three major shelters, people who had some fame before the apocalypse and became prominent figures afterward.
But Li Chen is just an ordinary person. How could he come up with such a massive amount of weapons and supplies? Who would believe there's nothing fishy about it? Cheng Jianye glanced at Zhou Qi nonchalantly a few times, remaining silent.
Smart people all understand that Li Chen must be hiding a secret, but it's definitely not the kind that Zhou Qi mentioned. Cheng Jianye saw through it. Zhou Qi called everyone here this time not to truly seek the truth, but to find an excuse to unite everyone against the star-rated shelter. After all, since the star-rated shelter expanded its resident intake, it has become incredibly powerful throughout Donghai City. With all the shelters in Donghai City now relying on the star-level shelter to exchange for weapons and supplies, it is estimated that in the near future, the entire Donghai City will be under Li Chen's complete control. Zhou Qi felt the threat and spoke firmly, "Everyone, although I, Zhou, am not a saint, I absolutely cannot stand by and do nothing. If the star-level shelter harms the lives of ordinary people, it is tantamount to challenging the future of all humanity. The end has come, the zombies are growing stronger, and if we allow Li Chen to continue harming humanity, where will we find a pure land? We must unite and demand an explanation from the star shelter." Zhou Qi delivered an impassioned speech, spittle flying as he spoke with fervor. Cheng Jianye quietly moved back a little and asked, "So what exactly should we demand from the star shelter?" "Very simple, as long as Li Chen confesses what experiment they are conducting and the true purpose of the energy core.
If Li Chen is willing to honestly explain everything, we can give him a chance to turn over a new leaf.
But the star-level shelter must be taken over by us to prevent Li Chen from committing another heinous crime,"
Zhou Qi calculated confidently.
Cheng Jianye sighed inwardly, thinking how naive this plan was. It was laughable even to a passing dog.
But now, the West City shelter is no match for Shangali.
Although he was dissatisfied, he dared not show it, lest he offend Zhou Qi and make the West City shelter the next target of a crusade. After all, the previous incident with Scarface and others raising two-legged sheep was quite a good handle for criticism.
Since Mr. Zhou has confirmed the news, let's take action.
No matter what, humanity is a community with a shared future. We can't just stand by and watch Li Chen harm our compatriots. The person in charge of the Eastern City shelter stood up, expressing agreement. But behind his glasses, a cunning gleam flickered. After the meeting of the three major shelters, all kinds of rumors spread wildly in Donghai City, covering everything imaginable.
"Have you heard? The star shelter is actually conducting human experiments."
"Sigh, what you heard is completely different from what I heard. I heard that this zombie virus was entirely created by the star shelter."
"No matter what, Li Chen is really ruthless."
"That's right. The three major shelters have already issued a joint statement to publicly denounce the star shelter."
"It seems the news is absolutely reliable."
Noah compiled all the circulating news online, but people were still discussing it privately.
"So, Noah reported this information to Li Chen."
"Commander, the various recent discussions about Donghai City have all been organized. According to the statements released by the three major shelters, they are preparing to join forces to besiege the star-rated shelter." Noah's voice came through, and Li Chen casually glanced at it before tossing it aside indifferently.
"Besiege? That would require actual strength. Who can't just talk big?"
Li Chen didn't look down on anyone, he was simply stating the truth. In the entire Donghai City, no one could stand against the star-rated shelter. Spreading rumors might have been somewhat useful before the apocalypse, but now it's all about strength. Such behavior is simply self-humiliation.
"Ignore them. How is the production progress of the gene evolution fluid?" Li Chen asked.
Now that the new recruits of the guard team had basically completed their training, they were just waiting for the production of the evolution fluid to be sufficient before distribution could could begin. Noah immediately replied, "It has met the standard." Currently, all the warriors who performed outstandingly during the zombie tide have used the evolution fluid and successfully evolved to the first tier. Li Chen had always been lenient toward those who had contributed. Even if some warriors temporarily did not meet the evolution criteria, he was willing to waste 2 or even 10 doses of the evolution fluid to let them try. Since Noah had everything arranged, Li Chen felt reassured. In the following days, the entire Donghai city seemed to be shrouded in gloom. After initially deleting some posts, the star-rated shelter made no further moves. They neither deleted posts nor responded, as if the accusations from the 3 major shelters had nothing to do with them. Every day, the forums of the star-rated shelter were flooded with questions from survivors. Some inquired about the authenticity of the news, some directly cursed the star-rated shelter, and there were even radicals who went to the entrance of the shelter to shout insults. Of course, these people either succumbed to the armed forces of the guards or ended up resting here forever. The survivors of Donghai City quickly understood that the star-rated shelter had only one attitude: whatever, we don't care. Make as much trouble as you want, as long as it doesn't affect the star-rated shelter, no one will bother you. As a result, fewer and fewer people went to cause trouble at the star-rated shelter. After all, even the market outside the shelter was guarded by armed soldiers with live ammunition who would dare to throw their life away so easily. The 3 major shelters took the opportunity to stir up public opinion and actually managed to gather quite a crowd. Most of these people harbored a gambler's mentality. If their own lives were miserable, then the people in the star-rated shelter shouldn't have it easy either. Since life was already hard, why not take a gamble? By joining the 3 major shelters and besieging the star-rated shelter, they might even gain some benefits and achieve a superior status in the apocalypse. The midday sun was exceptionally scorching, and a large crowd had already gathered at the entrance of the Shangri-La shelter. Most of them were armed personnel from the Shangri-La and East City shelters, with a few lone survivor drifters who had come with a glimmer of hope. "What's going on with Cheng Jianya? We agreed to besiege the star-rated shelter together. Why haven't his people shown up?" After Zhou Qi counted the number of people, his face immediately darkened. He wasn't saying that the lack of West City shelter's forces would make it impossible to besiege the star shelter, but currently, Donghai City is composed of the 3 major shelters, West City, East City, and Shangri-La. Acting together would make their actions more justified. "Heh, you already know that Cheng Jianya has always been timid. Looks like he fled at the last moment this time." The person in charge of the East City shelter spoke sarcastically. For him, since so many people were set on besieging the star shelter, unless Li Chen were a deity, the star shelter would have no chance of escape. Dividing the benefits of the star shelter was almost a certainty, and with one less competitor, he would gain more advantages. Could it be that Cheng Jianya has gotten some kind of information? Zhou Qi wondered. After all, Cheng Jianya wasn't an easy character to deal with. How could he possibly let go of such a good opportunity to take down the rich and divide the spoils? The sun's already up. If we don't set out soon, the star shelter might catch wind of this. Stop dwelling on it. After the siege is over, we can settle the score with Cheng Jianya properly, the person in charge of the East City shelter urged. With so many people gathered here, unless Li Chen was blind, the news would inevitably reach his ears. The armed forces of a star-level shelter should not be underestimated. Once Li Chen was prepared, it would be hard to say who would win or lose. Orders for everyone, move out. Zhou Qi took a deep breath and waved his hand. Among the crowd, besides the people from the 2 shelters, there were also many residents from the villa area following the team, whispering to each other. "Why haven't Yang Qingyi's people arrived yet? I remember old Yang wasn't such a coward before the apocalypse. Looks like the end of the world scared him out of his wits." "Stop it. Last night I asked him to join us, and he actually told me not to provoke Li Chen." "Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Li Chen committed such an outrageous act with his star-rated shelter. He deserves to be punished by everyone. Old Yang is just too spineless." The people in the villa district mocked Yang Qingyi's cowardice while fantasizing about how to divide up the pile of supplies after eliminating the star-rated shelter. Meanwhile, inside the Yang family villa, I advised them not to court death, but they insisted on going. Perhaps this is just fate. Yang Qingyi gazed out the window, slowly shaking his head. Since the apocalypse, he had already lost many friends and relatives around him. Although he didn't say it out loud, he still valued those brothers with whom he had once done business. Rational people all understand that the armed forces of the star-level shelter are far beyond their comparison, and using a human wave tactic is utterly futile. Unfortunately, money tempts the heart, and this enormous profit has made them lose their reason. "Dad, I've already sent the news of their departure to Li Chen," Yang Wei said eagerly. "Do you think Li Chen will see me in a different light because of this? Even if I could just be a small manager in the shelter, that wouldn't be bad." Yang Qingyi gave his son a sidelong glance, secretly amused by his naivety. With the strength of a star-level shelter, they didn't need Yang Wei to inform them at all. Li Chen had probably already known the content of the meeting between the 3 major shelters. However, he didn't shatter his son's illusion. The
apocalypse had arrived, and the sooner Yang Wei experienced setbacks, the quicker he could grow. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of off-road vehicles and trucks, loaded with heavily armed men, sped toward the star-rated shelter. On closer inspection, most of them were wielding nothing more than kitchen knives, sickles, or old hunting rifles. Their equipment was extremely crude. As they hurried down the road, they shouted slogans at the top of their lungs. Uphold justice, bring down the star-rated shelter, defend the weak, fight for humanity's future. Li Chen, you demon, come out and face your death. We are the hand of heaven, here to destroy you. The cycle of heavens will spares no one. Li Chen, today is your reckoning. The resounding slogans echoed through the vast procession, and some people, shouting with such fervor, even began to believe it themselves, truly thinking that Li Chen was an unforgivable villain. But upon closer reflection, the speculations proposed by the three major sanctuaries had no evidence whatsoever and were purely baseless conjectures. Yet, those who remain clear-headed are always in the minority. The public is both intelligent and easily deceived. Old Joe, did you see that? He who wins the people's hearts wins the world. This time, Li Chen is truly finished. The person in charge of the East City shelter looked at the emotionally charged survivors behind him, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Let's make it clear in advance, after the siege is over, I get half of the star shelter. Zhou Qi eagerly said. The star shelter had been selling weapons for so long, yet they never seemed to run out, which showed their deep reserves. Zhou Qi had been eyeing them for a long time, and he had Zhao Jigang from the Villa district to thank. If it weren't for him releasing that edited video, which sparked the survivors' anger, Zhou Qi would have had no excuse to launch a siege on the star shelter. At this moment, Li Chen was standing in the command center, a massive holographic screen in front of him displaying the live situation of the siege team. Seeing the crowd shouting slogans, Li Chen couldn't help but show a helpless expression. He is neither a saint nor bloodthirsty, but within this extermination team, many survivors are merely being manipulated and incited by those with ulterior motives. Unfortunately, Li Chen will never spare anyone who harbors murderous intent toward him. They all must die. Report to the commander. The guard squad has assembled. Report to the commander. The direct combat group has assembled. Two reports came simultaneously. Li Chen nodded slightly and said, this time we're just facing a rabble. Let Noah take command. Remember, any dog that dares to bare its teeth at you must be taught a harsh lesson. Make it hurt, so it submits. Leave no room for mercy. Through the wireless earpiece came Su Ruashi's powerful voice. For the star-rated shelter, the purpose of this operation was more about intimidation than mere suppression. After all, the weapons of both sides were simply not on the same level. If it really came down to a fight, a single squad from the star shelter would be enough to annihilate the opposition. The reason for such a grand display is to firmly establish their dominance in Donghai City. The team besieging the star shelter has finally arrived. Leading the charge are several modified off-road vehicles, with their occupants armed to the teeth from head to toe, exuding an intimidating aura. Following closely behind are the leaders of the Shangri-La shelter and the East City shelter. Behind them is a line of trucks, a mixed formation that includes personnel from the two major shelters as well as smaller shelters looking to take advantage of the situation. Their equipment is noticeably inferior to that of the leading off-road vehicles. Further back are a variety of vehicles filled with independent survivors, some there just to watch the commotion, while others intend to join the siege. When the vehicle stopped at the entrance of the star-rated shelter, the noise of the crowd suddenly became chaotic, as noisy as a marketplace on the eve of the apocalypse. Li Chen, you brat, come out and face your death. Zhou Qi, holding a megaphone, stood outside the high-voltage electric fence of the star-rated shelter, repeatedly shouting the same sentence. Nearby, the market had already packed up, and people gathered together, chattering noisily. Big brother, what are you all up to? Isn't that the person in charge of the Shangri-La shelter? Why is there such a commotion? Why insist on bringing Li Chen out? Are you all crazy? Some of the survivors, who were behind on the news, started inquiring about the situation among the crowd. Meanwhile, the onlookers were highly enthusiastic, eagerly discussing the recent public opinion battle between the star-rated shelter and the three major shelters. The speakers were eloquent, and the listeners were astonished. Impossible, right? My family has spent quite a bit of time at the market near the star-rated shelter, and they've never seen them conducting any experiments. I am a resident of the star shelter, so why haven't I heard anything about what you're saying? Facing the skepticism, the storyteller gave a mysterious smile. Oh, such heinous deeds. Li Chen must have hidden them tightly. How could he easily tell you all? Just wait and see. Today, almost all the shelters in Donghai City have joined the siege team. They will definitely force Li Chen to reveal his true colors. Because the storyteller spoke with such conviction, those who were initially doubtful began to waver. As the saying goes, 3 men make a tiger, and before long, many people outside the star shelter were accusing Li Chen of his crimes. Look, Li Chen doesn't even dare to come out. He must have a guilty conscience. We can't let him keep hiding like this. Brothers, charge! With a furious roar from Zhou Qi, the survivors behind him responded sporadically. The off-road vehicle stepped on the accelerator, attempting to break through the high-voltage high-voltage electric grid. Just as they roared forward, the platform of the star-rated shelter slowly rose. On the platform appeared Tsuruwashi, leading a neatly arranged, fully armed guard squad of 15,000. Compared to the besieging forces, this guard squad was fully equipped, wearing metal armor and helmets, each holding an M416 rifle. Their steps were uniform, exuding an extraordinary aura. The guards radiated a murderous intent, lining up outside the platform under Tsuruwashi's command. Before the crowd could react, the platform rose again, revealing over 10,000 artificial warriors led by Lee Hogwon. Heavy metal armored vehicles stood among the warriors, their massive bodies intimidating all who looked upon them. Coupled with the weapons mounted around the armored vehicles, the scene sent a deafening shock through everyone's minds, evoking an overwhelming sense of lethal menace. Suddenly, the sound of propellers filled the air. Everyone looked up to see numerous fighter jets and armed helicopters from the star-level shelter, covering the sky like dark clouds. The scattered survivors watching the scene immediately erupted in chatter. So this is the true strength of the star-level shelter. Even fighter jets have been deployed. This is absolutely terrifying. How terrifying! Li Chen's move is truly overwhelming. I can hardly breathe. No matter what Li Chen has done before, his strength is indeed awe-inspiring. Right now, I most want to see the expressions of those encirclement teams. It must be spectacular. To think they overestimated themselves by trying to besiege Li Chen, it's truly humiliating. Many lone survivors treated the encirclement teams as a joke. Meanwhile, the people led by the Shangri-La shelter looked extremely grim. They had thought they could catch Li Chen off guard, but the formation displayed by the star-level shelter made it clear that Li Chen had already received the news. Looking at the sky-darkening planes and the fully armed soldiers, who wouldn't feel fear? Within the encirclement teams, many began trembling, and some even started entertaining thoughts of fleeing. How can a star-rated shelter have so much armed force? What on earth is going on? Who leaked the information? How does Li Chen know? Zhou Qi was so scared that his voice trembled. The person in charge of the Dongqing shelter didn't look good either, but compared to Zhou Qi, he was relatively composed. After all, there was a massive team behind him that needed leadership. If they panicked first, this battle would be lost before it even began. Hold steady. This area is densely populated, and there are countless innocent survivors nearby. I don't believe Li Chen would dare to bomb us with fighter jets. This is nothing but bluffing. The head of the East City shelter calmly analyzed the situation and became increasingly convinced of this. Even if Li Chen didn't care about these innocent survivors, he would still have to consider the star-rated shelter. A single missile from a fighter jet could destroy the star-rated shelter, causing significant damage to the enemy but also inflicting heavy losses on themselves. Hearing this, Zhou Qi gradually calmed down. Although his legs were still trembling, at least he didn't turn around and run away. The soldiers of the star-rated shelter lined up in formation as the high-voltage electric grid slowly activated. Tsuruwashi walked at the forefront, her expression cold and stern, sending a chill through everyone present. Behind her, the warriors stood ready, row after row, exuding an imposing aura. The survivors, who had been chattering just moments ago, fell silent as Tsuruwashi appeared, and the scene instantly quieted down. Zhou Qi took a deep breath upon seeing this. Let's go. We need to meet the people from the star-rated shelter now. It was evident that Zhou Qi was extremely nervous. If it weren't for the many survivors watching him from behind, he might have already been at a loss. At this point, he deeply realized the immense power of the star-rated shelter, far beyond his imagination. Just the futuristic armored vehicle alone was enough to inspire awe. Previously, the armored vehicles sold by the star-rated shelter were all level 1. Apart from having slightly thicker armor and mounted weapons, they weren't much different from modified off-road vehicles. However, the ones Li Chen had equipped for the warriors of the star-rated shelter were level 3 armored vehicles, with a completely different appearance. Shangri-La Sanctuary, Zhou Qi? Tsuruwashi's sharp eyes fell on Zhou Qi, making him involuntarily break out in goosebumps. Where is Li Chen? Get him out here now. It's here. Zhou Qi forced himself to suppress the discomfort in his heart and bluffingly said. Tsuruwashi watched him coldly and responded indifferently. The commander is not someone you can meet just because you want to. Now, I'll give you two choices: withdraw your troops, or leave your life here. Her tone was as calm as if she were discussing a lunch menu, but in Zhou Qi's ears, it sounded like a thunderclap, sending a chill down his spine. Yet he gritted his teeth and still listed Li Chen's crimes one by one. Has Li Chen gone into hiding? Your star-level shelter is actually conducting inhumane experiments on living people, cruelly killing survivors. Such actions are intolerable. If Li Chen doesn't come out and give an explanation, don't blame us for storming into the star-level shelter directly. Zhou Qi's words were spoken with righteous indignation, and after days of brainwashing the survivors, even he believed it to be true. The survivors participating in the siege echoed him one after another, shouting loudly, "Get Li Chen out here!" Unforgivable. Their excited expressions made it seem as if they had truly witnessed Li Chen conducting experiments on humans. Seeing everyone full of passion and determination, Zhou Qi seemed to regain his courage, confidently staring at Tsuruwashi, secretly calculating
speculating how to break into the star-level shelter.
At that moment, a sharp, cold wind swept in.
Without hesitation, Tsuruwashi delivered a heavy slap to Jochi's face.
His smile instantly froze. How dare you? Is the commander really up to you to decide?
I'll give you 10 minutes to withdraw your troops, or face the consequences. Tsuruwashi's gaze was as terrifying as a bloodthirsty beast, her icy finger pointing outward, instantly spreading a chilling aura.
Jochi,
being the closest to her, could clearly feel the oppressive force.
If he insulted Li Chen again, Tsuruwashi would undoubtedly strike to kill.
In an instant, Jochi was like a rooster with its neck squeezed, unable to make a sound. Beside him, the leader of the Dongqing shelter spoke with a heavy expression. Old Zhou, stop wasting words with this woman.
With so many of us, are we really afraid of the 30,000 troops from the Star Shelter?
In his view, Tsuruwashi would never easily resort to using weapons of mass destruction, as that would harm the Star Shelter itself.
At most, she might use firearms and cannons.
After all, the number of survivors besieging them is massive. He simply doesn't believe they can breach the Star Shelter. Listening to his friend's words, Jochi's face grew increasingly grim. Gritting his teeth, he said, I'll give you 10 minutes to
hand over Li Chen. Otherwise, don't blame us for leveling the Star Shelter.
As soon as the words fell, a burst of mocking laughter suddenly erupted from the guard squad.
Ha, is he an idiot?
Looks like everyone in this Shangri-La shelter is blind.
No one knew who burst out laughing, seemingly not taking Jochi seriously at all.
The armed forces of the Star Shelter were now unmatched, at least in Donghai City.
While they couldn't claim to be the best in the world, what gave Jochi the confidence to think he could easily level it?
Tsuruwashi's lips curled into a faint, cold smile.
There are still 8 minutes left.
She glanced at the smart wristband on her arm and reported the time with an expressionless face.
The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Seeing Tsuruwashi's resolute attitude, Jochi's eyes widened, bloodshot and furious. The head of the East City shelter hurriedly pulled him behind, stepping into the middle of the encirclement team to passionately rally morale.
Everyone can see it, how arrogant and unreasonable the people of the Star Shelter are. All we wanted was for Li Chen to come out and explain, yet they completely avoided us. From this, it is clear that those rumors on the internet are not baseless. The equipment of the star-rated shelters is far more advanced than ours.
This battle may result in heavy casualties. Are you afraid?
His words stirred waves of roars.
No, we are not afraid.
The survivors howled, releasing all their fear and anger in one go.
The head of the East City shelter nodded in satisfaction. Good, then let's prepare for battle.
This time, we fight for ourselves, for our families, and for the future of humanity.
Fight! Fight!
The shouts reverberated above the star-level shelter. If this had happened before the apocalypse, such a gathering would have been a successful morale boost, striking fear into anyone who witnessed it. However, the warriors of the Star Shelter remained calm and composed, unaffected by the soaring morale of their opponents. Tsuruwashi narrowed her eyes, watching the encircling forces, fully aware that they would never retreat. She immediately began issuing orders. Team 3, transfer all the facilities on the shelter's surface immediately. Team 1, prepare grenades, incendiary bombs, and other area-damage weapons.
Team 2.
As the orders were relayed one by one, the warriors of the guard team sprang into action. Facing the remaining fighters, Tsuruwashi spoke loudly, people die for wealth just as birds die for food. The abundant resources of our Star Shelter have already attracted the covetous eyes of ill-intentioned individuals. They stand on the moral high ground, pinning baseless accusations on us. They attempted to force their way into the shelter and harm our families.
Can you still endure this?
No. The guards let out a unified roar of anger.
In this battle, the guards would be the main force, while the android warriors would be responsible for ensuring their safety.
In fact, the warriors of the guard had long been filled with rage. They had lived in the star-level shelter for many years, with the duty of safeguarding its security, and they knew very well that no inhuman experiments had ever been conducted there. Even the previously circulated video online, claiming that star-level shelter warriors were killing survivors, was completely taken out of context. The targets being killed were actually zombies, while the survivors were rescued by the warriors.
Such blatant distortion of the truth was utterly infuriating.
It made the warriors of the guard wish they could charge forward and use bullets to convey the truth to those people.
5 minutes remained until the battle began.
Outside, tensions were at their peak, with the atmosphere charged like a drawn sword.
Li Chen, who was the target of public condemnation, sat calmly at a luxurious dining table adorned with king crab and caviar.
He rinsed his mouth with red wine and then leisurely continued enjoying the delicacies before him. If those besieging outside were to witness this scene, it would likely spark a bloody storm.
Commander, aren't you worried at all?
Zhang Tiankai stood nervously beside Li Chen, his heart filled with unease.
He had originally come
to report on the progress of the primary genetic essence injections but happened to find Li Chen dining, so he stood by to attend to him. Li Chen took a bite of caviar, dabbed the corner of his mouth with a white handkerchief, and a bloodthirsty smile spread across his face.
Worried? Heh, just a rabble of misfits.
With just this small number of troops and weapons, if they could defeat the star-level shelter shelter, then his position as commander would be a joke. Others might not understand, but as the commander of the star-level shelter, Li Chen had a crystal-clear understanding of its strength. The current technological level of the entire star-level shelter was already 30 years ahead of the pre-apocalypse era. Li Chen had always kept a low profile, sending out only a small force in every battle, which led those ragtag groups to mistakenly believe that the star-level shelter was nothing special. It seems the time has come to reveal their true strength and show those who dare to underestimate the star-level shelter what real power looks like. Zhang Tian thought of the fighter jets, escort teams, and direct combat units assembled outside and couldn't help but swallow hard. Indeed, compared to the warriors of the star-level shelter, the encirclement forces outside were like 5-year-old children facing off against a strong adult, completely powerless to fight back. He couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy for those encirclement forces. No matter who harbored greed, they shouldn't have targeted Li Chen. With Li Chen's strength, the fact that he had previously been willing to sit down and negotiate peacefully with the major shelters in Donghai City was already an immense act of grace. As for those in human experiments, Li Chen wouldn't even need to personally handle them. If he wanted, he could completely bring the entire Donghai City under the control of the Stargrade shelter. Zhang Tiankai speculated that the reason Li Chen hadn't done so was purely because he found managing so many people troublesome. After all, the Stargrade shelter had always adhered to an elite soldier strategy. Alright, I have my own arrangements for the matters outside, Li Chen said calmly. How is the progress of the primary gene essence injections? A total of 12,022 doses have been administered, with 6,000 soldiers receiving the injections, and no rejection reactions have occurred so far, Zhang Tiankai replied. The plan is to inject another 1,000 soldiers tonight. Li Chen nodded slowly. After the primary gene essence was produced, it was directly sent to the medical team, or professionals administered the injections to the soldiers. After all, everything has side effects, and this approach was to prevent soldiers with certain special constitutions from rejecting the gene essence, allowing the medical team to respond quickly. According to the plan, once all members of the guard team have evolved to Tier 1, the primary gene essence will be distributed as a reward and can also be exchanged for energy cores. Since its effects are unrestricted, even if genes have already evolved to Tier 1, continued injections can still enhance gene strength, though the improvement rate drops from the original 10% to just 3%. If you want to become stronger, you'll need to exchange points and energy cores. Zhang Tiankai continued. Currently, the permission for some residents to exchange for primary gene essence has been opened, and so far, 20 residents have redeemed it. The residents of the star-rated shelter have yet to realize how important the gene essence is. Once the guard team popularizes it, they will naturally come to understand. However, by then, getting a vial will be a matter of competition. Li Chen nodded in satisfaction, gestured for Zhang Tiankai to sit down, then opened the holographic screen and quietly observed the battle outside the shelter. At this moment, there was only 1 minute left before the battle began. All the facilities on the surface of the star-level shelter had been moved underground, and the platform slowly rose to be level with the ground. 30,000 warriors stood upright in perfect formation on the open ground. The wind howled past, carrying an inexplicable scent of blood that seeped into the nostrils of everyone present. All non-combat units, evacuate immediately. In 1 minute, indiscriminate strikes will commence. A voice echoed from the loudspeakers surrounding the star-level shelter. Indeed, there were quite a few people who had come to watch the commotion, but upon hearing the warning, they quickly left. After all, their own lives were far more important than the spectacle. However, there were still some stubborn individuals standing at the market on the other side of the river, refusing to leave. Stretching their necks, they craned their heads to look over. These people had fought strikingly similar to Zhou Qi's. Everyone believed that the star-level shelter would not easily resort to using large-scale destructive weapons. Otherwise, wouldn't the shelter itself also suffer? After the loudspeaker announced the warning 3 times, some people in the besieging team quietly left. They had witnessed the star-level shelter's armed forces firsthand and had no confidence whatsoever in taking it down. In that case, what was the point of staying and becoming cannon fodder? Even if Li Chen was indeed conducting inhumane experiments, it had nothing to do with them. Soon, the number of people in the besieging team was reduced by half. As the seconds ticked by, the atmosphere on site suddenly became eerie and silent. Only the sound of tense heartbeats and steady breathing stood out, unusually clear in this strange and quiet atmosphere. 3. As the countdown ended, a deafening roar erupted. It was a fighter jet. The fighter jet, long regarded as a mere mascot, turned out to be the first weapon deployed. It dropped a bomb directly in the most crowded area. The moment the bomb hit the ground, the people at the center point instantly vaporized, leaving not a trace of remains. Within a 10-meter radius, the casualties were devastating. Brothers, charge! Li Chen's actions are intolerable to both heaven and earth. Zhou Qi, the leader, shouted loudly, and immediately the people from the East City shelter and the Shangri-La shelter sprang into action. So what if fighter jets were deployed? As long as the ground forces got got close, they didn't believe the people from the star-rated shelter would be ruthless enough to bomb their own kind. However, the ideal was grand, but reality was brutally stark. The leading encirclement forces hadn't even approached the high-voltage electric grid when the guards shattered all their illusions with a barrage of electromagnetic cannons. Electromagnetic cannons were different from ordinary bullets. Being hit in the arms or legs by a bullet might not be fatal if treated in time, but being struck by an electromagnetic cannon meant certain death. Even more terrifying, the human body itself is conductive, and the electric arc could penetrate a large crowd, triggering a chain reaction. At the first contact, a large portion of the encirclement forces fell, most of them from the Shangri-La shelter. Zhou Qi's eyes widened in fury, his face pale, breathing heavily in anger. No, impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhou Qi refused to accept the truth before his eyes. At this point, admitting that the star-rated shelter's strength far surpassed his own would be tantamount to slapping himself in the face. His eyes turned bloodshot as he descended into madness, frantically ordering the encirclement forces to attack. Charge! Everyone, charge forward! In the encirclement team, some people began to waver, wanting to retreat. But at this moment, the surroundings were overcrowded, leaving no room to back away. If they stopped, they would be shoved forward by the teammates behind them, possibly even falling to the ground and being trampled by countless others. In a short period, the star-level shelter had only fired one round of electromagnetic cannons and a few shells, yet it plunged the entire encirclement team into utter panic. People were constantly losing their lives in the stampede, and even more lost their sanity out of fear, some even firing at those around them, creating complete chaos. Keep firing. Su Ruwashi looked at the tragic scene before her without a trace of sympathy. Everyone makes their own choices, but the one thing they all share is that everyone must bear the consequences of their decisions. Death was the price these attackers had to pay. If not for the star-level shelter's powerful armament and iron-blooded warriors, the ones lying dead now would have been them, or even the shelter's residents. Bang, 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 zzzzz. Bullets and electric arcs continuously streaked through the encirclement forces. Some raised their guns to fight back, only to be harshly struck by reality. They were shocked to find that their bullets were effortlessly blocked by the star-level shelter warriors' riot shields. Even if they were lucky enough to hit a warrior's body, the hard metal armor showed not the slightest dent. This was a one-sided bloodbath. Those who had been arrogant before the battle were now all crying and begging for mercy. I know I was wrong. Please, stop shooting. Make way, everyone make way for me. I want to go back. I will never dare to mess with the star-rated shelter again. Why are you blocking the way? Move back quickly. Countless voices intertwined, and in stark contrast to the besieging team, every warrior in the guard squad remained silent except for the sounds of gunfire. If one could see through their metal helmets, they would witness their calm and composed faces. The battle lasted only 5 minutes before it was declared over. The entire besieging team was left in utter disarray. Even Zhou Qi, along with the person in charge of the Eastern City shelter, was stumbling and attempting to flee with the help of their trusted aides. Quick, quick, this star-rated shelter is not for humans at all. Damn it, I actually believed your nonsense. This star-rated shelter is way out of our league. Zhou Qi cursed as he desperately searched for a way out amidst the crowd. He was in a sorry state, his clothes disheveled, his expression tense and anxious. Just as Zhou Qi and his group reached the off-road vehicle's steering wheel, ready to make their escape, suddenly, several ropes were lowered from the armed helicopter, and immediately, a squad of android soldiers descended from the sky, directly surrounding the off-road vehicle that Zhou Qi was in. Get out of the car, the leading soldier commanded coldly. Dozens of gun barrels were pointed straight at the foreheads of everyone inside the off-road vehicle. Zhou Qi's mind roared as he felt the intense killing intent, his body covered in goosebumps. He slowly raised his hands above his head. Don't shoot. Under the gaze of the android warrior, he slowly opened the car door and stepped onto the ground. The head of the Dongcheng shelter inside the car was not spared either, dragged out directly. The two held their heads with both hands, flanked by the android warriors, and walked toward the star-level shelter. Zhou Qi has been arrested. Lay down your weapons, and you will be spared. Voices echoed from the loudspeakers of the star-rated shelter. The besieged team still resisting looked up and saw Zhou Qi and the person in charge with their hands on their heads. With the leaders captured, what else could the others say? They all laid down their weapons and surrendered with raised hands. Under the strict intimidation of the android warriors, Zhou Qi and the head of the Eastern City shelter had no choice but to step toward the star-level shelter. As they got closer, their legs began to tremble uncontrollably, and even a foul stench emanated from Zhou Qi's crotch. Shangri-La shelter, Eastern City shelter. Su Ruwashi stood in front of the two, a bloodthirsty smile spreading across her face. Zhou Qi felt an icy chill throughout his body, from his feet to his thighs, from his fingers to his shoulders, from the tip of his nose to his chest. Every part of him was trembling. He couldn't imagine what kind of living hell he was about to face. He wanted to escape, but the area was already surrounded by the warriors of the star-level shelter. Any slight movement, and the gun barrel pressed against his forehead warhead would pull the trigger without hesitation. I once gave you a chance. Unfortunately, people are always too easily blinded by greed. Tsuruoshi sighed. If Zhou Qi and the others had obediently retreated 10 minutes before the battle started, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Now look, both of them have become hostages. Judging from the battle losses of the encirclement team, the two once glorious shelters will now vanish completely. Kill me or cut me up, do as you please. After all, it's all about the victor and the vanquished. I have no regrets, so why the sarcasm? The person in charge of the East City shelter still had some backbone and directly shouted at Tsuruoshi. Tsuruoshi smiled faintly, clapped her hands, and turned to step onto the platform. The guards immediately escorted Zhou Qi and the other person to follow closely behind. As the platform slowly descended, Zhou Qi and the other person saw the interior of the star-level shelter for the first time. Before entering, they were still somewhat unconvinced, but at this moment, they completely understood their foolishness. The entire star-level shelter is made of heavy metal, and the residents inside are neatly dressed, with full faces, clearly well-fed and well-rested. Outside, only the upper echelons of the shelter can enjoy such treatment and demeanor. Walking along, many residents of the star-level shelter cast surprised glances. Sharp eyes scanned Zhou Qi up and down, with faces showing contemptuous mockery. Is this the leader of the encirclement team? Turns out to be the person in charge of the Shangri-La Sanctuary. Look at this appearance, it's laughable. In charge? Not even as good as me. Well done, guards. This kind of treacherous villain who distorts the truth should have been eliminated long ago. The battle is finally over. I still have to go out and hunt zombies. These people are really like an old man hanging himself, courting death and delaying my energy core collection. Wait for me, I want to go too. The kids at home have been wanting new clothes recently, it's driving me crazy. The residents of the star-rated shelter looked at Zhou Qi as if they were looking at a cockroach on the ground, full of disgust and contempt. Zhou Qi's chest felt as if it had been stuffed with a large wad of cotton, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. From the words of these residents, it was not hard to see that the happiness index of life in the star-rated shelter was extremely high, safe, well-fed, comfortable, almost no different from the ordinary life before the apocalypse, living a typical 9-to-5 routine. Zhou Qi couldn't tell whether he felt envy or jealousy. During the brief journey to meet Li Chen, Zhou Qi even fantasized that if he hadn't besieged the star-rated shelter back then, perhaps Li Chen would still be the leader of the Shangri-La shelter, continuing to enjoy the delicacies and luxuries unattainable to ordinary survivors, basking in the reverence and support of the people. However, a single wrong decision, and now everything had vanished like smoke. Even with just a little thought, one could guess what choice Li Chen would make, nothing more than letting the two of them die as a warning to others. The apocalypse had arrived, and a few lives were utterly insignificant. Those encirclement teams even foolishly tried to threaten Li Chen. Anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't have spared them. Report to the commander. Zhou Qi and the other person have been brought in. Tsuruoshi stood at the entrance of the command center and reported loudly. All right, come in. As Li Chen's voice rang out, the command center's door slowly opened. Li Chen sat leisurely on the sofa, his arms crossed. Zhou Qi caught a faint whiff of sandalwood in the air, his nose twitching slightly. Heh, just the two of you? You actually dared to attempt to besiege a star-level shelter? Li Chen took a sip of tea calmly, his tone serene yet indifferent. Zhou Qi's lips turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. I'm sorry. Bang! The tea set on the table shook as Li Chen suddenly smashed a teacup onto the ground. Leaning in close to Zhou Qi, he said, "Does sorry work? You've got some nerve, daring to covet a star-level shelter." Li Chen's voice was icy and bone-chilling, his gaze as cold and ruthless as if he were examining a corpse, fixed on Zhou Qi and his companion. Zhou Qi and his companion couldn't utter a single word. Back when the star-level shelter was at its peak, they had sent people to investigate in secret but had never faced Li Chen directly. Judging from photos, they had assumed Li Chen was just a young man with no real capability. But now, standing before him, Zhou Qi found his limbs completely out of control, trembling uncontrollably. The murderous aura emanating from Li Chen was enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. Enough, take them to the execution room. Li Chen looked at the two trembling like frightened mice, completely losing interest, and waved his hand casually. To him, these nobodies daring to challenge a star-level shelter was simply courting death. Thud! Zhou Qi suddenly fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Mr. Li, I truly know I was wrong. Someone deliberately provoked me, saying your star-level shelter conducts experiments on living people and hunts survivors, which gave me the audacity to act recklessly. Li Chen stared at Zhou Qi and asked back, "Oh, is that really the case?" "Of course not." Faced with Li Chen's questioning, Zhou Qi completely broke down, tightly shutting her lips as tears streamed down like broken pearls. I'm sorry. Actually, we wanted to share because the star-level shelter's resources are too abundant. So you used an out-of-context video as an excuse to target the star-level shelter. I was truly foolish beyond measure. Please, Mr. Li, I beg you, just give me one more chance. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I won't dare go west. Whether it was sweat or tears, Zhou Qi's hair was soaked, and he looked utterly miserable. Li Chen curled his lips coldly and pronounced his sentence in an icy voice. "Take him away." The android warriors immediately stepped forward, yanking Jochi up from the ground like dragging a dead dog, and hauled him straight out. Jochi no longer had the strength to resist. His body went limp as he pleaded for mercy again and again. A gunshot was heard outside the command center. Tsuruwashi quickly reported, "Report to the commander, the two have been executed." Li Chen nodded slightly, signaling Tsuruwashi to step back. Subsequently, Noah uploaded the video of Jochi's plea from within the command center to the forum, instantly causing an uproar. "So this is the truth. I always said Li Chen could never be that kind of person. Shangri-La Shelter is really courting death, daring to provoke the Star Shelter. The Star Shelter did the right thing. Rumors are everywhere, and debunking them is exhausting. People like this should be executed directly. Is this video real? I always feel like Jochi might have been forced." To the person above, "Open your eyes and take a look. The warriors of the Star Shelter have never hunted survivors." The full version of the video has already been released, so who can you blame for not paying attention? Exactly, I only realized today just how terrifying the strength of a star-rated shelter is. If Li Chen really wanted to do something, there would be no need for any concealment. Under the confession video uploaded by Jochi, countless survivors left comments. Some even edited the battle scenes and posted them separately. So thrilling. This is what a true star-rated shelter looks like. Those who dare to offend a star-rated shelter, though foolish, must be eliminated. Countless people have firmly remembered the painful lessons of the Shangri-La Shelter. Only then did the people of Donghai City truly grasp the immense power of a star-rated shelter. What instills the most fear is Li Chen's decisiveness in killing. He shows no mercy to anyone who dares to threaten him. After this turmoil, the hidden threat posed by the star-rated shelter in Donghai City has been greatly diminished. The residents also began discussing it internally. "I told you long ago, having lived in the Star Shelter for so long, I've never seen any human experiments. Those rumors are complete nonsense. I said on the Star Shelter forum before that Mr. Li didn't do those things, and I got attacked for it. Now, I bet those trolls have gone silent, haven't they? Serves them right. Our Star Shelter is still the most reliable. We don't provoke others, yet we have absolute strength to protect ourselves." Just as the residents were deep in discussion, a post suddenly appeared. "Has anyone tried the gene evolution serum? I saw that there seems to be an essence available for exchange in the store." This post immediately attracted widespread attention. Previously, due to insufficient production, the gene evolution serum was only showcased to a select few, leaving most residents unaware. Now that the post had appeared, people shifted their focus from the recent siege battle to the evolution serum. "My husband is in the guard squad, and I heard that more than half of the warriors in the squad have already injected the gene evolution serum. What's the use of this thing? I can't explain it clearly, just feel that my husband became stronger after the injection." The forum was abuzz with heated discussions, while the guards were busy clearing the battlefield around the star-rated shelter. "Is everything cleaned up?" "Not yet. The area to the east is still unfinished." Seriously, of all places to die, these people had to choose right in front of our star-rated shelter. Such a hassle. Stop talking nonsense and clean up quickly. I still need to go for the gene evolution injection later. Envious, huh? I don't know when I'll qualify for the injection. Don't worry. I heard they're only giving it to those with merits for now, but it seems like it'll gradually be made available for exchange later. The members of the guard team chatted about the gene evolution injection while cleaning up the battlefield. Li Chen had warned everyone early on that zombies would evolve, and so would humans. Now, the opportunity for human evolution had finally arrived. Many warriors in the guard team had already completed the first stage of gene evolution, and their strength improvements were evident to all. The warriors of the guard often undertake dangerous missions, and a bit more strength means a bit more security. Therefore, they are filled with longing for the gene evolution serum. Many beat their chests and stomp their feet, regretting not having performed better earlier, thinking they might have made it into the first batch of evolution candidates. Just as everyone was wondering when it would be their turn to receive the injection, a sudden exclamation rang out. Everyone exchanged puzzled glances, but with cleanup tasks still at hand, no one dared to step forward to join the commotion. They could only steal glances out of the corners of their eyes, trying to see what had happened. Tsuruwashi also noticed the commotion and stepped over. "Report, an energy core has been found in the mass grave." "Yes," Noah responded. The reporting guard stood straight and rigid as he delivered his report, but his body trembled slightly, whether from excitement or fear was unclear. Tsuruwashi raised an eyebrow and observed carefully. Sure enough, 3 energy cores were scattered in the area where the bodies were being cleared. Since the bodies were always searched during transport to ensure no extra items were left on them, how could these energy cores have appeared? Was the search incomplete, or was there another reason? She quickly picked up the energy cores and examined them closely under the sunlight. Unlike the energy cores usually obtained from hunting zombies, these 3 emitted a faint purple glow. Tsuruwashi immediately reported this discovery to Li Chen. A hypothesis arose in her mind. If zombies could evolve energy cores, could humans do the same? The surrounding soldiers were filled with curiosity, their hearts itching whispering as if scratched by a cat's paw, yet none dared to ask any questions. Ruwashi, bring the energy core to the command center to find me.
I'll hold a brief meeting with you, Li Chen responded immediately after receiving the report.
Su Ruwashi quickly put away the energy core and headed toward the command center. Her figure had just disappeared when the warriors in the field immediately erupted into chaos.
What's going on? How could the energy core appear here? Could it be that you didn't search thoroughly during the body check? Impossible.
I practically felt every piece of fabric on them. There's no way I missed anything.
Could it be that humans also possess energy cores?
As these words fell, everyone instantly fell silent, their hearts surging with emotion.
The fact that humans also have energy cores was undoubtedly shocking and groundbreaking news.
Without instructions from their superiors, no one dared to spread the news lightly and could only speculate silently in their hearts.
Su Ruwashi arrived at the command center and found that Dr. Yang and others were already present.
Li Chen sat at the head of the conference table, looking down as he flipped through some documents.
You're here? Have a seat. Hearing the commotion, Li Chen slightly raised his head and pointed to the empty seat nearby.
Su Ruwashi sat down, and only then did Li Chen slowly begin to speak.
The meeting convened today is to announce an important discovery. Dr. Yang, please go ahead. Dr. Yang nodded and projected the research data onto the holographic screen.
According to the findings of the Research Institute, not only do zombies contain energy cores, but humans who have undergone genetic evolution also have them.
This is the appearance of the energy core in our warriors under X-ray. Since we have only scanned with instruments so far and have not actually extracted a human energy core,
therefore, we can only speculate based on instrument fluctuations that human energy cores are 10 times stronger than those of zombies.
Dr. Yang spoke while the images on the screen kept switching. Everyone's eyes widened. The news that humans possess an energy core is simply too shocking.
To be honest, zombies are evolving rapidly at the moment, and the majority of those wandering outside are second-tier zombies, making the difficulty of hunting them significantly higher.
If humans also possessed energy cores, once survivors find out, they are highly likely to kill each other.
After all, hunting zombies is extremely difficult, whereas killing humans is much easier.
Humans fear pain and injury, and these weaknesses are completely exposed.
What's more deadly is that in the apocalyptic setting, the survivors are more engaged in scheming against each other, fearing that others might seize their supplies.
On the contrary, their vigilance regarding personal safety has actually diminished.
If someone discovers this secret and holds a tear gas grenade, they could sweep through everything.
Su Ruwashi murmured softly to herself. This crackdown operation has already shown that interests are a double-edged sword, enough to drive people mad. It is inevitable that some people will harm their compatriots in the fight for the energy core.
Li Chen nodded slightly, placing both hands on the table, his expression serious. To prevent internal unrest among the survivors, this matter must be kept absolutely confidential.
No matter what reason or excuse is used, this matter must be concealed. Li Chen understood in his heart that this secret wouldn't stay hidden for long. Sooner or later, someone would find out.
After all, killing and looting had become the norm in the apocalypse.
If one or two genetically evolved survivors were killed, the secret would inevitably be exposed.
What was most worrisome was not just the fact that humans possessing energy cores would be revealed.
The secret of significantly enhancing strength through the energy core has been revealed.
The combination of these two will give rise to more evil, completely dooming humanity's future in an already perilous apocalypse.
How's the cleanup situation outside?
Today, there are 1,000 slots for injecting the gene evolution liquid.
Zhang Tiankai noticed the serious expressions on everyone's faces and couldn't help but change the topic.
Su Ruwashi nodded slightly. Almost done, just the final bit of wrapping up.
I'll check the list later and have them line up at the medical team. Zhang Tiankai nodded with a smile. Alright, let's get to work.
Su Ruwashi, find an excuse later to cover up the discovery of the energy core.
Li Chen instructed. Although the star-level shelter isn't completely impenetrable, it's better to be safe than sorry. Su Ruwashi immediately agreed.
Star-rated shelter, medical team. Thousands of warriors lined up in long queues, each with a joyful expression on their face.
Hee, it's finally my turn for the injection. Did you see Li Si?
After he injected the gene evolution serum, he became as fierce as Superman.
Of course, I bet the members of the direct combat unit must have already been injected. Otherwise, how could they all be so powerful?
Now it's great, we also have the chance to become stronger. Honestly, I never thought the commander would let people like us enjoy the gene evolution serum.
I thought, hey, don't say things like that. The commander isn't the kind of person you imagine. It must be because the production of the gene evolution serum is limited, so the direct combat unit got it first. Didn't you see?
Their missions are way more dangerous than ours. Outside the medical room, the soldiers waiting in line began to chat. They listened to the muffled groans coming from inside the medical room, their eyes filled with anticipation. They had already been informed and knew that gene evolution would come with pain.
Hearing someone groan meant the evolution was happening. How could they not be envious?
Next, number A120678, come in. A voice came from the medical team, and the soldier at the front of the line immediately walked in with great joy. The others craned their necks, anxiously, waiting for their turn. The soldier entered the medical room, scanned his identity on a nearby device using his smart wristband, and then sat down on the chair. Zhang Tiankai held a syringe in his left hand and a small glass vial filled with blue liquid in his right hand as he walked over. Nervous? Zhang Tiankai asked casually. The soldier grinned foolishly and shook his head. How could I be nervous? I'm too excited for that. This remark made everyone in the medical team burst into laughter. Zhang Tiankai tapped open the top of a small glass vial, inserted the syringe, drew out all the blue liquid, and gently flicked the needle. Are you ready? Zhang Tiankai asked with a cheerful smile. Ready. Ah. Before the voice had faded, Zhang Tiankai had already injected the gene evolution serum into his arm, followed by a piercing scream. This warrior, after long-term training, had already reached the standard for first-level gene evolution. With just one dose of the evolution serum, a dramatic transformation occurred instantly. He felt as if he could see his internal organs. The blue liquid flowed through his veins, quickly spreading throughout his entire body. After circulating once, the liquid surged entirely into his heart. He felt his blood pounding wildly in his heart, his chest as if weighed down by a heavy object, on the verge of bursting. Zhang Tiankai and the others noticed that the warrior's old wounds were healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before long, the warrior, breathing heavily, regained his composure, and his old injuries had already fully healed. Congratulations, you are now a first-level gene warrior, Zhang Tiankai said with a smile. Immediately, he called out to the door. Next, number A15077798, come in. The soldier, feeling his body brimming with power, thanked Zhang Tiankai and hurriedly left the medical room. His entire body was bursting with energy, and he couldn't wait to head to the training ground to let it all out. This batch of 1,000 guard soldiers needed to be injected with the gene evolution serum, so the process was relatively slow. The main reason was that some individuals had not yet reached the evolution threshold, and required 2 to 3 doses of the serum to trigger evolution. There had to be at least a 30-minute interval between each dose to allow the previous one to be fully absorbed and to transform the cells within the body. To speed up the process, Zhang Tiankai arranged for up to 10 soldiers to be observed during injections at the same time. By nightfall, this batch of guard soldiers had finally all successfully evolved. Honey, I'm back. The last warrior to complete evolution left the medical team and happily returned home. As he pushed the door open, he heard his wife complaining. Why are you back so late? Doesn't the guard team finish training at 6? I saw others come home long ago, but you're always the latest. Hee hee, what do you know? I went to get the gene evolution injection today. There were a lot of people, so I had to wait in line. The warrior replied with a cheerful smile. The wife immediately rushed out, grabbed his arm, and looked him up and down, her face full of disbelief. No way, it doesn't look like there's any change at all, the wife muttered to herself. Today, while working at the factory, she heard many people talking about the gene evolution serum. She had originally envied others, but she never expected her own husband to have the chance to get an injection. However, seeing his silly expression, she couldn't help but doubt whether he had actually been injected with the gene evolution serum or just plain glucose water. Really, if you don't believe me, look. The warrior, in order to prove the strength of his gene evolution, slammed his palm forcefully onto the iron bed frame. The iron bed frame bent deeply into an extremely exaggerated arc. His wife was startled at first, then became so excited that she was momentarily speechless. After a moment, she finally said, if you want to test it, just test it. Why did you have to take it out on the bed frame? Don't you know that redeeming a bed frame also requires points? His wife continued to question. Also, how many points did you spend on the gene evolution serum today? She had a look of righteous indignation. She had checked the smart wristband store and knew that the gene evolution serum wasn't cheap. One dose cost 500 points. It was said that if one's own strength was insufficient, it could take up to 10 doses to complete the first level of gene evolution, which would cost over 1,000 points. The soldier scratched his head and said in confusion, what points? We weren't asked to pay any points. I heard it's because we made contributions during the previous zombie wave, so we can get the injection for free, he added. Hearing this, his wife immediately breathed a sigh of relief and remarked, the benefits of the guard team are really great. You better perform well and make sure you don't get kicked out of the guard team, his wife urged. Listening to his wife's advice, the soldier immediately nodded and responded with a silly smile. Of course, the promotion system is open and transparent, rewarding hard work with more benefits, plus there are various perks and protections. He secretly felt fortunate to be among the first batch of residents in the star-rated shelter, otherwise, he might not have qualified for the guard team. After all, among the 300,000 new residents, there were plenty of skilled individuals. If he had applied any later, he wouldn't have been able to compete with them. Alright, let's go to sleep. We have training tomorrow. Okay, his wife replied. The lights in the small house gradually dimmed. Similar scenes were happening to countless other soldiers. This time, the gene evolution serum had fully entered the spotlight for the residents of the star-rated needed shelter. Witnessing the immense power of the evolved guard team soldiers, many people had already started saving money, planning to get an injection themselves.